Chapter 30. Holding two daggers, I stand beside Xaden as the soldier backs away, joining what looks to be at least a couple dozen of his colleagues on horseback, all carrying swords at their left hips and daggers sheathed along their right arms. 5 others retreat from our squad mates' beds in the same manner, and everyone who isn't posted on third watch rises, weapons in hand. Looks like they sent an entire platoon to greet us, and they're all wearing varying degrees of the same bloodthirsty smile. 2 full companies of cavalry lurk in the hills, Taryn tells me, and I chance a quick look around the field, spotting several pairs of golden eyes low among the tall trees. I would like to try an unbrish horse, Andarna muses. No, Taryn and I answer simultaneously. Andarna sighs down the bond. One day I'm going to stop asking nicely. You should take your fire breathers and depart our isle, the soldier warns as the others fall into line ahead of the mounted cavalry. 2 companies in the hills, I whisper to Xaden, careful to move my mouth as little as possible. Soon, Xaden tells the soldier and brushes the back of his hand against mine. They're all so similar. Every soldier in front of us, regardless of sex, stands roughly the same height, within a few inches of 6 feet tall, with the same muscular build and closely cropped hair, and all wear the same emblem on their leathers, though I'm guessing the different insignia at the bases of their necks denote rank. You speak the common language? Dane reaches my right with Mira, and our squad faces down their platoon, keeping a civil 10 feet of distance between our forces. My knowledge of your tongue is why I was selected to command this mission, their leader replies without taking his eyes off Xaden. Love wasting my time, Dane mutters, then shoves the small booklet I recognize as the language compendium for Umbriel into the chest pocket of his flight jacket. The blonde, sharp-jawed soldier directly ahead of me gives me a once-over, his gaze catching on the daggers in my hands and the others at my thighs. We officially request an audience with your queen. Xaden steps forward, his hand still wrapped around my dagger. Denied, the captain answers. She does not meet with those unworthy of her presence, and given how easy it was to walk up to your encampment, the chances of your worth. His gaze skims over the line of us, and he scoffs after a quick appraisal of my stature. Are minimal. Fuck him. Branches sway as the dragons and griffins walk out of the trees around us, loosely surrounding the platoon. We made it easy, Captain. I cock my head to the side and flip my dagger to pinch its tip as Taryn growls at my back, low and mean. Just the way I like him. Rest assured, we can make it difficult, too. To their credit, the platoon doesn't sprint away screaming, but a dark stain spreads down the green leather pants of the blonde soldier who stares past me with wide eyes. He definitely would have been a runner after parapet. Don't worry, I say with a quick smile. It's not an uncommon reaction, but it does cause my heart to sink slightly. They've never seen dragons. My family isn't on this isle, Andarna notes, frustration surging down the bond and pouring over me like 1,000 pinpricks. I roll my shoulders, trying to shake it off. The last thing we need is a dead soldier and a blown alliance. And please be careful with your feelings. I can't shield here. The soldier drags his gaze back to mine and narrows his eyes, saying something I don't fully understand. But I definitely pick up weak and smallest. I flip my dagger again and catch it by the hilt. He doesn't think you're... Dane shakes his head. You know what? Never mind. He lifts his middle finger to the soldier. Burning us will not grant you an audience with our queen. The captain raises his chin. No, but defeating your best in combat earns us entrance to court at the defeated opponent's rank, Xaden says, cocking his head as a smirk plays across his mouth. The smile fades from the captain's face. You know our laws. She does, Zayden gestures toward me, and I'm with her. Seeing as I've already had my blade at your throat, I guess that means we should move up to someone with a higher skill set. The captain slowly turns, his gaze sweeping high above our heads, and Tern snarls. The fire breathers stay! Sigale lunges from the left and snaps her teeth close enough to a soldier that the woman's hair blows sideways as she gasps. She said to get fucked, Zayden replies to the captain. The captain glances towards Sigale without making eye contact. Only half may come. Choose wisely. Final and only offer. Zayden nods, then turns toward us and hands Garrick his sword. Who do you want me to take? He asks me. Me? I blink. Your mission, he replies. Fuck. I draw a deep breath and look past Dane to Mira. Zayden to challenge, Auric to speak for Navarre, Kat for Poromil. My throat constricts, realizing I'm down to 2. Mira nods. Solid choices. Stop stalling. Dane and me, which leaves our second strongest fighter behind, as well as my sister. Atos? Garrick asks. Do not question command, Zayden warns in a tone that stiffens Garrick's back. Captain said he was selected for the mission because he speaks our language, so we can't assume it's common, I explain. I can pick up a few words here and there, but I spent my time learning Hedodic and Dane took the rest. Garrick's jaw ticks, but he nods once. Let me guess. I'm to stay here, and Darna snipes. You're learning, Tern replies. I lift my gaze to Mira's and find no judgment waiting there. If we're not back by nightfall, burn the place to the ground. Eistol, the capital of Umbriel, is less than a 20-minute flight inland, but it takes 2 hours for the cavalry to wind their way through the steep terrain and over the ridgeline to the heavily fortified city. The city itself makes me second-guess bringing Tern. Eistol dominates the countryside, consuming the tallest hill for miles. It's built in a series of terraced circles in various shades of stone, but the roofs of its structure are a uniform pale blue color. Each terrace is surrounded by a wall thick enough to sustain Tern's weight, and the bottom one supports a dozen manned crossbolts. The 8 above hold decreasing but proportionate numbers, and unlike Deverelli, these swing in multiple directions. This place is constructed to fight dragons whether or not they've actually been here. I don't like you being this close to those bolts, I say along the bond, noting the platoon of cavalry as they ride single file through raised metal gates inside each ring. One order, and the city would be impossible to breach on foot, or escape. I don't like your selection in mates, yet here we are, Tern responds as we approach the city from hundreds of feet above, leading the formation as a storm rolls in from the west. 3rd ring, I remind him as we soar over the 5th. I was there, I remember, he replies, tucking his wings and diving toward the 3rd highest ring in the city. The belt of my saddle presses into my thighs as we dive, and I wait for the snap of wings I know is coming. But it doesn't. Tern? People run in the streets, ducking into the structures that line the rapidly approaching walls. If he doesn't slow soon, we'll take out the masonry. Tern! He sighs, then flares his wings and pumps once, jarring me in a bone-rattling shift of momentum before landing lengthwise on the wall of the 3rd ring. Rock crumbles beneath his talons, and he lowers his head at the crossbolt stationed less than a dozen feet away. 2 of the soldiers manning the station back up, but the 3rd bravely stands partially hidden within the wooden base of the launching unit, one hand poised over the lever mechanism while the other slowly cranks the wooden wheel that pivots the weapon at us. I undo the belt of my saddle and quickly rise for a better vantage point, dagger already in hand. Shadow falls over us a second before Sigale lands on the opposite side of the crossbolt, and the soldier's head jerks in her direction as she growls low in her throat, her nostrils flaring. The soldier lifts both hands from the weapon. I leave everything strapped to Tarn's saddle except the weapons I carry, then move toward his shoulder, only pausing to be sure Kath, Kira, and Molvik have landed behind me. "Watch where you dismount, or you'll embarrass us both," Tarn warns, and my stomach lurches as I glance down. If I nudge even a few feet to the right, I'll fall off the edge of the 50-foot wall. Noted. I aim inward and slide, landing on the wall between his first and second talon. By the time Xaden and I reach them, all three soldiers have backed themselves into the crossbolt turret. I open my mouth to assure them we only mean harm if they do, but a wooden door in the stone ground is pushed open on Xaden's left, and the cavalry captain's head pops through. He lectures the soldiers, but the only word I pick out is audience. Then he beckons us toward the darkness with a motion of his hand. "Follow me." Xaden walks in first, and I follow down the stone staircase. Natural light illuminates our path through small slits in the stonework, and we pass two doorways as we wind our way to the ground floor. "They're inside the walls, too," I tell Tarn. Dad either left that part out or never saw the inner workings of the defenses. My bet is on the second. "Smart," Tarn acknowledges. The officer pushes open the door at the base of the steps, and Xaden and I walk into a shaded alleyway between stone buildings maybe a foot wider than Xaden's shoulders. The pommels of his swords come within inches of scraping rock. We could learn a few things from this construction. One soldier could hold off dozens. We reach the end of the alley and walk into the open cobblestone street. It looks to be 30 feet wide and, if Dad's records are correct, is part of the residential district. But there's nothing homey about the leather-clad soldiers lining the street, only a few of whom wear the muted green leathers. Soldiers in pale blue wear metal greaves along their legs, but the ones in silver stand in front of the next gate, swords drawn, the metal of their armored chest plates catching the morning light. At least the portcullis hasn't been lowered. "Wait here." The captain walks us into the middle, then leaves when one of the soldiers in blue shouts something from the left. Xaden and I move to stand back to back. "There's 24 of them, and only the both of us," I whisper, my gaze jumping from soldier to soldier, noting they have 2 stationed in front of every door. Sigale growls from above. 4, Xaden reminds me quietly, brushing his pinky against mine. "And I'm really missing that bond right now." "Me too." I keep my hands close to my blades without giving the guards reason to strike, fighting the fear that threatens to slow my judgment as the sky darkens with heavy clouds. The guards at my right split, and the captain walks through, followed by Arik, Dane, and Kat. "Welcoming bunch," Kat notes when they reach us. "This way," the captain orders, then strides toward the silver-wearing soldiers blocking the next gate. "Stay close and don't get yourself killed," Xaden says to Arik as we follow the cavalry officer. The soldiers walking on both sides of us alternate between watching us and glancing upward, as though Tarn and Sigale might decide they've had enough of the wall. The soldiers begin to argue as we approach the gate, but I only pick out danger and holy. "They want the challenge held in this station," Dane interprets from behind me as Sigale and Tarn walk the wall above us, keeping pace. "They don't want us any closer to their primary temple." "It's not their temple we're interested in," Kat mutters beside him. The captain must win the argument because the guards part to allow us through. I glance at their chest plates and find the etched symbol of 2 crossed swords gripped in the center by a claw. The emblem of Dune. "It's similar to ours," I tell Tarn as we cross under the thick gate. They have a claw in her symbol, suggesting a common origin. "Focus now, analyze later," he demands as we enter the next section. There are no residences here, only 2 sectors of terraced seating built into the walls on both sides, leaving an open plaza in front of the largest temple I've ever seen. It's easily the height of Tarn. The long, gabled roof is tiled in the same pale blue as the rest of the city, and the 6 wide pillars holding the front are all gray granite. The polished stones shimmer in the light, making them appear almost silver, and each has been carved with a different symbol: sword, shield, fire, water, claw. My eyebrows rise when my gaze reaches the final pillar on the right. Book. All tools of warfare. Beside that pillar is a sculpted tribute to the goddess, a sparkling gray effigy of her likeness that reaches the lowest line of the roof. She holds a sword pointed in our direction in her left hand, and a shield protecting the right edge of her temple in the other. Her long hair is braided down one side of her torso, and she's dressed in long belted robes with an armored chest plate. "Wow," Kat whispers as the uniformed guards filter in behind us, taking positions along the sides of the plaza as we move toward the darker stones between the terraced seats. Blue-robed attendants rise on the temple steps, and my footsteps falter. Every single one of them has silver hair. Not gray, not white. Silver. Public Notice 200.417. Transcribed by Rachel Lightstone. Guardians are no longer permitted to dedicate children in service to their favored deity. The decision to serve the gods for life must be made after the age of majority and of one's free will. Chapter 31. "Are you dizzy?" Xaden asks in a low whisper. No, my gaze jumping from one attendant to the next as we walk toward them. They all have different heights, shapes, genders, and skin tones, but their hair color is as uniform as their blue robes. One of the attendants on the top step claps her hands, and a group of children in light blue tunics runs out from behind the statue of Dune to race up the steps toward her. My gaze locks on the last of them, a girl who looks to be no more than 10. The brunette's silver-tipped braid swings against her back as she scoops up a younger child and is ushered inside. Breath abandons me as she disappears. "Violet," Xaden whispers. "Her hair." I know. I wobble, and he steadies me with a hand on my lower back. Never in my 21 years have I seen anyone with hair like mine. Does hers always end in silver no matter how short she cuts it? Do her joints fail her? Do her bones break? I need to know. I have to know. The cavalry captain shouts up at the walls as Tarn prowls above us, and the attendants all draw blades from the belts at their waists, jarring me from my spiraling thoughts. "He said, 'I've brought them,'" Dane translates from Xaden's left as we form a straight line on the cusp of what feels like a theater floor, or a battle briefing stage. "The blades are cute," Tarn remarks. "The hair," I reply. Her hair looked like mine. "Survive first so you can be curious later. Focus." Metal creaks, and a gate rises above the highest row on our left. A moment later, 2 people step out of the tunnel. "Xaden's opponent?" I ask Tarn. "Not unless he's fighting an aging general and a high priestess." The middle-aged man with graying hair and rich brown skin on the left boasts the same uniform as the silver-dressed guards, and the older, light-skinned woman at his side wears not only the long, pale blue robes of the temple attendants, but a sword sheathed at her hip. Her narrowed gaze sweeps over us, then fixes on me as the man calls out in Umbrish at her left. He says he is the commander of the guard and asks if we truly wish an audience with their queen. Dane translates. Tell him we do, and we will comply with their customs to get it, I answer, sending up a prayer to Dune that Xaden is ready for this. Dane translates slowly, and the pair moves down the steps as the cavalry captain climbs to join them. The captain reports, and the commander's mouth flattens before he draws his dagger and slices through the shoulder straps of the captain's leather armor. The green leather falls to the steps, and the captain lowers his head. I think that means demotion, Kat whispers to Arik's right. In every language, Arik agrees. The commander's voice booms across the plaza and echoes off the rock as he descends the steps, and Dane translates as quickly as he can. All we can achieve is death, but to... Dane pauses. Shit, I think he said to provide our strongest warriors, and they will test our worthiness to speak with their queen. Xaden nods. Tell him I'm ready. Dane repeats the message, and the commander claps twice. 3 bare-armed soldiers step out of the tunnel, and my chest tightens. The woman in the middle has to be the same height as Sawyer, if not Dane, and the bulky men flanking her tower above with the same height difference I have with Xaden. I think they're twins. The chill that races down my spine has nothing to do with the gusting wind or the disappearance of the sun behind the storm clouds overhead. Maybe we should rethink this strategy, Kat whispers. Yeah, I'm with her for once. What you call strategy, they call law, Xaden replies. My heart beats faster with every step the warriors descend behind their commander and the high priestess of the temple. By the time they reach the plaza, a hummingbird could time its wings to my pulse. Costa! The guards along the walls cry out, and the warrior on the right lifts his muscle-laden arms. Madlis! The rest of the guards shout, and the woman raises her chin. Palta! Another chorus sounds, and the twin on the left cracks his neck. The commander lifts his hand, and the soldiers fall silent before he speaks. He asks if this is our champion or our leader, Dane translates. Close, but no. He asked if Xaden is our champion or our prince. Don't be embarrassed, Atos. The words sound similar enough. Arik steps forward, then replies to the commander in what sounds like flawless Umbrish. My jaw drops, but he speaks too fast to understand anything other than Navarre. Whatever he says gives the commander and the priestess pause before she replies, her gaze darting to me again. Are you fucking serious? Dane snaps. Why didn't you tell us you're fluent? You never asked. Arik reaches for the pommel of his sword as he turns back to face us. I told them who I am, and that I'd be the one fighting. You what? My voice rises with my panic. I'm the one who needs the audience, he replies. I'm not my brother, nor my father, and I won't hide while someone else... He draws the first few inches of the sharpened steel. No! I move toward him, but Xaden's there first, covering Arik's hand. Prince or not? You're a fucking first year, and we both know I can put you into the ground. Your tutors are no match for real-life experience. He forces the sword back into its scabbard. And no, you are not your father nor your brother, which is precisely why you will not fight. We need you to live. Your kingdom needs you to live. Xaden grabs the collar of Arik's uniform and pivots, forcing him back into line next to me. Tell them I'm ready. Fuck. I don't want either of them in that ring. Every possible path, Endarna reminds me. Even if my kind aren't here, they may have seen them, may know of them. Do not consider the Dark One, Tern chides. Navarre needs the soldiers from this alliance to defend the borders, freeing the riders to go on the offensive. Either way, someone's fighting. Same could be said for you. Color rises along Arik's neck, and he shakes his head at Xaden. Tyrandor is safe in Bodhi's hands, should I fall. Xaden lowers his voice, and my stomach sours at the thought. This isn't about honor. Consider it your revenge. Remember what I did to your brother, and tell them. Blood runs from my face. Xaden isn't talking about Halden. Arik says something in Umbrish, glaring at Xaden the entire time. Xaden lets go of him, then checks with Dane. He said you're the strongest, Dane admits, then translates again as the commander begins to speak. And they have chosen Costa as your opponent. One of the twins. I look past Xaden to see the warrior already standing in the middle of the plaza next to the priestess. He's more terrifying up close than he had been walking down the steps. Thick neck, huge arms, gleefully menacing smile. He's a walking arsenal, strapped with weaponry, and the scars up and down his tanned arms tell me he isn't a stranger to pain. The assumption is confirmed when the priestess scores the back of his forearm with a dagger, and he doesn't so much as flinch. Blood drips from the spot, spattering the dark stones beneath as the first raindrop hits my face, and the soldiers behind us cheer. That wasn't in my father's book. My stomach sinks with suspicion of how those stones became the shade they are, and the ever-growing fear that Xaden may have met his match. Incoming, Dane announces, and Xaden turns to face the priestess as she approaches, passing by Marlis and Palta. The tattoo of Dune's emblem inked into her forehead crinkles as she lifts her silver brows at Xaden and holds out her hand. The goddess of war demands her payment before you may prove your worth, she says in the common language. She must be at least 75 years old. How long would it take for such a tattoo to fade to the point it's unrecognizable? My stomach lurches into my throat. There's no way. Focus, Tarn snaps like a frustrated professor. Xaden shrugs out of his double scabbard, then his uniform top, leaving him in a short-sleeve undershirt as he holds out his left forearm. The high priestess draws the blade across his skin, and I sink my teeth into my bottom lip as blood flows, then drops onto the stones beside his boots. This isn't right. Every cell in my body rebels against the thought of him going out there alone. Xaden can't read Costa's intentions. He doesn't have the edge his second signet gives him. The collar of my uniform feels too tight, the leather too sticky in the growing humidity, its warmth too suffocating. I tear at the top button, then shove my sleeves up my forearms as thunder sounds in the distance, mocking my inability to wield it. I want my fucking power back now. With them, Xaden isn't the deadliest in this plaza. I am. He's only out there because of me, and I should be the one taking on this fight. Xaden faces me, then holds out his uniform top. He's huge, I whisper, our gazes colliding as I take the warm fabric from his hands and hug it to my chest. I know. He slides his arm into the double scabbard and buckles it across his chest. Garrick is going to be pissed he missed this. He smirks, then cups the back of my neck and presses a soft, lingering kiss to my lips. Be right back. But what if he's not? Even the best fighters die in combat. He's arrogant because he's the best. At least, that's what I tell myself to slow my pounding heart as he walks toward Costa. The heat of anger swiftly replaces fear as the priestess moves to my side. I understand passing tests. I'd prepared my entire life to face the entrance exam for the scribes quadrant. But this feels just as callous as walking the parapet on conscription day. You don't agree with Dune's ways, the priestess surmises, her voice cracking with age as she looks down at me with dilated pupils. Oh, great. Only Dune herself knows what they're ingesting beyond those pillars. I find it a poor test of character, I reply. And yet, character is always revealed in bloodshed, is it not? The priestess looks my way and crosses in front of Arik, her gaze appraising him, then Kat before turning her attention to Dane.
They'll negotiate weapons now.
He's fighting without his greatest one. I watch Zayden's back as he approaches Costa and the commander.
I think you may be right about that.
The priestess glances up at the wall where Sigale stands watch.
Which is why I have decided he should not fight alone.
Before I can question her, she drags the blade over Dane's arm, cutting through his uniform. Oh, shit! He hisses in surprise, then grabs hold of the wound. Blood flows through his fingers, dripping onto the stone. No! I shout, reaching for Dane. Gods! Kat whispers. All right, Dane nods. Zayden turns toward us, lines carved between his eyebrows, and I reach for our bond out of habit, coming up woefully empty again. I forbid it! Arik moves closer to my side and draws his sword. I'll fight in his stead. You can't! I shake my head. What is it with the fucking death wishes around here? The corners of the priestess's eyes crinkle with a soft smile.
See? Character is revealed in bloodshed.
She looks at Kat.
You're an outsider, dressed differently than the others. Yet, your presence means they value you.
Her gaze snaps to Arik, and she tilts her head.
You are the prince of your people, honorable yet foolish to think you could survive our finest. Do you not know what would happen to those pretty green eyes should you step foot on this battlefield? Even if you accepted your death, Dune has not chosen you to prove your skill this day.
Arik's jaw ticks.
You are the smallest,
she says to me dismissively, then turns to Dane.
Which leaves you to fight beside your champion.
Dane, words fail me. If anything happens to him because of my decisions.
This just got interesting,
Tern notes. This is not interesting. This is terrifying, I snap my reply. I've got this. Dane slips out of his uniform top and hands it to me. I knew what I was getting into when I agreed to come with you. My ribs strain, but I nod. Be careful. I add his top to the pile, and he starts toward Zayden, who's already moving to intercept him halfway. Palta! The priestess shouts, her voice echoing off the stone. The guards clamor in approval as the second twin steps forward, blood already dripping from his fingertips. My gaze flies to the remaining warrior, Marlise, but thankfully there's no cut on her folded arms.
Tell me, did you choose this path yourself?
The priestess brings her weathered gaze to mine. My mother, I start, but then I remember every time Dane tried to get me out of the quadrant, and I face forward as he and Zayden approach their opponents to negotiate weapons. I chose my life.
Ah, then it is good we did not complete your dedication.
My what? What kind of drugs do they provide in the temples here?
But do you not yearn for temple? Usually the touch creates such longing that you can't help but return. Or perhaps you now favor another god.
She glances up at Tern, ignoring my outburst, and then her eyes slide to Zayden.
I still see us among your potential paths, should you decide to take it. Dune will accept you. It is not too late to choose her.
I raise my eyebrows at the woman. I choose him. Whether she's talking about Zayden or Tern, my answer is the same. Ah. She turns the dagger in her gnarled hand as the raindrops continue to fall.
So be it. Our goddess teaches that while battles may be won by the strongest warriors, they may also be lost by our weakest. Both must be tested today.
Pain erupts in my forearm, and a second later she lifts the dagger as fresh blood races down its honed edge. My blood. Looks like I get to fight after all. An excerpt from Unbriel, Isle of Doon, by 2nd Lieutenant Asher Daxton. With such wan coloring in the vegetation, it comes as no surprise that it requires 4 times the amount of indigo to dye even the simplest garment. I can't help but wonder if the colors of our continent are the exception, or if the Isles are. Chapter 32. Blood trickles down the top of my left forearm to drip from my fingertips. I'll have a scar to match the one Tynan gave me during threshing. I grit my teeth through the burn of pain and look up. "She faces Marlis," the priestess shouts, and the soldiers behind us cheer. Xaden whips in my direction, his eyes flaring with something that looks a little too close to terror to be comforting before he returns to whatever weaponry they're negotiating. Marlis moves into the plaza, unfolding her muscled arms. Blood spills from her hand, splattering the stones. She moves like she's used to the weight of heavier armor, and she tucks the short strands of her flaxen hair behind her ears, coloring the strands red. 3 combatants. This had always been their plan. "Unfair!" Golden anger courses down the bond and into my veins, heating my skin. "Your ire will not aid her. Control yourself," Tairn demands. "No!" Arik reaches for me, and I shove Dane's and Xaden's uniform tops into his hands. "Yes." I quickly take off my own to free my arms and add it to Arik's pile, leaving me in my armor and undershirt. It's almost a relief in the cloying heat. "Don't let him move," I say to Kat. She grimaces but nods. The scattered raindrops cool my skin as I walk toward the center of the plaza and whatever is about to be my path. But Andarna's anger doesn't dissipate. It blends with mine, growing with every step I take. I am not weak. Marlis sizes me up as I approach, then huffs a laugh as she rolls her shoulders. "I've taken down bigger," I tell her as I step between Dane and Xaden. She lifts an eyebrow, and I wonder if she speaks the common language. Dane's mouth twitches, but he doesn't translate. "It must be the same for all 3, the silver-uniformed commander says to Xaden, eyeing me with pity. "Then it's daggers," Xaden says. My head whips at Xaden. "Your swords are your best daggers," Xaden tells the commander, earning a smile from our trio of opponents. "Agreed," Dane chimes in. I could overrule them, this is my mission. But while choosing daggers gives me an advantage, it's not like they're not both lethal with the same form of weaponry. Agreed. "So it is," the commander nods, and the other 3 begin to disarm, handing their weapons to the temple attendants who scurry in our direction. "Best of 3. Xaden and Dane hand their swords off to an attendant. I scan the blue robes quickly, but there's no sign of the girl with hair like mine. Movement catches my attention to the right, and when I look at the statue of Doon, I would almost swear her eyes flash golden and glance my way for a second. Just once, it would be nice if Andarna would stay where I ask her to. "Use your speed," Xaden instructs me as he removes all weapons, but the 4 daggers he carries sheathed at his sides. "Aim, stop." I put my hand on his chest, and my brow puckers at how fast his heart races. A raindrop splashes on my forearm. This is just a challenge without a mat. Dane wins his match, you win yours, I'll win mine. Xaden's jaw flexes. "Whatever you do, don't watch me. You can't afford the distraction." I tap his chest. "And don't die." Retreating 3 steps just out of his reach, I unsheathe 2 of my daggers. Then, I face Marlis. My estimate was about right. She has at least 10 inches and a good 50 pounds of muscle on me. Reach and strength are hers too, so agility and speed will have to be mine. Dane and Zayden turn toward their own opponents, putting enough distance on either side of me to give ample space to maneuver.
Begin,
the commander orders, as all others step off the plaza. My focus narrows to Marlise, and the smug tilt of her wide mouth as she palms only one of her 2 daggers and starts to circle me. This is just a challenge. Zayden and Dane are on the other mats. Let's go. I flip my left dagger to pinch the tip and rotate the other so the blade runs parallel with my arm as Marlise fake lunges twice, trying to throw me off balance. If I were a little more scared and a little less angry, that might have worked. Instead of falling for it and slipping on the wet stone, I flick my left wrist, throwing my dagger at her shoulder. She dodges as expected, and the blade flies by. I take the opportunity to rush her, swinging my right fist toward her torso to slice across her chest. No stabbing here. I don't want her to die, just to yield. Someone shouts beside me, but I keep my gaze locked on Marlise. Dane can handle himself. He has to. Marlise dances backward with a bemused smile, avoiding each of my swipes. Faster. I pour my energy into speed and lunge, finally making contact along the side of her ribs, the one area that isn't protected by her chest plate. Blood stains her silver uniform as I draw back, but I'm not fast enough on the retreat. She hisses at the same moment she strikes with her own dagger, stabbing into my side with so much force, I hear my rib crack. Her blade glances off my dragon-scale armor, and I stumble sideways from the blow, drawing controlled, deep breaths to try and block the nauseating pain that erupts under my left arm. No mental trick in my arsenal can contain the waves of star-bright agony, but I manage to stifle the scream that fights its way up my throat as steel clangs behind me. I will not be Zayden's distraction. Adrenaline kicks in, coursing through me like power. Marlise glances at her blade in confusion, then lifts her gaze to mine, staring at me with macabre fascination and a small glint of what I think might be appreciation.
I'll remove my armor if you do too,
she proposes in the common language, giving me precious, necessary seconds to breathe through the worst of the pain. I'll pass. She's too tall for me to chance a leg takedown and too strong for me to expose myself any more than necessary. All I have is leverage, and that means getting closer to destabilize her. I crook 2 of my left fingers at her as rain begins to fall in earnest. Her eyes flare and she cocks her wrist back. I'm already dropping to the ground when she throws. The blade passes overhead so closely I can hear it whistle, followed by the rhythmic pounding of boots on the wet stone. Careful to keep control of my blade, I shove myself up with every ounce of strength in my arms and force my feet beneath me an instant before she arrives. She slices for my throat, and I leap backward as I hear Zayden hiss in pain. I fight every instinct to check on him and throw my right forearm up to block Marlise's next assault. She hits with bone-rattling strength and cuts into my forearm. Now! I drop my blade, using every second I have before the pain hits, to follow her downward swing with my bloodied arm, reaching for her wrist. Rain slickens her skin, but I grab hold and throw my weight with my shoulder, driving her hand toward the ground and dragging the rest of her body along with her own momentum. She stumbles, and I take the opening, wrenching my torso upward and grabbing hold of her knee. I lock it against my chest, lacing my fingers, then quickly ram my shoulder into the pocket between her upper thigh and hip. Faster! Atos is already unconscious! Andarna warns as Marlise swings for me, her blade flying toward my face. Fuck! I hold tight to Marlise's leg and barrel my weight downward into her joint, throwing her completely off balance and forcing her backward. Her blade clatters against the ground and she falls like a toppled statue, her back smacking into the stone. She shouts, but I keep hold of her leg, and only when she tries to twist out from underneath me, flipping to her chest, do I let go, diving for her hands. I wrench her wrists behind her back as the metal of her chest plate scrapes stone, then sit, locking her arms in place with my thighs. Light flashes in the sky above us, and rain comes down in sheets. No! She screams, arching upward to buck me off. Yes! I draw a dagger and press the tip to the side of her neck as thunder rumbles. Now yield! A quick glance to my left confirms Andarna's assessment. Dane is unconscious on the ground, blood pooling around what I can see of his shoulder, and Palta's boot is against his neck. Never! Marlise tenses under me. I have you! Blood runs down my arm with the rain, turning her tunic a mottled shade of pink. Perhaps, she admits, turning her face to the right and laying her cheek against the ground. But Costa has him. Holding my blade against her neck, I chance a glimpse to the right, then do a double take. Costa has Zayden pinned to his back, his dagger inches away from Zayden's face. Zayden's fighting, both his bloodied hands wrapped around Costa's wrists to keep the blade from plunging. But it slowly lowers under Costa's weight. No! Keep me pinned or help him? Marlise asks. Choices. Zayden is seconds away from that blade meeting his face, and gods only know if Dane is even breathing under that boot. Rage devours me from the scalp down, storming through my veins in a surge of heat that sizzles the rain on my skin. I yank my dagger from her neck, flip it, and throw it in one smooth motion. My blade lodges in the fleshy part of Costa's shoulder, and he bellows, his torso slackening for the one heartbeat Zayden needs to knock Costa's blade loose. It skitters across the stone, and I immediately look away, replacing the thrown blade with another from my thigh, and pressing its tip against Marlise's neck in less than a second. Yield! I demand, anger burning so deep it reaches my very bones. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Zayden throw a punch in Costa's face, then yank my dagger from his opponent's shoulder and bring it to his throat. No! Marlise shouts, and the air charges in a way I'm all too familiar with. We're in danger out here. Fucking yield! The heat within me snaps outward and breaks with my voice. Lightning streaks downward and strikes to the left and right. Rock cracks. Thunder immediately follows, rattling the ground and leaving only the patter of rain and silence in its wake. I startle, but manage not to nick her neck. I yield, Marlise whispers, her eyes wide beneath me. I yield, she shouts. Costa's head whips in our direction, and Zayden slams his fist into his jaw. The fighter topples to the side, completely unconscious. She yields, the commander yells, and guards rush in. I remove my blade and crawl off Marlise, then stagger to my feet as lightning cracks in the distance. Palta steps away, and to my relief, Dane appears to be breathing as Kat and Auric race toward him. Rain streams down my face when I look upward, finding Endarna between Sigale and Tairn on the wall, her scales rippling with alarming speed in various shades of black. Are you all right? I ask. I am angry, she says, her head swiveling in a serpentine manner as her front claws crack the edges of the wall's masonry. Their laws say 1 match, not 3. Was that you? Zayden arrives at my side, and I busy myself with checking for injuries. He now has 2 cuts on his arms, one of which will definitely need to be sewn shut, and his jaw is already bruising. The lightning. Was that you? He repeats, lifting my chin between his thumb and forefinger and searching my eyes. No, I shake my head. I mean, the heat, the anger, the snap. Weird. Just coincidence. Or Dune. There isn't any magic here. Right. 2 lines appear between his brows and his gaze sweeps over me, then catches on my arm. Fuck, you're cut. No worse than you are, I tell him as the rain lets up. But I think she broke a rib. His eyes slide shut, and he cups the nape of my neck, then presses a hard kiss to my forehead. Thank you. That throw probably saved my life. Good thing I didn't miss. Or I don't think you'd be saying the same thing. My arm trembles as I sheathe my dagger and his hand slips away. You never miss. He glances over my head. Looks like Atos is going to need some stitches in that shoulder, but Auric is bringing him around. I said I'm fine, Marlise shouts behind me. Yes, Your Majesty, someone replies. Oh, no. My stomach lurches. Please tell me I did not just hold a blade to the Queen of Umbriel's throat. I pivot slowly to face what I'm sure is about to be a squad of royal executioners. A row of guards waits a respectful distance behind Marlise, who stands a few feet away with her arms folded over her armor. Well, she asks, her mouth pinched in annoyance. 2 out of 3 victories. You've earned your audience. My heart starts beating double time. I didn't know who you were.
You weren't supposed to.
She cocks her head to the side.
Are you going to speak? Or has this all been for nothing?
Auric, I glance toward our friends.
I only speak with those who best me,
Marlise interrupts.
And you are wasting my time, Amarali.
She hurls the word at me like an insult. Bolstering myself with a deep breath, I lift my chin. We've come for 2 reasons. First, we're seeking the 7th breed of dragon. Marlise narrows her eyes.
If there were such a thing. This isle hasn't seen fire breathers in centuries. I'm afraid you've come looking in vain. What's your second purpose?
It isn't quite a crushing blow, considering I'd already suspected as much. But the sorrowful pulse of disappointment coming down the bond tells me Andarna doesn't feel the same. Allies, I tell Queen Marlise. We're in a war that might claim every life on the continent. And we need allies.
And you think we'll fight for you?
Marlise stares at me like I've sprouted another head. I was hoping for with us. She glances at Xaden, then up to the top of the wall.
You can't afford our services.
Try me. Hopefully Auric forgives me for promising whatever is in the coffers.
How did you do it?
Marlise asks. Take you down? I reply as the storm blows past and the rain shifts to a drizzle. It was a matter of leverage. Targeting your joint to throw you off balance.
I know what leverage is, she snaps. You took me down for the simple reason that I underestimated your abilities and allowed you close enough to throw me off balance. How did you do that?
She gestures behind me. I turn, following the motion, and stumble for words. The terraced seats carved into the wall are cracked down the middle, and the rock is charred black where lightning struck. I didn't, I answer, pivoting to face her. You have no magic here for me to wield. Xaden moves to my side as Auric helps Dane rise to his feet, holding the side of his head.
And yet, you've destroyed something that stood for 700 years before your arrival.
Her eyes narrow slightly.
Perhaps it is truly Zinal who blesses you. Good luck when you search that particular isle. They have a mean streak.
So you won't fight with us? I ask, trying to stay on topic and holding desperately to hope. No other army would be as effective.
I think I prefer a Devarelli approach to an alliance for now, she replies. You may take shelter in our jungles, and have hunting rights for yourselves and your mounts should you need to rest on our isle. But as for fighting alongside you, I'm afraid the price is something you're unwilling to pay.
She turns to leave. What do you want? I call after her as Auric, Cat, and Dane head our way. At least name your price.
The same thing everyone in the Isles craves.
She pauses and looks back over her shoulder.
Dragons.
An excerpt from Colonel Kaori's Field Guide to Dragonkind. Do not mistake a dragon's bond for fealty. If you expect a dragon to choose their rider over the well-being of their own kind, prepare for 2 things: disappointment and death. Chapter 33. The plaza falls silent, but at least there are no flames erupting from the 3 dragons behind me, 2 of whom I know are pissed. Xaden tenses, and our squad mates quickly form a line on my other side. You can't be serious. I shake my head at the Queen of Umbriel's ludicrous suggestion.
We want dragons, she repeats with an infuriating nod. Not fully grown, of course. Your kind has let them become too headstrong, too arrogant. I will show her arrogance,
Tairn threatens, and I wince at the god's awful sound he makes dragging his talons along the stone walls. Not necessary, I promise as Molvik and Kath land hard beside the others, straining the limitations of the wall. The queen turns fully and arches an eyebrow as though Tairn just proved her point. Bring us, say, 12 eggs, 2 of each breed, and I'll bring my army to the continent. Eggs. My stomach hollows, and I retreat a single step as Tairn growls in warning. The second Crovelin uprising. Dad was right. But they weren't looking for Feathertails because of their gifts. It was because they thought they were malleable? Sigale leaps from the wall, landing a few feet to Xaden's left. The scent of sulfur fills the air as she lowers her head, baring dripping teeth. A handful of the guards bolt for the gate at the top of the steps, but most stay. Impressive. Queen Marlies stares up at Sigale, utterly enthralled. What do you say? If you want to be a rider, the Quadrant accepts those who cross the parapet on July 15th. The ache in my ribs starts to throb as the adrenaline wears off. And the dragons choose their riders, not the other way around. Surely a queen is worthy. She lifts her hand like she might actually try and touch Sigale. Sigale's growl rises in pitch as she opens her jaw. Trust me. She's not impressed by titles. Xaden looks over at Sigale. If you want to, I understand, but her death would be incredibly inconvenient. Can you pick a guard or something? The absolute lack of emotion in his voice lifts the hair at the back of my neck. Golden eyes narrow in his direction, but she slowly clamps her teeth. Even thinking we might accept that offer makes you unworthy, I tell the queen. We don't trade in dragons. That's what I thought. Marlies lowers her hand. Hold on to that indignation, at least for now. But do visit again when you feel more desperate. From what I know of them, they're rather dedicated to protecting their own. And perhaps a dozen eggs aren't such a bad price for saving the rest of them. She leaves without another word, flanked by guards as she climbs the terraced seats to the gateway above. Dedicated. I look toward the temple, but there's not a blue robe in sight, and the platoon of silver-uniformed guards standing watch in front of the steps serves as ample warning that we're not welcome anymore. Between finding our abandoned weapons and the time it takes to get back to the meadow, an hour passes before we arrive at the clearing. Traeger rushes to Kat before she redirects him to Dane, across from where Tairn and Endarna land. Dismounting through the constant pulsing pain in my arm and ribs takes me so long that I'm tempted to simply sleep in the damn saddle and keep my own field dressing on this cut. But I eventually make it to the ground. Mostly because I know Tairn will never let me live it down if I don't. Did you wield? Mira is in my face before I have a chance to take more than a few steps. What? I hold my ribs and spot the Unbrish soldiers retreating into the surrounding jungle. Did you wield? Mira repeats, grabbing my shoulders and examining my face. Arik and Kat filled me in on what happened. Relax. I lift my brows at my worrywart sister. We got caught in a storm. Lightning struck multiple times, and luckily, a really close strike scared the shit out of the queen. There's no magic here. Why do I have to keep reminding people about that? Can you wield? No, of course not. But you can still speak to your dragons. She sighs and drops her hands as Xaden approaches. I'm sorry they won't ally with us. I thought an isle loyal to Dune was our best chance. Me too. My brow furrows as I remember the priestess. When did my hair turn silver at the ends? Turn? Mira's expression mirrors my own. It grew in that way. Are you all right? I thought Dane was the one knocked unconscious. I'm fine, I assure her as Xaden reaches us. Of course my parents didn't dedicate me. That practice was outlawed in the 200s, and even earlier in Poromil. The High Priestess just said some weird things that distracted me, and I foolishly let her. I'm supposed to be smarter than that. As I'm sure she meant to do, Mira said. What does that have to do with your hair? I saw a girl with the same hair as me. Really? Mira's brow knits. That's bizarre. It's not like we have family from the Isles. Right? I'd never thought of it potentially being hereditary. I wince when my ribs protest a deep breath. We need to get you wrapped. Zayden's mouth tightens. We might not have a mender, but we can at least hold the bones in place to heal, and Traeger should see if you need stitches. You're the one who needs stitches, I argue. But yes to the wrap. Let's make sure everyone is ready to leave as soon as possible. I don't want to stay here a moment longer than we have to. Agreed. After resting the Griffins for a full day at Drake's suggestion, and a 13-hour flight, it's morning when we land on the rocky coast at the edge of Vidiris, the cream-stoned capital of Hedotus. Have to admit, this is the isle I'm most excited to explore. A whole community built on knowledge and peace? Yes, please. The weather is slightly colder this far south, and I strip off my gloves before dismounting. My wrapped ribs scream when I make impact, and I take a second to breathe through it before moving forward. The vegetation is even paler here, I say down the bond, as I crush barely green seagrass under my boot. Even the sporadic bushes are... Wait. I crouch next to a wiry bramble bush and note the 9-pointed leaves, then lean closer. This looks like Tarsilla, but the bark is nearly white. Perhaps magic weakens the farther from the continent one gets, Tern muses, though I'm not sure how it can be much less than non-existent. I do not like this place. Endarna scrapes a single talon through the grass, revealing only damp sand. My kind would not settle here. We should leave. Cover that. We have to at least ask. Besides, where better to find a cure for Zayden than on the Isle of Wisdom? I stare up at the city as Zayden reaches my side. It's beautiful, but also uniform. There's a single row of merchants about 50 feet away, and then the 3-story buildings begin. They're all the same color with equally distant windows, each with the same muted flowers hanging in baskets beneath them. They razed the original structures about 150 years ago and rebuilt with what Dad called intention. That's a little unsettling, he agrees, looking back between our shoulders. The tiny cuts on his cheek and forehead have scabbed over, but the bruise along his jaw looks worse today. And there's no port. It's a coastal city with no port. The trading vessels are all anchored off the coastline, and we passed more than a few dinghies on the flight in. Small boats lined the beachfront, pulled up onto the sand as if marooned here. For being the Isle of Wisdom, it's a far from logical approach. So, this one is all you, right? Riddick asks as he approaches from the left with Kat and Marin. You have to take a test or something to enter? One of us has to prove wisdom in order to meet with a triumvirate, I answer. I can't believe they elect people for high leadership, Kat mutters, glaring at the city like it might bite. Town councils. Sure, but how can you confirm someone has the skills to lead if they're not trained from birth? Being trained from birth doesn't make you any more qualified, Arik retorts from the right, Traeger at his side. Any of you truly excited at the prospect of being led by Halden? Kat crinkles her nose. Valid argument, Traeger points out. Wait, is it just me or did Kat actually grin at him? Not just you, Endarna notes. Let me see the arms. Traeger moves to stand in front of Zayden and me. And yep, Kat totally tracks the movement. I slip my left arm free of my flight jacket as Xaden does the same with his. My face puckers in a grimace when the blood-stained bandage catches on the cut beneath. I tug gently to remove it, and a bead of blood rises from the center of the cut, directly between the 6 stitches Traeger sewed into my skin yesterday. "Looks good," Traeger notes, lowering his head to my arm, and I bite back a smile when I spot a mouth-shaped bruise on the side of his neck. No infection, no swelling. He frowns at the last stitch, which is doing its best to tug straight through my skin. That one doesn't seem to want to stay put, though. "Happens," I rotate my arm. "You did a good job with the stitches." "Thanks." He flashes a soft smile, then looks to Xaden. "Your turn." "Damn!" "It's fine." Xaden's arm is red and angry along the deep gash that required 14 stitches. "It's not fine." I step into his space and examine the cut. "I brought some Lauren's salve in Brennan's med kit. It will help with the inflammation and fight off any minor infection. But we need to get it on you in the next few hours." Wind gusts peppering our legs with sand, and I turn my back to the breeze, sheltering Xaden's arm as much as possible. "Let's wait until we're out of the sand." He nods and quickly wraps the wound. "Because that wouldn't work," Mira snaps at Drake as they walk over with Garrick and Dane, who sidesteps a dead bird. "Yuck." "It really would," Drake says to her with a grin that would probably charm anyone else, but just seems to enrage my sister. "You pull a 2-pronged Pelson flight formation, and Wyvern would pick you off twice as fast for dividing your forces in that environment." Mira shakes her head. Xaden and I slip our jackets back on. "You clearly don't understand Pelson." Drake lifts his hand toward his cousin. "Tell her, Cat. In a contained environment, a Pelson maneuver—" "I'm not telling Mira shit." Cat shakes her head. "It's like arguing with Serena." "Oh, come on, Marin. Someone be on my side here," Drake pleads. Marin winces. "Have you seen her right hook?" "I have," Drake admits. "I know Pelson," Mira argues, crossing to my left. "I've studied Pelson at length because it was my job to beat your maneuvers for years. And you have no real-world examples to prove your theory. Just stop talking." She looks me over like she expects new wounds. "I'm fine," I tell her. "Drake, you're starting to annoy me," Xaden warns with a sideways glance. "You should stop that." His tone ices over. Garrick glances my way and his mouth tenses. Surely something that innocuous wouldn't trigger— "We have company," Taryn alerts. I yank my focus forward to find half a dozen people strolling onto the thick wooden walkway that connects the beach to the market. "Xaden?" He lifts his head and moves closer to me. The group is dressed in tunics and gowns of various pastel colors. The one-shoulder fashion, something I've only seen in history books or on stage. Fabrics billow in the breeze as they come closer, all staring up at the dragons in awe. "They're incredible," the middle-aged man in front says in the common language with a toothy smile. His hair bears 2 strips of silver amid red curls. "And well worth the walk to the beach to welcome you." The intricate metallic embroidery of his tunic speaks to money, as does the sparkling red gem at the top of his cane. It's the brightest pop of color I've seen on the Isle so far. "And you might be?" Xaden asks. "Where are my manners?" The man places an empty hand over his heart. "I'm Ferris, the second of the triumvirate. The other 2 enjoy standing on ceremony, of course, but I see no benefit in waiting to meet you, and therefore am here." He bows slightly, then lifts his gaze as he straightens. I blink and fight against the urge to stare. His eyes are so blue, they're actually purple. And here I'd thought Dad had written that part of the tome in hyperbole. "Welcome to Hedotus," he turns his smile on me. "You have very unusual eyes, not entirely blue or green or gold.
but an amalgamation of all. Fascinating.
I was just thinking the same thing about you, I admit.
Mine are quite common on our isle, he says. I've brought my household to formally make your acquaintance and escort you through our beautiful city. If you're amenable, we have room for you to rest at our home on the northeast shore.
He gestures up the beach, then glances back over his shoulder.
Darling, won't you come say hello? I apologize for my wife. Talia seems to be overcome by your magnificent dragons.
I'm here, my love, Talia says as she walks up the pathway behind him, her pale green gown and long black hair catching in the breeze. She moves to his side, then quickly laces their fingers before lifting her gaze. Her dark brown eyes settle on Xaden immediately, and they flare in blatant, palpable shock.
Is there a problem?
Ferris asks. She studies Xaden with a desperate intensity that puts us firmly in awkward territory. And Xaden must feel the same, given that he's practically petrified into a piece of stone beside me.
Oh, shit.
Garrick's face drains of color.
Xaden?
Talia whispers, lifting her hand, then quickly dropping it.
Is it really you?
My eyebrows hit my fucking hairline. Xaden reaches across me and wraps his hand over my hip like I need protection.
Mom?
An excerpt from Hedotus, Isle of Hedion by Captain Asher Sorengale. It has been the experience of my lifetime to spend these months with others who value knowledge just as reverently as I do. But, though their intelligence and their wisdom inspire me, their artifice terrifies me. Chapter 34. Of all the ways I'd envisioned getting to know Xaden's mother, holding her at bay in a bedroom doorway of her own house while her son refuses to see her, definitely never came to mind. This is very kind of you. I balance the silver tray of snacks she's just delivered on one hand and grip the golden doorknob with the other. I'll be sure he gets these, and thank you for sending our missives. Having seen renderings of Fen Ryerson, I can definitely say that Xaden takes after him in looks. But there are traces of Talia, too. Xaden shares her high cheekbones, her long eyelashes, and even the shape of her ears. But it's the gold flecks in their eyes that make the biological link undeniable. Hopefully Andarna's kind will know how to bring the gold back fully in Xaden's. It was lucky a ship bound for Deverelli was in the harbor to take your correspondence. Talia uses her considerable height advantage to peer over my head into our bedroom with eyes so full of longing that pity wraps around my ribcage, then constricts. I was hoping he might want to talk. He definitely does not. He's resting. I force a quick, sympathetic smile and pull the door closer, narrowing her scope of vision. What about dinner? He should meet the rest of the family. What an awful idea. He's been nearly catatonic since this morning, and she wants to throw a party with people he's never met? I'll ask, but that might be a lot for him to... We'll keep it small, then. Talia's face falls with her gaze, and she purses her lips, forming little golden brown lines around her mouth. I was so young when he was born, she whispers, staring at the doorframe. Still young when the contract expired. I never thought I'd get to see him again, and now that he's here... Tears fill her eyes as she slowly looks at me. You understand, right? What in Amari's name am I supposed to say to that? Of course I can't understand how anyone would leave him, but... Tell her the truth. He loathes her, Tarn suggests, as does Sigale. The life-giver is lucky she wasn't scorched this morning, though I do believe Sigale is still contemplating her options. Because that would be great for international relations. considering who Talia is married to.
That's his mother, Andarna argues. What would you do, Violet?
I'm not the person to ask about motherly relationships, I reply. Grief slices quick and deep, giving strength to the pity that's stretching its viney little tethers toward my heart. I understand wanting to know him, I tell Talia. He is spectacular in every way. Then you'll let... She steps toward me. Dinner, I say, standing my ground. I'll see if he's willing to have dinner. But if he isn't, you're going to have to respect that too. You push, and he'll shove back twice as hard. She braces her hand on the doorframe and shifts her eyes in thought. What if I can promise you'll get a meeting with the full triumvirate? That's what you need, right? Maybe I can give you some answers they'll look for to evaluate your acumen? I blink, and pity recedes an inch. What I need is for Xaden to be all right. If that means setting this house on fire and leaving without accomplishing anything else on this isle, then I'll hand him a torch. Damn, this tray is getting heavy. Her posture softens, and she steps out of my space, her hand falling to her side. You must love him to prioritize his feelings over your mission, she says quietly, like it's a revelation. Yes, I nod. It's nothing compared to the way he risked Eratia for me. He risked Eratia, she whispers through a watery smile. Then he loves you too. His father never would have. She shakes her head, and her hair rustles against the back of her gown. Doesn't matter. Having dinner with him would be more than I'd ever hoped for. I'll send someone up in a few hours to see if he's willing to join us. Thank you. I wait until she heads down the long, cream-colored hallway, then shut the door and turn the lock just in case. Then I take the tray in both hands and go find Xaden. The room they gave us is obviously meant for guests of distinction. It has high, vaulted ceilings, intricately carved furniture, sophisticated artwork, and a bed that could easily sleep 4 people. Everything is cream with touches of pale green and gold, all perfect in a way that borders on too pretty to touch. Our black flight jackets look sorely out of place draped across the chair of the delicate desk, and our packs and boots are so dirty I insisted on leaving them in the attached bathing chamber. The carpet is soft under my bare feet as I cross the spacious room and open one of the double-glass doors onto the covered veranda. The high balcony links with the 4 other bedrooms to the right on this side of the house, so it's no surprise to find Garrick sitting on the edge of the balustrade with Riddick, their backs to the ocean. But it does surprise me to find the cushioned love seat empty. Riddick lifts his brows at me and tilts his head to my left, and I take the cue, shimmying between the guys and the decorative table in front of the love seat when they hop off the railing. Good luck. Garrick pats my shoulder, and the 2 retreat down the veranda. I find Xaden on the shaded floor between the love seat and the corner piece of railing where my armor is tied, drying in the ocean breeze. He sits in sparring pants and an undershirt with his back against the wall, bare forearms resting on raised knees, gaze fixed into the distance. Room for one more down there? I ask. He blinks, then forces a half smile. For you, I'll move to the couch. Don't even think about it. I squeeze in next to the railing, careful not to twist my torso and anger my ribs, then sit and set the tray on the floor in front of me. These fell out of your pack. He opens his fist, revealing the 2 vials Bodhi gave me. Shit. Thanks. I take the vials and slip them into my pants pocket. That little 1-2 combo would definitely help me get my hands on you at home if I didn't think Sigale would torch me for willingly blocking the bond, even temporarily. I swallow. I should have told you I had it. You don't owe me an explanation. He looks me straight in the eye. I'm glad you have it. I don't want to lose my connection to Sigale, not when I can still use my signet to fight Venin, especially since you have one obsessively hunting you. But feel free to shove that serum down my throat if at any moment I'm not myself. I'd rather be powerless than potentially hurt you. He glances down at the tray. My mother? Nice subject change. She brought you food, but really only wanted to talk to you. Through the gaps in the railing, I look out over the strip of sand that meets the ocean and press my lips into a tight line. While Tern and Endarna sun their scales on the beach, Sigale prowls along the waterline, her head low, her eyes narrowed. She's pacing for some reason, Xaden says as Sigale passes by. Not that I can ask her. He huffs a self-deprecating laugh. Not that she'd answer. She's worried. I look over at his freshly salved wound. Good. The swelling has decreased a little already. Worrying isn't in her nature. She likes to solve the immediate problem and handle consequences later. He leans over and plucks a cinnamon-sprinkled dried fig from a crystal bowl, then studies it. Of course there's fucking sugar on it. Like somehow remembering that one little fact from when I was 7 years old is going to make up for the last 13 years. He leans again and drops it onto the empty plate, and I remain silent, hoping he'll continue. He's never really talked about his mom before. And all this time I figured she was living in Poromil. She never even told me she was from Hidotis. Neither of them did. He leans his head back against the wall. Makes sense now. Why she never had family visit. Why she was so infatuated with all things colorful. The bedtime stories told with Aran mint tea when she would whisper about people with purple eyes who lived without war. Waves crash against the beach below, and Sigale turns, pacing back toward us. You should see if she'll hunt with the others, I suggest to Tern. Feel free to ask. I'll watch. Be sure you're near the water so you can put yourself out when she sets you on fire, he replies. It's a mineral called Viladrite, I tell Xaden as he flicks the sugar off his fingers. Dad wrote that it's so prevalent on the Isle that it's in everything they eat and drink. It turns paler eye colors purple. I love that you know that. He drops his hand to my knee. Did your dad's eyes change? Not that I know of. They were always hazel like mine. I smile at the memory. Guess he wasn't here long enough. I still can't figure out when he had time to study the Isles. But maybe my grandmother knows. If I ever get the courage to speak with her like Mira did. We'll only be here long enough to search the Isle for Endarna's kind and speak with a triumvirate. The bruise on his jaw ripples when he clenches his teeth. And my mother is married to one of them. The irony is poetic. I twist toward him and wince when my ribs object. She wants to have dinner tonight. Fuck that. His expression shifts into the same impenetrable mask he used to wear around me last year. Xaden. I cradle the side of his face and stroke my thumb over the edge of his scar. Don't shut me out. His eyes flash to mine. Never. Sliding an arm behind me, he grabs hold of my hips with both hands and carefully lifts me into his lap. I can think of far better ways to spend my evening than dinner. He grazes his teeth along the shell of my ear, and a shiver rolls down my spine. Can't you? I gasp at the sudden rush of heat that flares low in my stomach when he kisses the side of my neck, flicking his tongue at the spot he knows turns me into a puddle. No magic, he reminds me, sliding his hand down my stomach. No danger of losing control. A whimper escapes my lip as his fingers dip beneath my waistband, mostly because what he suggests sounds fucking fantastic, but partially because I want all of him. I miss the heightened rush from our signets, his shadows flaring, my lightning cracking. The intimacy of lowering every barrier and hearing his voice fill my mind. I need to feel him unravel under my touch. Losing control is part of what makes us, us. No lumpy bedrolls, he continues, slipping his hand into my pants. No squad mates 10 feet away, no awkward dinners. Just you and me, and that bed. I groan, instantly remembering what we're supposed to be talking about. As utterly delicious as that sounds, my fingers dig into his thigh as his mouth toys with my earlobe. Sex is not going to fix the real problem. He sighs, then lifts his head. I know. I scramble out of his lap before I change my mind and drag him to our bed. The quick motion has me hissing through the sharp sting as I stand and grasp the railing with both hands, facing the water. Fuck. Zayden jumps to his feet and wraps his arms around me gently. I'm so sorry I forgot about your ribs. You shouldn't be flying, let alone have me crawling all over you. Not flying isn't an option. I breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth as the worst of it passes. And never apologize for touching me. He drops his chin on the top of my head. I hate that we can't get you mended. In a life without magic, the best medicine is time. I muse, a smile curving my mouth as I spot Kat and Traeger walking down the beach, hand in hand. Look at that. Good for them. He's been pining after her for years. His hands bracket mine on the railing, and his body heat staves off the chill from the ocean breeze. How much pain are you in? I don't want to ask you to sit through dinner if it hurts. I'm not about to be a barrier if he wants to talk to his mother, especially knowing what I would give to have the same opportunity with mine. It's not too bad as long as I don't twist, or breathe too deeply, or lift Endarna. The joke falls flat. So you can sit through dinner. The conflict in his voice has me turning in his arms. Only if you want to. I look up at him. Do you want me to? He swallows. I'm not making that choice for you. I bring my hands to his chest, trying to remember the last time he was indecisive about anything and coming up short. His eyes narrow and he steps back. You think I should, don't you? It doesn't matter what I think. I shake my head. And I'm probably not the best person to give you advice on this. Because she charmed you in the 3 minutes it took for her to push a tray through the door? He puts more space between us, retreating down the veranda. Because my mother just died. He stills, and regret instantly washes over his face. I'm sorry, Violet. You don't need to be. I'm just saying that I'm not the person to ask if you should spend a night talking to yours because I would give anything for 10 minutes with mine. I set my hand over my chest like it has a prayer of holding the grief inside where it belongs. I have so many questions, and I would kill for a single answer. Maybe you should talk to Garrick, because any advice I give you would be poisoned by my own grief. You have to do whatever's best for you. Whatever you can live with once we leave here. Whatever choice you make will be the right one as far as I'm concerned. You have all my support. I don't know if there's a right choice. She's not like your mother. He laces his hands behind his neck as Sigale passes by again, following her own footprints. I absolutely understand you wanting 10 minutes. I want them for you. Right or wrong, everything your mother did was to protect you and your siblings. She died protecting you. I know. I swallow the growing lump in my throat. My mother abandoned me. His hands drop to his sides. I know. I repeat in a whisper, my heart breaking all over again for him. I'm so sorry. How does she? He points to the door. Deserve my 10 minutes when she fed me chocolate cake on my 10th birthday and vanished later that night. I am the fulfillment of a contract for her. Nothing more. I don't give a shit how she looks at me, or whatever bullshit she undoubtedly spewed at you. The only reason we're in her house is because she's married to one of the triumvirate, and I have no problem using that to get what we need. My chest cracks a little more with every word, then splits clean open. I knew she'd left, just not how. And don't think that has anything to do with this. He points to his eye. I'm aware in the moments I lack emotion. You and Garrick don't need to share little oh no glances. I already feel it. It's like sliding over a frozen lake while a shrinking part of me screams that I'm supposed to be swimming in those pieces I've bartered away. And those feelings are right beneath the surface. But fuck, is skating faster and a hell of a lot less messy. This shit? He swings his finger back toward the house. It's messy and painful and infuriating. And if I could choose to give this portion of myself away, so help me Malik, I would. I get it now. It's not just the power that's addicting. It's the freedom to not feel this. Satan, I whisper, all but bleeding out by the time he finishes. Steam billows over the veranda, and our heads whip in the direction of the beach, where Sigale stands the width of Tairn away with a curled upper lip, glaring at Xaden. Stop pacing and eat something, he begs her. I know you're hungry, and I can't stand that you're hurting this far from magic, so alleviate some of the pain and go hunt. I'm all right. She drops her jaw and roars so loud my ears instantly ring. The glass doors bow, and the little table trembles before she snaps her teeth shut. 3 iris birds fly out of the tree on my left, and 2 dark-haired boys come running out of the house to see what the commotion was. Sigale, Xaden says softly, walking toward the edge of the veranda. She backs up 3 heavy steps, and my heart stutters as her hind claw nearly tramples one of the boys before she launches skyward over the house. Her tail swings so close, it slices the leaves from the trees before she disappears. Good thing the iris birds left. At least she didn't set you on fire. Tairn quickly follows, and Andarna trails after, fighting to fully extend her wing. All of them are struggling without power. Fuck. Xaden's eyes slide shut. Simeon! Gaius! One of the maids runs out of the house 3 stories beneath us, holding her skirts high as she sprints across the sand. Are you all right? She asks in Hidotic. That was amazing! The older boy shouts in kind, lifting his fists toward the sky. We can leave, I offer Xaden, crossing the distance between us and winding my arms around his waist. Right now. My mother is having our uniforms laundered. He brushes the loose strands of my braid behind my ears. So we'll be cold. Say the word and we'll go. I turn my cheek and rest my ear against his heartbeat. You're all that matters to me. Same. He drops his chin to the top of my head. We can't just skip an entire aisle, he grumbles, splaying his hands over my back. We disobeyed direct orders to be here. We can. I listen to the steady rhythm of his heart and watch the maid fuss over the boys as they walk back toward the house. The riot hunts, does a pass to make sure Andarna's kind hasn't chosen the blandest aisle ever to call home, and we go. Hidotis hasn't entered a war or aligned itself with any kingdom at war in its recorded history. They aren't going to help us. I run my hand up and down his spine. And you know where your mother is now. If you ever feel the need, you can come back. They're your 10 minutes, too. And you're not hoping... His words end abruptly as Talia runs out of the house beneath us, fisting the fabric of her gown. Boys! She screams in Hidotic as she races to the edge of the stone patio, then yanks the children into her arms. You're all right. She pulls back and gives them the same once-over I usually earn from Mira after a battle. We're great, the older assures her with a wide grin. Right, Gaius? Mama, you should have seen it roar, the younger one adds with a bob of his head. Mama. My stomach drops straight out of my body as I hope I have that word wrong. Xaden tenses, and I hear his heart begin to race. I heard it roar, and that was excitement enough, Talia tells the boys, running her hands over their hair and down the sides of their faces. But you're all right. You're all right, she repeats with a nod. Elda, will you get them cleaned up? The triumvirate is joining us for dinner, and Faris's parents would like the boys to spend the night there. Of course, the maid replies, then ushers the children into the house. Talia remains, her shoulders trembling as she catches her breath. What did she say? Xaden asks. The triumvirate is coming to dinner. I start with the easiest part first. And the boys... They're hers, aren't they? His tone slips into icy disdain. Yes, I whisper, holding him tighter as Talia returns to the house without looking up. The older is probably, what, 11? His arm drops. No wonder she never came back. She didn't just marry. She built a whole new family. There's nothing amused about his laugh. I'm so sorry. I pull back to look at him, but his expression is flat. You did nothing wrong. He steps out of my arms, and it feels frighteningly poignant as he slips away. This feeling is one I would gladly exchange. It's not just the power that's addicting. It's the freedom to not feel this. His words play back in my head, and a new fear takes root, burrowing insidiously in the pit of my stomach. Does he know I've brought my new conduit? That there's a fully charged piece of alloy in my pack? Don't barter it away, I beg as he stares at the sea, and the words spill out of me faster and faster as his eyes harden and he resurrects the defenses it took me a year to break past. The pain, the mess, give it to me. I'll hold it. I know that sounds ludicrous, but I'll find a way. I lace her fingers. I will hold everything you don't want to feel because I love every part of you. You already hold my soul, and now you want my pain? Getting greedy, violence. He brings my hand to his mouth and brushes a kiss over my knuckles before letting go. Fuck it. Dinner with my mother sounds great. Think I'll wash up first. He leaves me standing on the veranda, my thoughts racing more rapidly than Tairn could ever fly. The triumvirate is coming to dinner. They'll test us tonight. They sent the kids away. Do they think we're dangerous? Or are they? We need an edge. What would Ree or Brennan do? Shit. What did I bring with me? Brennan sent the med kit. I need Mira. And Darna, when those boys leave the house, I need you to follow as invisibly as you can, I say down the bond. Are we scheming? I do enjoy scheming. We're planning. 2 hours later, I hold the precious glass vial with both hands as Mira and I head downstairs. Now is not the time to be clumsy. We quickly find Talia in the dining room, discussing dinner with a spindly man in a pale green apron who scrubs at his nails with a blue-edged towel. Violet? Hope lights her eyes, and she dismisses the man before walking our way. Did you ask him? Her gaze darts toward Mira. My sister folds her arms and studies the table. He said dinner sounds great, I tell Talia. It's not exactly a lie. My hands twist around the glass, shielding its contents from view. The rest will be flying, but 6 of us can make it. And I thought this might serve as a peace offering between us, and maybe... I press my lips in a line and look down at the vial. Stop debating and just give it to her. Mira orders with an exasperated sigh. My sister is too polite to suggest that it might help smooth the waters and make tonight a little less awkward for those involved. Remind Xaden of home and all that. Talia lifts her brows, and I hand over the vial and its dehydrated light green leaves. She takes the gift with a bewildered smile. Is this? Dried Aran mint, I reply. God bless Brennan. An excerpt from Major Rorley's Guide to Appeasing the Gods, 2nd edition. The god of wisdom is the trickiest to placate. Hedeion seems to only answer to those who do not pray to him. Chapter 35. The dining room is just as monochromatic as the rest of the house, and the 3 people seated across the circular table would blend into the pale green wall entirely if not for their heads. Nairi, Roslyn, and Ferris are dressed in what my father described as sacred ceremonial robes. They look a little too close to scribe robes for comfort, even if they're pastel green and their hoods aren't up. Out of the 10 people at the table, Talia seems the most on edge, sitting next to Ferris, and Xaden somehow appears completely in his element at my side. Gone are the quick flashes of smiles and tender touches. The man sitting next to me in his freshly laundered uniform more resembles the one I met at the parapet on conscription day than the one I fell in love with. He's so cold I half expect the temperature around us to plummet. 5 servers are spread among us, each with a hand on a silver dome covering our plates. My stomach churns as Ferris flicks his wrist. The servers respond to the nonverbal command, lifting the domes covering our dinner. Don't be ahead, don't be ahead, don't be ahead, I chant under my breath, but from the sideways glance Arik sends from my right, I'm guessing I'm not as quiet as I think. Thankfully, my plate steams with roasted chicken, potatoes, and some kind of stuffing mixed with what appears to be cauliflower. No heads. And we're served, Ferris announces in the common language. We thank Hedeion for this meal, Nairi says, also using the common language. For the peace in our land, the wisdom he sees fit to gift, and the satisfaction of thriving relationships. We offer to him private confession of our day's error in sacrifice. May only our minds know hunger. May only our minds know hunger, the Hedotics repeat. And I'm somehow not surprised when Arik doesn't miss a beat. Let's eat, Ferris suggests, picking up his crystal goblet teeming with chilled Aran mint tea and gesturing in my direction. And thank you for your gift. My Talia is quite delighted to serve it. I'm happy to bring her joy, I reply, and an awkward silence follows as he holds his goblet aloft like he's waiting for something. She's welcome. Xaden takes a deep drink of his tea and sets it down a little harder than necessary. Ferris's smile slips, but then he drinks too. We all do, but it doesn't ease the awkwardness as we begin to eat. How do you find our city? Roslyn asks, her brown eyes crinkling at the corners when she smiles. Hard to say, considering we haven't seen it. Mira plucks a lemon slice off the edge of her plate and tosses it into the glass. Hopefully we can change that tomorrow, Roslyn replies, studying Mira like she's found a worthy opponent for a chess match. After we pass your test? I ask. That's what this is, right? We're not in a formal setting, as is custom, nor are there witnesses, but you're testing us. Kat sets her silverware on her plate, but Arik digs into his chicken, completely unfazed. Talia will serve as witness. Nairi slices into a potato. And we thought an informal setting would be best, given the delicate nature of relations. Talia's shoulders curve inward. You mean in case I embarrass my mother in a public setting with my lack of wisdom? Zayden leans back in his chair and extends his arm over the back of mine. Is that your fear, Mom?
No.
Talia's gaze jumps to Zayden and her spine straightens.
My reticence about tonight is due to my own shame, in that I asked Ferris for a personal favor so that you might be more comfortable during the conversation. I don't worry about your intelligence, Zayden. You were always a bright boy.
Her hand trembles as she reaches for her goblet.
Tell me something. When you die, do your dragons?
Ferris asks, changing the subject. Depends on the dragon, I answer, but usually no.
Griffins do, Cat adds. They bond for life.
Ferris blinks.
To tie your life to another's, especially something as frail and easily breakable as a human, seems a foolhardy thing to do.
His brow furrows.
You respect your griffin for this choice?
I respect her for who she is, and trust whatever decisions she makes, Cat replies. Griffins and their sacrifice to bond humans have allowed us to win the Great War, and to survive centuries of war after that.
Spoken like a royal.
Nairi's eyes narrow on Cat.
Talia says you are in line for the throne of Poromil?
If Queen Mariah does not choose to have children, then my uncle will rule, and eventually my sister will be an excellent queen. She picks up her fork and knife in a manner that dares them to argue. Nairi's gaze flickers from Cat to Zayden to Arik.
So many young royals here. So many potential alliances. Why are you not contracted to one another? It seems foolish not to forge futures and provide heirs who could unite your kingdoms.
The chicken goes dry in my mouth, but Mira shoots me a "can you believe these people" look that steadies my heartbeat. My brother will be king, Arik says, slicing through his chicken like this is any normal dinner. Though a horrible one. Heirs and alliances aren't my concern. I will fight in this war, most likely die, and do so knowing that I protected others.
Honor has never been the equal of wisdom.
Nairi sighs, then looks to Zayden.
And your excuse? We received news months ago that your title had been restored to you.
Which means they have current information. They knew about the rebellion, about Fenn's execution. I breathe deeply to help cool the instant scorching anger that burns up my throat and level a less than friendly look on Talia. She knew, and she left him there, didn't even go back. Zayden stabs a piece of potato with his fork but keeps his arm around my chair. Well then, as you know, I'm a duke, not a prince.
Tyrrendor is the largest province of Navarre,
Talia tells the triumvirate, rushing to her son's defense.
Much of its territory lies beyond their wards, so its allegiance to the kingdom has always been weaker than others. It would not surprise me to find that in the course of this war, Tyrrendor regains its sovereignty, which is why a lifetime alliance, her smile fades and she glances at Zayden and me, was secured. But you're not.
Zayden chews slowly, then swallows as everyone stares at him. I don't owe you an explanation about my love life. Talia flinches, then sets her hands in her lap, but her focus strays to Cat.
For God's sake,
Cat mutters, abandoning her silverware again. I said yes, he said no. He met Violet, and now they're them. They happen to be two of the most powerful riders on the continent, so in that way, his alliance with her is perhaps wiser. The two of them could break and reshape the continent if they chose to. And besides, I'm with someone else now. My chest constricts in stunned gratitude, but she only rolls her eyes when I look her way.
Breaking such an advantageous alliance is...
Nairi shakes her head at Zayden.
Unwise.
Oh, shit. Dinner churns in my stomach. They're not judging our intelligence, they're dissecting life choices. But easily remedied, Ferris says, looking at Nairi and Roslyn. It would show great wisdom and dedication to their respective titles were they to contract for 3, say 4 years? Roslyn nods. Long enough to secure an heir for Tyrandor and put Peromish blood in the line. I'm going to be sick. Garrick huffs a sarcastic laugh. If bloodlines equaled allegiance, we wouldn't be sitting here under interrogation. He glances to Talia at his right. He is your son, right? She chugs the tea to the bottom of the glass.
A contract marriage would be most wise.
Nairi agrees with a nod, ignoring Garrick's words.
We could have the legalities performed in the morning at Temple, then hear what will, no doubt, be a plea for our assistance in their war tomorrow afternoon.
Wood creaks behind me. Draw up the papers, Xaden says, gripping my chair. Bile rises in my throat. What the fuck is he doing? Kat's head snaps in our direction. Mira and Garrick both gawk, and Arik continues eating. I want the damned bond back now. Ha ha, there we go. Ferris claps twice. What an excellent decision. Shall we go with 3 or 4 years? Lifetime. Anything less is unacceptable. Xaden slides his hand to the back of my neck. And her full name for the papers is Violet Sorengale. 2 R's. I'm torn between throwing a dagger at his chest and kissing the shit out of him. Mira stifles a grin. My last name is tied to the title, but we could take yours, Xaden offers, and his eyes soften just slightly when they lock on mine. You could hyphenate, Garrick suggests, or combine. Ryergale, Sorensen.
That is not what they meant,
I whisper at Xaden. I don't give a fuck what they meant, he responds at full volume, and his fingers drift up and down the back of my neck as he faces the triumvirate. You may question our knowledge, test our honor and dedication as riders and flyers, serve up riddles, fake scenarios, chess games for all I care. But if you think I'm going to leave the only woman I've ever loved to contract marriage with the woman I do not get along with, then the lack of wisdom is yours, not mine.
It's only 3 years, Talia begs, panic rising in her eyes. And then you'd be back together. Surely the potential of our alliance, of sharing our knowledge, would make the sacrifice worthwhile. Think of Tyrandor.
Xaden leans forward and his hands slip from my neck. You cannot contemplate the things I have sacrificed for Tyrandor. I lost my father, my freedom, my very... He cuts himself off, and I glance at the floor, half expecting to see shadows swirling at his feet. Violet is the only choice I've made for myself. I won't sacrifice her for 3 years, not for a single day. You would know that if you hadn't abandoned me, if you knew me at all. I didn't want to leave you, she shakes her head, and Ferris's brows knit in disapproval. Your father wouldn't let me take you. Do not speak of my father. I am the one who watched him die. Xaden points to the relic that stretches up his neck. You left a child to face down a war you knew was coming, on a continent you knew was infested with dark wielders. I couldn't take you, she repeats. You are Tyrandor's heir. You could have stayed, he retorts, and my heart aches at the ice in his tone that I know masks his true hurt. You could have been my mother. I slide my hand onto his knee, wishing it was possible to take some of his pain. They would have executed me right next to your father, or in secret, as was done to Mari's husband. I did what I thought best, she argues. For you. A mocking corner of his mouth lifts. I'll admit, you've done well for yourself. Who needs to be the Dowager Duchess of Tyrandor when you can be the wife to a member of the Triumvirate? Mother of 2, live on a peaceful beach in a peaceful city, on an isle that serves no greater good than its own. This heated show of emotion during an interview is unbecoming. Nairi mutters, then forks the last bite of her chicken. The interview ended before it began, Mira says, twirling the stem of her goblet between her fingers. You don't care that Violet is the smartest person in this room, or that Xaden tore apart Basgaeth to save her, then returned to fight for Navarre because it was the right thing to do, or that Kat lives in the most hostile environment possible to help her kingdom. You don't care that Auric had to step into the light he hates so we'd have a royal representative, or that Garrick has stood by Xaden's side no matter the cost. We proved our lack of wisdom by coming here in the first place. You were never going to share your knowledge or ally yourself with us.
True.
Nairi pulls a jade stone from her robe and sets it in front of her plate.
And the first true piece of wisdom spoken here, which piques my interest.
Now tell me, what do you think of our city? Mira glances at me, and I get the message. My turn. From the air, it seems laid out perfectly. I sit up straight. It's a collection of exquisitely proportioned neighborhoods, all with central meeting places for markets and gatherings.
It is perfect,
Rosalind agrees, rolling her own jade stone over her knuckles. And cruel. I give my assessment with a flat tone Xaden should be proud of. He covers my hand with his and laces our fingers together. Rosalind grasps the stone and places her hand in her lap.
Please, do go on.
It's more of a threat than a request. You razed an existing city to build what stands now, did you not?
We improved our capital, yes.
Rosalind's eyes narrow. The smaller towns should have their rejuvenations complete by the end of the decade. And in doing so, you destroyed the historical base of the city, homes your citizens had lived in for generations. Yes, it's beautiful and efficient, but it also shows your intolerance for things that are not. I swallow hard. I find it perplexing, too, that you don't seem to have a port.
It is unwise to venture over water when we know next to nothing about what lurks within its depths,
Ferris flusters. They're aquaphobic? Rosalind holds up her hand.
Are we supposed to take criticism from a group who doesn't seem to know the name of their own continent?
A deep breath disturbs my ribs painfully, and Xaden's hand tightens. Amaryllis. That's what both other isles have called us. Of course, every other isle worships one member of the pantheon, and though we celebrate all, we hold one above all others, Amari. It's Amaryllis, according to ancient royal records, though I believe Paromish records called it Amalekis. The only thing our kingdoms ever agreed on was calling it the continent after the Great War, Auric says, finally putting his silverware down after cleaning his plate. Rather arrogant of us to simply refer to it as the continent, as though there aren't others beyond the sea. But we've been torn apart by war for so long, it's hard for anyone to think that we are one anything. For fuck's sake, what else is Auric holding on to?
You're rather quiet for someone who seems to know so much,
Nairi remarks.
I prefer keeping my mouth shut until I understand the rules of whatever game is aiming for my throat. Helps me judge the character and acumen of my opponent.
He looks at each of them in turn. Honestly, I find you lacking. And I'm not sure I want you for an ally. You have no army, and you're stingy with the very thing that should be free to all, knowledge.
And yet you seek our favor.
Nairi's eyebrows shoot up, and she blinks rapidly.
Me?
Auric shakes his head.
No.
I'm just here because Halden can't control his temper, and Violet didn't just bond one of our most terrifying battle dragons, but also an Irid, the 7th breed. Dark wielders are spreading. People are dying as we sit here. Every day we're gone could change the battle map in ways we can't begin to predict. And my kingdom is full of assholes who won't take refugees under king's orders. So tracking down the Irids is our best hope of not only adding to our numbers, but maybe figuring out how we beat the Venin 600 years ago. If you fit into that solution with all your wisdom, then great. If not, it seems all we're accomplishing here is dragging out family resentment and judgment, which we get plenty of at home. If it were up to me, we would thank you for the meal and get out before we discover what you do to people who don't pass your test.
You are the highest member of nobility in your party, Rosalind notes, shifting in her seat with a grimace. Is it not up to you?
Nobility doesn't play into rank, at least not for me. Arik glances my way. Andarna chose Violet. And though there are 4 superiorly ranked officers with us, it's Violet's mission. She's in command, and with the exception of her rather questionable taste in men, I've trusted Violet's wisdom since childhood. Our eyes meet, and I shoot him a small smile. The door opens and servants pour in. The room falls quiet as they remove our dinner plates and disappear back into what I assume is the kitchen.
You are truly bonded to a 7th breed,
Rosalind asks me. I am. I raise my chin. She was left behind when her kind left the Amoralis. And we seek them. Now, are you interested in speaking to us about an alliance?
I am curious.
Rosalind sets her stone in front of her plate.
2 down. You are doing well, Ferris grins. Unfortunately, it must be a unanimous decision, and I'm a little more shrewd with my approach. Tell me, if you truly seek knowledge, why do you not worship Hedion? Why would you not take up residence here like others who seek wisdom instead of allyship? Our libraries are unparalleled. Our colleges, centers for learning and culture, not death. I was taught that wisdom is never to be prayed for, but earned. And as much as I would revel in your library, I'm not interested unless it contains information on the venin. I shrug. I'm not going to hide on an isle while the people I love are condemned to death by draining. The door opens behind Ferris again, and a server leans in. Sir, are you ready for dessert?
We are, Ferris answers, and the man returns to the kitchen. Please tell me you've done something with all that chocolate Talia has been stockpiling for weeks. I swear she's bought every shipment that's come in, and you know how rare it is, Nairi teases. But a second later, her mouth purses and she adjusts in her chair. Though I'm not sure I'm feeling up for sweets tonight.
Me either,
Rosalind agrees, holding her stomach. What kind of information? Ferris prompts me, his smile sharpening. A weapon to destroy them, perhaps? She already is one, Xaden remarks as the door opens, and Ferris's eyes narrow on me slightly. Servers stream in, then place our dishes on the table in front of us. Oh, shit. A silver fork rests beside a perfectly sliced piece of chocolate cake. Xaden's hand goes lax on top of mine. Is it still your favorite? Talia's voice pitches up with excitement. I know your birthday isn't until the end of the month, but you're here now. Xaden stares at the cake like Halden stared at Anna's head. Phyllis, Ferris calls out to one of the servants as they file back into the kitchen. It seems the 4 of us are missing our forks. Of course, I'll fetch them immediately, the woman replies before the door shuts. Please, don't wait on our account. Ferris waves at us. Chocolate's an uncommon treat this far from Deverelli. And she's been hoarding it for weeks. My mind begins to race. Weeks. She knew we were coming. I prefer a Deverelli approach to an alliance. That's what Queen Marlise said. Cortland must have informed the other isles. Talia knew Xaden was coming. If you don't like it anymore, that's all right. Talia's smile trembles. I've been away from you longer than I was with you, and I know tastes can change. You're an adult now, after all. But just in case yours hasn't, we tried 4 recipes, and I think this one is closest to what we had in Eurasia. You used to sneak into the kitchens when the cooks were baking, I remember. Xaden drags his gaze to meet his mother's. And it's still my favorite. That scene on the beach where she acted so surprised was all fake. My stomach sours. This is wrong. Something's wrong. I've missed a detail I shouldn't have. Her smile brightens, and Ferris wraps his arm around her shoulder. You did well, my love. He kisses her cheek. My gaze moves to Mira's, and her brow knits. She slides her hand backward on the table, and my heart begins to pound. We're being played. Talia knew Xaden was coming, which means Ferris knew, and he's more shrewd in his approach to testing us. The 4 of them conveniently don't have forks. Something's in the cake. Xaden reaches for his fork, and my fingers dig into his knee. His gaze snaps to mine, 2 lines forming between his brows. I shake my head, then whip out my right and snatch the fork from Arik's grip. Kat drops her silverware, and it rattles on the plate. This tastes just like home, Garrick says, lifting another bite to his mouth. Oh, Mari, he's already eaten 1/3 of it. Stop! My heartbeat trips over itself. Garrick pauses, then sets the forkful on the plate. He said we could start. He blinks once, then wobbles. I feel... Time seems to slow as his eyes flutter shut, and he collapses, falling toward the table. Garrick! Xaden shouts, shoving away from the table as Arik lunges, catching Garrick's head before it can hit the surface. Arik's gaze swings wildly toward Xaden. He isn't breathing! An excerpt from Hedotus, Isle of Hedion, by Captain Asher Sorengale. The citizenship test for those wishing to reside in Hedotus reminds me of the entrance exam for the scribe quadrant. But our test is designed to measure how much a potential cadet has learned. And theirs reads as though to prove how much one has not. Chapter 36. Chairs screech against the stone floor as Mira, Kat, and I stand. Get back here! I shout down the bond, and panic wraps its sharp-nailed hands around my heart and squeezes. Already en route, Tern replies. Is Krod? Enraged, but not suffering the loss of his rider, from what I can tell. He just set part of the forest on fire, and Darna adds. Ryerson, he's not... Arik starts to repeat. I heard you the first time. Xaden hooks his arms under Garrick's shoulders and hauls him from the chair, then lays him out on the floor and kneels by his side. What did you put in it? I ask Ferris, rounding the table. His smile shifts from playful to cruel, but he doesn't answer. Get Traeger, Mira orders, and I hear a door open and shut behind me. Xaden presses his ear to Garrick's chest, sluggish but beating. We need to get him to breathe, Arik starts. He's fucking blue. Well aware. Xaden pinches Garrick's nose shut, then seals his mouth over Garrick's and exhales. Garrick's chest rises. I rock back on my heels and stand, finding Talia staring at Garrick with horror-stricken eyes. What was in the cake? I ask her. She startles. Nothing. Her brow furrows as she looks at Garrick's slice, then reaches for hers. It's just... Not for you, my dear. Ferris takes her plate, then winces, tilting his head as he runs a hand over his stomach. What did you do? Talia pushes back so quickly her chair falls into the wall behind her, leaving a mark on the pristine surface. I tested them as you asked, he tells her with a loving smile. Here, in the privacy of our home, where they'd be comfortable. Nairi and Roslyn both nudge their plates away, exchanging annoyed glances as Mira hovers, ready to strike. You poisoned my son? Talia shrieks. Your son was wise enough not to eat it. Ferris replies, Our isle can be unforgiving. You should be proud, not angry. I grab what's left of Garrick's cake and lift it to my nose. It smells like chocolate and sugar and maybe a hint of vanilla, but... There. I breathe deeply, catching a hint of something sickly sweet, like fruit that's been left in the sun too long. It's still slowing, Arik says, and I glance back to see him lying with his ear against Garrick's chest as Xaden breathes again for his best friend. My mind doesn't race, it flies. It could be anything, powdered and added to the flour, liquefied and mixed in with the eggs, or added to the glaze. It could be indigenous or imported. All I have is Dad's field guide. We're so far out of our depths here that I'm not even sure Brennan could help. Violet, Xaden pleads as our gazes collide. The panic in those onyx depths jars me like nothing else can. I take a deep breath and steady my heartbeat to slow my thoughts. I'll find it, I promise. I won't let him die. Xaden nods and breathes for Garrick again. I smell the cake one last time and set it down, finding Ferris watching us with rapt curiosity. Talia slowly backs herself against the curved wall, wrapping her arms around her middle as she watches Xaden. Is this the part where you draw a weapon? Ferris asks me, shifting in his seat. Threaten to kill me if I don't tell you what your hasty friend ingested? No, I lean my hip against the table where Talia should be sitting. This is the part where I tell you I've already killed you. Ferris's smile slips. And yet I breathe, and your friend does not. But his body rolls like he's trying to contain a belch, and he covers his mouth. Oh, you'll breathe just fine. I glance at the other three. You all will. It's the vomiting until your bile turns to blood that will kill you. Should start in about 10 minutes. Don't worry, it only lasts about an hour. Kind of a miserable way to go, but I worked with what I had. Nairi lurches out of her chair and drops to her knees, retching onto the floor. Shit, my timing's off, I say to Mira. She had 2 glasses. Mira wrinkled her nose and retreats a step as Nairi empties the contents of her stomach. You drank and ate everything we did, Ferris says, the blood draining from his face. I watched. Not before dinner, you didn't. I drum my fingers on the table. Before dinner, it was just the 6 of us. Are you curious what I gave everyone for an appetizer as we walked down the stairs? His eyes flare. You're lying. You wish. I glance sideways as Talia slides down the wall, muffling a cry with her fist. Time for your test. Do you know why Aran mint is illegal to export? Why it's against the rules to take it outside Aracia? The fucking tea, Ferris hisses, shooting a glare at Talia. I lift his empty goblet and turn it upside down. And you drank it all, I tisk at him, then set it back on the table. I'll make you a deal. I was saving this for the unlikely event we failed your test and needed leverage, but you give me your antidote, and I'll give you mine. You don't get to beat me, he shakes his head. Anger prickles along my skin. And you don't get to poison my friend with impunity. I tilt my head, refusing to let any of the panic curdling in my stomach show on my face. Your friend will be dead in the next 20 minutes, and I will still have 40 to see you slaughtered by my guards. You think we won't find the antidote in your room? His voice rises. The house shudders, and an ear-splitting roar rattles the forks against their plates. I wish you the best of luck. I manage to keep my voice level. You have mediocre guards. I have 10 lethally trained riders and flyers, 4 griffins, and 7 pissed-off dragons. The odds are in my favor. Ferris blanches. How do I know you're not bluffing? That what you've given us is deadly? You don't, I shrug. But as soon as you or your wife starts vomiting blood, I'm afraid the antidote won't do you any good. Time's ticking. The door swings open behind us, slamming into the wall. Oh, fuck. Drake immediately sidesteps out of the doorway and Traeger rushes in, the others close behind. What did they give him? The flyer asks, dropping to his knees opposite Xaden. Working on that, I tell him. And I'm failing. Ferris isn't responding to a threat to his own life, or even his wife's. It goes against every base instinct I have. I would have forked over the antidote as soon as I'd realized Xaden was in trouble. Stop thinking like you, Tarn orders. Think like him. He'd rather die than lose. Fear drips off the edges of every word. He's not going to tell me. Then stop asking him. Violet, Xaden shouts. We have to get his heart beating stronger. Traeger puts one hand on top of the other on Garrick's sternum, then forces all his weight down. Keep breathing for him. The door opens behind Ferris, and a servant gasps, then slams the door shut and screams. My gaze swings to Mira. I need you to handle everything else in this house that can kill us. Then I look toward the doorway and find Dane standing behind Kat and Riddick. Get my dad's book on Hedotus. It's in my pack on the right side of my bed. Dane nods and takes off running. We seal the house now, Mira orders. There are 3 doors on this level. Cordella, take the front. Kat and Marin, handle the back by the patio. I'll go for the side. Riddick and Auric, stay with Violet. She draws her daggers and charges past the 2 sick women and through the servants' entrance to the kitchen. The cook. Riddick, with me! I call back over my shoulder, then race through the door Mira left open and into the kitchen. 5 servants stand around a large cluttered table, their hands up at their shoulders, palm facing outward. There are 2 more at the hearth, 1 at the wash basin, and 2 by a stone oven. Where is the cook? They stare back at me. Where is the cook? I repeat, switching to Hedotic. The female servant who just found us trembles as she points to a doorway on her right. I draw 2 blades and trust Riddick to watch my back as I storm past the workers and into... It's a pantry. Shelves with jars and baskets of fruits line the walls. The spindly man startles and nearly drops what looks to be a jar of pickled eggs. What did you put in the cake? I ask in Hedotic. What I was instructed to. He slides the jar back onto the shelf, then reaches below and draws a knife from the block. Don't do that, I lift my blades. Just tell me what's killing my friend and you live. He charges me and I throw my daggers in quick succession, embedding them deep within both his forearms. Blood streams to his elbows and he drops the kitchen knife, then bellows, staring down at his arms as his hands shake. I told you not to do that. I take 3 steps, then yank out both of my daggers by their hilts and kick him square in the stomach. He stumbles backward into the shelves. Debilitating pain explodes in my side, and I gasp. Tensing every muscle like that might somehow rewind the last 30 seconds and spare my broken rib. Fuck, I did not think that through. The cook brings his trembling hands together in a plea, revealing blue half-moons under his nails. Please, no, I have a wife and 2 children. Blue. He hadn't been using a blue-edged towel. He'd been scrubbing the blue off his hands. I back out of the pantry slowly and find Riddick guarding the door. Flight jacket unbuttoned, sword drawn. We're looking for something blue. You telling me there's actually something colorful on this aisle? We both stare at the pots, pans, and dishes covering the newly deserted work table, then move toward it. Riddick sheathes his sword, picks up a pot, checks its cream-colored contents, and sets it back down. Even the freaking birds are white. Eris birds. Blue nails. The scent of overripe fruit. That's it. I know what it... The cook yells as he storms out of the pantry, and both Riddick and I whirl. My heart seizes as I catch sight of the cook's kitchen knife mid-flight. I dodge right, then surge forward toward the cook, walling off the pain like it belongs to someone else, and pull a move from Cortland's book. I throw the dagger with a snap of my wrist and pin the cook's bloodied hand to the fucking doorframe. He has the nerve to howl like he doesn't deserve it. Stay there, I order in Hedotic, then turn back toward Riddick. Air gushes from my lungs as Riddick looks down. The cook's knife is lodged in his side. Recovered correspondence of Cadet Violet Sorengale to Cadet Rhiannon Mateus. I wish you and Sawyer were with us, but I'm grateful to have Riddick, even if his sarcasm is wearing on Mira's last nerve. Chapter 37. Riddick! Fear pours into me colder than a snow squall in January as I stumble forward. No, no, no! The words form a chant of pure denial in my head. That's unfortunate, Riddick says quietly, staring down at the knife that protrudes from his side. Not Riddick. Not anyone, but especially not Riddick. This isn't happening. Not again. Not when we're thousands of miles from home and he hasn't graduated or fallen in love or gotten to live. You're all right, I whisper. Just keep it there and I'll get Traeger. Riddick reaches for the knife's hilt. No! I lunge across him to grab his hand, but he's already yanked the blade free. I slam my palms over his side to staunch the flow of blood. But there isn't any. No hole in his shirt either, just 2 slices through his flight jacket and a cut in the counter. The blade caught the edge of his flight jacket. Not him. Riddick flies at the cook, and my hands slip off his stomach. Asshole, Riddick shouts, and I pivot to see him plow his fist into the cook's face. I have 4 uniforms, but only 1 fucking flight jacket, and I punch, hate, punch, sewing. Riddick yanks my dagger from the cook's hand, and the man slides down the doorframe, his eyes fluttering shut. For fuck's sake, you're supposed to be the civilized aisle. He wipes my blade on the cook's tunic, then turns and walks back toward me. What is the wisdom in a kitchen cook attacking 2 trained killers? His face falls. Vi, you all right? I gulp for air and nod. Yeah, I just thought... But I'm fine. And you're fine. And everything is fine, except Garrett, so we should... Understanding softens his eyes, and he wraps his arm around my shoulders, pulling me into a quick but gentle hug. Yeah, I love you too. I nod and we break apart. I know what they put in the cake. Good. Riddick gestures at the door, and we both head back toward the dining room. And I want a patch for this shit, Violet. A Quest Squad patch, understand? Loud and clear. I make it into the dining room first and find 2 of the triumvirate retching, while Zayden and Traeger monitor Garrick as Talia sobs. Arik waits on the edge of the table, dagger in hand, and Ferris sits hunched over with his arms around his stomach. He's breathing on his own, but it's shallow, Zayden says. Tell me you have good news. Almost, I try to smile. Book. Dane slides my father's field guide across the table. Arik catches it, then hands it over. He'll be dead in 10 minutes, Ferris mutters. No, he won't. I flip through the book to the chapter I need, then run my finger down the flora chart Dad drew until I reach Zakia berries. Poisonous when allowed to ferment. Treat with fig or lime to the back of the throat within 1 hour. Thank you, Dad. I've got it, I tell Zayden, then slam the book shut and look over at Dane. Upstairs on the veranda by our room, there's a silver tray. Get the figs. Dane nods, then takes off at a run. I motion to Arik, and he slides from the table. I need 5 small cups filled with water. Fresh, not salt. 1 is for Dane. He heads into the kitchen and Riddick follows. Figure out how to get him to swallow, I say to Zayden, then lean against the edge of the table, grimacing at the pain in my ribs as I lean down to Ferris. We're fighting a war for the future of our world. This shouldn't be a competition. Logic and wisdom dictate that you assist us so you don't become us. It is your war, he growls as Dane sprints back in. Crush it, dice it, whatever you have to do to mix it with enough water to get it down his throat, I tell Dane. On it. He steps onto a chair, then walks across the table, jumping off once he clears Garrick's head. Then he too disappears into the kitchen. It will be our war, I lean down as Ferris shudders. You think they won't come here once they've drained every last ounce of magic from our home? We're safe. He glares up at me. We have no magic here. Foolish, foolish man. I shake my head. They'll drain you. His eyes flare a second before he groans in pain. Zayden and Traeger have Garrick on his side when Dane returns with the fig slurry and a spoon. Arik and Riddick follow, each carrying 2 small cups of water. I take them one by one and set them behind me out of Ferris's reach, then dig my nails into the palm of my hand to keep from panicking as the guys work to get the solution down Garrick's throat. He has an hour, according to Dad, and it hasn't been... Garrick sputters, spitting some of the slurry out, but his eyes flash open. I sag in relief as Zayden yells at him to wake the fuck up and drink it. It takes him 4 big swallows before the cup is drained, and he falls back, his head landing in Traeger's lap. Zayden's worried gaze snaps to mine. Give it time, I say gently. We're under the hour mark. He'll be all right. A muscle in his jaw ticks, making the bruise ripple, but he nods. Now is when you pray that Garrick wakes in the next few minutes, I whisper to Ferris as Rosalind cries softly on the floor. You pray to Hedion, or whoever will listen, that you are not as clever as you thought you were, Because that's the only way he's going to let you out of this alive. Ferris's purple eyes narrow up at me. Why would I pray for him to wake and kill me? Not Garrick, I shake my head. Xaden. Sigale is widely known as one of the most ruthless dragons in Navarre, and she chose him for a reason. Fear streaks through his gaze. I sit back and wait. 3 minutes later, Garrick groans and opens his eyes. This is my least favorite isle. A relieved laugh bubbles through my lips, and Xaden's head falls back like he's giving thanks to Zanal, or perhaps Malik, for not claiming his best friend. You didn't win, Ferris snaps. You're dying. I think that qualifies you as the loser. I slide off the table. Xaden jumps to his feet and barrels past me, yanking Ferris from the chair and shoving him against the wall. Oh, shit. And here I thought I'd been bluffing. My stomach hollows as Xaden hits Ferris with a bone-crunching right hook. You poisoned him? He slams him into the wall again. You tried to poison her? He draws a blade from his thigh and sets it at Ferris's neck. Whoa, whoa, Riddick walks toward them. We can't kill potential allies, even if they suck. Xaden turns a glare on Riddick that freezes the blood in my veins. That isn't him. No, I move without thinking, stepping between them and pushing Riddick back with a hand against his chest. No! Riddick lifts his brows but steps back, and Dane's eyes narrow as I turn to Xaden. Look at me! I take hold of his forearm, but he doesn't back off Ferris's throat. A thin line of blood appears at the blade's edge. Look at me! Xaden's gaze drops to mine, and my stomach flips. It's like I'm staring at a stranger dressed up as the man I love. Get off the ice, I whisper. Pull your shit together and come back to me because I need you. Not this. You. His eyes flicker with recognition. A second later, he pushes away from Ferris, lowers his blade, walks past me, past Riddick and Arik and Dane, past his own mother and Garrick and Traeger, to lean against the wall by the door. He sheathes his blade and folds his arm, staring at the plate in front of my seat. You have a plan here? Dane asks, his gaze swinging from Xaden to me. Or are we winging it? I have a plan. Sort of. That plan is just rapidly deteriorating the longer it takes Ferris to buckle. Killing the triumvirate isn't going to secure the alliance we need, and naturally, Ferris knows that. Can you get everyone ready to fly? Dane nods. Arik, help Traeger and Garrick and start moving him toward Crod. Riddick, let's pack everyone's shit. They all move, leaving Xaden and me with the triumvirate and his mother. Sit, I order Ferris, pointing to his chair, and to my utter surprise, he does. What should I charge you for the antidote? Meet Malik, he snarls. It's a shame you don't know more about Tyrrendor, seeing as your wife lived there for 10 years. I move to the edge of the table. Arrynmint, of all things. Ironic that it's your ignorance and not mine we discovered tonight. You'll never make it out of here alive, he swears. We will. I put the 4 glasses in front of me and pull 4 vials from my left front pocket. It's only a question of if we leave here with an alliance, an understanding, or a newly elected triumvirate. He growls, but his gaze tracks my motions as I pour the vials into the water, 1 per glass. The clear liquid quickly turns black and grows sludgy. What's it going to be? I ask Ferris. My staff knows what's happened here. The city guards will shoot your dragons from the sky, he warns. I highly doubt that. I take Arik's unused fork and stir the slurries. Because in a minute, my sister is going to bring one of your guards in, and you're going to tell them to let us go, as we have a newfound allyship rooted in... I glance at Talia, who has tucked her knees to her chest as she writhes in pain. Bloodline. Guess someone's contract marriage worked out as intended, because your wife's son is the Duke of Tyrrendor. Naturally, you'd want to nurture that relationship. You would never be able to trust me. I'll turn on you the second you leave. You won't. I shake my head, because like you said, your staff knows what happened here. You can certainly keep them quiet, but you can't keep us quiet. Do you truly think your Isle would support your next bid for power if they knew you were outsmarted? In your own home? He clenches his fists as his stomach heaves, but he doesn't vomit. How did you do it? Now that's progress. Aran mint looks just like regular mint, which is why its export is outlawed. By itself, steeped in milk or turned into tea with lemon or a little chamomile, it works wonders for sleep and healing. But when you combine it with some other pretty ordinary herbs, say the shredded bark of the tarsilla bush, it becomes a deadly poison. And tarsilla grows all along your beaches. I lean down, careful not to jostle my ribs, so I'm at his eye level. Ask me why we're going to fly out of here without you saying a single word. Why? He grinds out. Because you love your sons, I smile. That's why you sent them out of the house tonight. Fear widens his eyes. Ask why there are only 6 dragons outside. I lift my brows and wait, but his breath starts coming alarmingly fast. If you're going to be dramatic, I'll just give you the answer. It's because the 7th currently sits next to the window at your parents' house where your boys sleep, where she'll stay until she knows we're out of range of any weapons you might be hiding. Approval floods the bond, and I imagine Tern's chest puffing with pride. That's impossible. Ferris shakes his head. Someone would have seen. Not when that dragon is an Irid. Sweat drips down his forehead, catching in his eyebrows. You wouldn't. They're children. You really want to take that risk? I stand and slide the first glass his way. Or do you want to drink and live? Ferris! Talia cries. Please! You didn't outsmart me. None of this happened. He reaches for the glass. I didn't outsmart you alone, I admit. My father helped. He clutches the antidote. The eyes. I should have recognized your eyes, your Asher Daxton's girl. One of them, yes. A slow smile spreads across my face. And the other currently has command of your house. Make your choice. He drinks. Xaden doesn't so much as look at his mother when we walk away. We hover out of Crossbolt range until Andarna joins us, then fly through the night, heading northwest along the trading routes. We only have 2 major isles left to search for the Irids, and as much as I enjoy not being hunted by Theophany, we can't stay out here long enough to thoroughly scour all the minor ones. Every day we fly lengthens the time it will take to get home, where the least of our worries will be the court-martial waiting for us if we don't bring with us the assistance we disobeyed orders to find. By morning, there's still no sight of land. My chest feels like it's clamped in a permanent vice. Gods, if I'm wrong, I won't have only almost gotten Garrick killed. I'll be the end of the rest of us, too. I sleep on and off in the saddle, my exhaustion the only thing capable of outweighing the pain in my ribs. Luckily for me, the power in the sun shield rune I carry still holds, and my skin remains unburned as the temperature warms. By the time the sun is directly above us, we reach the southeastern tip of the archipelago that leads to Zelna. Should be another hour until we reach the mainland, Tern says as we sail over the first island, which looks small enough to be swallowed at the slightest hint of a storm. Can the others make it that long? Andarna is already strapped at his chest. I can't exactly ask them, but no one has snapped at my wings, which I find to be a good sign. Or they're all too tired to. I twist as far as my ribs will allow and see that the griffins are mostly holding the center of the formation. Kirillere is lagging a little. Is she? Tern doesn't look back. Or is it Silarain? I block the sun with my hand and focus hard on the second row of griffins. You're right, it looks like she's fallen back to keep pace with Silarain. But Kath and Molvik have their backs covered another row behind.
I know.
We cross over the next island and the aqua water that surrounds it on all sides.
Seems Catriona has found someone worth lagging behind for.
The thought brings a smile to my face as I settle in for the last part of the flight. True to his estimate, it's about an hour before we fly past the white sand beaches and their swaying palm trees. And their waving humans. That's unusual. No one screams and runs or mans the wall of crossbolts as we pass over the coastal town. They just wave.
It's unsettling,
Taryn agrees. It's not a bad thing to be liked. Andarna clicks out of her harness and flies off to Taryn's right, tipping her wing when a group of children runs across a field, their arms extended. I breathe a sigh of relief as we sail over green-leafed trees. Perhaps the color isn't quite as rich as the tones on the continent, but is definitely a welcome sight after the monochromatic scheme of Hidotis. A sparkling river leads us into the hills, and we pass a sun-drenched waterfall before reaching a plateau, then continue due west along the winding riverbed. 3 more waterfalls and rises in elevation later, the capital city of Zortris comes into view and takes my breath away. It's situated at the base of an enormous curved waterfall, and the way the river splits around the city makes it appear as an island of its own. The city walls look like they rise from the water itself, and the structures beyond defy any and all architectural logic, as though vertical additions were erected upon existing buildings as they were needed, growing the city skyward. The south bridge is the main gate, I remind Taryn, and he banks left along the southern branch of the river, flying toward the enormous structure that spans the water.
Is that a gate or an amphitheater?
Taryn asks as a huge clearing comes into view at the end of the bridge. Both? Along the western tree line sits rows upon rows of benched seating, enough to fit hundreds, maybe thousands of people. And they're half full. Do you think this is normal, or the other option makes me a little queasy? They're expecting us, Andarna replies with excitement, descending into the field before Taryn. Her left wing trembles as she flares them wide and she lands a second before we do, dead center in the field. The crowd comes to its feet in a raucous cheer as Taryn tucks his wings in and prowls forward to Andarna's side. A few people dart from the stands and make a run for the bridge, too smiley to be fleeing for their lives.
They're spreading the news.
Taryn turns his head slowly, and I mirror his movement, lifting my flight goggles and taking in what is easily the oddest and potentially most dangerous arrival we've faced yet. We're more than outnumbered, though no one appears to be holding any weapons against us. Nor do they approach, they simply watch. The stands rise a good 20 feet over Taryn's head, and the people in them cheer louder as our squad lands in a single long line. The earth shudders with each dragon's arrival, but the griffins fit themselves into formation gracefully. The excitement in the air is a living, palpable thing, roaring in my ears louder than the waterfall in the distance, clinging to my skin with more tenacity than the stifling heat and humidity, humming along my veins as though their zeal is contagious. This is weird. I glance to the right and note Andarna scraping through the manicured grass with a single talon. Stay close. Any closer and I'll be under him, she retorts, her full claws flexing in the ground.
Stop tearing up their grass before they...
Taryn lowers his head to the ground and inhales so deeply, his sides flare as his lungs expand.
Do you feel that?
Feel what? The buzz from the crowd grows to a fever pitch, and a wave of energy rushes up my body, prickling the back of my neck in a feeling that reminds me of... I gasp. Magic. An excerpt from Zelna, Isle of Zinal, by Major Asher Sorengale. To live among the Zilni, you must prepare to accept luck as your guide, and chaos as your standard. Chapter 38. No wonder the leaves are almost fully green. Zelna has magic. Not enough to channel or even properly shield, and nowhere in the realm of wielding. But there are definitely 2 strands of power trickling down the bonds from Tern and Endarna. I shove my flight jacket into my pack so I don't sweat to death and make quick work of dismounting. Tern dips even lower in deference to my aching ribs, and I pat the scales above his talon in thanks as I walk onto the field. To my right, Endarna flicks her head left and right repeatedly, like she can't fully focus on one sight before another catches her attention. And on my left, Riddick stares up at Atrum, saying something I can't hear over the noise of the crowd. Just beyond him, Traeger throws his head back in laughter, then reaches up to scratch under Silarain's silver-feathered jaw. The griffin tilts her head to give him easier access and closes her eyes. I can't help but wonder how long she's had that particular itch, since it's in a place she can't reach. Can they talk? I move forward just enough to see down the line of our squad and watch the same scene playing out among riders and flyers. Even Xaden is paused before Sigale, though it looks like any conversation they might be having isn't going his way. "We all can," Tern replies with a sound I'd almost call a sigh of contentment. I give myself a second to smile, to revel in the happiness of my friends who have been denied the closest of their relationships for the last couple of weeks. Then I look up at the mass of people gradually quieting and taking their seats, and scan down the rows to the bottom without finding a single weapon out of its scabbard. Color fills the crowd, but everyone sitting in the front row is dressed in identical sleeveless tunics, the shade of apricots. For as much excitement as they're showing, none of them rush forward to greet us. In fact, the people joining climb the seats farthest to the right as they enter the field, as though not to obscure the crowd's view for even a second. A wisp of a shadow brushes against my mind, and my smile deepens. "Hi there," Xaden says as he strides toward me, the corners of his mouth curving. He's shucked his flight jacket, too, and pushed up the sleeves of his uniform to his elbows. "Hi there," I grin, somehow having found home thousands of miles away from the continent. "Everything good with Sigale?" "She's yelling, but I'll take it over silence any day." A muscle in his jaw pops as he reaches my side, then turns to face the crowd. "Pretty sure she's spent the last week or so cataloging every one of my missteps, given how quickly she listed them." "I'm sorry." I brush the back of my hand against his. "She has every right to be pissed." He laces our fingers and holds tight as he studies our surroundings. "I need you to make me another promise, Violet." That sounds serious. I smile at Riddick as he heads our way with a definite bounce in his step. The others aren't far behind him. "Look at me." Xaden softens the sharp command with a brush of his thumb over mine. My gaze snaps to his and my smile falls at the intensity of his stare. "What do you want me to promise?" "That you'll never do that again." I blink. "You're going to have to be more specific." "You put yourself between Riddick and me." "It seemed like you might hit my friend." I lift my brows. "And you weren't exactly yourself." "That's my point." Fear flashes across his face before he quickly masks it. "There's no telling what I could have done to you. It's all I've been able to think about." "Is it just me, or are we the equivalent of the circus coming to town?" Riddick asks. "You won't hurt me," I argue for the 100th time. "Even when you wanted to kill me last year, you never hurt me. Even when you lack your emotions, you're still you." "Oh, we're definitely the show," Kat answers Riddick. "This might be my favorite aisle." Traeger takes Kat's hand. What do you think, Violet?
Me, without any restraint or reason.
Xaden lowers his brows.
How about I decide when I think you're too dangerous to approach? I think I know when I'm too dangerous to approach.
He leans in. Don't mind them, Riddick's tone sings. They're back to doing whatever it is they do when they ignore everyone around them and pretend they're the only people in existence.
This from the same man who thinks I need to know how to kill him? I lift my chin. Which is it, Xaden? Am I too precious to get close, or am I the one who needs to know which shadow is yours?
He gives me a look Sigale would be proud of, and I hold his gaze.
I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I hurt you.
The sun catches the amber flecks in his eyes, and I nearly relent at the plea in his tone.
And I won't be able to live with myself if I stand there and watch you hurt Riddick. I squeeze his hand. I take full responsibility for my safety. You are a giant battle flag waving in the wind right now, Xaden, but you're my battle flag. And you'd do the same thing in my position.
Hey, I hate to break up whatever moment you're having, Riddick says. But everyone's here, and their emissary is headed this way.
This discussion isn't over,
Xaden warns as we turn our attention to the field.
Happy to win the fight again later.
I squeeze his hand one last time, then let go as a woman in an orange tunic and matching scabbard walks toward us, carrying a cone-shaped object half my height.
I love you. So fucking stubborn, he sighs. I love you.
All down the line, the dragons lower their heads in warning. The woman doesn't flinch, but the crowd falls quiet. I take a steadying breath and send a prayer up to Zanal himself that this encounter goes better than our last.
Welcome to Zelna, the woman says in the common language, then grins as she approaches, her white teeth sharply contrasting her deep brown cheeks. She's beautiful, with joyful brown eyes, a halo of black airy curls, and thick curves. I am Calixta, mistress of today's festivities.
Festivities? My brows scrunch at the term, and Riddick rocks back on his heels. Xaden's head tilts. Calixta pauses about 5 feet from my boots, then glances across our squad and begins to speak in Zelish. I blink. Any studying I did is completely useless. Nothing on the page could prepare me for hearing it spoken. It's a lilting, flowy language where one word seems to run into the next. Dane replies slowly from my right, the words coming out like he's in pain. Arik sighs from beside Xaden, then proceeds to speak like he was freaking born here. Dane looks ready to murder him.
Excellent, Calixta replies in the common language. I am happy to speak in your tongue if it brings you joy. She turns to me. Your translator says you are the leader of this glorious assembly.
I'm really starting to loathe that word. I'm Violet Sorengale. We've come in hopes of
securing an alliance, she beams. Yes, word of your travels reached us a few weeks ago, and we have been waiting ever since.
Here? Riddick asks. You've all been waiting out here?
Of course not. She scoffs. People come to the festival grounds as they have time, in hopes they will be the first to see the dragons. And Zanal is certainly with those of us who chose today.
Her gaze sweeps over the riot.
Which is the Irid?
I draw back.
Courtland?
Courtland, Xaden agrees. And Darna lifts her head and Tern growls down the bond.
Way to give yourself away. I narrow my eyes at her.
It looks black, Calixta remarks, and Darna blinks and her scales shift color, blending into the background. I correct Calixta. Her name is Andarna, and she's the only Irid on the continent. I wince. On Amoralis. We're searching for the rest of her kind and allies to hopefully fight alongside us in a war against those who wield dark magic.
She is marvelous, Calixta bows low and deep.
And Darna shimmers again, her scales returning to black, then lowers her head when Tern huffs a breath at her.
Our queen is delighted you've sought us out and is eager to come to your aid. We have always revered dragonkind. She tilts her head towards Silaraine. And the griffins, of course. There's no fucking way this is that easy. Dad wrote about playing games picked at random to gain entrance. May we speak to your queen? I ask. We've brought a prince of Navarre to speak on our kingdom's behalf. Of course, Calixta replies. But first... Here we go, Riddick mutters under his breath. My thoughts exactly. We must see what gifts Zinal has chosen for you. She finishes. If you are willing to play and accept whatever gift the god of luck presents you with, she lifts a finger, without complaint, then you will be granted entrance to our city, where our queen waits. I expected dice, or even a board game, not gifts. I admit to Xaden. There's a trick here, Xaden warns, but there's not enough power to read her. And if we complain? I ask. All traces of amusement drain from her face. If you do not accept that luck determines your fate, that Zinal may gift you with great fortune, or take it, then we cannot ally ourselves with you. We do not accept those who do not adjust their sails in a storm. Not such a random choice of game, then. They want to see how we handle disappointment. No whining, Xaden remarks. I can respect that. Looking left, then right, I meet the eyes of every person on our squad, starting with Traeger. One by one, they nod, ending with Mira on the right, who immediately rolls her eyes afterward. We'll do it, I tell Calixta. Wonderful! She spins back to the crowd and lifts the pointed end of the hollow cone to her mouth before shouting into it. The crowd roars. She said we'll play, Arik tells me, leaning forward to see around Xaden. Where were these language skills when we were translating journals last year? I ask. He looks at me like I've gained another head. I was raised to be a diplomat. Diplomats don't speak to dead people. You didn't think we should know you speak fluent everything? I arch a brow. And nullify Atos's reason for joining, what is it Riddick calls us? Quest Squad? Arik shakes his head. Let us see what Zinal shall gift you with, Calixta says over her shoulder, then walks toward the crowd. 5 people emerge from the right side of the steps, 4 carrying a table, and 1 a chair and a canvas bag. Guess we follow, I say to the others. We walk as a line across the field and I stifle a yawn. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we can find our beds. I can't remember the last full night of sleep we had without pulling watches. Devarelli, maybe? I don't care if she hands you a steaming pile of goat shit, Mira lectures down the line. No one complains, got it? Smile and thank her. This is our last real chance to secure an army. What if it's cow shit? Riddick asks. That's considerably heavier. No complaining, Drake snaps from the left. Fuck, it's like traveling with my parents, Riddick mutters. What are you thinking? I ask Xaden as the table is set on the field about 20 feet in front of the crowd. They'd better have an army worth handling cow shit for. His gaze continuously moves over the area. And I'm not a fan of it being 2,000 to 11, even with Dragonfire at our back. Agreed. Let's get this over with. Excellent idea. I'd like to find lunch, Tern says. 3 of the furniture carriers scatter, leaving Calixta facing us in the chair behind the table, and 2 men off to her right. The closest holds the cone. Stop, Calixta says, holding out her hand when we're about 6 feet from the edge of the table. We stop. I wave a bug out of my face and glance up at the sky, hoping for some form of approaching cloud cover to shade us from the heat. But there's none to be found. Guess Zinal has decided we'll bake in our leathers while we wait.
Calixta reaches into the canvas bag, then pulls out a stack of cards as thick as the width of my forearm. They're the size of my face and have a bright orange pattern on their backs. "Each card represents a gift," she says, mixing them with a skill that speaks to practice. The closest man translates for the crowd, his voice booming through the cone, and the taller one to his right signs. Calixta spreads the cards face down in a long arc across the table. "You will pull the card Zenal inspires you to choose and receive your gift." The men translate, and the crowd murmurs in anticipation. There's no way 2,000 people gather to watch us open presents. My stomach turns at the looks of rapt fascination among the crowd. "Don't pick the shit card," Xaden replies. "Step forward and choose." Calixta points to Mira. Every muscle in my body tenses, and a wave of dizziness makes me brace my feet apart. "Not right now," I beg my body. Mira walks to the right edge of the table and plucks a card without pause. Calixta takes it and smiles. "Zenal gives you wine." She shows us the painted wine bottle, then rotates it for the crowd as the men translate. The applause is instant, and a middle-aged woman with curly brown hair runs forward from the left front row carrying a bottle of wine. "Thank you," Mira says as the woman hands it to her, and Calixta translates. The woman bows her head, and Mira mirrors the gesture before turning toward me. "I'm gonna fucking need this," she says with a fake smile, then falls back into line as the woman hurries to her seat. One by one, Calixta calls us forward, moving down the line. Marin receives 2 orange tunics from a short, smiling man with a shiny, bald head. Dane's card reveals a hand, and when he offers his to the woman who walks over to him, she slaps him across the face so hard his head turns in our direction. I swallow my gasp and force a blank expression onto my face when I catch Calixta glancing my way. Message received. We can't complain about anyone else's gifts either. Dane blinks twice, then thanks the woman and inclines his head. Riddick barely stifles a snort, but quickly schools his features when I glance sideways at him. "Do not laugh," I warn Xaden, fighting off another tide of dizziness. "I'm more worried about the implications of that hit," he answers without losing his professionally bored expression. "And a little jealous of the woman who delivered it." Garrick is given a rusted steel bucket. Arik receives a fractured hand mirror that immediately cuts his thumb when the man hands it to him top first. My heart pounds like I'm on the mat as Xaden chooses his card. He's given an empty glass box the size of his foot with pewter hinges and edges. Better than getting slapped. A smile tugs at my mouth, but it doesn't calm my racing heart as I step forward. I choose a card on the far left end of the arch, then hold my breath as I hand it to Calixta. "The compass," she announces, and the men translate. A tall man with bronzed skin and short black hair comes forward from the right, and I turn to face him. His dark eyes study me for a moment that quickly becomes awkward. I lift my chin, and his mouth tilts into a smirk as he nods subtly, as though finding my reaction worthy. Extending his hand silently, he offers me a black compass on a dark chain. I glance down as I take it and notice that the needle doesn't point anywhere near north. It's broken. Now I understand the smirk. "Thank you," I tell him, and bow my head. "Use it wisely," he replies, his eyes blatantly mocking me as he bows. "Broken compass," I tell Xaden as I fall back into line. "You can put it in my box of nothingness," he replies. "We'll keep them on the bedside table." I'm not carrying this thing home, but for now I lift the chain over my head. "It's bad luck to throw away a gift from Zenal," Xaden lectures as Riddick heads to the table. Riddick draws a card with a painted pair of lips, and the crowd cheers. The way this is going, I half expect the lanky blonde man approaching Riddick to hand him a tin of lip rouge, or maybe a pair of lips that's been sliced off a dead cow. Instead, the man clasps both sides of Riddick's face, then smacks a loud kiss onto each of his cheeks. "Thank you," Riddick says, and the two bow, then part. He lifts his brows at me before taking his place in line. Kat is given a gold necklace with a dangling ruby the size of my thumb. Drake draws next. "The claw!" Calixta announces, holding the painted symbol high, and the crowd cheers when the men translate. My heart jumps into my throat as a bear of a man marches forward from the right, huge fists swinging by his side. Drake doesn't flinch. I ready myself for the punch that's inevitably coming, and wonder if the man's nails have been filed into sharp points. He stops in front of Drake, then reaches into the front pocket of his tunic and takes out a mewling kitten. Drake receives the orange tabby with both hands, then thanks him and bows. "What the fuck are we going to do with that thing for the rest of the trip?" Xaden questions. "Keep Andarna from eating it?" A bead of sweat drips down the side of my face, and I wobble as my head starts to swim. But I keep upright. "Dizzy?" Xaden asks, sidestepping so my shoulder rests against his arm. "I could use some sleep like everyone else," I answer, but lean a little on him. Traeger draws a card from the center and hands it to Calixta. "The arrow!" She holds it high, revealing a painted arrow, then turns it to the audience. The men translate, and the crowd falls silent. Traeger staggers backward. Time slows to a crawl as he turns toward us with 3 fumbling footsteps. His gaze lurches for Kat, and then he falls to his knees and sways. An arrow protrudes from his heart. He's dead before Riddick and I can catch him. An excerpt from Zelna, Isle of Zinal, by Major Asher Sorengale. Sometimes the best gift the god of luck can give is his absence. Chapter 39. No. I stare down at Traeger's unseeing eyes as Riddick and I lower him to his back. And a muffled sound comes from the left. Riddick's chest heaves and his fingers tremble as he presses them to the side of Traeger's throat. He looks over at me and shakes his head, telling me what I already knew. "No!" I shriek, but nothing works past my throat. "Do not react!" Xaden's wingleader voice barrels through the roaring in my head, and his hands grip my shoulders. Riddick's eyes flutter shut, and he bows his head as I'm lifted to my feet. Traeger's dead. It's my mission, my responsibility, my fault. "Focus on me," Xaden orders, turning me in his arms. "You react, and he will have died in vain." My head swims, and the world slows again, my thoughts drowned out by the sound of my racing heart. It pounds against my ribs and beats in my ears as I look right. Drake's arms bulge as he holds Kat back, his hand covering her mouth. That muffled sound. It's her screaming. Drake's face crumples for the length of a heartbeat as he whispers in her ear. Her feet stop kicking, and she sags against his chest. Garrick sets Riddick back in formation, his stunned gaze locked on the ground. No, not the ground. Traeger's body. Garrick's hands steady Riddick's shoulders for another couple of heartbeats before he leaves him to stand on his own in front of the silent, waiting crowd. "Violence," Xaden demands. My focus drifts toward him, but it catches as I look past Riddick and across the field. Every dragon holds their head lowered and aimed in our direction. But the griffins are all facing inward, toward Silaraine. She stumbles forward with her neck arched, her silver feathers shining in the sun. 3 steps, 4, 5. Kirillere follows, then moves to Scylla's side, shouldering some of the griffin's weight. Scylla strains for one more step, like she can reach Traeger if she just tries hard enough. But her ankles give, then her shoulders, and she collapses, her beak sliding down Kira's side before her head slams into the ground. My eyes sting, and my fingernails bite into my clammy palms as the griffins slowly turn to face the crowd, their eyes all narrowing in time with our dragons. And Darna roars down the bond in a tidal wave of grief and rage that rattles my soul. "She is gone," Tern says, and Kira extends a wing over Scylla's body. Something wet tracks down the left side of my face. "Violet!" Xaden shouts, and his voice cuts through the haze. "I can't do this for you. I wish I could, but they know you're in command." In command? I've never hated those words more. I suck in one full breath, then another, and the world spins back to normal speed. Wrath stiffens my spine, and I cut off the part of me that cries for Traeger and Scylla, leaving only the weapon Besgaeth forged me to be. But it's not my blade the situation calls for. Fighting would be too easy. Killing them all for what they've done would be a fitting punishment. The relentless sun beats into my leathers as I step out of Xaden's grasp and turn slowly toward the crowd. I look past Arik and his clenched, bleeding fists, past Garrick as he moves back into formation near the bucket, and find Mira staring at me. Her eyes say what her mouth can't. Handle this. Even with her arms wrapped around Marin holding the flyer upright, she's never looked more like our mother. And our mother died so we'd have a chance to fight this war. If we fail here, we lose the army they offer. If I fail, we will have lost another squad mate, another year mate, for nothing. With a nod, I square my shoulders and face Calixta, finding the archer at her side. I take the 2 steps that bring me to Traeger's body and lock eyes with the weathered man who took his and Scylla's lives. The weight of the crowd's silent stares only serves to harden my resolve as I lift my chin before bowing my head and expel another piece of my humanity. Thank you. Fuck them. 8 hours later, Mira, Xaden, Arik, and I return to the moonlit field where the rest of our squad waits with Traeger's and Scylla's bodies. A straggling group of onlookers still sits in the stands, drinking and celebrating. Tern opens one golden eye as I approach, then closes it, falling back asleep with Sigale's head resting on his back. And Darna is passed out close enough to feel secure, but a wing's length farther away than when she was a juvenile. Every griffin and dragon but Cath sleeps, and the red flicks his sword tail as if to remind any onlookers who lurk in the stands that he's on watch. I can't blame them for their exhaustion. They've basically flown from Umbriel without a break, and they swept over the isle today looking for Andarna's kind while we negotiated. And the Irids aren't here. They aren't fucking anywhere. Fire burns in my stomach, and for the first time I allow myself to consider what happens if we don't find them. Andarna will be crushed. Melgrin will be furious. Atos will throw us all into a cell for dereliction of duty. We could lose the war to the Dark Wielders. I refuse to let that happen. At least we're already in with the enemy, Tern grumbles. Go back to sleep. Xaden isn't the enemy. He's been infected by it. We find Kat sitting against Kira's side, her head on Marin's shoulder, and the others hovering nearby. Everyone's gazes turn our way as we join them. Is it done? Drake asks. It's done, Mira answers. Arik agreed to terms which were oddly favorable to us. They'll send an advance party within the next couple of months and the rest of their troops whenever we're ready to receive all 40,000 of them. Drake nods and looks Kat's way. We'll be able to man thousands of crossbolts, drive Wyvern to the ground for awaiting infantry, increase patrols. I get it. Kat interrupts without lifting her gaze. She's better than I am, because I don't. Did you all eat? I ask Riddick. He nods. They brought us food and offered us beds in town, but his gaze darts left to where Scylla and Traeger lie. Good choice, Xaden says, his hand resting on the small of my back. We have to bury him, Marin says, and her jaw trembles for a second. And burn her. Griffins, they prefer to be burned. We should burn him, too. Kat's voice is flat, her eyes vacant. He would want to be with her. She blinks, then looks up at us. Not here. No part of them remains here. Understood. I nod, my ribs threatening to crush the air from my lungs. I owe her whatever she wants, Marin too, and Nev and Bragan and Kai, and a boulder wedges itself in my throat. I'll have to tell Rhee I lost Traeger when she's worked so hard to keep us all alive. So we take them south to Loisum in the morning? Dane asks, standing with his arms crossed next to Garrick. The riot won't make it past the coast if they don't get some rest tonight. Not there either. We can't trust anyone not to dig up whatever's left of her bones out of morbid curiosity. Kat shakes her head. There are dozens of uninhabited minor isles within a day's flight north. Pick one. Kat, that's going to deviate us from the charted... Drake starts. Fucking pick one! Kat snaps. We can get back to all the good this, she gestures around us, is doing us after we burn them. I think they're worth losing a few days off the schedule. Sova's head rises to the right and he clicks his beak. Drake looks in his direction, then nods. Fine by me. Will that mess too much up? Marin asks me quietly as if Kat isn't right next to her. No, I shake my head. We can split up after they're given to Malik and search the minor isles 3 times as fast. Most will only need a flyover. I look Kat in the eye. Then, when you're ready, we'll depart for Loisum. She nods. It's kind of a lost chance, isn't it? We're running out of isles. I ignore the insidious kernel of truth her words shove in my face and straighten my spine. That means we have to be close. The minor isles and Loisum border the edge of every map we have. The prospect of complete failure at such a steep cost is too heavy to swallow. The group in the stands begins singing like they're in a damned tavern, like today's festivities are cause for celebration. Great. Then we'll get to go home. If it's still there. Kat draws her knees to her chest and glares over at the stands. We're sleeping out here tonight. Everyone agrees. Kat, I'm so sorry, I start. Don't be. She lays her head back on Marin's shoulder. I'm the one who asked him to come. A half hour later, beds are laid out within feet of one another inside the circle the dragons form, and watches are assigned. I can't remember ever being this tired before. The bone-weary exhaustion goes beyond fatigue, and my body is suffering for it. The dizzy flares, the screaming aches in every joint, the pain in my ribs, the urge to scratch out my stitches, and the knots in my muscles from trying to hold myself together are all getting worse by the day. But it's my mind that fights me the hardest as I stare up at the stars from my back, reminding me of everything we have on the line and every way in which I'm failing. Mira called this a fool's errand. And maybe she was right. Xaden pulls a light blanket over us as he lies at my side, then drapes his arm over my stomach. We have 6 hours before third watch. Try and rest. I turn onto my right shoulder, protecting my ribs, then lay my head on his biceps and look up at him.
I froze today.
The admission is a whisper in my mind. His brow knits and he splays his hand over my hip.
He was your year mate. You didn't freeze. You went into shock.
It's understandable, and why we travel as a squad.
Don't be nice just because you love me.
I rest my hand on the thin fabric of his undershirt, right over his heart. Except for our boots, we're still dressed and ready to fly at a moment's notice if need be. This is my mission. Traeger and Scylla are dead. Kat's heartbroken. And I froze.
Everyone in leadership loses someone under their command.
He strokes his hand absent-mindedly over my waist.
You pulled yourself together and completed the mission.
At the cost of their lives. My chest constricts, fighting to contain the full confession that I can only give to him. I'm not meant to lead. Mira should be in charge, or even Drake. If they won't, then you. Because my judgment is dependable right now? He huffs a sarcastic sigh.
The best leaders are the ones who never want the job. This is your mission because Andarna chose you. Tern chose you.
His hand rises to my face.
What they never tell us in the quadrant is that rank is well and good, but you and I both know that the moment we fly onto the battlefield, it isn't the humans giving commands. I hate to break it to you, but you were selected by a general among dragons. You can choose to step into leadership or he can drag you. Either way, you're going to end up in front.
My heart starts to race as his words pierce a shield of denial I wasn't even aware I'd been hiding behind. Exposing a truth so blatantly obvious I feel foolish for not having seen it before.
Tern will always lead, and I will always be his rider. Coda speaks through Melgren, not the other way around. Then Tern chose poorly.
The lump in my throat grows, and I'm torn between the pathetic instinct to wallow in self-pity and the opposing yet growing urge to channel a power greater than Tern's. Anger.
Say that to him when he's awake and see how it goes for you.
Xaden brushes his knuckles down my cheek.
I've seen the moments you don't just rise to the occasion, you own it. Deverelli, Umbriel, you poisoned the entire triumvirate of Hedotus, for fuck's sake. Imagine who you'll become when you finally learn not to just embrace that confidence, but live it.
You? I force a smile.
Better than me.
His thumb grazes my lower lip.
You have to be. You promised to help me protect Tyrandor, remember?
I remember. I nod. I meant it. I'll stand by your side. Exhaustion slows my breath and weighs my eyelids. And between Andarna's kind and the research we're compiling about dark wielders, we'll cure you. My eyes give in, sliding shut.
There is no cure for me.
He presses a kiss to my forehead.
That's why you have to become better than me. There's only you.
Public Notice 634.23, transcribed by Percival Fitzgibbons. Conscription rates are hereby doubled for each province until further notice. Chapter 40. We fly northwest at dawn. Atrum clutches Traeger's body in his foreclaw. Tern carries Scylla. The ocean turns the blackest shade of blue I've ever seen as we soar over deep waters, leaving the safety of the trade routes and the major isles behind in hopes the map has been drawn correctly. When night falls, and the ocean only reveals the reflection of the moon, fear sours my belly. If we've erred, the dragons will be able to turn around and fly for Zelna, but the griffins won't make it. There's every chance that choosing to bury Traeger and Scylla on a minor isle will cause us to bury the others, unless they consent to being carried. By the middle of the night, I'm ready to give up and order a return when Tairn spots land.
Thank you, Amari.
Not sure I'll ever pray to Zanal again. The perimeter sweep of the tiny isle and its one hollow-tipped peak takes approximately 10 minutes, and after we're sure it's uninhabited, we land on a northern beach nearly as wide as Tairn's wingspan. It could be a trick of the night, but I'm pretty sure the sand is black. Power ripples through me and energy crackles along my skin with about half the intensity that it does in Navarre. We found magic. And more than there was on Zelna, too. The group seeks out fresh water from a nearby stream that runs through the beach, ensure the riot is hydrated, then make quick work of gathering wood from the edges of the jungle. Sweat drips down the back of my neck as we carry load after load to the high point of the wide beach, halfway between the tide line and the forest behind us. Once the pyre is built, we stand shoulder to shoulder, our backs to the jungle as Atrim lowers his head and sets the wood ablaze. The fire lights up the night and heat washes over my face. Marin's shoulders shake, and Kat hooks her arm through her best friend's as she stares into the flames. My throat tightens at the pain in their faces, and Xaden laces our fingers. Silarain and Traeger Karis, Drake says from the left, his voice booming over the roar of the bright fire and the crashing ocean waves behind it. With honor, love, and gratitude, we commend your souls to Malik. And so it's done. We make camp close to the stream, and the flyers take turns keeping watch over the fire through the night. By morning, the flames rise no higher than a few inches. I fill water skins at the stream with Riddick, and when we walk back to camp, we find the others in a somber discussion. I think we're off course, Drake says, fighting to hold the map with one hand and the squirmy kitten in the other. The paper's been folded so many times holes have worn through the corners. Give me that. To my surprise, Mira takes the kitten, not the map, cradling it against her chest with one hand. Her name is Broccoli, not that, he mutters. She looks at him like he sprouted whiskers. You named a kitten Broccoli? No one really wants broccoli, but it's good for you. So seems fitting to me. He shrugs. Now, that's clearly remnants of an old volcano. He gestures to the peak high above us, and the first marker for any such formation is here. His finger swipes over the detailed painting of a small archipelago on the northeast side of the Minor Isles. I start comparing landmarks. We didn't fly that far, Xaden notes, folding his arms across his chest and studying the map. Why not carrots? Mira asks, scratching under the kitten's chin. She's orange. Just to frustrate you, Sorengale, Drake answers, glancing up from the map. She scoffs. I'd guess we're somewhere around here. Mira taps an area of open ocean farther south, and the map just doesn't show it. We haven't exactly been sending cartographers out this far. I can see another isle from the edge of the point. Arik nods up the beach. Molvik can make out, too, past it. Tairn? I ask down our singular bond, letting Andarna sleep. She's utterly exhausted, and her wing trembled more than usual on the flight here. We are at the southern tip of an island chain of volcanic formations. He answers from high above us. It does not match anything on the map, though there is another mass of land an hour's flight due west with what appears to be sizable cliffs. I squeeze in next to Mira and examine the map, then locate the isle fitting Tairn's description, noting the map maker's symbol for cliffs. Then I track east with my finger and find only open water. Pretty sure we're here from what Tairn can see. I lift my head and look past Marin's shoulder out over the open water. I'm guessing there are hundreds of islands out this way, not just the couple dozen the map makers recorded. And you think we should search them all? Drake asks, incredulity puckering his forehead. I look to Mira, but she just shrugs. Not my call. Xaden watches me just like he did last year, like he knows the answer but wants me to find it on my own. As many as we can today. I straighten my shoulders and his mouth twitches upward. We break into 5 groups. Marin and Kat take the unmapped islands to the north. Drake and Dane take this quadrant. I point to the nearest isles to our west, taking the Griffin's exhaustion into account. Arik and Mira, you go here. Xaden and Garrick, you take these. Riddick and I will take this section. I drag my finger to an eastern chain about 2 hours away. When I look up, everyone is staring at me. What? I kept the Griffins close and paired dragons with similar flight strengths. My gaze finds Xaden's, and he's not amused with my group pairings. Except for ours. Taryn and Sigale have the best chance of staying in contact when separated if the rest of these islands have the same level of magic. It's better for the group if they split for the day. He arches his scarred brow. Just you and me today, honey bear. Garrick swings his arm over Xaden's shoulder. Don't worry. He leans in and whispers, I'll take good care of you. He flashes a dimple. Sun should set a little after 6, which gives us 9 hours. I nod, pretty damn satisfied with this. Meet back here before nightfall. If we find nothing, we go as a group toward the southeast isles tomorrow, then make the flight to Loisum, where we'll have to resupply. Solid plan, Mira says. We can't go until the fire is out, Marin says. No one leaves an offering to Malik unattended. Kat shifts her weight restlessly, giving the impression that she needs to be anywhere but here. Riddick and I will stay until it burns out. I glance back at Endarna. Her breaths are deep and even as she sleeps at the edge of the jungle, her scales a shade blacker than the sand. That will give Endarna another hour or so to rest. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Good to me. Drake folds the map, and the group breaks apart to ready their packs, leaving Xaden staring at me. Riddick glances between us. I'm going somewhere else. He walks off toward the dying fire. You can't tell me to lead and then get pissed at how I do it, I shrug. He crosses the distance between us, leans down, and kisses me, hard and quick. Be back by nightfall, love. I grasp for his wrist, keeping him a second longer as I search his eyes. The flecks are still amber. Are you all right? I whisper. There's magic and no wards. He grimaces. It's tempting, and I don't even need it. But I can feel the power beneath my feet, and while I can wield enough to do this, a wisp of inky black shadow curls up my leg around my torso and caresses the side of my face. It's hard to know I could be at full strength if I just... He swallows and my grip tightens on his wrist. But I won't. Not unless something triggers you. Unease rides the heels of the retreating shadow, sliding down my body and leaving goosebumps in its wake. That's the other reason I sent you with Garrick. Xaden tenses. In case I channel? I shake my head. So you don't. The last time you did, it was because of me. I'm a trigger. He flinches. You're not a trigger. You're the only thing I can't fathom losing. Wielding to protect you has always been an instinct, but now it's uncontrollable. I know. I study the healing cut along his arm, then lift his hand and kiss the center of his palm. Which is why you're going with Garrick. He carries serum, too. All right. He grips my waist. I mean it when I say you own my soul. You're the only place I feel completely like me anymore. You're not a trigger. He repeats, then steals another kiss and walks away. See you tonight. Tonight, I call after him. I love you. Warmth floods the bond in reply. The teams launch, and Taryn stomps down the beach toward me with narrowed eyes. Don't start with me. I shake my head as Atrum barrels past Taryn out to where the water covers his ankle, sprinting with wings tucked tight. She'll be back tonight. I'll say the same when you've been unable to communicate with your mate for weeks and are then deprived by choice, he grumbles, stalking into the woods. Swaying trees mark his passing. Humans don't mate, I call after him. Another sign of your inferiority. Wood cracks in the distance. Curmudgeon, I mutter, walking toward Riddick standing at the edge of the water where the waves don't quite reach his boots. I heard that. Atrum skids to a halt 10 feet from Riddick, driving his snout into the shallows and creating a wave that rushes up the beach and over Riddick's shins. Why are you such a dick? Riddick flings his arms out sideways. I brought one pair of boots. I halt in front of where Andarna sleeps along the tree line. Like hell am I getting near the water, not when Zayden already wrapped my ribs today. Atrum lifts his head, then sprays water through his teeth, completely soaking Riddick from the tips of his hair to the toes of his boots. Yikes. I cross my feet and sit, resting my back against Andarna's shoulder. Not fair! Riddick wipes the drops from his eyes as Atrum walks from the water up the beach and disappears into the woods. I'm still winning! That doesn't count! He calls after his dragon. A pause and he yells, Because we're on a mission! He shakes his head and slogs toward me, his boots squishing with every step. Do I even want to know? He's getting me back because I won the last round. He flashes a grin. I bought enough itching powder to fill a bucket, then dropped it between his scales on the back of his neck right after flight maneuvers a few weeks ago. He had to submerge his entire body in the river to avoid everyone in the Vale knowing I'd gotten the best of him. You guys are weird. I am suddenly very content with having bonded a grumpy old man, though I can't say what Andarna will be like in 20 years. Are we? Riddick tugs at the laces of his boots. Or are the rest of you the weird ones? He shrugs, yanking off his boots and setting them in the sand in front of Andarna. Hopefully they dry out a little before we need to go. I'm going to get some fresh clothes on. He heads toward camp, then grabs his pack and walks into the woods. Don't get any ideas, I whisper to my sleeping dragon, laying my head back against her sun-warmed scales and closing my eyes. The ground shudders. I swear to Amari Tairn, if you spray me down with water, the ground shudders again, and my eyes fly open. Sand jumps, water sprays, and in front of us lie fresh dragon tracks. But neither Tairn nor Atrum is here. Apprehension climbs my spine, and I rise slowly, favoring my ribs. I draw a dagger with my left hand, then turn my right palm skyward and open myself to Tairn's power. It seeps into my veins and hums along my skin as I sidestep around Andarna's shoulder to position myself in front of her neck, where she's most vulnerable. Heat gusts against my face, and the scent of sulfur permeates the air. Tairn? I swing my gaze along the beach, but there's nothing there, just the shimmer of the morning sun on the waves. I am busy with curmudgeonly things. The sand 10 feet in front of me moves, forming a series of furrows like the beach is splitting. Like talons are flexing. Tairn! My heart jumps to a gallop as the air before me shimmers, then solidifies into gleaming sky-blue scales between two enormous nostrils. Hold fast, Tairn demands. I'm coming! The dragon before me inhales, then draws back, giving me a full view of pointed teeth before they tilt their head and narrow their golden eyes. Andarna rustles from her sleep, and motion at the edges of my vision makes me glance in both directions, then stare. 6 dragons of varying scale tones fill the beach, and all of them rival the size of Sigale. Their massive claws dig into the sand as they lower their heads one by one. My breath falters. We didn't find the Irids. They found us. We did it. They're here. Steam gusts across my face and my stomach clenches. They're here and really close, with really big teeth. The one directly in front of us flares their nostrils, and a sound like a slide whistle fills my head, pitching from low to painfully high in less than a heartbeat. Hello, human. An excerpt from Colonel Kaori's Field Guide to Dragonkind. What we know about dragonkind is nothing compared to what we don't. Chapter 41. What in the actual fuck? I draw back and stare at the Irid, the knife loose in my grip. Dragons don't speak to humans they're not bonded to. Yet that deep, gruff voice definitely doesn't belong to Tern. What is going... Riddick starts coming up behind me. Oh shit. Half the dragon heads swing his way as he runs toward me, while the other half keep their eyes and enormous jaws pointed in my direction. Are we happy? He asks as he reaches my side in his bare feet. Are we scared? I nod. Why do you not answer me? The dragon asks. Perhaps the human female lacks intelligence. A high voice chimes in, and the dragon on the right lifts her head. My jaw drops. Guess arrogance is a universal dragon trait. She's just surprised. Andarna rises, but she leaves her head level with the others. And you're in her face. To my complete and utter shock, all 6 dragons take a step back. Thank you, Andarna says. You speak our language? I ask the Irids. We are magic, the male replies like it's the most obvious reason in the world. Did they disrespect your personal space? Riddick whispers, then yanks his hands over his ears and flinches. What was that? It is rude to speak as though we cannot hear you, the female says from the right. Riddick's eyes widen. It is more offensive to lift a blade at us. The snappy schoolteacher voice comes from the left, I think. I don't know you, and I'm not going to let you hurt her. I glare at the one whose scales flicker to green. And you feel a dagger is sufficient? Her nostrils flare. I believe you are right, Dason. The human female lacks intelligence. Rude. But she's right about the first part. I sheathe the dagger. You are Irid. The male in front of us changes the subject, his giant head tilting as he studies Andarna. Her scales change from black to the green of the jungle, then ripple to blue, mirroring the sky just like the male. I am Irid. Holy shit, Riddick says. Was that Andarna? I think when they make that whistle sound, it connects you to the Irids, I mutter. Yet you choose black as your resting color, the female asks Andarna from the right. It is acceptable in my home. She breathes out a huff. In Navarre. The one diagonally to my left tilts their head. She is the criterion. The other 5 flinch and draw back. Is that a good thing? Riddick signs. I don't know, I sign back, my heartbeat easing slightly as they give us a little more space. Wing beats fill the air and the Irids' heads lift skyward as darkness falls on top of us. Tern lands hard, shaking the ground like thunder, his back claws digging into the sand to the left of Riddick and the right of Andarna. My heart stutters, and I can't decide if I'm more relieved that he's arrived or increasingly terrified at the thought of losing them both should the Irids attack. Dragons aren't exactly predictable, and I know nothing about the ones in front of us. My human, Tern warns, swinging his tail. Trees crackle and crash behind us as he snaps his teeth at the Irids. At least I think that's what's happening, but all I can see is his underbelly and the legs of the Irids. No! Andarna scrambles out from beneath him and pivots as though staring him down. They won't hurt her, they're my family. She turns in a circle. She's my human too. My stomach twists. They might be her family, but she doesn't know them, and there's every chance they'll kill us all. We've been so busy trying to find them that we haven't given much thought to what would happen when we did. Are humans so rare in Navarre that you must share? The female on the left snaps. Do you not have another one under there? A different voice asks. Something drips to the left, and my gaze jumps past a smiling Riddick. Atrum slithers forward at Taryn's side, saliva dripping from his exposed fangs as he emerges from the trees. He growls low in his throat, giving a warning I don't need translated. Mine. We have no interest in the humans, the male declares, and no quarrel with either of you. We've come only to speak to the Irid. Andarna, Taryn corrects him. Andarna, the female to the right says gently. Taryn retreats step by careful step until Riddick and I stand between his front claws, his back ones filling the space his tail just cleared. At least now we can see something before we die, Riddick signs, then shrugs. We're not going to die, I sign back. My longing for Rhee and Sawyer to be here to see this equals my gratitude that they're not in danger. Taryn's head hovers just above us, level with Atrum's. Clearly, he's with Riddick on this one. Andarna swings to face us, her eyes dancing with palpable excitement. See? They won't hurt you. I see. I nod, not wanting to kill the moment for her. Oh my, the female on the right gasps. What have you done to your tail? The one on the left reels back. Andarna cranes her neck to check her scorpion tail. Nothing. It's fine. My gaze jumps from Irid to Irid, my stomach sinking lower as I count from 1 to 6. They're all feathertails. Tell us what they've done to you, the male in front of us demands. Done to me? I chose my tail. Andarna's tone shifts defensively. As is my right upon transition from juvenile to adolescent. The Irids fall silent, and not in a good way. The male in the center lies down and wraps his tail around his torso. Tell us how you came to choose it. Andarna lifts her head to her full height as the Irids lie down one by one. Is this really about to be story time? Riddick signs. You know as much as I do, I sign back. A corner of his mouth quirks as his hands fly. First time for everything. Wood crunches as Taryn and Atrum take the same position, leaving us standing between Taryn's outstretched claws. Andarna sits just ahead of us to the right, her tail swishing across the sand. I blinked in and out of consciousness in my shell years. We're going to be here a while, Riddick signs, then plops his ass down in the sand. I slowly lower myself to do the same as she tells her story to a captive audience. It's only when she describes presentation that the Irids begin to throw questions at her. Why would you present yourself to a human? No, they present themselves to us, Andarna's tail flicks. So we can decide if we should allow them to continue on to threshing or turn them into char marks. The Irids all gasp, and Riddick and I share a confused look. I'm guessing they don't bond to humans. Seeing as I'm the eldest of my den in Navarre, there was no other to object to my right of benefaction, she continues with excitement, and more than a little pride, which makes me smile. And so threshing began. It's fascinating to hear it from her point of view. Why would you participate in harvest? The female on the left asks. It's just what we call it when we select our humans for bonding, Andarna explains. So I went into the woods. You bonded as a juvenile? The male to the right shouts. Taryn cranes his neck forward and growls. You will not raise your voice to her. Andarna turns her head and narrows her eyes at Taryn. Do not ruin this for me. Hurt stabs through the bond and Taryn recoils. his head drawing back to cover Riddick and me. Ouch! My chest tightens, but there's nothing I can say to him and no way to say it without chancing the rest of them hearing me. Andarna continues with our story. She tells them about Jack and Oren, about how I defended her, about Xaden and the rebellion. So, naturally, I slowed time, she tells them when recounting the attack in my bedchamber.
You used your juvenile gift for a human?
The female on the left questions.
I don't like her,
Riddick signs.
Me either,
I respond in kind. For my human, Andarna tilts her head. She is part of me, as I am of her. You undervalue our connection. The last bit reeks of adolescent snark.
My apologies,
the female says.
Damn, this breed apologizes,
Riddick signs, lifting his brows.
Maybe we should have held out.
I roll my eyes. Do you not bond humans? Andarna asks, and I lean forward, resting my forearms on my knees.
We do not live with humans,
she answers. Is it just the 6 of you? Andarna's head swivels to look at them.
There are hundreds of us,
the male to the left replies, speaking for the first time.
Please, continue.
The swirl pattern in his horns reminds me of Andarna's. Maybe they're from the same den. More than an hour passes as she conveys every detail, as if forgetting one facet might alter whatever is about to happen. When she starts to tell them about war games, then Resin, my muscles tense, and I fight my own memories from interceding, fight the inevitable wave of grief that rises when she speaks of Liam and Day. And so I flew into battle, she pounces up on all fours. There's more than one set of narrowed golden eyes. And Violet channeled my power. 2 of them inhale sharply, and my stomach full on knots. I don't think this is going as well as she thinks it is, I sign to Riddick.
Why? She's incredible,
he signs back.
Brave, fierce, vicious. Everything the Empyrean respects.
But the way the Irids look at her says otherwise. And we slowed time so that she could strike. Andarna tells the story with an enthusiasm that belongs on stage. But it was too much magic to channel, and I was still small. My body demanded the dreamless sleep. By the time she brings the Irids to the present day without mentioning how we're trying to cure Xaden, several hours later, they've all stopped asking questions. In fact, they lie in eerie silence as she finishes. That's why we're here, she says, to ask if you'll come home to fight with us, to see if the knowledge was passed down of how the Venin were defeated during the Great War, or if you know how to cure them. Her tail flicks with expectation. And I'd like to know about my family. The male in the center narrows his eyes on me.
And you allowed her to channel as a juvenile? You took her into war?
My mouth opens, then shuts as guilt settles on my shoulders. He's not saying anything I haven't questioned of myself. It was my choice, Andarna shouts. The female to the right sighs, blowing sand down the beach. Show us your wing. Andarna tenses for a moment, as if deciding, then flares her wings. The left one buckles, and she forces it to extend, but the gossamer webbing trembles under the effort. It doesn't usually shake. I'm just tired from flying. The female glances away, the sun catching on her curved horns. We've seen enough. I can fly. Andarna snaps her wings shut. I'm just missing a second set of muscles and can't carry Violet. The elders said it has something to do with the delicate balance of wind resistance and tension on my wing and her weight on the spinal discs that run under my seat. But that's all right because we have Taryn and he works with me every day, and the elders too, and when I get tired he carries me, but only on long journeys. She glances down at her harness and shifts her weight nervously.
Please permit the effrontery of our need for a moment of privacy,
the male in the center says. They're so rudely polite. Andarna sits, the Irid's voices slipping out of my head. The 6 of them walk into the water, their scales changing to colors only a shade darker than the ocean. I think we're blocked, Riddick signs. I think so too, I reply. Andarna's head angles toward us, and I offer what I really hope is a reassuring smile. A moment later, 3 of the Irids launch straight for the water, then disappear into the sky. That's not good, I sign. Maybe they're just going to get the others, Riddick signs slowly. The 3 left are the quiet male with the horns similar to Andarna's, the one from the center, and the female from the right. They walk toward us, their scales changing back to shades of pale blue as they emerge from the water. My chest constricts. They could have the answer to everything, or they could be as clueless about our history as we are. Did I pass the test? Andarna asks. The slide whistle sound plays again, and I wince as it screeches so high I'm sure my ear is going to bleed. Test, the male in the center asks, peering down at Andarna. You were just testing me, right? To make sure I'm fit to visit our den? Where is it anyway? The hope in her voice would cut my knees out if I were standing. You were never the one being tested. The female sighs and looks over at me. The hair rises on the back of my neck. You were. My head rears back and my stomach drops clean out of my body. I'm sorry? You should be. The female flexes her claws in the sand. You failed. Tairn growls, and this time Andarna doesn't stop him. Violet has never failed me, Andarna argues, thumping her tail against the ground. I slowly rise to my feet. I don't understand. The trio blatantly ignores me. The fact that you defend her actions is a testament to their failure as a society, the male says to Andarna. Riddick stands and folds his arms beside me. Violet loves me, Andarna shouts, her head swiveling between the 3 of them. She uses you. The female's eyes fill with sadness, and the scales of her brow scrunch. She took advantage of a vulnerable child. She used your power as an instrument of warfare, forced your premature growth. And look what you have become. I fight to swallow past the rock that suddenly fills my throat. You think I'm broken, Andarna hisses. We think you're a weapon, the male responds. My lips part and a rumble works its way through Tairn's chest. Thank you. Andarna's scales flicker to mirror theirs. It wasn't a compliment. His words sharpen. Our breed is born for peace, not violence like others. He spares Tairn a single glance before returning to Andarna. You were left behind as the criterion, the measure of their growth, their ability to choose tranquility and harmony with all living things. We'd hoped you would return to tell us the humans had evolved, that they had blossomed under the ward stones and no longer used magic as a weapon. But instead, you have shown us the opposite. I wrap my arms around my waist as he slices her, us, to the quick. And dragonkind has not learned their lesson either. While you, the male in the center's gaze jumps to Atrum, gifted your human with ice, he dares to shift his focus to Tairn. You armed yours with lightning. That's not how signets work, Riddick argues. And you. The male lowers his gaze to Andarna. Our very hope have handed this human something far more dangerous to wield. Haven't you? Official correspondence of General Augustine Melgren to Queen Mariah. While the enemy's advance throughout Krovla makes it impossible to station a full riot at Suniva, we offer you 4 dragons and their riders. In the spirit of our alliance, you may expect a shipment of our most valuable resource, weaponry, to be used at your discretion. Chapter 42. Handed me what? I blink in confusion. Riddick glances my way and I shake my head with a shrug. I haven't manifested a second signet from Andarna. You have weaponized your magic, even your tail, the tallest Irid continues. You've become the very thing we abhor, the horror we fled from. He did not. Rage brings my power buzzing to the surface. She is not a horror! I march forward as Andarna's scales turn black, unable to listen to one more second of this bullshit. No, you are. The male cranes his head in my direction. She is but what you made her. My nails bite into the palms of my hands and my chest tightens. I do not understand. Andarna's tail flicks over the sand in front of me, and I step back, respecting the boundary. You will not return with us? She asks. You will not help us achieve the peace you worship? We will not. The male lifts his head, and I follow his line of sight. Crod and Sigale are back, just in time to witness our complete and total failure. We have watched some of your journey, and feel it is not peace you seek, but victory. The male with the spiral horns stares at Andarna, but remains quiet. My heart starts to race. Oh gods, this is really happening. Our last hope is dwindling right before my eyes. We've risked everything and they won't help. Peace requires the Oration Wardstone, which we cannot fire without you, Andarna snarls. I fail to see how that is a mutual problem, the female replies. Do you not care that people will die? Andarna curls her tail high above her back. Perhaps they should, the tallest male blinks. Perhaps the corrupted ones should devour the land in its entirety. Only when they are faced with starvation will they confront the evil they've become. Either they'll die off and the land will regenerate, or they'll confront the abominations they've become and change. Change. My heart launches into my throat. How do they do that? Andarna asks, and apprehension trickles down the bond from Tairn as wing beats fill the air. Xaden and Garrick are almost here. Their offspring could evolve, perhaps, the female muses, watching Sigale and Crod land near the stream 20 yards away. Others arrive. We should depart. No, panic climbs my spine. We can't fail. This can't be it. Xaden and Garrick dismount on the black sand beach, high above the tide line, and Tairn snaps his head toward Sigale. Whatever he communicates keeps the two dragons from coming our way, but not their riders. Is that the Dark Wielder's cure? Andarna asks, her head moving in a serpentine motion. To evolve? My breath freezes in my chest. The female's golden eyes narrow to slits. There is no cure. No cure. Her words hit like a physical blow, and my knees threaten to buckle. If they trade their soul, surely they can get it back, Andarna retorts. It is not a trade, the female lectures. The soul is not kept by the earth as dark wielders steal its magic. The power exchange kills the soul, one piece at a time. And death has no cure. Xaden and Garrick keep their eyes on the Irids as they stride our way without their flight jackets, swords strapped to their backs, the perfect example of warfare. His soul isn't dead. Will you not at least tell us how the Dark Wielders were defeated in the Great War? Andarna asks, her words flowing faster like she knows her time is short. Apparently, they weren't, if you're here asking, the female replies. The male with the spiral horns watches Xaden and Garrick as they carefully cross behind Riddick and me, moving to my right side. Our kind must have helped, Andarna tries again. I can burn Dark Wielders. Are we the key to defeating them?
Hopeless.
The tallest male backs into the water.
Leothan, I have heard enough.
The other male flares his nostrils.
I have not.
They can hear us through the bond, I quickly sign to Xaden. It's not going well. He nods. Want to catch us up? Garrick signs, studying the massive heads lowered in our direction.
They think Andarna's a weapon, which is somehow a bad thing. Riddick signs. They won't come back to help us and pretty much think we all deserve to die because we can't solve mankind's oldest problem of how to stop killing each other.
Got it. Xaden signs.
And there's no cure for venin.
Riddick quickly continues, and it's all I can do not to grab his hands to stop him from saying more.
Their souls die, so there goes our save them to defeat them idea.
Fuck. Xaden's head snaps forward as Andarna's talons flex in the sand.
You are magic,
the female says, a note of sadness in her tone.
And yet all you seek to use it for is violence.
You preach peace, while only having known its privilege, Andarna hisses in retort. You are all a disappointment to me.
In that, we find common ground,
the tallest male says.
What an ass.
Tairn growls, rumbling the sand and vibrating the trees, and Andarna's scales ripple to the darkest black as she retreats to his right foreleg.
We have a long flight ahead, and there is nothing to be gained here.
The male continues, retreating another step into the water.
The world was not ready for you. And though it is no fault of your own, we cannot accept you.
I gasp and clutch Xaden's hand.
What's happening?
Garrick signs. Maybe it's best they not hear this.
Leothan may feel differently.
The tallest male glances at the other one.
But our majority has determined you are Irid in scale and name only, Andarna. You will not be allowed entrance to our isle, nor instruction in our ways. We part here and wish you peace.
Peace? My grip tightens on Xaden's hand. I wish I never met you, Andarna growls. The tallest male crouches in the water before launching into the air, his scales shimmering for a heartbeat before he becomes the sky itself.
What just happened?
Xaden asks.
I think we lost,
Riddick whispers. Andarna's snout dips, and bone-splitting agony courses down the bond, but it's the shame that hits in the second wave that pricks my eyes. Andarna, no, I whisper. You are fierce and smart and brave and loyal. None of this is your fault. You're perfect. I am not, she snarls, whipping her head toward me.
You did not know she was a juvenile when you bonded her?
Leothan asks, his golden gaze studying the four of us humans. I didn't, I answer out loud. I should have. But the hatchlings and juveniles are kept hidden and safe within the veil until after the dreamless sleep. Nobody has seen one for centuries, so we didn't realize that they're all golden feathertails until adolescence.
What is going?
Garrick twitches.
Fuck, that hurts.
Xaden grimaces, lowering his head and squeezing his eyes shut. I'm guessing they just got the slide whistle treatment.
The uniformity assures all hatchlings are cared for without deference to breed or den.
Leothan startles as Xaden looks up. The female recoils, baring her dripping teeth.
How could you align yourselves with this?
Weird way to say bond, but whatever. Again, I didn't know she was a juvenile, I argue. Blame me, not her.
Abomination!
The female hurls the insult, her eyes narrowing. On Xaden. My head snaps in Xaden's direction and I gasp. The rims of his irises shine bright red.
Your kind is beyond redemption.
The female glares at Sigale, then disappears. Leothan studies Xaden for a heartbeat longer, then fades, and waves rush in where they'd been standing, Wind from invisible wing beats gusts against my face, and I squeeze my eyes shut as sand blows all over us, their presence slipping from my mind just like before. When I open them, Xaden's eyes have returned to normal. Or rather, his new normal. There are still spots of amber within their onyx depths. Fuck. His tone could cut scale as his fingers slip out of mine. You are not an Abom. He slams his shields down, blocking me out. Something heartbreakingly close to a whimper sounds to our right, and I look past Garrick to find Andarna retreating into the jungle, her scales shifting to gold. Andarna! I start toward her, but she blocks me out too. I've got her. Cairn rises over us, and his tail takes out a tree to the left as he stalks into the jungle after her. Tiny and Molvik approach. Only one of us is fireproof, he reminds me, disappearing in the vegetation. My fingernails dig into my palms. I've never felt so helpless. I'm guessing he's why you've been so hung up on finding a cure. Riddick's accusation hits me like a bucket of ice water, and I snap my gaze to his. Oh, fuck. Yeah, he nods at me. I saw his eyes turn red. Riddick, Xaden starts. Not a single word from you, Dark Wielder. Riddick grits out, his eyes locked on mine. Vi, you've got one chance to come clean and tell me what the actual fuck is going on. An excerpt from Venin, a Compendium, by Captain Drake Cordella, The Nightwing Drift. If possible, hunt the enemy during the day. Their markings are so easily hidden by the shadows of night that it would not surprise me to find they walk among us. Chapter 43. Riddick listens to the shortest possible version of the story before the others land, and I promise to tell him everything if he can just wait until we get some privacy as Mira dismounts. We have to tell them about the Irids first, I finish in a hurried plea. His mouth tenses, and his brown eyes narrow on Xaden. Are the other four back yet? Mira asks as she walks into camp with Arik, her pack slung over one shoulder. Not yet, Garrick answers from behind me, but we still have a couple of hours until it's fully dark. Please, I whisper to Riddick as Mira drops her things near her bedroll. Everything all right? Mira's brow furrows when no one answers, and her gaze flickers between the four of us before settling on me with an intense once-over that ends with her studying my eyes. Violet? My throat constricts. I don't know what she'll do if she learns the truth. The Irids are a bunch of assholes who rejected Andarna, Riddick says, so it's been a rather shit day. He launches into the story and my pulse slowly steadies. How's Andarna? Mira asks. Devastated. I glance down the beach, but she and Taryn haven't returned yet. I know we came in hopes the Irids would help, or at least fire the wardstone, but she really just wanted to know her family. Garrick's jaw ticks and Xaden folds his arms. The others should be back soon, Riddick says. What do we do? Fly for Loisum tomorrow? There's no point. I look to Xaden, but he keeps quiet. Loisum has guards, but no army. We can establish a diplomatic tie, but they won't help us win a war. So what do you want to do? Xaden asks, the ocean breeze ruffling his hair as he looks over at me. Gods, he really is beautiful. And not just on the outside. Everything about him, his loyalty, his intelligence, the softer edges no one else but me gets to see. Even his casual ruthlessness holds me in thrall. And whatever parts are missing, dead, according to the Irids, we'll live without them. He's still whole to me, as long as we can keep him from channeling from the earth, find a way for him to control the craving, we'll be all right. We have to be. We should go home. Saying the words brings a sense of finality, of failure that stabs hard and cuts deep. Who knows what's happened in our absence? For all we know, the lines could have fallen and Theophany herself could be waiting in my room. Court-martials for all, Mira quips sarcastically. Garrick nods and stares out over the water. Technically, on the map, if you were to fly northeast for 2 days, you'd hit the cliffs of Draylor. The Griffins would absolutely love that, Riddick scoffs. Can't you see Kiralair snuggled up in Molvik's claw? Only the larger dragons can fly 2 straight days, Xaden says. Tairn, Sigale, Molvik, maybe. We go through the Isles, I decide. It's the safest route to get everyone home, as long as we camp on a deserted coast when it comes to Hedotis. Pretty sure I'm banned there. After the others arrive and our situation has been explained, Riddick shoots me a look that says he's done waiting to chat. Xaden and Garrick are less than thrilled when I take off with Riddick into the woods under the guise of hunting for dinner. Taking the agate sound shield rune Riddick carries, we hike about 5 minutes uphill into the jungle, staying close enough to find our way back, but far enough to assure privacy, thanks to Atram's escort. The brown swordtail isn't just nosy, he's pissed. I'm nauseous telling Riddick the full story about Xaden, remembering the entire time that Riddick was the slowest to forgive when I kept my secrets at the beginning of the year. By the time I'm finished, the light has faded into dappled patches of color and he's pacing in front of me, looking anywhere but in my direction. I thought we agreed to tell each other the truth. His hands curl. It wasn't my secret to tell. I lean against a tree and watch Riddick's short trek back and forth in front of me. I know that's a shitty apology, but I'm not sorry for keeping Xaden safe. That's not an apology, Vi. He pauses in front of me, a million emotions crossing over his face too quickly to name. He's right. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you. But if anyone finds out, they'll lock him up like Barlow, or worse, kill him. I fold my arms. He lifts his eyebrows and cranes his neck forward. And there's not a single tiny speck of you that thinks maybe they should? No, he's not evil. I lift my chin. He's not him, either, he counters. That's why you stepped between us and Hedotis. He's not fully in control and you know it. Are any of us ever in full control? I start. Don't do that. He points his finger at me. Not with me. He's not Barlow, not even remotely close. He's never hurt me. He's only ever channeled to save other people, first at Basgaeth, then at a battle across the border, and then when Cortland tried to kill us in Deverelli. I leave out the slight discoloration on my headboard. That's a line I am not crossing with Riddick. Holy fuck. He's channeled 3 times? Riddick's eyebrows fly upward. And managed to do it on an isle without magic? I had a piece of alloy in my conduit. Oh, well, good to know you can keep him fed like Barlow if you need... He scoffs. That's why you've been keeping Barlow alive. Holy shit, Violet. Do you have any respect for your own life? Or is it just Ryerson we're concerned with now? He's never hurt me, I repeat. And he's still an initiate. He doesn't need to be fed. The word tastes like ash in my mouth. As long as he doesn't do it again, he'll stay exactly how he is now. A dark wielder. Just like the silver-haired one stalking you. Riddick starts pacing again. My head draws back. He is nothing like her. Bonded to one of the most vicious dragons on the continent, he continues, ignoring my defense. That's awesome. He doesn't control Sigale. I watch as Riddick pivots and starts the trek all over again. In fact, she barely speaks to him right now. I don't blame her either, Riddick says after a pause, agreeing with Atram. And she's kept this from the Empyrean. He stops to my right, then slowly turns to face me. Who else knows? Other than Xaden and me? Garrick, Bodhi, and Imogen. Riddick blinks. That's it? Just the 5 of you? And now you. Well, at least the club is exclusive, he says sarcastically, then shoves his hands into his hair. And they're all loyal to him. Well, yes, I shift my weight. He's the one we're trying to save. He rolls his eyes at the canopy. Fuck me. How did we get here with the secrets again? His finger shoots up. Never mind. I already know. Ryerson. Again. I sense a theme. Basgaiath would have fallen if he hadn't killed the Dark Wielder's sage, I remind him. What he did give my mother, was time to imbue the Wardstone. We'd all be dead if he hadn't channeled for more power. The continent would have fallen if not for him. Only to become the very thing we're fighting, he shakes his head. The irony of it exists on so many levels, especially when you consider that he's the fucking Duke of Tyrrendor now. His arms fall to his sides. He could tear our kingdom, our province, apart from within. He could deliver us to the Venin on a silver platter. Barlow is nothing. We have a Dark Wielder sitting in the Cenarium. Is that all he sees him as? Just another Dark Wielder? He's on our side, fighting our battles. I push off the tree. He killed more Venin after the battle than any other rider, remember? How can you be sure he's not playing you? His brow furrows. Because I know him! My voice rises. All right. Riddick nods excessively. I'll play along. Let's say he's still 80% Xaden. 90, I counter. He shrugs. There are 4 ranks to Dark Wielders, and your man's already channeled 3 times. I think 80% is mathematically generous. But sure, we'll live in your delusion for the purpose of the hypothetical. How long do we have until he's an ASIM? Until he's physically unable to deny the call of a sage? If he doesn't channel, they always channel. Ice forms at his fingertips. Just because I like to crack jokes doesn't mean I'm not serious about reading the same shit you do. There are no accounts of initiates just walking away from the power. That's why I have to find a cure. My voice breaks. They just told us there isn't one. His arm swings toward the beach. And I've had about 5 minutes to process that information. Anger and fear war for control of my emotions, and both bring my power to the surface, sizzling my skin. Everything I've done over the last few months, from securing the deal with Takaris for books to searching for Andarna's kind, has been in service to the continent, but also to find a cure for him, and hearing from the most likely source that there isn't one. I shake my head as the heat rises within me, growing exponentially with my panic. I don't know what to do with that yet. I don't have all the answers, Riddick. I just know that I have to find them, whether they're in a forgotten book or some Dark Wielder's head, because I've lost Liam and now Traeger and my mother to this war, and I'm not giving up on the man I love. Power snaps within me and flares outward. Lightning slams into the tree behind Riddick, and thunder booms instantly, shaking my bones. Fuck! Riddick shouts, covering his ears and whirling to face the tree. My heart stutters as the trunk splits down the middle and the halves waver, then fall. I lift my fingers, summoning lesser magic to soften the crash, but the heavy pieces are no match for my skills in this area. The halves smack into the ground in a line before us, then erupt into flame. Damn it! Riddick flings his hands outward, and a thin sheet of ice races along the halves in both directions. The flames sizzle and die. Now Ryerson is really going to kill me. Riddick mutters, but the joke falls flat. He turns my way. Thank you. I gesture to the embers, then sigh. And I'm sorry. For which part? All of it. The admission is a little stronger than a whisper. He nods. I will save him. My throat tightens. And not just because I can't fathom living without him. I'm selfish when it comes to loving him, and maybe a little self-destructive lately. You think? He gestures to the tree. But if I don't save him, my voice drops. If I don't cure him, and I can't say it. I keep serum in case of emergency, but Riddick, We have to keep him on our side, or this war is already lost. There isn't a rider alive capable of stopping him at full power now, let alone what he could become if he truly turns. And don't say that I can, because the truth is that I won't. Even if I hone my signet to his level, which would take the years he's had, I could no more hurt him than he could hurt me. He is everything to me. Riddick's shoulders dip. So where's the line? At what point is he too far gone for you to defend him? My mouth opens, then shuts. There isn't one, not one he'd actually cross. Really? He lifts his brows. What if he hurts someone you love? Will that change your mind? He wouldn't, I shake my head. He hasn't in all these months. He won't. He clasps my shoulders. Not good enough. Give me a real logical line he has to cross for you to walk away, and I'll keep the secret. I'll help you scour every fucking book you can find. I'm here for the I'm gonna save my man at all costs mantra, and will be on your side in this horrifically dangerous situation if you can just acknowledge there's a breaking point. You can put all your faith in him as long as you leave a little logic for yourself. I can't imagine not loving him. I bring my hands up to rest on his forearms. Never said you couldn't love him. He squeezes my shoulders gently. You can still love someone after you let them go. But you have to tell me there's a line where you will let him go. Because if there isn't one, it's not just him we're going to lose, Vi. My chest tightens. I would never... Would you channel to save him? Or is that the line? I swallow hard, remembering that breath of a second in the wardstone chamber, where my power hadn't been enough to imbue the stone. If it makes it easier, then pick a line where I can turn him in. Riddick whispers. Tell me now, when you think there's no chance it will ever happen. So if he ever gets there, the decision isn't on your shoulders. Every muscle in my body tenses. How about if he hurts Tarn or Andarna? Riddick suggests. You have to help me out here, Vi, or I'm walking straight to the only person I know will put your life above everyone else's on that beach. Mira. I try to look at the situation from Riddick's perspective, and it's anything but pretty. Fine. Hypothetically, he'd have to kill another rider without cause or hurt civilians, hurt my friends, my dragons. Hurt me. I end in a whisper. If he hurts me, then he's not him anymore. Riddick nods, then touches his forehead to mine. All right. Then there it is. There it is. I repeat. His hands fall away and we start back toward camp. Stop keeping shit to yourself, he demands. I don't want to have this fight again. The four of us are stronger together than we are apart. Don't fuck with that, even for Ryerson. If you're too afraid to tell Ree, Sawyer, or me about something you're doing because you know we're going to lose our shit, then either you shouldn't be doing it, or you deserve to have shit lost on you. Noted. I sigh. I miss them. Me too. He slings his arm around my shoulders. Ree gives better lectures. You did pretty well. A smile tugs at my mouth as we veer left around a giant tree the diameter of Tarn's leg. And find Xaden on the other side, standing with one ankle crossed over the other, his arms folded as he leans his shoulder against the trunk. Riddick's hand flexes on my shoulder, but he doesn't let go as we abruptly stop. Xaden arches his scarred brow, taking note. Quite the conundrum, Riddick says. You see, if I drop my hand, it looks like we've been caught doing something we shouldn't, which we haven't. But if I leave it here, I'm not sure you won't go all blank face on me in a fit of rage and... He drags his left hand across his neck. Not helping, I tell him. I also don't want you to think that just because you're scary, I'm scared of you, Riddick adds, which I'm not. You are. What did you decide? Xaden asks, his face a perfect mask of boredom. You're not going to threaten to kill me? Riddick counters. I don't make empty threats. I reach out mentally, but Zayden's shields are still locked tight. Riddick tilts his head. Meaning you wouldn't threaten before you killed me, or you wouldn't actually kill me? Zayden half shrugs. You pick. Stop it. I look straight at Zayden and his gaze flickers to mine, warming slightly. She tells Rhiannon and Sawyer. Riddick demands, then pauses, considering. And Jacinia. My heart practically stops. Have you lost your mind? Is that all? Zayden asks, and I can't tell if he's being a sarcastic ass or a serious one. I'd prefer Mira and Brennan too, but we can start with the first three, Riddick states, looking at Zayden. Everyone you've told values your life over hers. That's not true, I argue. Everyone who knows has told Violet to run as far and as fast as she can, Zayden says, myself included. Good to know, Riddick shrugs. Rhi, Sawyer, Jacinia. That's my only condition for keeping your secret. That is not what we discussed, I hiss up at him. We discussed our terms, Riddick says, then looks back at Zayden. This is between us. Jacinia needs to know what she's actually researching in case there's a way to slow your progression. Sawyer, Rhi, and I are the only ones who can be with Violet during every class, and our dorm rooms are right next to hers. She's more than capable of protecting herself, but extra eyes don't hurt, considering what will come for her. Zayden tenses. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Riddick nods. My forehead crinkles. Well, I don't. If he progresses and turns fully, Riddick starts. When? Zayden corrects him. Denial and I don't keep company. Riddick's eyebrows rise. All right, then. When he turns fully, or when someone with the wrong rank realizes what he's become, they'll have to kill him for the very reasons you've already mentioned, Vi. What is that? My stomach hollows as I follow his train of thought to its logical conclusion. Then, refills immediately with scalding anger. I drag my gaze to Zayden's. Killing me is the easiest way to kill you. Just like my first year. I won't let that happen. Zayden's jaw clenches. We won't let that happen, Riddick corrects. You'll be off doing evil shit, wherever evil shit gets done. My lips part. Rhi, Sawyer, Jacinia, Riddick repeats. Not Atos? Zayden questions. Dane specifically? Absolutely not, I interject. He'll kill you. He could try, Zayden replies. The attempt would certainly make things awkward. I'm with Violet on this one, Riddick chimes in. While I'm proud of how far Atos has come in the rule-bending department, he's not ready to graduate to this particular level. Rhi, Sawyer, Jacinia. Done, Zayden answers. But let's be clear. I don't care who she tells when it comes to her safety. Good, Riddick nods, then rocks back on his heels and takes a deep breath. Oh, and just so we're clear, that strike up there wasn't, he gestures between us. You know, us, he flinches. I mean, it was us because I pissed her off, but it wasn't us, if you know what I'm saying. I fight to keep from rolling my eyes. Well aware, Zayden replies, first because I trust Violet, and second, he glances at Riddick in a dismissive once-over. It wasn't a big enough strike. Seriously? I scoff. Huh. Riddick tilts his head as if deciding something, then shakes it. Nope. You and I are not back to dick jokes yet. Not that we were ever there. I'm still pissed. You should be. Zayden pushes off the tree and walks toward us. And I'm making sure Violet's capable of killing me when the time comes. If it's between her and me, I choose her. Kill the other guy I become. My eyes narrow on the beautiful asshole I've foolishly given my heart to. It's not going to come to that. Holy shit, is that noble? Is that twisted? I can't decide. Riddick pats me on the shoulder, then starts back toward camp. I've never been happier to be single. You two have some serious issues. Garrick handled the hunting that you were supposed to be doing, Xaden calls out as we leave the trees. Riddick throws a thumbs up as he walks down the hill. Xaden studies my face, looking at me like he has to memorize every detail in this exact moment. I step toward him and he retreats, shaking his head once. My heart sinks. You're going to put some space between us over the abomination comment, aren't you? He flinches, which is as good as confirmation for me. You're not, I start. The other two Irids stayed, like they hadn't made up their minds yet. He interrupts. And I think you had them, because you didn't know how young Andarna was at threshing. His jaw pops, and he slides right back into that bored, unbothered mask he loves so well. Then they saw me. I'm pretty fucking sure that this entire mission we've risked everything for just failed because of what I am. Because I'm here with you. That's not fair, I whisper. But it's true. Shadows scatter around the edges of his boots, and he looks down toward the beach. I've barely made it a month without channeling beyond Sigale. He shakes his head. Had it just been you and Riddick, or you and Dane, or you and anyone else besides me on that beach, there's every chance you'd be on your way to whatever isle they've claimed, that Andarna would have a chance to know her kind, that they'd agree to come back and fire the Eurasian Wardstone and save my city, save my entire province. He drags his gaze back to mine. So yeah, I think the abomination comment and what it represents requires taking a moment of space for us both to consider the undeniable fact that I am the worst possible thing for this mission, for my province, and for you. My heart hurts for him, for how guilty he feels over something he can't control. All right. I fold my arms across my chest and debate whether to fight or comfort him, then decide to go a different route. Facts are considered. I don't need the moment. You would have been on this mission regardless of our status because of Terran and Sigale. It's ridiculous that they passed judgment on you without even hearing you speak. But that's a statement on their character, not yours. And if you need some space to sort that out in your mind, fine. I tilt my head at him. But it doesn't change a single thing about the way I love you. His hands flex. I turn away from him and start back toward camp. Let me know when you're done brooding, and we'll see how big my next strike is. Until then, we're flying home tomorrow. The Griffins are exhausted, and it takes us 10 days to reach Deverelli, where we spend an extra day fixing Andarna's harness when a piece of metal snaps. Xaden keeps his distance the whole damn time. Andarna is barely speaking. Kat is heartbreakingly silent to the point that I wish she'd take a verbal jab or two. And I'm about to break under the weight of failure. We use the day to chart our path over Poromil, choosing a route that brings us ashore between Corden and Drathis in order to minimize our chances of encountering Darkwielders. By the time we launch for the continent, Mira's asked me at least a dozen times if I'm all right. And though Dane has the annoying habit of continuously measuring how far Xaden and I sit apart with his eyes before meeting my gaze, he smartly keeps his mouth shut. I scan our surroundings for venin constantly during the flight, too scared to sleep in the saddle. Every glint of sun off a lake makes my stomach lurch, and every distant thunderstorm has me gripping the pommels. Logically, I know there's no chance Theophany is aware we're beyond the wards, available for her to pick off at will. But she shouldn't have known I'd be an Anka either. Either our flight plan pays off, or Theophany chooses not to attack. And though we fly over patches of drained land, we make it to the wards without so much as a patrol of wyvern intercepting us. The ease of it only serves to make me more anxious. We spend a night under the stars just within the wards to evade the arrest for court-martial we all know is coming, and fly into Basgaia 3.5 weeks from the day we left. There's no sense of victory as I unload Tairn's saddlebags on the flight field. Not even with having secured an army to come to our aid. The overwhelming failure of losing the Irids feels like mold growing on my tongue, souring everything I drink and eat, infecting my words and the very breath in my lungs. The disappointment festers and spreads until I feel wholly, completely rancid as I dismount onto the muddy field. Andarna flew straight to the Vale. She didn't even speak as she disappeared over the ridge. Her sorrow hurts most of all. Violet! I turn and am immediately devoured by Rhiannon's hug. Her arms close tight around me, and I drop the pack to return the squeeze. Maybe it's the sound of Kaori yelling at cadets across the field, or the scent of Rhee's hair, or the simple fact that we're back yet not home. But the enormity of what we've lost immediately pricks my eyes and clogs my throat. I really missed you. How did you know we were here? Fierg told me you were headed in, so we ran out of dinner. I'm so glad to see you. Rhee pulls back with a watery smile. Are you all right? I open and shut my mouth, unsure of how to answer the question. Rhee! Riddick slams into us from the side, wrapping us both in his arms, 2 weeks of beard growth scratching the side of my face. Fuck, did we need you on that trip? Violet was out of control. She kicked a queen's ass and poisoned Xaden's mom and all 3 Hidotic heads of state, but secured us an army. Rhee huffs a laugh as he sways us back and forth. And what did you do? Not much. Put out a couple of fires. Punched a cook. He lets me go, then yanks Sawyer into the embrace when he walks over, leaning slightly on a cane. This is good. This is right. Glad you're home, guys, Sawyer says, his face squished down next to mine thanks to Riddick. Me too. I relax into the hug. There they are! Get over here, Riddick shouts, still in the embrace. Marin laughs and runs to my other side, working her way in. But Kat just sighs as she walks over. No exceptions, Riddick declares, then tugs Kat into the circle between him and Sawyer. Sweet second years, together again. He lets us go, but we stay circled up. Rhee's gaze jumps from person to person like she's counting, and her smile falters. We lost Traeger. I tell her softly. What? Rhee recoils, her face stricken. How? Sawyer's shoulders fall. Zelna, Kat answers, then clears her throat. Arrow to the heart. But we got an army out of it, so... Her voice breaks, and she clears her throat again. I'm so sorry, Rhee says, her gaze swinging from Marin to Kat. We are too, Marin whispers. And we failed. I say it out loud for the first time, looking Sawyer then Rhee straight in the eyes. We found the Irids, and they won't come. We failed. Shit. Rhee's face falls entirely. That's disappointing to hear, given the current political climate. We break apart and turn toward General Atos, who stands a respectable distance from Tairn, glowering at us. He doesn't even glance at Dane as the others make their way over. Xaden pauses between Garrick and Drake, and our gazes collide for a heartbeat before we both focus on General Atos. Court-martial coming in 3, 2... We will discuss your punishment for disobeying direct orders later. General Atos glances at Drake. It's too bad you were born on the wrong side of the family. His gaze snaps to Kat. The good news is that you're 1 step closer to your throne. Kat blanches. Serena? My stomach plummets and I spot Mira white-knuckling the strap of her rucksack. Is that your sister? Atos asks, reaching into the pocket of his uniform and walking toward us. Yes, Marin answers so Kat doesn't have to. Ah, right, the infamous flyer. Atos retrieves a missive and hands it to me without really answering Kat or Marin. This perplexing read Came for you about an hour ago. Looking forward to discussing it during your debrief. I clasp the parchment noting the broken seal. Is Serena Cordella alive? He's cruel to drag it out like this. Last I heard, she's fine. Atos glances meaningfully at the paper. Thank you, Amari. Kat sways, taking in a deep breath, and I unfold the already opened missive. What happened? She asks. My skin chills as the blood runs from my face at the sight of her handwriting. Violet, I do hope you had a marvelous time on your journey, though your riot looked a little haggard when you flew over Pavis. I do wonder why you went to so much effort when I have the one thing you seek above all else. Do enjoy the time you have with your friends until our next rendezvous. Don't worry, I'm making all the arrangements. T. I crumple the parchment on reflex, and my gaze jumps to Xaden. What is it? He tilts his head. Theophany. It's a struggle to draw a full breath. She knew we were gone. She saw us fly over Pavis and somehow delivered this here before we arrived. His mouth tightens. She can't get to you here. And yet, she did. I shoved the paper into my pocket and noticed General Atos watching me like a hawk. Is my uncle all right? Kat's voice rises. Just tell us already. Takaris. Oh, shit. While you were out doing gods know what on the Isles for 3 weeks, Atos says, his eyes hardening. Sunniva fell to dark wielders. Marin gasps, and dread hangs on the momentary silence. Queen Mariah is dead. Unsent, drafted correspondence of Colonel Agatha Mayfair, Royal Archivist. Your Majesty, unfortunately, I can find no law that supersedes the Unification Scrolls. The provincial commitment under Queen Alondra the Bold, 207.1, consolidating the province's armies under the Queen's standard for the Paromish conflict, expired with the Second Eratia Accord, and control of all forces should, strike through, must return to the provinces from which they hail. I recommend demanding, strike through, asking for a new provincial commitment covering our current conflict. The provinces will never agree after the rise in conscription rates. Strike through. My advice, do not anger Tyrandor's Duke, strike through, who now commands the largest portion of our army. Strike through. Screw this, strike through. I hate my job. Strike through. Chapter 44. Leadership separates us completely after we put our things in our rooms, then questions us for 12 hours each with scribes. When Atos accidentally lets slip his annoyance that King Tari is so grateful to have Arik back that he's forbidden any form of punishment, the emotional relief results in an immediate sense of overwhelming exhaustion. But I don't ask for a reprieve from the endless debrief. I made the decisions, and if this prolonged interrogation is my only collegiate repercussion, I'll take it without complaint, especially knowing the other members of the squad are safe too. They go over the trip's details so many times for so many hours that I start to worry if they're looking for holes in our stories, or if they suspect we had more than rare texts to guide us. It's tedious and exhausting, but at least I get to see Markham's face twist with jealousy from across the room on the few occasions he sits in on my sessions. I've seen things he never will, touched pieces of history he didn't know existed. Just like my father. Mira and Garrick are released back to the front on March 28th, the last day of our Inquisition. Drake departs for Corden. Brennan arrives from Eratia to mend my ribs. Zayden is hauled into scenarium meetings while being returned to his position as a professor. And the rest of us go back to class. For having missed more than 3 weeks, I'm only completely lost in physics and mildly confused in history. Since all my studying prior to the trip had nothing to do with Breivik absorbing Signisan under Porum I. If not for Rhee's notes, the 3 of us would drown academically. And I'm sure Arik feels the same about Sloane. But it's battle brief on our first day back that shows just how much damage can be done in 3 weeks. Suniva is far from the only city to have fallen. In fact, geographically speaking, it's an outlier. That's not possible, I whisper, staring at the map from my seat. How many Dark Wielders would it take to cover that much territory this quickly? Rhee and I spent the early morning hours debriefing, but this hadn't come up. It's happening fast, Rhiannon takes out her pen and paper. If by fast you mean that half of Krovla has been painted red while we were away, then yes, I'd say fast is a good term, Riddick notes from Rhee's right. You guys didn't see any of it on your flight in? Sawyer asks. No, my grip tightens on my pen. We flew over the ruins of Pavis. There are so many patches of red that they blend into one. Only the southern tip and west of Krovla have been spared. Cordon still stands, but for how long? Civilian casualties? Rhee's mouth tightens. Unknown, and the borders are a mess. People are fleeing in every direction. Drathis is facing major supply shortages. Too many people, too fast. My stomach knots. Mira and Garrick were both sent to Drathis. Because your king won't let anyone in, Kat seethes. A few heads turn in her direction before quickly looking away. It's been like that all day, cadets whispering and staring at us. What? I lean forward to look past Marin as the stragglers take their seats. We're still not taking civilians? Guessing they skipped that part of your debrief, she replies. Or I'd only been interviewed by Navarians. Welcome back to our travelers, Professor Devera says as she takes her position at the front, alongside Professor Keandra. From my understanding, they have secured us an army of 40,000 soldiers from an alliance with Zelna. She gives me a subtle nod, and I force a smile. Which may help turn the tide of this war. But we've failed to secure our primary objective, and lost a squad mate. I'm going to need to get back into the gym with Imogen to carry all this fucking guilt. I'd settle for a stalemate, Marin says from my left. Also, welcome to our new guests. Devera's gaze flicks to the 2 captains in Rider Black standing watch at the end of Arik's row. Please make yourselves as uncomfortable as possible. Arik glares past Sloane and Baylor, then faces forward. On to battle strategy, Devera announces. Where should we put our 40,000 troops? She asks the room, then calls on a first year from Second Wing. They should be stationed here to protect the Wardstone, the curly-haired guy replies. Yes, because that is where Venin seemed to be headed, Imogen quips from above us. Next, Devera orders. They should be sent to the south to hold the line so Corden doesn't fall, Kat says without being called on. That would be one excellent usage of them, Devera agrees, though I wonder if your bias comes into play with that kind of decision, seeing as it's now the seat of power for your uncle. King Takaris. What do our other travelers think? Devera inquires, her gaze skimming over us. I stare at the western line that's creeping closer to Tyrandor and keep my mouth closed, so the same point can't be made to me regarding bias. They should be split, Dane answers from above us. Half to the south, to defend the new king and what's left of the territory, and half to the western line. You would deploy all the troops within Poromil, she questions, sitting back on her favorite spot on the table. It's where they're needed, he answers with a certainty I envy. And before the riders in here get defensive, remember that protecting Krovla's western line keeps the Dark Wielders off Tyrandor and Elsum. and we're bound by our alliance to defend King Takaris. And it was a flyer who paid the cost of that army, Kat adds. Solid points, Devera admits. Personally, I'd divvy the troops into thirds, putting most along the lines Atos suggested and the rest at our outposts. My brow furrows. Why would the outposts need more troops within the wards? If we start losing wards, there will be no safe harbor on the continent. Safe for who exactly? Marin mutters. Hard for outposts to fall or lose wards when they're already protected, Sawyer muses. Unless they think the arsenals are at risk. All it takes is a disruption in the power supply and the wards will fail. We'll see what leadership decides. Devera pauses and her hands trip on the edge of the desk. It is not lost on me that today's subject will be a sensitive one. I know many of you had family there. But it is critical that we discuss Suniva's fall now that the intel reports are in. There's an immediate hum of tension within the room, as if half its occupants can't help but channel. How many of you know how it happened? Devera's gaze sweeps over us. A second-year flyer from Third Wing raises her hand, and Devera nods at her. I don't think any of us have all the details, but we know they were taken by surprise. I heard 20 Venin. I heard it was more like 30, someone counters from the right. Which is why we have this briefing. Devera lifts her brows. It does us no good to train with misinformation and rumors. She looks back at the flyer. They dropped out of the sky, which made Suniva's 50-foot walls obsolete, the flyer continues. Then started a fire. Is it true most everyone burned to death? My stomach pitches. I can't think of a more horrible way to die. Unfortunately, yes. Devera nods. The fire started in the famous textile district and, with the help of what we think were wind-wielding Venin, quickly devoured most of the city, despite the efforts of the 4 drifts and permanent residents, all of whom perished. We had a riot of 4 stationed there to protect the Queen. 1 rider and 2 dragons made it out alive, which is the only reason we have facts instead of rumors to build on. Estimated casualties are somewhere around 25,000 lives. Holy shit. A flyer 2 rows down hangs her head, and her shoulders shake. The fire did most of the work for them, Devera continues, allowing their horde of approximately 12 wyvern to split into 3 coordinated units. There's no way 12 wyvern took out Suniva, a flyer to the right yells. 12 wyvern. 12 Venin. Devera answers without batting an eye. 4 to hold the perimeter, 4 to fly directly to the palace, and 4 to concentrate on the barracks and armory. 12 of them took out 25,000 people. Putting your feelings aside, Devera instructs, raising her chin, ask the questions that will allow you to hypothetically change the outcome of this loss. The room falls quiet, and not a single hand rises. 25,000 people. We've never studied a modern battle with so many casualties before. How in Amari's name are we supposed to dissect one that not only killed some of our classmates' families, but took the life of their queen? It hasn't even been a week. Devera looks to her right, and Professor Keandra moves from the edge of the room to the desk in the center of the stage. If we do not rip apart this tactic, Keandra lectures, they will use it again, and the next town they come for will be yours. Suniva was our kingdom's capital, but our 4th largest city. You honor the dead by making sure no others fall in the same manner. We have to learn from this. I know it's hard, but in a matter of months, you 3rd years will be on the front lines. That will mean you defending Diasin, she points to someone above us, or you, her finger swings left, defending Corden. Start asking, Devera orders. Start thinking, or we're all dead. What was in the armory? Zayden's voice carries over the hall. I look back and find him standing in the doorway next to Bodhi. His arms folded and jaw locked. My heart leaps. It's been 3 days since I've seen him. The beard he grew on the journey home has been shaved, and the name tag is back on his uniform. Instinctively, I reach for the bond, but his shields are up. His gaze darts to mine and warms for the millisecond he holds contact, before we both turn our attention to the front of the room. They have to think for themselves, Professor Ryerson. Devera arches a brow. What was in the armory? He repeats. Keandra nods. 6 crates of freshly delivered alloy-hilted daggers. And yes, the venin took them all. Everyone's interest shifts forward, and it takes conscious effort to pick my jaw up. There are maybe 2 crates kept at each outpost. Why didn't Paromish forces use the damn daggers? Riddick asks. Because the damn daggers had only arrived a few hours earlier, Devera answers. And the armory was the first target hit. Our best guess is that there was simply no time to distribute them. Why would 6 crates be sent there? Caroline Ashton asks. Suniva was only supposed to be a distribution site. Drifts were set to take the crates to other cities in the morning, Keandra answers. Shit. The venin knew about the shipment. That's the only logical explanation. How many people knew the distribution schedule? I ask. Right there, Devera points at me. The answer is too many. We have traitors in our ranks. My pulse launches. How many Barlows are out there hiding among us, just waiting for their opportunity? The cadet turning in the Signet sparring pit proved some of us are willing to turn under the right circumstances. Maybe even in this room. How did they get to Suniva without being detected? Rhiannon asks. The area surrounding the city was clear for hundreds of miles. Flyers and our riot had to be on patrol. What's common in Suniva in March? Keandra asks in answer. Fuck if I know. That hasn't exactly been a part of our education to this point. Thunderstorms, Kai answers from Arik's right. From March until about June, they roll in around 5 and are gone by midnight. Keandra nods. They flew in with the storm. You mean above it? A first year asks. No, dumbass, another first year from First Wing counters. They can't survive at that altitude. Some storms are low enough to fly over, Devera corrects, which is why you should pay more attention in class, Payson. In this case, they flew within the cloud. Within the cloud? That would require... No way. It's impossible. Not with enough years of training. That doesn't make sense, a third year calls out from above us. It's an unacceptable risk to fly in those conditions unless absolutely necessary due to the prevalence of lightning. We're taught that in the first month of flight maneuvers. Most of the room mutters in agreement. Which is why the patrols were grounded. Devera stares at me like she knows what I'm thinking. Maybe they don't give a shit how many wyvern die, Imogen counters. My heart races and I shift my weight in my seat. What's wrong? Rhiannon whispers. I know how they did it. I reply just as quietly, my grip tightening on my pen. Then say something. Rhi prods like it's first year all over again. I don't want to be right, I reply just as quietly. That's a first, Kat mutters. Devera cocks her head to the side, calling me out without saying a word. My stomach hollows. Gods, I'm really going to have to say it. They'd give a shit about wyverns if they're riding them, the other third year retorts at Imogen. They might not have souls, but they value their lives, and no reasonable rider flies within a thunderstorm. I do. Fuck. I actually said it. Every head turns my way, and Devera nods. I can direct my strikes within a cloud, just like I did during the battle here in December, I continue. Which means I could theoretically control the natural strikes and move a riot within a thunderstorm with relative safety. After about 20 years of practice, I abandoned my pen on my notebook. Theophany. She was with them, their lightning wielder. I'd guess that's how the textile fire started, and probably what took out the other dragons. That's what the report suggests, Devera answers. Shit. To do all that after moving a horde through a storm, I shake my head. She has to be a maven. And I'm a fucking second year who just spent 3 weeks chasing a mirage of hope on isles without magic when I should have been training. Most likely, Devera agrees, giving me the same look Mira had on Zelna. Expectation. Then she glances away. So now let's discuss how we defeat this particular assault. What signets could have made the difference? Nothing's off the table. Who do you send to guard your most valuable targets with this kind of threat? Water wielders could have helped the fire, someone suggests. You send Ryerson, Caroline Ashton says. He's the most powerful rider we have, and he's held back more than just a dozen wyvern. If Ryerson's there, this doesn't happen. True, but at what cost? Would he have channeled from the earth to keep it from happening? I glance over my shoulder, but Xaden is already gone. Don't we have a fire wielder powerful enough to have controlled the flames? Baylor asks. He's a major stationed with the Southern Wing. Major Edorta is stationed at Athbean, Devera confirms. Rhiannon glances sideways at me, then looks away. Your turn to say something, I whisper. Don't hesitate. No way, not even in hypotheticals. Sawyer shakes his head at Rhi as people call out different signets around us. You don't send a cadet against... You send Sorengale, Rhiannon announces. A maven, Sawyer finishes in a whisper. And yet you just did. God's damn. Kat and Marin both gawk at Rhi, and Sawyer sinks lower in his seat. You said nothing was off the table, Rhi adds, keeping her eyes forward. Sorengale could have taken out a chunk of the wyvern on approach by striking into that same cloud, including their lightning wielder, as long as they don't know Violet's there. And if they do, Devera questions, remember that someone told them about the daggers being moved. Rhi swallows, and her breaths speed up. Do your job, I whisper the reminder. It's just a hypothetical. She straightens her spine. Then Sorengale needs to be the better of the two. And I'm not. I'm distracted the rest of the hour thinking of different tactics I could use to even the playing field between Theophany and me, and coming up empty-handed, with the exception of one fact. She wants me alive. Battle brief ends, and we have 2 precious hours before our next class, which Riddick uses to cajole Sawyer, Rhi, and me into going down to the archives. Not that Sawyer needs much of a push. We really couldn't have waited another couple of days, I whisper at Riddick as we walk through the tunnel, passing the stairwell to the interrogation chamber. Rhi and Sawyer are far too into arguing about her decision to send me off to the front to pay attention. No, Riddick says, we couldn't. One day, Battle Brief is going to cover how a shadow wielder took out Corden, but you won't be sitting in your seat because they will have already killed you to stop him. Not much of a battle brief if you already have the answer. I flash a fake smile. Basgaiath was a unique case, Sawyer argues with Rhi at my left. We were defending the school, and we kept the first years out of it for the very reason you can't just order Violet into battle. They weren't prepared. Stop, I tell him. It's her job as a squad leader to see me as an asset and not just her friend. I still think it's bullshit. Sawyer mutters as we walk past the scribe on duty at the archives door. It's war, Rhiannon reminds him as we reach the table at the front. And I think it's bullshit. You haven't even thought about flying yet. Riddick and I exchange a look of, oh shit. I can't, he fires back in a whisper, tapping his cane against his prosthesis. Not with this thing. It's not ready yet. There's no need to ask for Jacinia. The class of scribes sitting at their perfectly lined up desks sends someone running to the back the second they see us. You could ask Sleeg to... Rhiannon starts. Sleeg isn't Tern, Sawyer hisses. I'm not about to ask him to make exceptions for me, not when he risked bonding a repeat in the first place. A few scribes pick their heads up, then quickly look away. You'd rather spend your time consulting with the retirees? Rhi counters. You're still a rider, Sawyer. Maybe we should ease up, Riddick suggests. Sawyer's face flushes. All respect, but you have no idea what this is like, Rhi. I lean into Rhi just enough to get her attention, then shake my head subtly. Subject change, I suggest in a whisper. Her mouth purses and she sighs. What's going on with you and Ryerson? She asks, keeping her voice just as low as mine. You didn't so much as smile when you saw him during battle brief. He's brooding, I shrug. That's a word for it, Riddick says, pressing down a corner of his ice-wielding patch that's come unsewn. Jacinia emerges from the back of the archives holding a small paper bundle tied with twine. She quickly makes her way toward us, immediately gifting Sawyer with a smile as she sets the book-sized package on the table and pushes it toward me. Hi, he signs, and damn if his grin doesn't tug at the corners of my mouth. Hi, she signs, then turns toward us. Your reports have been fun to read, but it's good to have you back so you can tell me about the trip in person. Her gaze meets mine. That was delivered for you by courier this morning. I intercepted it before Atos could open it like he does all of your mail. Thank you, I sign, then pick up the package. It's far too soft, too malleable to be a book, and the tag labeled with my name and quadrant is from a seamstress in Shantara. Weird. We need somewhere private, Riddick signs. Rhi's brow furrows. What's going on? She signs. Please, Riddick signs to Jacinia. She nods, then leads us to one of the private, windowless study rooms that line the front wall of the archives and motions us inside. I head in first with Sawyer and the others follow. I know Sleeg isn't Tern, I whisper as we make our way around to the back of the table. And I also know it can be hard to do things differently, especially in an environment that demands perfection and uniformity. An environment that produces perfection and uniformity. Sawyer stiffens, glancing across the table at Rhi and Riddick as she quizzes him again as to why we're here. Oh, I get it now. For me, flying, differently, is worth it, I say under my breath as we sit. But whether you feel the same about asking Sleeg for help is a question only you can answer. I think I could keep my seat, he admits quietly. Most of that is thigh work. It's mounting that intimidates me. Anything I can do to help? I ask him. Jacinia peeks through the doorway as if checking to see that we weren't followed, then closes the door. Sawyer shakes his head. I've been working toward the run and making adjustments to the prosthesis for the climb. I just need to get it right, make sure it works before I let myself hope. His gaze flickers to Rhi. You could never disappoint her, I rush as Jacinia turns toward us. Our friend? Never. Our squad leader? He grimaces. You shouldn't be in here, Jacinia signs, so make it quick before they come kick you out. Riddick leans all the way back in his chair and stares at me. What is happening? Rhi signs, looking between the two of us. Tell them, Riddick signs, or I will. I sigh. There's no point being nervous. Either I trust my friends, or I don't. Xaden is slowly turning venom. I say, and sign. Rhee's eyes widen, and she leans forward. Talk. Recovered correspondence of Cadet Violet Sorengale to His Grace Lieutenant Zayden Ryerson, 16th Duke of Tyrrendor. I think I started falling for you that night in the tree when I watched you with the marked ones. But I began tumbling the day you gave me Tairn's saddle. You'll give some self-serving excuse, but the truth is you're kinder than you want people to know. Maybe kinder than you know. Chapter 45. I hang in the air, suspended by an invisible hand around my throat as lightning strikes in the distance. Fear pumps through my veins, but the harder I fight, the narrower my windpipe becomes, the harder it is to draw breath. Quit fighting it, the sage orders. Quit fighting me! You're dead. This isn't real. I repeat the phrases mentally when my lips refuse to form the words. This is only a nightmare. A very visceral, terrifying nightmare. The fight drains out of me and I fall to the ground before him, hitting my knees and gasping for charred air. And Darna screams, bellowing with rage and pain, and my head snaps toward the ridgeline, toward the storm. Blue fire licks up the hillside, reaching for the city walls of Drathis, devouring the fleeing civilians in its path. Such emotion, the sage tisks, crouching down in front of me. Don't worry, it will fade in time. Fuck you! I lunge forward only to be shoved back to my knees by an invisible force. I'll allow you to help her this time, the sage promises, pushing his robes up the length of his tanned arms. Just submit. Come to me, accept where you belong, and you'll find a freedom like no other. And if I don't, I ask, playing into the dream, then you'll find I have ways to bring you to heel. The sage draws a sword from his robes, and the next flash of lightning reflects in the emeralds adorning the top of the hilt. Wisps of silver hair blow in the breeze at the edge of my vision, and the sword of Tyrrendor rushes toward my chest. Wake! I scream, but my mouth won't work. My eyes flash open and my hands jolt upward, my sweaty limbs tangling in the blankets as lightning crashes outside my window. Heart racing, I shove away the covers and run my fingers over my sternum. Of course there's no cut, you fool, I mutter. It was just a damn dream. A very visceral one, but a dream nonetheless. I swing my feet to the floor, then wrap my arms around my middle as I rise and walk toward the window. Rain assaults the glass in sheets that obscure the view over the ravine toward the main campus. Tairn and Endarna are asleep, but there's a stirring along the bond I share with Zayden. His shields are down, but the foggy barrier of sleep stands between us. I breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth, counting to 20 as my heart slowly calms. The sage is dead, but she isn't. Theophany is very real, and if she can get to me here at Basgayath, she can get to my friends too, the ones who are justifiably disappointed that I kept yet another secret from them. Thank God they understand that Zayden's not the enemy, that he's still fighting on our side. How long will it be until Theophany goes after Zayden? My throat tightens, but this time it's my own fear clogging my windpipe. How the hell am I supposed to fight a dark wielder who's had decades to perfect a signet I still need a conduit to control? It's the end of March. I've barely had my powers for a year. The last day of March. I glanced down at the package Jacinia handed me the day before yesterday. It's right where I left it on the sill, one end undone. At the opening of the paper, the edges of a delicate Deverelli silk nightgown and robe spill out with a handwritten note. For the nights I can't sleep next to you. X. My chest clenches, just like it did when I opened it. He'd somehow seen me eyeing the fabric in Deverelli, bought it,
then placed the order to have it made before we left to search the other aisles. "I love you," I whispered down the bond, then leaned forward and rest my forehead against the cold glass, using the sensation to solidify my certainty that the nightmare has ended. "I need you. Quit brooding." Maybe it's time I try one of his own techniques. I reach for pen and paper. The purpose of this maneuver, as you remember, is to spend as little time on the ground as possible. Kaori lectures that morning as he stands beside Xaden, amplifying his voice across the flight field as the riders of our entire section sit mounted like we're in formation. Mostly. Sawyer stands between Sleeg's claws 2 rows back, and Tern waits next to Fierg, both their wings tucked for proximity's sake, instead of standing behind her where we belong. "I am precisely where I belong," he counters. "Kind of wish you were a griffin so we could have sat this one out." "Kind of wish I'd sat out threshing 2 years ago," he counters. The corner of my mouth rises. "You sure you don't want to join us?" I ask Andarna. "No point when I can't carry you." She shuts the bond. Awesome. My heart sinks to a new low. I pushed too hard. Or maybe too little. Tern sighs like he's in his elder years. "In this new type of warfare," Kaori continues, "it's more important than ever that we spend less time on the ground. But there will be moments when you cannot accomplish your mission while mounted. You must be prepared to dismount in a running landing, wheel to defeat your opponent, then be ready to take to the sky in what we're calling a battle mount. If you are unsuccessful or outnumbered, every second you remain on the ground endangers not only your life but your dragons, should they remain on the field." Kaori lifts a hand and conjures a projection of a robed figure at the far right end of the field. "Professor Ryerson?" Shit. I haven't mastered a run-on landing like the rest of my year mates, let alone whatever a battle mount will entail. "For the sake of the first exercise," Xaden says, his voice booming across the field, "your opponent's signet is unknown and you are alone. Once you've shown you can complete the maneuver, we'll work in teams. First years, we just want you to get the tactic down so you can practice while on your upcoming erasure rotation. Don't worry about wielding. I know not all of you can." Xaden surveys our line, and I can't help but notice the dark circles under his eyes. He might be sleeping at night, but it's not well. And I hate that I can't do anything about it. "This is your fighting pit today." His gaze finds mine. "Try not to incinerate it." "Ha, very funny." "Never know with you." He surprises me by replying. Bodhi goes first, nailing the running landing like it's part of his everyday workout, then uses the momentum to continue into the projection, twisting his left hand and swinging the sword with the other, decapitating the fake model. Cure banks hard to pivot back to Bodhi, but it's too steep, and his green sword tail takes out a small section of boulders halfway up the hill as he pulls the turn. Bodhi breaks into a run from the projection, and Cure returns, extending his left foreleg as he slows his speed. The two are parallel just long enough for Bodhi to leap onto Cure's claw, and the dragon is already accelerating, gaining altitude as Bodhi climbs up to the seat. Oh, we're fucked. I can't do that. It's not self-doubt talking. It's just fact. "You will," Tern decrees. "It just won't look like that." Right, because I'll be dead, lying face down on the muddy flight field from the impact. Sometimes I forget just how nearly perfect Bodhi is at everything, I say to Xaden. No one thought of him during battle brief yesterday, and he should have been the first name that came to mind. Countering signets might not be the best offensive tool, but damn if it isn't a hell of a defense. "He's my cousin," Xaden replies, locking eyes with me. "Of course he's exceptional." Just like you, but without the arrogance. I cock my head to the side. Maybe I fell for the wrong... It would be a shame to kill my last living relative.
Zayden tilts his head to mirror mine, then straightens. And on today of all days, I choose not to remind him that he has 2 half-brothers. And that is how it's done, he calls out. In this scenario, the smaller dragons have the advantage. Maneuverability is key, so do yourself a favor and talk out your approach before the attempt. We only have 1 mender on campus. And I'd rather fly to Erasia than let Nolan touch me. Maybe we should wait a month and try when we're on the Erasia rotation, I suggest to Tern. Or you could simply not break anything, he suggests oh so helpfully. First squad begins. The initial 2 maneuvers are successful. The next cadet breaks her leg on impact. Ouch, Ree hisses through her teeth and glances my way. You all right to do this? She asks as the first year stumbles off, cradling the appendage. I'm never all right to do this, I reply. I just do it anyway. Sounds about right, she nods. Then her eyes narrow at something across the field. I track her line of sight to Zayden and shake my head. Don't. I can't say more out in the open. But it's not like she doesn't know what I'm talking about. It's hard not to, she admits without apology, but I'm trying. I know. Thank you. I adjust my new saddle strap and pray the stitches I finished this morning will hold. Instead of keeping my thighs at the seat like the original one I've left fastened in front of me, this one wraps around my waist like a belt and buckles in front with 3 different notches I can tighten or loosen depending on how much maneuverability I need. A second year nails the running landing, but misses the leap for his red Morningstar tail's claw and slams into the mud. I wince. Movement catches my eye, and my gaze runs up the hill behind Zayden, finding Andarna perched on an outcropping 50 feet overhead, her scales the same color as Tern's. Change your mind? I ask, with what I hope is the right amount of encouragement. No. Her tail flicks a second before she launches, leaping from the outcropping with sure beats of her wings, climbing up and over the ridge of the box canyon. Fuck. I blow out a frustrated sigh. I can't say or do anything right to help her. She's adjusting, Tern says. I glance across the field and find Zayden watching me. It's going around. First squad ends with 5 successful maneuvers, 4 failed attempts at landing, and 2 failed launches, resulting in a total of 3 broken bones and 1 bloody nose. This does not bode well for us in battle, Ree says. Let's hope we have time to get it right. It's the most supportive comment I can come up with. You're the squad leader, so you'd better go set the example. Good luck. Don't die. I flash a smile her way. Thanks. She fights the smile she returns, then pretends to puff out her chest. I will bring honor to the patch. See that you do. I watch as Fierg steps forward and launches once she's clear of Tern. Zayden looks my way, and for a second, the mask falls, giving me a glimpse of longing that tightens my chest. You getting any sleep? I ask. I sleep better when I'm next to you, he admits. You know where to find my bed, professor or not. I'm pretty sure you know how to sneak in. I run my hand over my flight jacket pocket, making sure my little parcel is secured. Unless you're still brooding. It's a full-time occupation at the moment. Does that schedule allow for giving me a moment after class? He nods. Fierg approaches, and Rhiannon moves to her foreclaw as she descends, then executes a perfect running landing. She lifts her hand, and a blade appears. The projection wavers as she slices through it, then races back as Fierg returns. I can't help but grin. Rhee doesn't miss the jump. Damn, she's good. Tern waits for Imogen and Quinn to take their turns, then fires off a series of orders to me as Riddick lands with a particularly showy somersault. Ice flies from his hands through the projection, and he turns to the squads with a bow befitting any stage performance before racing for Atrum. There's a heartbeat where I think he won't make it, but he swings his body onto Atrum's claw, and the 2 take off. You really think that's going to work? I ask Tern, pulling down my flight goggles as he crouches.
I think it's the only way to accomplish the mission without breaking your neck.
He launches with powerful wing beats, and the ground falls away.
Wait for the last second so you don't embarrass us.
So encouraging, I tease. Tern climbs, then I adjust my weight as he banks hard left at the top of the canyon. My heart begins to pound when we dive toward the target, and I grip the conduit in one hand and reach for the buckle of my saddle with the other.
Not yet, he snaps.
Just preparing. I throw open the archive's door and let his power flood me, focusing on concentrating the energy at the center of my chest as the walls of the canyon rise quickly around us.
Unbuckle,
Tern orders as colors blur on either side of me, but I keep my gaze homed in on the target and undo the leather that keeps me in the seat.
Move.
Holding the belt of the saddle in my right hand, I stand, nearly stumbling at the wind resistance as he descends directly at the target, not leveling out like the others.
What are you doing?
Xaden growls. Busy right now, love. I slam my shields down and my heart threatens to leap through my throat as the ground approaches at terrifying speed.
Now!
Tern shouts. I release the belt and run for his shoulder, then leap. For a dizzying heartbeat, I'm airborne. The sounds of the world completely drowned out by the rush of air, the drumbeat in my chest, and the snap of wings. I plummet toward the field, my stomach rising to the roof of my mouth as I fall. The power gathering within me is useless to slow my descent, but I throw out my arms to the side like they have a chance and lock every muscle in my body. Talons clamp over my shoulders and tighten, locking me in place. Wind gusts, and momentum shifts as Tern stops my fall a few feet from the ground, then releases me. His wings beat once, and I barely have time to bend my knees before my feet hit the field. A ripple of painful protest shoots from my toes up my spine and bursts in my head like a rung bell as I land 6 feet in front of the target. Holy shit, I'm not dead.
Faster!
Tern snaps with another beat of his wings. I focus on the projection, lift my right hand, and release a crack of power. Then draw my fingers downward, dragging the energy from the sky. Lightning strikes, so bright it robs me of vision, and thunder sounds immediately echoing off the walls of the box canyon. When the light recedes, a scorch mark flares outward from the base of the projection. Yes! I throw up my arms and talons wrap around my midsection. Tern secures me in his back right claw and continues to climb. My stomach lurches as I get an up-close view of the hillside, and a few seconds later, we're clear. Nothing but air around us. He ascends another 100 feet to give us room, and I welcome the adrenaline flooding my system because we're not done yet. Now, he swings his body to a vertical position and throws me. It's just like first year, except we mean to do it. I rise as he falls, and it's all I can do to not look down. That way lies death. This is all about trust. I rise over his shoulder and he pumps his wings. My feet meet scale, and I grab onto the base of his nearest spike, careful to steer clear of its sharp point as he surges forward. I trust you can find your seat, he says with a note of pride, leveling out as we fly above the field. I've got it! I navigate my way back to the saddle, then grab hold of both flapping ends of the belt and buckle myself in. We did it. My heart is still galloping when we land, then take our spot in formation. That was unorthodox, Kaori says. Tern rumbles low in his chest. And it worked, I counter, shouting across the field. It did, Xaden replies, a corner of his mouth rising. I fucking love you. How could you not? I don't bother fighting my smile. He scoffs. Kaori looks like he wants to protest, but then he motions the rest of the group forward. Baylor skins his knee on landing. Evelyn fractures her collarbone. Sloane completes the entire exercise with a grace that reminds me of Liam, but doesn't even pretend to wield. Lynx comes up with a face full of mud and a broken nose. Arik lands 20 feet from the projection without breaking a sweat, but instead of rushing the target, he whirls toward Xaden and Kaori and hurls a palm-size axe. My heart trips as it flies end over end, but Xaden doesn't even flinch as it lands a foot in front of Kaori, the blade embedded in the mud. the projection disappears. I think he won, Rhys says. Xaden nods once before Arik backs away, then breaks into a run to Mount Molvik. I'd definitely say so, I agree. After maneuvers are done for the day, the dragons launch, and I hang back to catch Xaden alone, even after a few reproachful looks from my yearmates. Kaori walks up, looking like he wants to say something, but a red sword tail lands farther down the field, catching his attention. He simply tips his chin and walks toward the dragon, leaving me alone with Xaden on the far end of the field. That was fucking terrifying to watch. Xaden's gaze bores into mine. And magnificent. I feel that way about you every day. I smile, then dig my hand into the pocket of my flight jacket and remove a parchment-wrapped parcel and a letter. I got you something. Present is for now. Letter is for later. You didn't have to. His brow furrows, but he takes them both and pockets the letter. Open it. My heart flutters. I hope I made the right choice, since it's definitely too soon to bring out anything that resembles a cake. He untucks the folded parchment, then stares at the black metal wrist cuff. It's onyx, I tell him as he studies the clasp and flat, rectangular stone mounted within the band. And that's a piece of the turret on top of Ryerson House. His gaze jumps to mine, and his fist closes around the cuff. You mentioned it needed repairs, and I asked Brennan to have that made for you from one of the broken pieces. When things get shitty, I hope you can look down at it and imagine us sitting there together when this is all over. That's the vision I'm going to cling to. You and me, holding hands, looking over the city. I close the distance between us, take the cuff from his hand and secure it around his wrist, then flick the metal closure. Thank gods it fits. I had to guess. He takes my face in his hands and kisses me. It's soft, tender, perfect. Thank you, he says. Happy birthday, I whisper against his lips. I love you. He lifts his head and his hands slip from my cheeks like a caress. But I'm only going to get worse. You really should run. Not done brooding. Message received. Come find me when you're ready to accept the fact that I won't. I back away slowly. That I never will. 47 days. He searches my eyes and lets his breath go. That's how long it's been since I channeled from the alloy in Deverelli. That's longer than the month you lamented about before we came home. Not long enough. His eyes spark with determination, and hope flares brightly within my chest. You have a number in mind before you feel in control? His jaw flexes. Control is probably just prolonging the inevitable, but I've got one that might indicate stability. Feel like sharing? He shakes his head. As much as I hate to break up whatever's happening over here. A voice booms across the area and we both turn, finding Felix walking toward us with a full pack strapped to his back as Kaori leaves the field. I blink 3 times to make sure I'm not seeing things. I thought you said you wouldn't leave Aracia. I do hate Basgaeth. He scratches the silver cloud of his beard. But not as much as I hate dying. He pulls a tied bundle of missives from the pocket of his flight jacket and hands them to Xaden. Those are yours, Your Grace. News from Aracia? Xaden takes them. Provincial affairs. Felix nods. And 2 wyvern came through the wards yesterday. My stomach pitches. How far did they get now? Xaden asks, and my head swings in his direction. This isn't the first time. About an hour before they skidded into the side of a mountain. Felix lifts his silver brows. That's about 10 minutes farther than last week, Xaden finishes, and I start to understand the circles beneath his eyes. The wards are weakening. I state the obvious. They're failing, Felix corrects, turning to me with a look that already makes my arms ache. And since I've been informed that you won't let Carr instruct you, I suppose we'd better get back to work. I'll be in Eurasia in about a month for rotation. You didn't have to come all the way up here. Guilt gnaws at me. And if I was sure we'd have a month, I would have waited. He narrows his eyes. Oh. Recovered correspondence of Cadet Violet Sorengale to His Grace Lieutenant Zayden Ryerson, 16th Duke of Tyrrendor. When this is over, we should take as much leave as they'll give us and spend it all in Eurasia. We can figure out what life is supposed to look like without the daily threat of death. You can govern the province you love during the day, then slide into bed with me at night. Or I can always join you in the assembly chamber. You do some of your best work on that throne. Chapter 46. 3 weeks later, I can barely lift my arms as our squad walks back from Signet sparring. Gods, I hate when Carr rotates in to teach. Countless muscles in my body ache, and there's a permanent knot between my shoulder blades thanks to the work Felix has me doing. Every single second that I'm not in class eating or working out with Imogen, Felix has me on the mountaintop wielding. But as my aim improves and my strikes increase, the rest of the world seems to go to shit. Zayden and I talk most nights through the bond, but he still brutally refuses to spend physical time alone with me. The Western line falls back and Dark Wielders surge toward Drathis at a daily pace that has me holding my breath during every death roll. At this rate, they'll reach the city walls in a matter of weeks. Or they could change tactics and simply fly directly for the city. The entire quadrant is well aware that we're in trouble when Zayden is called to Tyrrendor, and that pit of worry only grows with every day he's gone. Now that it's been more than 10 days, I have a stack of letters for him to read, and Tarn is impossible to be around. And Endarna simply isn't around. Exactly how long am I supposed to give her before I march into the Vale itself and demand she at least talk about what happened? You did well today, Imogen says, breaking through my spiraling thoughts as Arik and Lynx enter the main campus from the infantry quadrant just ahead of us. Arik's obnoxious guards stalk behind us as usual. Though I wondered if Riddick was going to take you down during that last match. Finally, I rise to Imogen's standard, Riddick says, falling behind so we can fit through the door. Quinn laughs. Don't let it get to your head, Imogen lectures over her shoulder. Oh, he will, Ree replies from my right with a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. It seems to be her permanent expression since none of us, including Jacinia, have found anything to help Zayden. I hate that they're burdened with the truth. Between Zayden's status, the Western line retreating toward Drathis, and growing resentment between Eurasian riders and Navarians over the debate of whether or not to open the borders, this whole place feels like a bow with its string pulled tight, just waiting for the order to be fired. And we're the arrows. Too bad Carr had to teach today, Sawyer says, walking behind us with Riddick. He hasn't used the cane in a couple of weeks now, but no one is pushing him to wield. You keeping Tavis locked up in your bedroom or something, Cardulo? Riddick teases. Imogen tenses, and her eyes calculate the cost of murder. Not worth it, I shake my head, then glance over my shoulder at Riddick. He's still in Drathis. Oh. His tone completely shifts. When do you and Quinn head back out? Third years filling midland posts is becoming so common it's practically a class. Voices rise as we walk closer to the Great Hall. We're with you through the Eurasian rotation, Quinn answers. You're stuck with us for weeks, she teases. Imogen's gaze slides my way. No slacking on your training. Gym tonight. Oh good, I was wondering when I'd get sore again, I retort. We still leaving for Eurasia the day after tomorrow? I ask Ree. Movement is at 5 a.m. She nods, then glances over to Sawyer. Make a decision yet? Working on it, he replies and flexes his jaw. All right, Ree looks my way. And I think Kaori, Felix, and Panchek are coming with as our leadership, she adds gently. Those three? Not Zayden? My brows jump. Felix is understandable, and Kaori is one of my favorite professors. But I suspect he's chosen to escort our group in hopes of seeing Andarna. And she's not in the mood to be seen. Maybe Zayden will already be there? At least for Sigale and Tairn's sake. I'm sorry. I know you were hoping it would be... Restarts. You will abide by the decision set forth, a man shouts from the great hall. Arik tilts his head, then pauses just before the door, bringing the squad to an awkward stop. What are you do... Link starts. Arik throws his arm across Link's chest and drags him back, bumping into Sawyer just before the door bursts open and the Duke of Caldir flies through. He lands on his ass in the middle of the carpet, tangled in his bejeweled overcoat. Holy shit. My eyes widen. Say it again, Llewellyn demands, marching through the doorway. What is he doing here? Every infantry guard steps off the wall, but Caldir waves them away and climbs to his feet, raking a hand over his face and blonde beard. The desire of one province may never outweigh the good of the kingdom. Ah, Llewellyn must be serving as proxy for Zayden's Cenarium seat. But they usually meet in Caldir. Are they here for a war council? I don't want to serve a kingdom that leaves civilians to die, Llewellyn snarls. You let them in, and there will be no kingdom to serve. Caldir lifts his nose. We have already weakened the outposts by stripping them of all but the necessary alloy, and look what that got us in Suniva. We have sent riders, lost riders. What more would you have us do? Starve when we cannot feed double our current population? You are a pretentious, spoiled child who has never known suffering a day in your enough. Zayden walks through the door and my heart stops. His gaze jumps to mine like a compass pulled north. He's here. I drink in the sight of him, then swallow, hard. The amber in his eyes seems brighter, but not lighter. A new sharp ache spreads in my chest. Has he channeled from the earth again? Or are we on day 66? The discussion is over, Zayden says, ripping his eyes from mine before passing by Llewellyn on his way toward Caldir. You were informed as a courtesy. Tell the Cenarium, don't tell them. I don't particularly care. You cannot! Caldir retreats until his back rattles the shield display on the wall. And yet, I'm going to. Zayden stops a full 2 feet from Caldir, but shadows curl at his feet and spread down the hall. Caldir notices, then glances at one of the shields like it might actually help him. Do we worry? Ree asks under her breath. I catalog the anger in Zayden's eyes and shake my head. He's pissed, but he's him. Still, just in case, I watch the shadows, spotting the darkest one. I forbid it! Halden strides into the hallway, followed by 2 guards. He's here too? Oh, this is bad. I don't give a fuck. Zayden pivots so he can see both men. And boom, it's a show, Riddick whispers. My money's on Ryerson, Sawyer chimes in. Halden glances our way, his gaze jumping from me to Arik, then stiffens when he sees the rest of the squad. This discussion is better had in private. This discussion is over, Zayden counters. Ooh, he used the wing leader voice, Riddick says under his breath. You will not open your borders, Halden's face blotches. Tyrandor is going to take in civilians? My chest constricts and warms all in the same second. I love you. I will do as I damn well please with my province. Zayden's eyes narrow dangerously on Halden. Even if I'm about to start another revolution? Especially then. Your province? Halden squares his shoulders. It's my kingdom. Yes, you're first in line to rule a large amount of territory, Xaden agrees. But I rule mine now. Drathis has weeks before they attack, and Tyrandor will open her borders. We will take any and all Peromish civilians willing to climb the Midaro Pass. Would you truly condemn 30,000 people to die?
Drathis has weeks? What new intel has come in? Mira. I sway and Rhiannon grabs hold of my elbow, steadying me.
You're choosing their people over ours. Halden's fists curl. They are not endangering our people, Llewellyn argues. This is not a them or us situation. They are not risking our wards, nor are they raiding— You don't have to defend my decision, Xaden interrupts, turning his full focus to Halden. We're opening our borders. Will you be quite so sure of yourself when I bring my troops into Tyrandor? Halden threatens. He wouldn't fucking dare. Every cadet around me straightens, even Arik. The shadows darken and emotion drains from Xaden's eyes, leaving only cold, cruel calculation as he takes a single step toward Halden. You are a prince, not the prince. Bring your troops into Tyrandor, and Arik will suddenly find himself first in line for the throne. Fuck. Guards draw their swords. Get off the ice! I shout down the bond and scalding power surges within me. Not too smart to threaten a prince. And Cam? Halden's gaze swings our way. What does my little brother have to say about this? Arik. Arik corrects him. And I'm on his side. He gestures to Xaden. Oration, remember? And unless Ryerson here is going to sign another provincial commitment, I believe I'm under his chain of command now, as are probably a third of your troops. Halden's jaw flexes once, twice. Then he glares at Xaden. You've been warned. And you've been informed. Xaden replies in a tone that makes me fear for Halden's existence. Halden pivots on his heel and storms past us, his guards and Kaldir on his heels. Proud of you. Llewellyn thumps his fist against Xaden's shoulder and heads toward the hall. I'm going to tell the others. We're taking civilians? I slip past Lynx to get to Xaden. Come back to me. His cold eyes glance my way, chilling my blood. And then he does a double take. We are. He nods, his voice softening. He blinks hard twice, like he's at war with himself. And then the shadows dissipate, and the ice in his gaze thaws. He's back. Not that it will do them much good. A wyvern made it halfway to Eratia yesterday before falling out of the sky. A dozen more tried. He pauses. Your rotation should be fine. But we don't have long. A month at most. That's horrifically sooner than Mira estimated. The riot can stay in Eratia, I start. We'll all stay, Rhi agrees. No. Xaden shakes his head. It was one thing to take cadets to Eratia when we were a relatively safe distance from combat. But it's another to keep them there if we become the front lines. But I pause as wisps of shadow spread from behind me in an unfamiliar pattern. Marin gasps. What the fuck? Riddick whispers. Xaden glances behind me, and his eyes flare. That's not possible, Imogen says. I turn around, reaching for a dagger, and freeze completely. Lynx stands in the middle of the hallway, shaking from head to foot, staring at the darkness that envelops his hands. It's all right, Rhiannon rushes to Lynx's side. Breathe, you're just— manifesting, Xaden says, putting himself in front of Lynx. Don't be scared. They're defending you. Fear, anger, whatever it is, level out your emotions, and they'll recede. Manifesting? Shadows? I can't. Lynx shakes his head, and the shadows creep up his arms. You can, Xaden assures him. Close your eyes and think of the place you feel safest. Go ahead. Link slams his eyes shut. Good job. Now breathe deeply and picture yourself there. Calm, happy, safe. Xaden watches as the shadows recede. Lynx's breaths even out and his hands reappear. Get him to car now, Xaden orders Rhiannon, and she nods. The squad ushers Lynx down the hall, but I stay behind, shock gluing my feet to the carpet. I don't understand. You're our generation's shadow wielder. Not anymore. Magic knows. Xaden's shoulders dip as he turns slowly to face me, his brow scrunching in apology before he schools his features. He's the balance. A chill runs down my spine. I should go. His voice comes out like it's been scraped over hot coals. Atos asked me to resign my professorship due to my extended absence on provincial matters. And for once, I agree with him. Especially after seeing that. I shouldn't be here. He doesn't mean to his room. He means leaving. Panic seizes my heartbeat. Stay! I reach for him, but he shakes his head and retreats a step. Please, I whisper, more than aware of the guards stationed down the hallway. Please stay with me. Fight for the future that's beyond all this. 66 days, right? He can't leave. Not now, not like this. Not when the hope has drained from his eyes. I'm needed in Llewellyn. Melgren's demanded we double our palladium output for alloy, which is straining the miners, and there's unrest after that conscription announcement. There's more to Tyrandor than just Eratia. He glances left toward the nearest window. I told you. Control is just prolonging the inevitable. Maybe stability is a fool's hope. Llewellyn is beyond the wards. Unless we've moved 2 cases of daggers there I don't know about. If he leaves the wards in this state of mind. You have an entire assembly to help with that. I move, putting myself in his line of sight. You can't give up. I don't care if Lynx manifested shadows. You have to fight. If you won't do it for yourself, then you do it for me. His gaze snaps to mine. What happens to me if you turn? My hands curl at my sides. What happens to Tairn and Sigale if you give in? Xaden's jaw flexes. Do Venom get once-a-week visits? I take a step closer and lift my chin. Does their bond survive you turning? Does ours? You and I are tethered for life, Xaden Ryerson. Am I expected to turn with you? Is that the only way to keep our dragons alive if you give up? 1,000 emotions flit across his face. And then, they're gone. He's on the ice. My stomach flips. Stay, I demand, or meet me in Eratia. The man I love stays. He fights. Ryerson? Llewellyn asks from the doorway of the Great Hall. Lucerys wants a word regarding mining production. You have to accept what I already have, Xaden says to me. The man you love no longer fully belongs to himself. He walks past Llewellyn into the Great Hall, taking my heart with him. I just fought with every weapon in my arsenal, and it wasn't enough. My shoulders slump in defeat as I lean against the wall. I'm not entirely sure what that was about, but I've seen how hard it can be to love someone in power. Llewellyn grimaces sympathetically. Wearing a title like his can sometimes feel like you're a fraying rope, being continuously ripped apart between what you personally want and what your people need. What about what he needs? I ask. Llewellyn pauses, as though choosing his words carefully. He needs you to keep him from fraying, which can sometimes mean putting what you want, or need, aside for the good of the province. It's horribly unfair to ask that of anyone, let alone the first lightning wielder in a century. Llewellyn's voice softens. I have the utmost respect for you, Cadet Sorengale. But this is a crucial time that will determine the path of the province for the next millennium. Your purpose is as great as his in a wholly separate arena. And if that purpose makes it impossible for you to be what Tyrandor needs. Tyrandor, not Xaden? I'm fighting for both, but he doesn't know that. To his ears, he stumbled into an argument where I just asked Xaden to stay with me instead of tending to Tyrish business. A guard shifts, reminding us both that we're not alone. They are now one and the same. He says it with such kindness, it's hard to be angry. You are both so young, with such formidable signets. And if you choose not to adapt to the challenges his title brings. He stops himself, then sighs. I just hope you two will figure out the balance between it all. Like hell am I giving him up, even though nothing about what he laid out sounds equal or balanced. By balance, you mean Tyrandor comes first, Xaden second, our relationship fights for third, and my personal needs are a matter of convenience. Saying it aloud puts it all in harsh perspective. Something like that. Sadness pulls at the corners of his mouth. Xaden comes first for me. It comes out so self-sacrificial that I half expect my mother to appear and smack me upside the back of my head. Just so we're clear. But I will never stop being the woman he fell in love with in order to morph into whatever doormat you think he requires. We're already balanced because we're both strong for ourselves and each other. He needs me to be me, and I'm telling you, I promised to help keep Tyrandor safe, but not at his expense. He'll say the same about you. It's what makes your relationship so dangerous. He sighs. Like I said, it's hard to love someone in power, and that goes both ways. He slips back into the hall and shuts the door. But Xaden isn't in power. He is power. And he's slipping. Let me know if he leaves, I tell Tern, and then I head to class. Xaden flies out 2 hours later. An excerpt from Article 1, Section 2, The Dragon Rider's Codex. A dragon determines its last flight, and its riders. Chapter 47. You're sure you only want me here the first time you try this? I ask Sawyer 2 days later as we stand in the middle of the flight field with Tern and Darna and Sleeg at 4:30 a.m. I'm not exactly the best one to catch you if this goes poorly. He tightens the straps on his pack. No, but you're the only one I want seeing if I fall on my ass. Or going for help if you break your leg? A small smile plays across his mouth. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Do you want to talk about this? I gesture to Sleeg. Thanks, but I've been talking to Jacinia. I'm ready. I need you for the more practical side of this. He nods towards Sleeg, then crouches down, then pulls on a lever on the inside of his prosthesis. A flat 2-inch wide piece of metal with a curved end pops out of the toe of his boot. And it's not my first time. I need a second opinion because it didn't go so well for me yesterday. You made that? It's pretty damn cool. Yeah. He stands, then stares at Sleeg's left front leg. The red sword tail is smaller than Sigale, but his talons are still enormous, given what Sawyer's about to try. His scale pattern in this one row doesn't overlap. He points upward. And in theory, the hook should just catch the top of each scale as I climb. But I can't get there without fall. Sleeg lifts his head over us and breathes out a huff of steam that I'm going to have to wipe off my goggles. Ugh, it's too early to be sticky. I wasn't talking about you, Sawyer argues. It's not like we haven't discussed the scale pattern, and you don't have to. Sleeg steams us again, the heat stinging my face. If he gets it any hotter, he's going to blister my skin. Tern stalks forward and tilts his head at Sleeg in a way I never want to see aimed at me, and Andarna is quick to follow. "Because I don't want you to have to," Sawyer shouts up at Sleeg, who narrows his eyes. This would be a really ridiculous way to die. "He wouldn't dare," Tern warns. "Just let me try it," Sawyer argues. Sleeg bares his teeth. Sawyer bares his right back. I will never understand the relationships other riders have with their dragons, I say down the bond. I barely understand my own, but giving Andarna a wide berth seems to be working since she's here. Not that she could stay behind for the length of our rotation, but I'm declaring it a victory. "You're not supposed to," Tern remarks. "Here we go." Sawyer rolls his shoulders, then runs toward Sleeg's claw. He makes it 2 steps before the tip of his boot catches in the mud and he falls forward. Shit. I lunge for his pack and grab hold with both hands, yanking Sawyer upright before he yucks a set of flight leathers. My shoulders both pop, but the joints have the decency not to subluxate on me. "Thanks," Sawyer mutters, staring at the boot. "See?" I do. I crouch to peer at the device. "Can you kick the lever open?" "In theory," he answers, "but it's probably a little small for that, and I don't have time to make changes before movement today." "Well, let's try it as it is. You can modify inertia. None of us want you to stay behind." Mud squishes under my boots as I stand. "You can run, right?" Sawyer nods. "I wouldn't try this if I couldn't. My gait is off because I can't quite get the flex right, and I'm just not nimble enough to run the full length of his leg like I used to." "We can work with that," I nod. "How about you run just like you'd mount before, and right when you feel your momentum shift, like you're about to fall back, kick the lever open. It should catch your foot just like you designed it to, and you can climb the rest of the way." Sawyer looks down at me. "That's how you did the gauntlet, isn't it?" "Kind of. I waited until I felt my weight shift backward, then stabbed a dagger into the wood and pulled myself up. But I somehow doubt Sleeg would be appreciative of that approach." A corner of my mouth lifts. Sleeg huffs another breath, this time without steam, as if in agreement. "I'll give it a shot." Sawyer pops the lever closed, then nods to himself. "Here we go." He takes off running, and Sleeg flexes his talons, flattening his claw. Sawyer's long legs eat up the first 6 feet of the climb, and I hold my breath when his progress stalls. He kicks the lever, then clings to Sleeg's leg about halfway up, his foot scraping the scales for a place to grip for a heart-stopping second before it catches. "You've got it!" I shout. "Climb!" His left boot holds steady, working as he'd designed, but his right slips, leaving a streak of mud down Sleeg's red scales. My chest clenches as he tries again, then again with the same result. "Fuck!" he yells, then lays his forehead against Sleeg's leg. "I can flatten the tip of my tail and boost him," Andarna offers, having crept closer. Now my ribs tighten for a whole different reason. It's the first positive thing she's said since our return. "That's an honorable offer," I tell her, then repeat it to Sawyer. "No," he shouts. "Thank you, but no." Sleeg rumbles low in his chest, and I stand there helplessly, knowing there's nothing I can do. "Because it's not the same," Sawyer argues, frustration rumbling through his tone, and I know he isn't talking to me. "You're the one who took a risk on me, and I won't ask you to dishonor—" He falls quiet. "Is that how you feel when you dip your shoulder for me?" I ask Tern. "Dishonored?" "I am the 2nd largest dragon on the continent, and a revered warrior. My tales are legendary, my mate unparalleled, my feats unmatched." Doesn't change my question. I cut him off before he starts to list his accolades. "It would take a great deal more than a change of posture to dishonor me," he replies. "But you never had to lower yourself before me, did you? Not for Neolin or—"
"We do not speak of the one who came before."
Agonizing pain floods the bond, and I immediately regret my choice of words. Andarna lifts her head and narrows her accusing golden eyes at me. I know. I put my hands up in the universal sign of surrender. You know that's not how I feel about it, Sawyer says as his arms start to tremble. We've been over this. Any rider would have done the same in my position. He shakes his head and reaches for the next scale, then pulls himself upward, gaining a foot of hard-fought distance. Of course I don't blame you. That's not... His head whips sideways toward Sleeg's. No, I'm not punishing. For Amari's sake, will you just let me get a word in? From the silence that follows, Sleeg does not comply. I shift my weight as my pack grows heavier by the minute, and my lower spine stops whining and starts shouting. Because my leg was and still is worth your life, Sawyer snaps when he can't reach the joint of the next scale. Of course you're allowed to feel the same. His hand slides back to its previous hold. Oh. Sleeg huffs, then extends his left leg, sliding his claw through the mud. Slowly, it lowers to a walkable degree of incline. My throat tightens as Sawyer lets go and slowly rises. He extends his arms outward, like a cadet on parapet, then trudges upward step by step as I catch movement in my peripheral vision. Your year mates arrive, Tern says. I keep my eyes locked on Sawyer as he reaches the top of Sleeg's shoulder and lowers his arms. His next movements look like a routine he's performed thousands of times, and with a few quick steps, he finds the seat. Sleeg rises to his full height as Sawyer settles in, and I back away for a better view. Looks like you've been up there a time or two, I call to him as he relaxes in the seat. Feels like I never left, he shouts down with a grin. I can ride. You can ride, I agree, my smile instant and wide. Now, does it matter how you got there, or only that he chose you? You know the answer to that already. His smile softens. I do. I nod, then turn to Andarna, narrowing the pathway to just her. Look at me. She spares me a glance. You can grieve. If my words don't work, maybe hers will. Golden eyes lock on mine. You can grieve, I repeat. And when and if you're ready to talk about it, I'll be here. You do not talk about your grief, she counters. Neither does he. Her tail flicks in Tern's direction. She has a point. I'm getting there, I say slowly. And he's not perfect either. Her nostrils flare, and her scales shimmer to the purple-toned black she usually prefers. I nod and let the subject drop, but it definitely feels like progress. Think Amari, Ree whispers as she comes up on my left side, grinning up at Sawyer. Sawyer, look at you! Riddick runs forward, his arms up in victory. Sleeg swings his head and snaps his teeth shut a few feet in front of Riddick. Look at you from a distance, Riddick retreats, his arms still held high. When he bumps into Marin, he turns and sweeps her into a hug as she laughs. I couldn't help, Rhys says quietly as Sawyer focuses on reacquainting himself with the seat. Did I fail him? No. You were exactly who he needed you to be. I slip my arm through hers. Fuck, this pack is heavy. You're our friend, but you're also our squad leader. He doesn't want to fall in front of you. None of us do. We want to make you proud. And I know you're used to being responsible for us, and you're truly exceptional at your job. Riddick puts Marin down, then reaches for Kat, who accepts his hug with straight arms and an annoyed eye roll. But, Ree glances at me sideways. But you couldn't have made this happen any faster. We walk toward the others. Not you or me or Riddick or Jacinia. It was always down to the two of them. It was only ever going to be on their timeline. Riddick spins toward Nev, and the third-year flyer looks at him like he's grown another set of eyeballs as she dodges his embrace and bumps into Bragan. He whirls toward Imogen, who puts up her hand as she walks by with Quinn. Don't even think about it, Gamlin, she warns. You're so warm and fuzzy, Quinn says, slinging her arm around Imogen's shoulders. Only to you. She looks up at Sawyer. Nice to see you where you belong, Henrik. Riddick spins and throws his arms around Dane, who lifts his brows, then slowly brings his hand up and pats Riddick's back twice in an awkward exchange. Looking good, Sawyer, Dane calls up, then continues on toward Kath. Good job, Mateus, Bodhi says to Ree as he walks by. Got your cadet back in the seat. I didn't, she starts, and I squeeze her arm with mine. He did it himself, but we're proud of him. Thank you, section leader. Bodhi nods with a smile that looks so close to Zayden's my whole rib cage draws tight. Neither Bodhi nor Dane had the chance to take the rune course because of their duty schedules and our failed mission, so we get them both on our rotation. Look at him! Riddick races our way and smooshes us in a hug. All is right with the world. His arms slacken and he draws back, his gaze soaked in apology. I mean, other than what's going on with Ryerson. I know what you meant. I shift my pack and force a smile. And hopefully I'll see him there. Hope stows away like a little windproof passenger as we launch for Eratia, and somehow lives through the night when we make camp just inside the Tirish border. Have to admit, it's freeing to fly without worry that we're about to be spotted by a wyvern patrol or found by Theophany. Only once we're sure the Griffins can still handle the altitude after being gone for months do we start the final leg of the trip, entering the lone protection of the Eratian wards. Landing in the valley above Eratia that evening feels like coming home. But Zayden isn't here. Or Sigale isn't, which means the same thing. This sucks, I tell Tairn with a heavy sigh. He growls in agreement. And Darna snaps at Kaori when he walks a little too close over Panchek's blustering protest, then takes off after a herd of sheep as I dismount from Tairn. I'm sorry, the professor says, knitting his dark, slashing brows. I didn't mean you did, I interrupt, and I sympathize with why you've come, but she's not going to let you study her, not even here. I understand. Kaori nods, then looks around the high-hanging valley with its lush green foliage and snow-tipped peaks. Selfishly, I also wanted to see how this Empyrean functions. I suspect it's why Panchek has tagged along as well. A smile tugs at my mouth. Good luck asking them. You ready? Rhiannon asks as she approaches with footsteps that border on bouncing. Yeah, I flat out grin at my friend's happiness. Let's get down there so you can see your family. I'd prefer we hold formation, Dane starts as he comes up on my right. Rhiannon and I both level a look on him. Tomorrow morning, he quickly corrects course. Family first and all. Family first, Rhiannon agrees with a quick smile, and he passes by, heading toward the rocky path down to the house. I get that he has to come for rune training too, but why our squad? Ree whispers. Same reason I'm here. Bodhi pops up on our left and lifts his face to the sun like he's greeting an old friend. This is the best squad. I forgot how fucking hot this place is, Riddick says, unbuttoning his flight jacket. It's a hatching ground, Rhiannon reminds him with a wide grin. I bet it's almost the same temperature as the Vale with how many dragons are here now. We beat the storm. But I bet it lowers the temperature tomorrow. I flick the buttons open on my jacket, well aware I'll be freezing the second we cross the magical barrier that defines this territory as the hatching grounds. Sure enough, it's glacial by the time we make it down to Ryerson House. God, just the sight of it makes me miss him. The squad files past the guards and through the front doors into the massive entryway that looks up 5 full stories set into the mountain like giant steps. It's quiet for this time of day. Or maybe it just seems empty because the halls are no longer bustling with cadets. Kaori turns around with a stunned look of disbelief. Felix pats him on the back, then says something to Rhiannon before leading Kaori away. Eyes on me, Rhiannon's voice echoes, earning everyone's attention. Find your bunks as previously assigned. The night is yours to do what you want, but formation is at 7 tomorrow, so I'd think twice about finding a tavern. We break and climb the first flight of stairs. Let's get out of here as quickly as possible, retells Marin just ahead of me. I can't wait to see my brothers. Marin claps excitedly, light catching on the long silver scar on the back of her hand. Pretty sure there's not a single one of us who has come through the last few years unmarked in some way. Kat, are you coming? I wouldn't mind seeing the little terrors, she says with a nod as we reach the landing. Vi? Rhea asks over her shoulder. Sure, I answer with a quick nod. I love your family. Sawyer and I are going too. Riddick heads up to the 3rd floor. All right, Rhea calls up the stairs as she climbs. Whoever wants to go to my house, we meet in the foyer in 40 minutes, which should give you a chance to bathe and change. My mother will boot you out of her house if you walk in smelling like sulfur, and I'm not even kidding. I pause on the landing, my gaze flickering from the steps ahead to the hallway on my left. Please don't tell me you're lost, Bodhi says, coming up the steps last. Of course not, I shake my head slowly. It's just that I don't have a room here, and I'm not sure where I should sleep. He scoffs and gestures down the hall. You have a room, it hasn't moved. It's his room, I correct him quietly, and he's all broody. We're home, Vi. Act like it. He grins, then turns around me, walking backward down the hallway on the right. Sleep in your bed. He'll just brood harder if you don't. I sigh when he disappears into his room, and then turn left and head to mine. Ours. The handle won't turn, so I flick my wrist and picture the mechanism opening, using lesser magic to unlock it. Walking in is surreal. Magic tingles across my skin when I step through the wards. It looks just like we left it in December, except most of our things are now at Basgaeth. After shutting the door, I swing my pack from my shoulders and set it on the chair Xaden waited in for all those days while I slept after being stabbed over Ressen. The bedding is the same dark blue. The curtains beside the massive windows are open to the evening light, and every book in his collection is exactly where it belongs on the built-in shelves to my right. There are a few pitiful attempts at tempered runes on the desk, left from my last lesson, along with a forgotten notebook in the top drawer. I check the armoire and find one of my sweaters, a uniform for each of us, and the blanket his mother made him tucked up in the right-hand corner. And gods, does it smell like him. My chest threatens to split straight open at the sudden acute stab of pure longing. I've left my mark here, too. The bathing chamber still smells like the soap I use on my hair, and I find the bar right where I left it. I take a few minutes to clean up, then dress in a fresh uniform, half expecting Xaden to walk in at any second and ask me about my day. It's almost like this room is removed from time itself, a tiny corner of the world where we simultaneously live together, yet don't. The only indication months have passed is the glass box from Zelna on his nightstand, and the emerald-hilted blade of Aracia resting within. It's missing a single stone near the top, but looks no worse for wear after having been in Navarian possession for 600 years. Someone knocks on the door and I glance at the clock. Has it already been 40 minutes? I swing open the door and find Brennan on the other side. His eyes are tired, but his smile is bright as he gives me the standard sibling once-over. Can't help it. I do it too, coming away satisfied that he's not wearing any new scars. Pull me in. He holds out his hand. He fucked with the wards the last time he was here. Of course he did. I grab my brother's hand and pull him through. He immediately yanks me into a hug. I soak up the rare moment of peace until he steps back, having lost his smile sometime in the last 10 seconds. Do you need anything mended? No, I shake my head. Are you sure? Because every time you show up here, you're an inch from death. He studies me like I might be lying. I'm sure. Good. He kicks the door closed. Sound shield only works with the doors shut, right? Right. I retreat a few steps in apprehension. What's wrong? Brennan's face falls and he stares at the ground. I can't mend him. I have no idea who you're talking about. I lift my brows in utter confusion. We're all healthy. No one was hurt on the way here. He looks up, and the sorrow in his eyes sends me staggering back. Xaden. I can't mend him, Vi. I tried every day that he was here last week. I struggle to draw adequate breath. You know. I know. He nods once. He must be further along than Jack had been when Nolan started working with him. I'm so sorry. That unit of measurement is unfathomable. Me too. We tried silent offerings in every local temple, pushing magic back into the earth, even sitting with the eggs in the hatching grounds. We've tried everything either of us could think of, though the letter he sent from Llewellyn yesterday had a weird... He looks at me like I've grown horns. Are you smiling? Yesterday? I don't even try to fight the hopeful little curve. Brennan nods. He wants to try mending the spot at Basgaeth. Good idea. There's nothing small about my grin now. He might be broody, but he hasn't given up. An excerpt from The Resurgence of Evil, A Timeline by Pearson Hollowell. 472 AU, Willhaven, Breivik. With the exception of one house, the village was desiccated overnight by a single venin estimated to be a sage. The only adult amongst the 3 survivors described her as astonishingly ageless, hair as black as the day we married. But in place of the age lines I'd expected were bulging scarlet veins, branching outward from her red, ringed eyes. Chapter 48. Thunder rattles my bedroom windows the next night as I pore over the pages of the latest book Takaris sent, letting my hair dry. He hasn't forgotten our deal, even now that he's king, and I'm not giving up on Xaden, especially when it's clear he hasn't given up on himself. The answer is out there somewhere, and we'll find it. Having Brennan in the know only bolsters that hope. Maybe he can't mend Xaden, but there's never been a problem my brother couldn't solve. I glance over at the mess of practice runes on my desk and momentarily debate working on the delayed activation rune Trissa spent most of the afternoon drilling into us. Its purpose is to take an existing dormant rune and turn it on by tempering more magic into it. Its actual use? Nothing, since I can't make the damn thing work. Kat got it right on the first try. Imogen followed quickly after. Kai singed the ends of his spiky black hair. Dane, Bodhi, Ree, Riddick, everyone eventually mastered one except me. Even Arik, who has yet to manifest a signet, managed the intricacy of the lesser magic. Whatever. We're here for 2 weeks. Eventually I'll get it right. And if I don't, then that's why we work in squads. I don't have to be good at everything. I tug the perpetually slipping strap of my Deverelli silk nightdress back up on my shoulder and flip the page in Takaris's book. My brows rise at the next passage I read, and I go over it once more to be sure I've caught on to a pattern. That makes 3. Thunder sounds again, and power rises within me like it's been called by a friend to come play. I watch the rain that seems to be coming in sideways from the east, then grab the conduit off my nightstand and let it flow. Felix graduated the alloy in the center to the same size as those that power the daggers, and I may as well multitask and get his homework done while I read. Dune knows he's going to expect at least 3 of them to be imbued before hauling me up the mountains tomorrow for yet more practice. He's training me like I'm the only thing standing between the Venin and Aracia, and with the wards declining every day, I can't fault him. With Xaden handling province matters in Llewellyn, I'm the best thing we've got against theophany. At least, offensively. Someone knocks at my bedroom door. I close the book and stash it on my nightstand with the conduit, then climb off my bed to answer the door. It's after 10, which means it's either Ree, wanting to chat like last night, or Brennan, looking for a partner to raid the kitchens. Either way, this gown is practically see-through, so I grab a robe from the armoire on my way. Glittering onyx taps against my shields a breath away from the threshold, and I abandon the robe's tie to yank open the door. My heartbeat stutters, then flies. Xaden stands in the doorway in flight leathers soaked to the bone, rain dripping from his hair. War rages in his eyes like this is both the last and only place he wants to be. "Hi." My hand flexes on the door handle. "Why didn't you tell me he was here?" I ask Tarn. "You didn't ask to be made aware of his arrival, only his departure." Fucking semantics. "Tell me to go, and I will," Xaden says, his voice coming out like it's been scraped over coals. "It's only been 73 days. Come here." I let the handle go and step back to make space. "You must be freeze." 1 second he's standing in the hallway, and the next, his hands are in my hair and his mouth is on mine. Gods, yes, his lips are cold, but his tongue is deliciously warm as it strokes into my mouth. The kiss wakes up every nerve ending in my body and reminds me just how long it's been since Deverelli. Between traveling, our close confines with other riders, and his fear of losing control, it's been too many weeks since I've felt his skin against mine. One kiss from him is all it takes for power to hum along my skin, for need to override any and all thoughts besides closer and more. It's always closer and more when it comes to him. The door shuts somewhere in the background and I hear the click of a lock, the thud of his pack hitting the floor, the drag of wet leather as he undoes the clasp of his back scabbard, then slides it over his shoulders, never once breaking the kiss. He takes my mouth just like he did the first time, wholly, completely, like he's given himself permission to be reckless, and he's going to make the most of it. He sucks my tongue into his mouth, and I whimper at the frenzy whipping through me, at how much I've missed the physical contact between us. My hands rise to his chest, and the chill of his jacket sends a shiver down my back. How long was he flying in that storm? I push gently. "Wait." He immediately pauses, lifting his head just enough to look in my eyes. "I shouldn't be here, I know, not yet at least." "That isn't what I meant." I slip my fingers between the buttons of his flight jacket and hold on to the fabric like we can solve every problem in the world if he just stays in this room with me. "Of course you should be here. I just thought you were in Llewellyn." "I was." His focus drops to my lips and heats so quickly that I almost regret stopping him. "Then I launched for Tervain and ended up in our home." The words come slowly, like they're being ripped from him. Or at least, it will be after you graduate and we're both assigned here. "It's already home." My pulse jumps. I can't remember the last time he talked about the future with anything but dread. "You flew 9 hours in the wrong direction," I tease, undoing the top button of his flight jacket, then the next. "Well, the fuck aware," he whispers with a hint of a smirk. I'd been pissed and skating that mental ice in Llewellyn. But I held my shit together instead of punching the 2 men who raised me after Dad died. He searches my eyes like I might condemn him for the admission, but I simply work my way down his buttons and listen. We were beyond the wards, but I didn't reach for any form of power because even in that state, I knew it could take me back to day 0, and day 0 doesn't give me you. I clawed my way back to myself and left. "You kept your control." Pride has a smile tugging at my mouth as I free his last button. He nods. "I'm not ignoring my fate. I know there will come a point in time where I'll become more it than me." He swallows. "But as dangerous as hope is, you're right, I have to fight for this. I think I'm stable for now. And I know it's only day 70. "What is this magical number you have? God's help me if we're looking at triple digits." He tucks my hair behind my ears. 76. It's twice Barlow's longest stretch without draining after his first significant channeling. The cliff incident. I didn't want to get your hopes up, but I figure that making it 76 days will indicate that I can stall the progression. I blink. 3 days? My hopes don't just rise, they soar. I told myself I'd wait until day 76 to show up at your door, but Segale changed course once I realized if I could keep control beyond the wards. He leans in, hovering inches above my mouth. Then you can keep control with me? I shamelessly finish the sentence the way I want it to end. My breath catches when icy cold water drips onto my collarbone, doing nothing to dispel the rising temperature of my body this close to his. Under the right circumstances. He nods, then retreats a step, stripping off his soaked flight jacket, and I follow suit, shrugging out of my robe so the garments hit the floor at the same time. This might be as good as it gets, and I want every single second we... He stops mid-sentence as his gaze rakes over the full length of me with blatant, palpable hunger, warming every inch of my skin that it touches. Oh, fuck, he groans. What would those circumstances be? My heart starts to race. Whatever he wants, whatever he needs, it's his. I'm his. Are you wearing... He lifts a hand toward me, then pulls it back, clenching his fist. The nightdress you had made for me? Yes. Don't get distracted. What circumstances? I repeat, then drag my tongue over my swollen lower lip. That kiss wasn't nearly enough. I'm starved for him, and if he's ready, I'm happily willing to feast. Not distracted. Obsessed. You look... His eyes darken as he studies my curves like he's never seen them. Maybe we should wait until day 76. He retreats and reaches for the door handle. Absolutely not. Open that door and I'll pin the edge of your pants to the wood and leave you there for the next 3 days. I glance meaningfully at my daggers on the dresser. We can curl up in our bed and just sleep if that's what you want. But please stop running from me. I definitely don't want to sleep. He pushes off the door and my pulse thrums as he consumes the distance between us. And I'm entirely incapable of running from you. His fingers spear through the hair at the nape of my neck and he tugs, tilting my face toward his. Even when I'm not entirely me, whatever I am still craves you, needs you, only wants you. That's a feeling I'm more than familiar with. I love you too. I brace my hands on his chest, my fingertips grazing the patches of soaked fabric near his collar, as I surge up onto my toes and kiss him. The need that had simmered comes back in a rush twice as strong, and what starts as soft and sweet turns mind-blowingly hot in a matter of seconds. Our tongues twine, our hands roam, and everything outside this room slips away, overpowered by what really matters. Us. He hooks a hand around the back of my thigh, then lifts. The world spins, and I find the wall at my back as he raises his head. If I loved you in the way you deserve to be loved, I'd ignore that you're the only form of peace I've ever known and put 1,000 miles between us because stable still isn't whole. His gaze drops to my mouth. Instead, I'm here, plotting, thinking of every possible way to mitigate the threat I pose so I can tear this very translucent silk from your incredible body and bury myself inside you. Yes, please. I push the thought down the bond and wrap my legs around his waist, gasping at the chill that meets my thighs. Violet. His moan fills my mind as he stares at me, flexing his jaw. I decide what I deserve. Right now, my body definitely knows it deserves him. I lock my ankles and accept the cold with a small shiver. I'll have him warm in no time. What risks I'm willing to take. Now what circumstances, Xaden? I'm making you cold. His brow furrows a second before he reaches behind his head and tugs his shirt off. Mine. All mine. And yet, you somehow think you could possibly hurt me. My arms wind around his neck as the shirt hits the floor, my entire body drawing tight at his bare chest and that scar above his heart. I want to lick every line of his torso. Tell me what you need so I can have you. He palms my waist, then dips his head and sets his mouth to my neck. Fuck, you smell good. It's just soap. Then my mind turns to mush and my head falls back against the stone. Each press of his mouth is a shot of electricity that floods my bloodstream, mixing with my power and pooling between my thighs. It's just you. He kisses up the side of my throat, then down my jawline until his lips hover over mine. I need you to give me the one thing you love breaking. I force my brain to work through the haze of lust he's creating. Control. Control. He nods. Done. I suck on his lower lip and then graze my teeth across it as I let go. You have it already anyway. I'm as malleable as putty the second he puts his hands on me. If you only knew. He shakes his head and slides his fingers up over my ribs to cup my breast. My breath stutters as he drags the silk of my nightdress over my sensitive nipple again and again. My control when it comes to you is an illusion. You are the temple where I worship. I live for the clench of your thighs, your breathy little cries, the feel of you coming around my cock, and above all else, the sound of my favorite 3 words from this mouth. His thumb skims my lip before he cradles the back of my head and looks into my eyes. Keeping my hands off you has been the feat of my life, and you have the power to shred my discipline with a single fucking touch. I melt and arch into his hand. It's a good thing he has me pinned against the wall because I know my knees would have given out halfway through that confession, let alone what he's doing with his fingers. Don't touch you. Got it. Do you? Bands of shadow stream over his shoulders to wrap around my wrists, and a heartbeat later my hands are anchored to the wall above my head. Is this something you can take if I need it? The shadows flow over my palms and through my fingers in a continuous caress that steals my breath. Yes, I swallow hard. It's disturbingly hot, actually. A corner of his mouth rises into a slow smile, and bands of shadow stroke over my legs like hands, pushing my hemline up my thighs. I'll keep that in mind. My back bows as those shadows firm along my inner thigh. He hasn't so much as lifted a finger to wield. He's doing all of this with his mind. The casual display of power is even hotter. What else? Because if you don't actually start touching me soon, I'm going to do it myself and make you watch. We should have done that months ago. His eyes flare and he rolls my nipple between his thumb and forefinger. That feels so damn good. My hips rock against him. He's hard and right fucking there, just a few layers of fabric right away from where I desperately need him. He covers the peak of my breast with his mouth, using the wisp of silk and his teeth to make me whimper. Zayden, I blatantly beg, my thighs tightening around his waist. All traces of teasing leave his eyes as he lifts his head. Do you have serum? In my pack, do you want it? Now we're making progress. He shakes his head. Sigale would eviscerate me. But I want you to shove it down my throat if you... He winces. Fuck that. How many daggers do you have in here? 2. No need to ask which daggers he's asking about. Make that 4. He unsheathes one at his thigh and sets it on the bookcase to my right, then uses lesser magic to float his other one to my nightstand. Scared yet? My lips curve at the reminder of his words from months ago. Nope. I brush a kiss across his lips, knowing I won't need to use the weapons. It wouldn't be the first time I raised a blade to you. He stares, utterly bewildered, then flashes a grin. I'm not sure what that says about us. Is it toxic? Maybe. Is it us? Absolutely. That we've debated killing each other multiple times and have always abstained? I kiss him, flicking my tongue over the seam of his lips because he's mine and I can. I'd say that bodes well for our future. If we'd actually tried to draw blood, I'd be worried. You threw daggers at my head. His hands clasp my hips, and his mouth slides down my throat, lingering to suck on the juncture between my neck and shoulder. God, that's nice. I draw in a breath as my temperature rises at least a degree. He's going to have me molten before he even starts. I threw daggers next to your head. Big difference. Rolling my hips earns me his low groan. If it makes you feel better, if at any time I think you're actually going to kill me, I'll stab you, all right? Just put my conduit in my hand and fucking touch me already. Holy shit, I just said that. And I'm not even fazed. No conduit. His hands flex, pulling me against the hard length of him, and he kisses every inch of bare skin he can get his mouth on. I'm going to combust right here, dangerously close to these books, but at least rain still pelts the glass. I mean, it's your house if you want to set it on... My heart clenches. You want me at full power. I'm not taking chances with you. He loosens the shadows at my wrists, and my hands fall to his shoulders as his mouth whispers along my collarbone in a sweep that sends tingles of pleasure straight down my spine. Would you like to hold the dagger too? Or is within reach acceptable? Don't need it. I am the weapon. I use his very words from the sparring pit and plunge my fingers into his hair, trying desperately to hold one of the most important conversations of my life while he systematically unravels me. I know. He ghosts his lips over mine and draws back when I lean in for more. It's the only reason I let myself knock on your door. Want to change your mind? He studies my eyes like there's any chance I'm going to deny what we both desperately need. Each other. Our door, I correct him. I choose you. I choose whatever risk this brings. I see every part of you, Xaden. The good, the bad, the unforgivable. That's what you promised, and that's what I want. All of you. I can handle myself, even against you if I have to. His gaze darkens. I don't want to hurt you. Then don't. I skim my fingertips down over his relic, relishing in the feel of him, while he'll let me have it. If I slip, he shakes his head. Fuck, Violet. The way he says my name, part moan, part prayer, wrecks me. You won't. Day 73, remember? I run my thumb down his jawline. But we can wait to 76 if it makes you feel better. His jaw ticks against my fingers. No more waiting. An excerpt from Major Rorally's Guide to Appeasing the Gods, 2nd edition. While most deities allow temple attendants to choose their timeline of service, only 2 require a lifetime of dedication: Dune and Loyal. For both war and love, change souls irrevocably. Chapter 49. Our mouths collide and we ignite. There's no more teasing, no more doubt. His tongue sweeps past my lips with arrogant ownership, and I moan, sliding my fingers into his hair to hold him to me. He takes my mouth over and over in deep, drugging kisses that have me arching for more and nipping at his lower lip when he doesn't give it fast enough. Stone grates against my back as he rolls his hips, but all I feel is searing pleasure as he hits the perfect spot. Again, I demand, then whimper into his mouth when he delivers. The fever he's worked me into threatens to devour me, and there are still so many clothes between us. His hand glides under my thigh and the rumpled hem of my gown, and he runs the backs of 2 fingers between my thighs right over the fabric of my underwear. You're fucking soaked for me, he growls. The tantalizingly light touch rouses a surge of power that only adds to the crackling heat gathering low in my belly. Will the fuck aware, I smirk, rocking against those fingers, and kiss him like I might lose him if I surrender his tongue. Have you seen you? He huffs a laugh against my lips, and then we're moving. I expect to feel the bed against my back at any second, but he surprises me by unhooking my ankles and setting my feet on the floor in between the high-backed armchair and our bed. Then his mouth is on mine again, stoking the fire that already rages too hot to survive much longer. Clothes fly. I reach for the button at his waistband. He breaks the kiss only long enough to tug my nightdress over my head. I shove at the waterlogged leather of his pants. He strips me out of my underwear. If undressing is a race, I definitely win. But he's startlingly quick with his boots. All it takes is one look to remind me just how much I've won. Mine, I whisper, tracing the carved edges of his abdominals with my fingers. I keep waiting for it to wear off, I mutter as he palms my lower back and tugs me toward him. What? He asks, sitting in the armchair and lifting me into his lap. My knees bracket his muscled hips, and my heart flutters impossibly fast. The complete awe I feel when I remember that you're mine. I stroke my hands over his shoulders and down his chest, that by some miracle I'm the one who gets to touch you. Hasn't worn off for me yet either. Don't think it will. His gaze drifts over my unbound hair and body with a hunger so sharp it could slice through dragon scale. This is all I thought about last time I was here with you. Oh, yes. I start to lower myself, more than ready to feel every inch of him inside me. He hisses through his teeth when the head of his cock slides between my thighs, and I do the same when he rubs against my clit, sending sparks skittering along every cell in my body. Not yet, he says through gritted teeth. My fingers dig into his shoulders. I might actually die if you make me wait. Never said you'd be waiting. He lifts one of my knees to the top of a padded chair arm, then the other, and stares up at me with a wicked smirk as his hands slide to my ass. Grab hold, love. Before I can ask where, shadows tug my hands to the top of the upholstered chair back and hold them there. What are you worshipping? He lifts my ass and brings my hips straight to his mouth. I cry out at the first sweep of his perfect tongue, and it's only his hands and shadows that keep me from collapsing. White-hot need streaks through me like lightning, and power rises to a frequency that vibrates along my skin when he does it again. And again. And again. I'll never get enough of you. Xaden licks and lashes and sucks like he has no other plans for the night, driving me absolutely mindless, holding me in place as my hips rock for more. Xaden, I moan, pleasure and power spiral hot and urgent, winding within me so tightly that my muscles lock and my thighs start to shake. Don't stop, he sends me right over the edge. Lightning crashes, illuminating the room, and thunder immediately follows as I break into uncountable fragments, shattered by the waves of bliss that come and come and come. Instead of letting up, Xaden slides 2 fingers inside me and moves in time with his tongue, and the orgasm that should wane kicks into a second that's just as bright, if not slightly sharper. You're so slick. I'll be inside you in one thrust, he says as I start to descend, falling limply against the back of the chair, my arms trembling in the aftermath. Stay right there. He kisses my stomach, then slips out from underneath me. I tug at the shadow bonds, but they hold fast. Fuck, I want to touch him, kiss him, devote myself to his body the way he just did mine. But if this is what he needs, you are every fantasy I'll ever have. His lips brush the shell of my ear, and I shiver. He draws my right knee down to the seat, and the chair creaks as he sets his left behind me. Give me your mouth. I look back over my shoulder, and he curls over me, kissing me hard and deep. He slides the head of his cock into position, then lifts his mouth from mine. Last chance to change your mind. Never going to happen. I look into his eyes. Fuck me. Make love to me. Take me. I don't care what you call it, as long as you get inside me right now. Need isn't a strong enough word for the way I'm feeling, how desperate I am to hold all of him. You can reach the dagger on the dresser if you... He starts, and I silence him with a kiss. He groans, then takes my hips in his hands and pulls me downward into the long, rolling thrust that takes me inch by magnificent inch. Fuck, you feel like home. We both cry out when he pushes all the way in. The pressure, the stretch, the depth he's hitting at this angle are all sublimely perfect. I stop tugging at the shadows at my wrists and grip the back of the chair so I can rock into his next thrust. He starts a deep, pounding rhythm that's as merciless as it is exquisite, and every time he returns is better than the last. Thank God there's a sound shield on this room, or they'd hear us all the way in the assembly chamber. We can't kiss deeply enough, can't get close enough, and our efforts only serve to bead sweat on our skin. I descend into keening cries as he drives us onward, his breath panting against my lips, one of his hands tangling in my hair while the other pulls me into every snap of his hips. That spiraling tension is deeper this time, tugging at my power, intertwining pleasure and electricity until the air charges around us. Satan, I whisper, I need... Gods, I don't even know. I've got you, he promises, his voice hoarse. My power, my body, my soul, it's all yours. He slips a hand down my stomach and lightly strokes my hypersensitive clit. Take whatever you need. Just him. That's all I need, and I have every possible part of him. I shatter, my hips bucking as the release takes me, hurling me from my body into whatever realm exists beyond, then drowning me in cascading avalanches of pleasure. Lightning strikes again, and I catch the scent of smoke before Xaden mutters a curse and shadows fly. Oh shit. Just the desk. It's fine, he swears, and I'm absolutely boneless as he plucks me from the chair and flips me so I'm straddling his lap again. I sink down onto him, watching his eyes slide shut, and I wrap my arms around his neck. My hands... Not your hands I'm worried about now. He grits his teeth and reaches to grab hold of the edge of the dresser. That explains the shift in positions. The furniture isn't the only thing he's holding on to either. Sweat coats his brow, his pulse thrums in his throat, and his abs are so rigid against my stomach that he might as well be stone. Let go, I order, rising up on my knees and sinking again, riding him at a faster pace that I know makes him feral. Fuck, he throws his head back and the muscles of his neck strain. Violet, love, I can't. You can. My hands move to the sides of his neck and I drop my forehead to his. My body, my soul, my power is all right here. You love me. You will never hurt me. Let go, Xaden. I call on just enough power to hum along my skin, enough to tell him I'm not defenseless in this moment, and then I shamelessly take every ounce of how good this feels and shove it down the bond. Oh, shit. His arms tense, and his hips snap once, twice, and on the third, shadow fills the room, plunging us into darkness and sending metal clanging to the ground. He drops his head to my shoulder and groans into my neck as he finds his release. I love you. I sag against his chest, happily limp with exhaustion, and the darkness fades, revealing the room, and the storm raging outside once more. The wood, he starts lifting his hands. I begrudgingly raise my head just so he doesn't worry us into an early grave, and peek over the back of the chair. Not a mark in sight. My heart swells. Not even a fingerprint? He tenses beneath me. Not one. I look into his eyes and smile. You're stable. For now, he whispers, but his eyes light up. And I'll take it. He wraps his arms around me and surges to his feet, carrying me along our bed. Are we going somewhere? I hold on, even though I know he's more than capable of carrying me. Bathtub, he says with a devious grin. Then the dresser, then the bed. I completely ignore the homework I have yet to finish. Excellent plan. Official correspondence of His Grace Lieutenant Xaden Ryerson, 16th Duke of Tyrrendor, to His Majesty King Tari the Wise. Your Majesty, Tyrrendor hereby officially declines your request for a provincial commitment of troops for our current conflict. Having resigned my professorship at Basgayath War College, I am now in rightful command of all Tyrish citizens in military service. Chapter 50. Spring green meadow grass bends under my boots as the first drops of rain fall. I shouldn't be here. I know what happens here, and yet this is where I'm called, time and again. This is the price of saving her life. Lightning splinters the sky, illuminating the high walls of Drathis and its spiraling tower in the distance, and outlining dozens of wings in the sky. If I move fast enough, I'll get there this time. But my legs won't obey, and I stumble just like I always do. He steps out of nothingness, straight into my path, and my heart pounds, as though increasing the speed of its beats will cease it from sinking through my chest. I grow weary of waiting. The sage pulls back the hood of his robe, revealing red-rimmed eyes and scarlet veins branching at his temples like roots. I am not yours. I flip my palms, summoning the power that's come to define me. But nothing rises except my own panic. Before I can reach for my blades, I'm yanked into the air. Icy fingers wrap around my neck, too vaporous to fight, yet substantial enough to nearly cut the flow of air. Pain sears my throat. Asshole. My magic never works here, but his always does. You are ours. The sage's eyes narrow with malice. You will bring what I want. His grip tightens with every word, allowing only a trickle of air into my lungs. Or she dies. I'm through waiting, and I will not allow her to win such a prize. I sweep the sky for a familiar set of wings as I hear her scream, but find none as the rain begins in earnest. He's bluffing. You, I force the words out, do not have her. He drops his arms, and I fall to my knees on the grass, pulling breath after breath to replace what he'd denied me. But I will, he vows, because you'll bring her to me. The fuck I will. Anger cuts through the fear, and I slam my left hand to the ground. Rain runs off my flight jacket and courses over the edge of my relic in rivulets as I flex my fingers in the wet grass, splaying my fingers wide. My hand. It doesn't look like mine. There it is. Power courses through the earth beneath me, ready and willing to annihilate their forces, if I have the courage to let go of the impossible dreams I've clung to and accept the fate Zanal has dealt me. I only have to reach, and they'll be safe. She'll be safe. No, this is wrong. This is a dream, only a dream, and yet he holds me here night after night, fighting through the weight of the nightmare. I wrench my hand from the ground. Wake! I scream, but no sound emerges. This city will fall. Yours will be next, the sage promises. Wake! I jerk my head up, only to find the sword of Tyrandor at my throat. The sage draws his arm back. My body jolts and my eyes fly open. There is no field, no sage, no sword. Just gentle raindrops hitting our window, the warmth of the blankets tangled at my legs, and the weight of Xaden's arm draped over my waist. The worst of the storm has passed. Filling my lungs to capacity persuades the pounding in my chest to ease, but the breaths against my ear only come faster, growing more ragged with every second. Xaden? I twist toward him and lift my hand to his face. His skin is damp with sweat, his brow furrowed, and his jaw clenches so hard I hear his teeth grind. I'm not the only one having nightmares tonight. Xaden! I sit up and slide my hand to his bare shoulder, then tap gently. Wake up! He flings himself onto his back and his head begins to thrash. Xaden! My chest tightens at the visible pain on his face and I throw myself down the bond. Xaden! His eyes open and he surges upright with a full-bodied gasp, then plants his hands beside his hips on the mattress. You're all right, I say gently, and his gaze snaps toward mine, wild and haunted. You were having a nightmare. He blinks the sleep out of his eyes, then swings his head in a quick sweep of the space. We're in our room. We're in our room. I draw my fingers across his shoulders and the muscles soften. And you're here. His shoulders dip as he looks my way. I'm here. I pick up his left hand and press it against my cheek. You're clammy. His brow knits. Everything all right? Go figure, he immediately asks about me. I had a bad dream too, I shrug. Must be the storm. Must be. His gaze flickers past me toward the window. Come here. He pulls me closer, then lays us down to face each other. A second later, he draws the sheet, but not the blanket, over us and settles his hand on my hip. Tell me about yours. I tuck the sheet under my arm and slide my other hand under my pillow. It's the same one I've had since Ressen. Same one? He brushes my hair back over my shoulder. You told me you had bad dreams, but never said they repeated. I have a recurring nightmare. It's nothing. Thunder booms in the distance, and he stays quiet, waiting for me to continue. It's usually in a field, and there's a battle in the distance. I can hear Andarna scream, but I can't get to her. My throat tightens, and I lift my hand to his chest. The sage is there, and he always levitates me like I'm nothing heavier than a pocket watch, and I can't kick or scream or move. I'm just stuck there as he threatens me. He tenses. You're sure it's the sage? I nod. He held the sword of Tyrandor to my throat after demanding I bring him something. It's like my subconscious is trying to warn me that they're going to use you against me. What else? His heart starts to pound beneath my fingers. I blink, trying to remember. I can't explain how I know, since I've only ever seen it from a distance. But the last couple of times we've been near Drathis. Are you sure? His eyes widen. What did it look like? It's usually pretty dark, but I could make out tall city walls on a raised plateau and a central spiraling tower. That's Drathis. His breathing picks up again. What's wrong? I slide my hand to the side of his neck. What else? He palms my hip. He's oddly intense about this, but if it helps him talk through whatever's plagued him while he slept, then I'll play along. Tonight was weird. Different. How? When he dropped me, I had this second where I thought about channeling from the earth, and when I looked down, my gaze slides to his relic. I had a relic on my left wrist, right where yours all start, and my hand didn't look like mine. Now that I'm thinking about it, it looked like yours. Who knows? What was yours about? He stares at me silently, and worry creeps up my spine. Why are you looking at me like that? Because it's my hand. My fingers slip off his neck. I just said that. He sits up, and I mirror the motion, holding the sheet to my chest. It's my hand, he repeats. You were in my dream. It's not possible, is it? 2 hours later, I've told him about every dream I can remember with the sage, and Xaden's had every single one. There has to be a reasonable explanation. You think we're sharing the same dream? I ask slowly, sitting in the middle of our bed with a blanket wrapped over my shoulders, watching him pace the short length of our bedroom in his sleeping pants. The move reminds me of Sigale on Hedotus. Is sharing dreams even possible? Some effect of our bond? No, they're my dreams. He rubs the skin beneath his lower lip. I've had them at least once a week since Ressen, and more frequently since Basgaeth. But I almost never realize they're nightmares when I'm in them. When I do, I wake up feeling like someone was there, with me, watching. He looks over at me and pauses his steps. Like tonight. That doesn't make sense. I tug the blanket closer. I've had the dream on nights you aren't with me. Nights you were hours away. Maybe it's the bond. He leans back against our dresser. But they're definitely my dreams. You've never been to Drathis, and that scenario, it's exactly what happened on the edge of the river when I fought him at Basgaeth. I blink. He never talks about that. The dark wielder Andarna Scorched behind the school pulled the same move. I tilt my head. But that dark wielder wasn't him. Do you know what the dream's about? What he wants you to bring to him? Because it's all vague to me, like I'm walking in mid-conversation. My words die as my mind flies through the possibility that he's right, no matter how impossible it is. Because you are, Xaden lifts his brows, and he wants me to deliver you. They have their own lightning wielder, I argue like I can reason with Xaden's subconscious. but it's my nightmare, and I only have one you, he says. It's getting harder and harder not to go to Drathis, just to prove to myself that it's all in my head. His eyes flare, then narrow. But it shouldn't be in yours. Has it ever happened with anyone else? How would I know? I shake my head. I don't think so, but I don't remember all my dreams. Still, there's that nightmare I had in Samara. That one still sticks with me. It's as visceral as a memory, as visceral as these nightmares. How much do you know about the fall of Cliffsbane? He grips the edge of the dresser. You dreamed about Cliffsbane? When I was in Samara, I nod. In the dream, I was in my room, at least I think it was mine, and the fire was coming, but I wouldn't leave without the portrait of my family and... The family in the portrait, the honey-brown eyes, the burn on my hand. And what? He walks toward me slowly, studying me like he doesn't already intimately know every inch of my body. My heart rate picks up and nausea racks my stomach. I told Kat she had to live because she's the future queen of Tyrandor, and the way Kat looked at me, I swallow the bile that rides the fear rising in my throat. It was like I was precious to her. What if... I fight the urge to be sick. What if I was Marin? Xaden sits at the foot of the bed, and the muscles of his back ripple as he tenses. You were in Marin's dream. He turns to face me, and something that looks eerily like terror widens his eyes before he can mask it. That's not possible. I wrap my arms around my stomach. Maybe with you because of the bond, but there's no way to trip into someone else's dream. There is if you're a dream walker. He nods thoughtfully, and my heart pounds as I guess what he's about to say. It must be your second signet, the one being bonded to Andarna gives you. It would make sense. Her kind are peaceful, and the ability itself would be passive, even a gift in a culture like that. A what? My back stiffens. There's no such thing as dream walking, and the Irids told her that she gave me something more dangerous than lightning. It was one of the reasons they were so angry with her. There is such a thing. Xaden's voice drops. It's absolutely more dangerous than lightning. It's a form of intrinsic. He ends on a whisper. I don't read minds. That can't be right. I shake my head. You don't read them. You walk straight into them when unconscious. My jaw slackens and I reach for Andarna. Is it true? Tern rustles but stays silent. I did not choose it any more than Tern chose lightning, she says defensively. But you have been known to wander while dreaming. It's harmless. You're mostly drawn to him. The blanket falls from my fingers. And you said nothing? Tern growls. You did not inform her the first time she wielded lightning, Andarna argues. She needed to discover it herself. Oh, gods, I start to shake. Shit. Xaden tucks the blanket around me, then pulls me into his lap. It's going to be all right. It doesn't make sense. Signets are based on our unique bond and the power of the dragon. My thoughts tumble over themselves as I babble. And what we need most. So it's logical that you needed to know everyone's intentions when you manifested. You had to keep the marked ones safe. But there's no part of me who wants or needs to know what anyone else is dreaming. The trembling stops as it clicks and I understand. Except when I did. I was cut off from her while she slept all those months. Andarna, he nods. That makes sense. My signet doesn't work on dragons, and I'm guessing yours doesn't either. So you unknowingly developed it on a human. On you. I search his face for any sign of anger, but find none. I'm so sorry. You have nothing to apologize for. He strokes my hair and holds my gaze. You didn't know. Didn't do it on purpose. Of course not. I would never purposely violate his privacy that way, or Marin's. Which is what makes you exceptionally dangerous. His jaw flexes twice. I can only read someone while they're awake, and I'm limited by their ability to shield. No one can shield while they're sleeping. You could potentially walk straight into Melgren's own dreams, and he couldn't stop you. Probably wouldn't even know. His face twists for a heartbeat before he quickly masks it. Violet, they'll kill you if they find out. It won't matter that you're the best weapon they have against the venom. Against me. They'll snap your neck and call it self-defense. Well, that's terrifying. Only if it's true. I slide off his lap and start pulling on my sparring uniform, leaving my armor draped on the back of the chair. It's just dreams, right? If it's dreams. It's like tripping into someone's fears, not their actual thoughts. Except I think you meddle because I wanted to channel on that field and found myself raising my hand instead. What are you doing? Meddle? I can only think of one way to confirm for sure, and don't worry, I'll be careful. I button my pants, then stare as he rises and pulls a set of dry clothes from his pack. What are you doing? Going with you, obviously. There's no point in arguing, so we both dress. A few minutes and several stairs later, I knock on Marin's door. It takes her a minute to answer, and when she does, her eyes are groggy with sleep. Violet? Ryerson? She asks with a jaw-cracking yawn. What's going on? I'm sorry to wake you, but I need to ask you something completely weird. I rub the bridge of my nose. There's no other way to say it, and I need you to not ask me why. Tread carefully, Xaden warns. All right. Marin folds her arms over her robe. Did you happen to have a portrait of your family? I ask. I still do, Marin answers, her forehead puckering. Is something wrong with my brothers? I just saw them a few hours ago. No, I shake my head vehemently. Nothing like that. Maybe we're wrong, and this is just some weird effect from the bond. If Marin still has the portrait, then it couldn't have caught fire. Then Xaden can't be right. I didn't walk into her dream. Here, I'll show you, Marin offers, then disappears into her room. She's back within a few seconds and holds out the portrait. Recognition hits with all the subtlety of a dagger. I've seen it before. The soft smiles, the honey-brown eyes. Gods, no wonder the boys looked familiar to me. I was just in too much pain to register why the first time. It's beautiful, I force myself to swallow. Thanks. She draws back her hand. I keep it with me wherever we go. You're not worried about losing it? That used to be my worst nightmare, actually, she says, staring down at the miniature, until I lived through losing them. Worst nightmare. It takes every ounce of self-control I have to keep my expression flat. I can understand that all too well. Thank you for sharing that with me. Silver one, Tarn bellows. Xaden's head tilts and Marin stiffens. I'm right here. A horde approaches from the east, he shouts. Bells peal, the loudest of them, straight overhead. We're under attack. An excerpt from Tactics Part 2, a personal memoir by Lieutenant Lyron Panchek. For maximum potential, riders should be stationed close to their villages if possible. Nothing is a more effective motivator than seeing one's home on fire. Chapter 51. How many? I ask Tarn as we race down the steps. Doors open on every floor we pass, and people pour out of their rooms, most still tugging on their uniforms. Only a small percentage are in black. A few dozen. Hard to tell with the weather. 20 minutes out, maybe less. I'm on my way to you. And Darna, I start as Xaden makes it into our bedroom first. Do not tell me to stay put, she shouts. I can scorch the dark wielders. I'll take yelling at me over silence any day. Guard the wardstone. I dart around Xaden as he shoves his arms into his flight jacket, then grab my own out of the armoire. Fuck, I'm in sparring gear and lack armor, but it will have to do. At least my boots are on. Within minutes, we're both armed and running down the hall into a growing crowd. How many on patrol? Xaden shouts to Brennan when we make it to the foyer. 6, Brennan answers, buttoning his flight jacket. The horde outflew the 2 on the Drailer route, and the other 4 are 20 minutes due west. Well, that's the wrong fucking direction for what we need. If they outflew 2 dragons, they have to be Greenfire Wyvern, I say, looking up as a conglomeration of riders, infantry, and my own squad mates races in our direction with thundering boot steps. Noted. Riders and residents? Xaden asks, his gaze sweeping over the staircases as I weave my hair into a simple 3-strand braid to keep it out of my way. 15 retired, 10 active. With you, 11, Brennan replies. Taking over all outposts and Tyrandor from Navarian riders left us undermanned. Surrey? Xaden scans the foyer. Intervane, Brennan flinches, and Ulysses in Llewellyn, Xaden finishes. So neither of the generals of my army are present. Correct, Brennan confirms. His army. My fingers stall in my hair as it hits me. Xaden isn't the ranking officer here, but he's in command. The weight of that responsibility would buckle my knees, but he simply nods at my brother's catastrophic news. That's irksome. Xaden looks up at the stairs. All right, we work with what we have. Felix, keep the first year safe and your eye on that one. His finger swings toward Auric. Infantry, get to your posts and take out any wyvern we drive to the ground. Riders, run faster. He pivots toward Brennan, and the others scurry to follow orders. Thoughts? Wards are still up here, or we would feel it. Brennan tilts his head. I tie off the end of my braid. Considering the stones in the backyard, that's not saying much, Xaden replies. They haven't spotted any venom among the patrol flight, Brennan adds as Ree reaches my side, Imogen close on her heels. But it's fucking huge, so they must be expecting to breach the city walls. Their course was noted as due west. Auric pauses on the landing above, his brow furrowing before Felix practically shoves him down the hall. If I'm them, I'm flying in small batch waves to test the barrier of the wards, Brennan continues. My recommendation is to station the officers 2 to 5 miles east, put the squad of older riders at the city gates, and assign the cadets to the wardstone as a last defense. Holy shit, does this feel familiar? And I wasn't exactly thrilled with how the last time played out. Xaden's jaw ticks and his gaze darts back and forth for a second as he thinks. I'll join the officers, he tells Brennan, and my heart jolts. The older riders might be skilled, but half don't fly. I'm your best weapon, I interject. If you won't put me on the first line, then station me at the gates. Absolutely not, Brennan snaps, leveling a horrified look at me. She's right, Xaden grimaces, then schools his features. Split the retired riders, half to the wardstone, half throughout the city in case civilians need to flee for the caves. You're on the wall, Cadet Sorengale. Send all of us, Ree adds. It's not like second and third years haven't seen combat. If it's fight and die or don't fight and die, we'd rather fight. Xaden nods. Only those who are willing. We're willing, Dane answers from the step beside Bodhi. Every second and third year crowded near them nods. Fine. Atos, your wing, your command, Xaden says, and Brennan takes off to relay orders. Wind gusts through the front door as people rush out to take their positions. Third years, you're with me at the east gate to the city. Second years, you're with Mateus at the north. Work in pairs, Dane orders. I'm here, Taryn announces. Enemy is 10 minutes out. Holy shit. That's the closest any wyvern has come to Eratia. I'm coming with you. Bodhi jumps the last 2 steps, landing beside Xaden. You're staying with the first years, Xaden immediately counters. What? My eyebrows fly upward. The fuck I am. The absolute wrath on Bodhi's face has me retreating a step. I will be at your side. You will be as deep within this house as possible. Xaden gets right up in his face. Because I'm not a weapon like you are, Bodhi argues. Cure and I are just as deadly in the air. Because you're first in line, Xaden clasps the back of his cousin's neck. Neither of us have an heir. We're all there is, Bodhi. I don't have time to argue, and you will do as ordered. Our family just got Tyrandor back, and we will not lose her because of your ego. Understood? Bodhi's eyes narrow. We'll lose her because of yours. Understood. He pivots and disappears into the crowd. That didn't go well, I mutter. Fuck. Xaden says under his breath, then turns to me and leans into my space. I love you more than this city. Do not die defending it. He crushes his mouth to mine and kisses me quick and fierce. Tyrandor, Xaden, our relationship, me. It's hard to love someone in power. I pull back. As motivational speeches go, that was not your best. My gaze sweeps over his face, memorizing every line. I love you. Stay out of the clouds, off the ice, and come back to me, whole. He nods, his eyes flashing as he catches my meaning, and then he's gone. There's no time to contemplate, if that was our last kiss. Do not worry for him, Tern orders. He wins no matter how this battle goes. Don't be an ass. I follow Rhee and Kat toward the front door. Sorengale! Arik shouts, and I look back over my shoulder to see him sprinting down the steps. Wait! Don't have a lot of time here, I reply, letting the other second years pass. You have to protect Dune's temple. Arik runs across the foyer, followed by 2 exasperated guards. I have an entire city to protect. The temple is outside the walls. He glances toward the open door. If that's where our orders... No. He shakes his head, then seems to fight for words. You have to protect the temple. Is he fucking kidding me right now? Did you make some alliance I'm not aware of? I ask, backing away. Singling out Zanal's temple in the spirit of alliance is something I could understand, but Dune? So help me, Malik. If another Navarian aristocrat has been making deals behind my back, I'm going to lose my shit. It's not, he starts as a group of soldiers races past. Violet, Rhiannon yells. We have to fly. Coming, I call back over my shoulder before addressing Arik. Dune's temple attendants are skilled in protecting themselves. It's how you save Tyrandor. Arik's voice drops to a whisper. By favoring Dune? I shake my head. The time to weigh in on strategy was about 5 minutes ago. Go be with your yearmates. I leave without waiting for his response and join my yearmates, filing through the doorway. Orders? Sawyer asks, cracking his knuckles. Flyers at the base. Rhee blinks, then looks over us quickly as we walk into the blustery vestiges of the dying storm. The rain has eased, but what it lacks in intensity it makes up for with ice-cold chill. The courtyard is teeming with dragons and griffins. They wait on the walls, on the ground, and in the streets beyond the gate. No, flyers on top of the wall for easier maneuverability, Rhiannon orders with a nod. We're splitting strengths, so Sorengale and I will hover at 100 feet. Everything above that is ours. Henrik and Gamlin will cover from the ground to our sector, she shouts over the wind. Most of us have family here, so fight like it. We all nod in agreement, then split to mount. I pull my flight goggles down and find Tern front and center. You couldn't wait off to the side like the others? No. He dips his shoulder and I mount quickly, my boots keeping their grip despite his rain-slick scales. You must get faster at reacting to attacks like these. I can't tell leadership to make decisions faster. I settle into the wet saddle, then buckle the water-laden strap with quickly cramping hands. Then perhaps we need to make our own decisions. Tern grumbles, then launches without preamble or warning. I'm thrown back in the seat as he catapults upward at a vertical trajectory, so close to Ryerson House that I cringe, expecting to hear claw collide with stone. I am not an amateur, Tern reminds me as we crest the top of the house. Then bank hard right to join the others as they take to the skies. His little maneuver may have pushed my heart through my spine, but it gave Fierg, Atrum, and Sleeg time and space to launch northward, out of the courtyard. I ignore the instinct begging me to look east to catch another glimpse of Xaden, or even Sigale's wings. My focus is needed here and now. Xaden is more than capable of taking care of himself, as long as he doesn't channel magic that isn't his. The city rushes underneath us as we soar toward the north gate. Infantry races through the mage light-illuminated streets to their positions. Civilians scurry from house to house. Temple attendants dart into their sanctuaries, except those who serve Zanal. They're on the front steps of their shrine, drinking as we pass over. Only when I verify that Rhiannon's family has light shining through their windows do I scan the cloudy skies ahead of the northern wall. Have to love fighting in the dark, I mutter, dragging my sleeve over my flight goggles to clear them. I've heard you have quite the solution to that, Tern counters. Good point. I retrieve the conduit from my left pocket, fasten the strap at my wrist, and palm the glass orb. Then I crack open my archives door. Tairn's power rushes in, heating my skin and my rain-chilled hands. Energy hums in my veins, condenses in my chest, and when it crackles into the conduit, I lift my right hand to the sky and wield, splaying my fingers wide as I push the power upward, and it erupts through me. Lightning streaks through the cloud overhead, branching out in dozens of directions and illuminating the field for the length of 2 heartbeats. Pairs of gray-winged wyvern fly toward us on dozens of different flight paths from dozens of different altitudes, disappearing into the darkness as the light collapses and thunder booms. Brennan was right about the wyvern flying in small batches to test the wards. He just failed to anticipate that they'd do so in such a wide arc, and it's going to cost us. They aren't in formation like Basgaeth, I note to Tairn as we reach the northern gate and climb to hold a hover with Fierg. Steam rises from my skin, but I keep my archives door open, allowing the power to gather within me so I don't have to reach for it next time. Either they've traded the security of formation in hopes smaller pairings will get through, Tairn muses, or they know you're here and formations make a bigger target. That would require one of the Darkwielders to have escaped Basgaeth. I glance downward and see Sleeg and Atrum land at the gates, a row of griffins manning the walls above them. It would. Tairn agrees, then rumbles low in his chest. The officers have made contact. Zayden, worry fights like hell to worm its way into my chest. You'll tell me if something... You'd know, Tairn replies, then snakes his head right toward Fierg. Your squad leader requests light. I know Ree isn't talking about the glow from the orb, so I twist my hand upward and wield again. Heat whips through me and lightning strikes overhead, spreading through the cloud. I hold my fingers in their splayed position and push another wave of energy outward, prolonging the strike in a way I've never managed before. Rain sizzles when it hits my cheeks, and I quickly count 4 pairs of wyvern flying in our direction, unimpeded. My fingertips burn and I drop my hand, effectively cutting the strike. Thunder roars louder than any dragon I've come across. Impressive, Tairn says. Impressive, but foolish, I wince, then hold the conduit over my right hand. 2 blisters bubble the skin on the outside of my forefinger. What are our orders? The squad leader, he growls, incorrectly instructs to stick close to the walls. But it's the wrong call. Your power should not be wielded in such proximity to civilians. Not until I'm a hell of a lot better at controlling it, I agree. Relay that. She hesitates. Tairn's head swivels toward Fierg. We cannot afford to do so. Fuck. The last thing I want to do is go against Ree or leave my squad, and now I'm the one hesitating because Tairn is right. Go, I breathe in deeply. Tell them to stay back as ordered, but you and I have to go. Agreed. He launches forward. A wind wielder has been assigned to bring moonlight. Now ready yourself. We have 2 minutes until they're on us. My heart begins to pound. Did the officer's line fall? They circumnavigated it. His head tilts again. We're taking the pair on the high left. Fierg has joined us. Let's go. Fighting in pairs makes sense, but Ree has never left the squad. Tairn beats his wings in 3 consecutive hard pumps, and we surge forward, gaining altitude immediately with Fierg close behind. It's too dark ahead, I can't see, I warn Tairn. There's a stark line of black to my left I know belongs to the mountains, but the farther we fly from the city lights, the fewer shapes I can spot in the sky ahead of us. Everything blurs in the dark. And miles away toward the east, flames erupt in streams of orange and green. We are the dark. Drop the conduit, he orders. I won't be able... My chest clenches as magic ripples. We've passed the protections of the wards. Drop it! I release my fingers and the orb falls to the end of its chain, the light dying as the glass thumps the back of my arm. There's nothing left to do but make myself the smallest burden possible, so I grip the pommels and lie as flat as I can while smothering Tairn's power. Tell me you made it to the wardstone, I call back to Endarna. It is well protected, she promises, and her words lift the hair at the back of my neck. Are you at... I start. Prepare! Tairn orders. We hit a fucking wall. At least that's how it feels as I hurtle forward, my momentum giving zero cares that Taryn has all but stopped in the sky. Claw and teeth collide with scale as I'm whipped backward, my weight driving into the seat. Gravity pulls from the left and air rushes from the ground as my stomach rises. All I can do is hold tight and trust Taryn. A shriek threatens to pierce my eardrums before it ends abruptly, only to be followed by the wet sound of flesh tearing, then a series of snaps. Taryn levels out, and 2 wing beats later, I hear a thud beneath us. It's been ages since I've honored the color of my scale in such a manner, Taryn declares with a pitch of pride. You blended in with the night, Endarna scoffs. Hardly an accomplishment. You sound closer than you should be. Why won't she ever stay where she's supposed to? Taryn rumbles low in his chest, and fire streaks ahead of us. Fierg's flame outlines the shape of the wyvern's partner a second before she surges for its gray throat. The green daggertail's body swings forward as her teeth sink into the wyvern's neck. The creature screams, and its wings beat frantically as it tries to escape. Hold tight! Taryn increases his speed, and I do exactly as he orders, bracing for another impact. My body is going to hate me tomorrow if we survive the night. Clouds clear just enough for the moon to shine as Taryn flies straight at the flailing wyvern. Taryn tucks his left wing as we skim by Fierg's claws, passing so close that my eyes lock with Reese for a scant second. Then I whip my head forward, and Taryn barrels into the wyvern's barbed tail, opening his jaws and taking hold with his teeth. Then he rolls. Holy fucking nausea. I pitch forward with Taryn, and the sky turns into ground. The saddle straps dig into my thighs as we flip, and small pinpricks of light blur beneath me. Above me. I can't even tell. They disappear before I can process the pull of gravity. Bone snaps as the sky appears again, and Taryn lets go. The wyvern falls smashing into the ground a few seconds later. We broke its neck, he announces, flaring his wings to halt our momentum. My head swims, and my stomach threatens to release its contents. Let's never do that again. I check to make sure Ree's all right, and she lifts a hand in acknowledgement. It was an effective maneuver, Taryn argues. The opposite force twisted the creature's spine. I get how it worked. Never again. The moonlight makes it possible to scan the field fully, and my heart drops at the sight of piled wings near the north gate. I can't differentiate among them in the dark, but I can make out the gaping hole in the top of the wall. Your yearmates have brought down 2 pairs themselves, but the bodies have caused destruction, Taryn says in explanation. The wards have not been reached by Wyvern. They'll continue to send waves to test the boundaries. His head whips back and forth between the horde holding off to the east and those engaged in combat before them. Xaden. My feelings get the best of me, and I reach down the bond. Instead of warm, shimmering shadow, I'm met with a wall of onyx ice so cold it burns to the touch. I inhale sharply and throw up a shield. Is Sigale all— She copes. Taryn interrupts, his head snapping left. Look below. The muscles along my stomach tense. 4 wyverns skim the ground at dizzying speed, keeping low as if trying to get by undetected. I swing my gaze, projecting their flight path, and find Endarna waiting in front of a lone structure in a field beyond the walls, flicking her tail. Terror steals the breath from my lungs. Go! Taryn tucks his wings, and we dive. Wind tears at my hair, and I fight gravity to palm the conduit. Then I forget the fall and focus only on the wyvern. Power rushing back to my surface. I gather it, condense it, burn with it. Then summon more and more until I am light and heat and energy itself. Not too much, Taryn warns as I lift my right hand against the wind. But how can it be too much when I am the very thing I wield? I keep my eyes on the wyvern as we approach the inevitable point of intersection, and spool power like thread as the ground flies up to meet us. We can stay ahead of them if we get there fast enough. I just need 5 seconds. We have 50 feet of altitude on them, and the same in distance. 5. Taryn snaps his wings to slow our fall. 4. The bones in my spine grind at the abrupt change in momentum. but he's brought us close enough to see the tips of their clawed wings, and they're only getting closer. 3. My body burns as I twist in the saddle and wield, releasing the coil of energy with a flare of my hand in one heartbeat. Then, dragging it downward with 2 scalded fingertips in the next. 2. Tern beats his wings, lifting us as lightning rends the sky, and maybe time. Everything seems to move slower as I force my fingers apart, splitting the bolt in 2. Heat devours my breath and pain becomes my entire existence as I direct the scorching blasts into the wyvern's flight path. 1. The strike hits the lead pair, and they burst into flames, missing Tern by a matter of feet, as they fall out of formation in streaks of fire, revealing the remaining 2. And 1 carries a silver-haired rider. 0. Thunder shakes the alloy in the conduit, and my hand falls as Tern drops onto the nearest wyvern. The creature screeches, and the world spins in a flurry of black and gray wings. Tern bellows, and his pain replaces mine. An excerpt from Major Rorley's Guide to Appeasing the Gods, 2nd edition. Dedicating oneself to temple work isn't just a noble pursuit. Becoming high priest or priestess is the closest most of us will get to touching the power of the gods. The rest are riders. Chapter 52. Tern! I scream, and my mouth floods with the bitterness of newfound terror. No! Andarna yells. We skid to a halt in the prairie grass, and I lift my head just in time to see Fierg fly after Theophany's wyvern, who's taken to the sky. Dune, no. As strong as Rhea is, even the 2 of us together aren't a match for a maven, and we aren't together. Andarna, tell Fierg not to chase. Bone crunches beneath Tern, and I draw a breath of pure fire. Are you all right? I ask him, fumbling the buckle at my waist so I can see how badly he's hurt. Heat sears my lungs, and I reach for power in preparation to fight Theophany. There's no way she's going to leave this field without getting what she came for, which I suspect is me. She'll be back. Cut it off, Tern demands, and something else snaps beneath him. You'll burn out! But Theophany! Ice pierces through my shields like they aren't even there. Violet! Not ice. Xaden. I'm fine. Stay in control and don't get distracted. Theophany is here. I slam the archive's door shut in my mind and breathe in the cold night air, extinguishing the flames licking the inside of my lungs. It was too much, too fast, but I'm not burnt out, just a little singed. Get Tern back to the wards as soon as you can. The ice slides away. On it! That wasn't fine. Tern snarls and walks off the corpse of the wyvern, favoring his left hind leg. Says the one who's wounded, I counter as Fierg flies back toward us. How serious is it? Thunder booms to the east, and it's not mine. Oh shit, the storm, that's how they got this far undetected. Its wing spur broke off in my leg. I will live, it does not. He swivels his head toward Andarna and stalks her way, limping slightly. Your inability to follow simple orders will get her killed, and I will not lose her as I did the one who came before. I'm fine! My temperature lowers with every breath, and high, intricately carved marble pillars come into view. I didn't burn out. I wasn't even as close as I was the day— The words die as Tern stops, then lowers his head, clearing my field of vision. Andarna stands in front of the steps of Dune's temple, flanked by a half-dozen sword-brandishing attendants who look between us as if they're not sure who to be more wary of, the reckless dragon beside them, the massive one in front of them, or the snarling green dagger-tail arriving to my left. What could you possibly be doing here? I shout at Andarna, finally ripping my buckle free. I have to get that wing spur out of Tern's leg before Theophany returns. The prince said to protect Dune's temple, she argues, flicking her tail and knocking over a vat of burning coals that hiss as they hit the wet marble. The embers narrowly miss the 20-foot-tall statue of the goddess, which looks almost exactly like the one in Umbriel. Auric said that to me, I counter, moving to Tern's shoulder, but he doesn't lower it. Not you, and I denied his suggestion. How are you angry? Princes do not make suggestions, and I am an extension of you. Andarna marches forward, lowering her head in threat. Am I not everything you wanted me to be? Am I not as fierce and courageous as he is? Is this not what I am supposed to do? Sharpen my claws on the scales of the enemy. The wind picks up and something in my chest cracks. Your tantrum is ill-timed, Golden One, Tern growls. Do not call me a child, Andarna's scales shimmer but remain black. Do not act like one, he snarls. What was that all about? Rhiannon shouts from Fierg's back. We could have caught them! And died. That was theophany, I call back. And? Rhi throws her arms up. And I couldn't fly with you, Tern's wounded, I reply. Does she have a death wish? Let me down so I can get that thing out of your leg, or I'll just jump. Tern dips his shoulder with a grumble and I dismount a few feet in front of Andarna. I don't need you to be anything but who you are. I yank my flight goggles to the top of my head and look straight into her golden eyes. Clearly, we need to have a conversation when we're not in the middle of a battlefield. You always say that you chose me, but I stood in front of you on that threshing field, and I would do it again. She huffs a breath, and we head for Tern's hind leg, keeping one eye on the sky. I will never understand what goes on in an adolescent brain. My stomach lurches as the wound comes into view. Holy shit, the wing spur is easily half my size and embedded in his thigh. There's no way he can launch with it in, and even out, the wound might cause too much pain. Moonlight catches on his blood as it drips down his scales. How in Dune's name am I supposed to get that thing out? I'm so sorry. It looks worse than it is. Merely the tip is embedded. How much pain are you in? Mentally or physically? He growls. Your sarcasm is ill-timed. I reach to the full extent of my height but can't come close to the wing spur. Where is he hurt? Rhiannon asks, jogging over. Mercifully, she looks unharmed. There, I point up at his thigh and she gasps. You should get back to the others. We're vulnerable out here. I'm not leaving. You don't always have to do everything on your own. She backs up a handful of steps and lifts her arms. Sometimes I do, I counter. She shakes her head. We can handle this. Are you really? I start, my eyebrows rising as she tenses. A moment later, Tern roars and I flinch. The wing spur appears in front of Rhiannon. My mouth drops as she shoves it away, and the hooked piece of claw topples to the ground. How did you just do that? I practice. Rhiannon grins and drags the back of her hand across her forehead, wiping away a sheen of sweat. Though it's the biggest thing I've ever retrieved. Thank you. I grab her into a quick hug, then look up at Tern's wound. I can't see much in the dark. We need to get you back to the valley. His head swivels toward us, and Fierg turns too. It is too late for that. We have minutes. Wing beats fill the air, and I spot 3 wyvern on approach, a blur of more in the distance. Rhiannon and I lock eyes for one telling second, and then we both run. She sprints toward Fierg, and I bolt underneath Tern, racing toward his foreleg. Fly back now, I order Andarna. They'd be defenseless, she argues, and my heart drops when I emerge under Tern's chest. Dozens of white-haired temple attendants and their high priestess wait at the top of the steps behind Andarna, their attention focused on the night sky. Get inside, I shout. Some shelter is better than no shelter, right? So we can burn inside, the high priestess asks, her voice eerily calm as the wing beats grow louder. Shit, there's no time to argue and I can't abandon them. Andarna's right. If we take to the skies, we leave them defenseless, and Tern is already wounded. But I don't need to be mounted to wield. Tell Fierg to go, I say down the bond, then run up the rain-slick marble steps for a higher vantage point, palming the conduit. I'd ask you to go with her, but I know better. And yet you still mentioned it. Tern slowly turns to face the incoming wyvern with Andarna and lifts his tail high. Be warned. Should Theophany appear, I will choose your life over the attendants. Should Theophany appear, we're all fucked. If any Venin report to the others that they've gotten this close to Eratia's gates without being halted by wards, they'll skip over the undrained territory of Krovla and come for our hatching ground. We can't afford to let a single wyvern escape. Will you at least consider taking cover? I asked the High Priestess when I reached the landing. We will not. Her gaze assesses me in 2 seconds, then lingers on the silver half of my braid. Do you use lye and the juice of the manwasa flower on your hair as we do? My eyebrows hit my hairline. Does she realize how much danger we're in? Now can't be the right time to have this conversation. It just grows like this. Does it? Her tattooed forehead crinkles. You have journeyed far to come to our aid. The priestess draws the short sword sheathed at her hip. Either Dune protects us, or we meet Malik as her worthy servants. Dune isn't going to appear and take up arms, I argue, even though I know it's pointless. Then turn to stand at her side. Tern has prowled to the left, giving me a clear view of the 3 approaching wyvern, while Fierg stands ready to fly to the right of the steps. Of course not, the priestess scoffs and the wind picks up. She sent you. Well, she's never been revered for her judgment. I add temple attendance to the growing list of thought processes I'll never comprehend, and open my archives door just enough to test. Power fills my veins like hot water poured over a sunburn. And I breathe in slowly, accepting the pain and setting my new baseline. Why hasn't Fierg launched? The squad leader will not leave you, Endarna replies. Damn it. I lift my right hand. Let's not do that, a familiar voice says from my left. My head snaps in that direction, and dread anchors my feet to the temple floor. I unsheath both my daggers. Theophany. Tern's head swivels, his growl rattling what's left of the spilled coals, and attendants gasp all around us. Launch before she drains you, I beg Tern and Andarna, but true to their nature, they stay put. Lift a blade or a hand to wield, and I'll kill you all. Come with me, and I'll let the rest live, Theophany says from the base of the steps, her dark purple tunic contrasting the pallor of her skin. The red veins beside her eyes pulse in time with a heartbeat as she offers a weary smile that's all the more unsettling for its exhausted satisfaction. She cocks her head to the side. Let's not fight, Violet. Doesn't all this violence tire you? Come with me. I'll give you what you want most. You have no idea what I want most. My stomach curdles, and the High Priestess sidesteps me. Heretic! You are not welcome here, she shouts, her voice breaking with a rasp. Heretic? My gaze darts between the 2 women as my mind races in time with my heartbeat. The faded forehead tattoo. Theophany was a priestess of Dune. Her silver hair matches the attendants on Umbriel, matches mine. My thoughts stall as the white-haired priestess raises her sword toward Theophany with a trembling arm. Oh, shit. Power floods my body in a scalding rush of fire. There are too many people around for me to miss, and if she drains this close... Perhaps I am not welcome, Theophany muses, her feet planted in the grass. But they are. 2 more Venin, men wearing red robes, walk through the grass behind her, and Andarna leaps over Tern's tail, blasting a stream of fire Theophany's way. The scents of ash and sulfur fill the air, but when Andarna lands at the base of the steps to my right, Theophany still stands, untouched. Why? Andarna shrieks. Marvelous, Theophany says with a smile. Did that make you feel better? Theophany's gaze rises to the sky behind me, and she backs away, her eyes widening. Leave them and go, she shouts to the approaching dark wielders and breaks into a run toward them. Now! All 3 grasp hands, and the one in the center takes a single step and vanishes. Just like Garrick. Incoming! Tern roars and my focus swings east. There's no time to ponder what in Malik's name just frightened Theophany so badly that she fled. The 4 wyverns, still on approach, descend in a wing formation, one taking point with the others closely following. And they're headed straight for us. I lift my right hand again. Gathering more energy feels like I'm picking up the glowing coals Andarna scattered with my bare hands. But they'll be here in less than 30 seconds. "Any time now, Silver One," Andarna prompts, moving back to Tern's side and stalking forward as Fierg crouches, ready to take the fight to the sky. If darkness has thrown off my depth perception, if they're flying faster than I estimate, we're all about to be cooked. I target the lead wyvern and send up a prayer to Dune. Then I wield, releasing a blast of energy and flicking my finger downward. No holding on this time. I learned my lesson. Magic washes over me, prickling my skin in a familiar wave, and lightning strikes the first wyvern. It drops from the sky in a ball of fire, but we can't celebrate with 3 still... What the fuck? They're no longer flying toward us. They're falling. My heart beats wildly as they plummet like projectiles. The ground shudders as the one on the right hits about 60 feet ahead, its momentum driving it into the dirt. "Prepare!" Tern shouts, leaping at the one on the left. Pain shoots down the bond as he knocks it off course, and dirt flies to the left of the temple when it lands, leaving one that rivals Fierg's size still falling. It slams against the ground 20 feet in front of Andarna, then skids toward us with all the grace of a battering ram. And it's not stopping. "Go!" Tern orders, and fear clenches my chest as Andarna holds her position. "It's too big for you!" I shout. Fierg takes a single step and swings her head like a mace into Andarna's side, heaving her out of the wyvern's path just before it careens across the very ground she'd been standing on. The wyvern barrels toward us, eyes sightless, teeth exposed. "Move!" I grab the high priestess's elbow and pull, dragging her out of the way as the carcass crashes toward the marble stairs. Screams erupt as attendants scatter and the wyvern's shoulders take out the bottom portion of the steps. At the same moment, its head crashes into the intricately carved central pillar. Oh shit. The column explodes on impact and chunks of marble fly. Throwing up my hands, I push with all the lesser magic I'm capable of, but there's no stopping the claw-sized pieces of rock hurtling in every direction, including ours. But then, they do just that. Stop. The one a few feet from my face hangs in midair, its flame-inspired etched edges suspended by a single black band of shadow. Xaden. Relief weakens my knees, and the remnant of the destroyed pillar slowly lowers to the ground, settling with a thunk. All around us, attendants scurry out of the way as the other pieces descend gently. My head swings right, past the remaining pillars and the high priestess, following the retreating shadows to their wielder. Xaden climbs the only intact section of steps 2 at a time, lowering his right hand while blood drips from the sword in his left. There's no trace of red in his eyes, just determination and quickly fading fear as he glances down my frame, looking for injuries. I do the same to him, and my heart jolts at the blood streaking the side of his face. "It isn't mine," he says a second before he pulls me against his chest. I drop my forehead, breathing deeply to steady my heartbeat, and he presses a hard kiss to the top of my head. "And it is always you." There's no benefit to arguing given the circumstances. How did you get here so quickly? "You let this happen to him?" Sigale snaps. I step out of Xaden's arms and find Sigale's narrowed eyes and sharp teeth unsettlingly close. "I'm sorry." "She bears no responsibility," Tern argues. Sigale's head whips in his direction, and a thick wall of shields immediately blocks our connection. Cue fight. "She refused to hold her position once she felt the wound," Xaden replies, surveying the temple. "And I'm glad, or it looks like we'd both be dead. We were almost here when the wards went up." The wards? My eyebrows rise. That explains the ripple of magic, the wyvern falling from the sky, Theophany's fear. But how? The sound of a slide whistle screeches through my head, and both Xaden and I pivot, putting our backs to the temple. To the left of the wyvern's body, behind Tern and Sigale, darkness transforms. Scales the color of night ripple into a shade that's not quite black or purple, forming the dragon whose horns carry the same swirling pattern as Andarna's. It seemed necessary to fire your wardstone, Leothin says. My stomach bottoms out. The Irids have come. An excerpt from Journal of Captain Lilith Sorengale. Asher returned today. Gods help us if anyone finds out. I'm not sure I'll ever forgive him for what he's done to her. Chapter 53. If the Irids fired the wardstone as the seventh breed, then Eratia is safe. Most of Tyrandor is. It's too surreal, too easy. Emotions beyond names hit me from every side, but fear replaces them all when Fierg swings her body to confront the Irid, lowering her head and baring her teeth. No! Andarna bounds from Tern's side, leaping over the wyvern to put herself in front of Fierg. He's of my line! The green daggertail retreats a single step, but leaves her head near the ground as Rhiannon dismounts, jumping straight to the platform of the temple. Xaden tenses at the sight of the Irid, even though there's no sign of red in his eyes. You handle that, and I will see what needs to be done. Here. Considering what happened the last time he met with an Irid, I nod. Give him my gratitude, Xaden says quietly as Rhi races our way. I will, I promise, locking eyes with Rhi. She bobs her head in acknowledgement, and then we walk down the stairs. No weapons, I tell Rhi as we walk between Tern and Sigale. They're pacifists. Got it, she notes, keeping pace at my side. So, he shouldn't burn us to death, right? I refuse to tell Fierg that she was right. She'll never let me live it down, even if I'm dead, and I really want to know what just happened with those dark wielders. I'll fill you in, I reply as we approach Leothin and Andarna. Just be prepared for, Rhi gasps and covers her ears. That, I finish with a wince. Leothin glances at Rhi, then turns his back to the corpse of the wyvern with a look of what can only be called disdain. Andarna moves to my left when we reach them, flooding the bond with a mix of apprehension and excitement. I would expect a warmer greeting from a green, Leothin lectures Rhi, then turns his golden gaze on me. Thank you, I blurt awkwardly, craning my neck to look at him. You've saved everyone in this province. I did not do it for you, he says, peering down at Andarna. Harsh, Rhi whispers. I give my thanks, Andarna replies, her head high. Your human is as dangerous as we feared. He studies her with a tilted head, and my stomach sinks. Whatever he's seen has only confirmed the reasons they denied Andarna in the first place. She defends her people, Andarna retorts, her claws flexing in the rain-soaked grass. At least the weather has eased to a drizzle. And ours. As do you, Leothin's voice softens. I have been watching you since my arrival. And no one knew. Tern bristles, and my throat grows tight. And what have you seen? Andarna's tail flicks overhead. What judgment have you passed? Her caustic tone certainly isn't going to help, and neither is the growl rumbling in Sigale's throat. The Irid narrows his eyes. Your behavior is abhorrent, and your actions misguided. She is a credit to our riot, Sigale hisses. As we hoped she would be. He swivels his head towards Sigale and Tern angles into a striking position. Yet, in none of the ways we value. Rhi steps closer to my side. None of which is her fault, I interject, and he looks my way. You set her up for what you consider failure, when you left her here to be raised in the ways of the Empyrean. You really want to yell at the massive unknown dragon? Ree whispers. I do, I answer, looking straight at him. There is nothing wrong with her. We can never thank you enough for what you've done tonight in firing our wards. But if you've only come to point out all the ways you believe her to be lacking, you'll find Fierg's greeting warmer than mine. He tilts his head, then dismisses me, swinging his gaze to Andarna. Your motives are honorable, he says. That was what I was going to say before I was interrupted by the blue. Sigale, Andarna corrects him, her tone a knife's edge softer than before. Sigale, he repeats, then focuses on Andarna. We are separated by many generations, but share the same bloodline. Unlike the others you encountered, who are of a more distant line, we are of the same den, or would have been, had you been raised among us. He's her family. My heart clenches. Your human may stay, he replies to Andarna. The rest may not participate in our conversation. My eyebrows rise. I will not leave them unprotected. Tairn's claws flex next to Ree. The fact you think they need protection is why my words are only for them. Leothin keeps his focus on Andarna. I will only offer once. Andarna tenses, then whips her head toward Tairn and Sigale. I must hear him! Sigale startles, and Ree's hands jump to cover her ears. Tairn snarls, and I reach down the bond, but there's a stronger shield than his blocking us. Leothin. It's oddly similar to the effects of the serum they dosed us with during RSC. Every part of me rebels at the disconnect, but I owe it to Andarna to stay with her. We will begin once they depart, Leothin promises. He's cut us off from you, I say to Ree, then look up at Tairn. I'll be all right. Sigale bares her teeth, then pivots abruptly and turns toward the temple, toward Xaden. You're sure? Ree asks, worry knitting her brow. I'm sure. I swallow the growing boulder in my throat. I won't be the reason she can't hear him out. Ree looks like she's going to argue for a second, then nods. We won't be far. She follows Sigale, and Tairn growls in warning at Leothin before pivoting. Andarna's tail curves over my head. It did not sit well with me that you were judged by the shortcomings of others, Leothin states, dipping his head to Andarna's eye level. Even the Dark Wielder you seem fond of. Hope flickers in my chest, burning away the expected insults, and Andarna's scales ripple in shades of black. You should be given the chance to learn our ways, he continues, to choose our ways. You will stay and teach me? She asks. You will come home with me, he answers, holding her gaze. It may take a few years, but the others will accept my decision. By then you will have learned enough to know your truth. Years. My stomach launches straight into my throat. We cannot leave for years, sorrow drenches Andarna's words. You can, he rebuts. By myself? She freezes. Oh, gods. My spine stiffens, and a terror I've never encountered before locks my muscles. He means to separate us. I have saved the human you care for by firing the protections in place, he states, like he's checking off boxes that might impede her departure. She will be safe from all but her own kind under the wing of your mentor. I cannot leave her! Andarna's head draws back. My heart thunders a dangerously quick beat. You must. This was not meant for you, nor any of our line. Look at what happened tonight. Had I not interfered, you would no longer exist. His scales flicker, taking on a pearlescent sheen.
There is nothing here for you but war and suffering.
And me, and Taryn, and Sigale. It takes all my self-control not to scream it, not to ruin this moment for Andarna. I am bonded, Andarna's tail lowers, curving around me. Our lives, our minds, the very energy that forms us is intertwined. Right. That, exactly, I find myself nodding.
So end it.
He angles his head, and the scales above his eyes furrow into a single line.
Bonds are merely magical ties. You are Irid. You are magic. Bend it, shape it, break it as you see fit. Wait, what?
I cannot, Andarna's tail winds closer. Air becomes scarce and my head starts to swim.
And yet you already did.
He glances down at me.
Who bonded you first?
This can't be real. Maybe I'm dreaming or in Zayden's dream, though we've definitely stumbled into nightmare territory. They chose me the same day. He sighs in annoyance and steam gusts over me.
Who spoke to you first?
My eyes shift, and I throw my thoughts back to threshing.
Step aside, Silver One.
Taryn's voice rumbles through my memory. Taryn, I whisper, turning my face toward Andarna. I take in everything about her, from the pattern of her scales, the slope of her nose, the angle of her eyes, up to the swirls on her horns that match his. You didn't speak to me until you gave me your name on the flight field. She blinks.
See?
Leothan shifts his focus to Andarna.
Humans should only be capable of bonding a single dragon, and yet you forged a second connection where there shouldn't be one. Only an Irid can do that. Your instincts are excellent, but you need instruction. Break the connection, and come with me.
My heartbeat thunders like hoofbeats in my ears. But Violet... Andarna's tone shifts from denial to, Amari, help me. Is that worry? I blench as it hits me. She wants to go. Of course she does. He's her family, the only dragon of her kind willing to accept her. I'm the one holding her back.
Her other bond will sustain her life,
Leothan states, like that's all there is between Andarna and me.
Should you choose to return, you can always reforge the bond.
When she doesn't respond, he lowers his head to my eye level.
She is emotionally ensnared because of her age. What would you have her do?
Andarna ducks her head. Warmth drains from my face, but I keep my eyes on her, memorizing every detail like it might be the last time I see her. The possibility is unfathomable. I developed my signet out of sheer need for her, and yet it feels like we're hurtling towards some kind of precipice. I love you, and I want you to feel complete, I tell her, and she slowly meets my gaze. I want you happy and safe and thriving. I want you to live. My voice breaks. Even if it's not with me.
Admirable, Leothan says. I understand your choice.
Yearning floods the bond, so deep it aches within my own chest, and the pain of it sucks the breath from my lungs. I force my head to nod, feeling everything she can't say. I do not know how, she starts. A shrieking whistle sounds in my head, and then only silence remains. I reach for the bond and find only a wall. Then... nothing. Andarna whips her head toward Leothan. He launches without warning, springing high above me. His wings snap open and wind blasts my face as he gains altitude. His scales flicker, turning the color of the cloudy night sky, and he begins to disappear. Andarna roars up at him, and then her gaze swings wildly, focusing behind me, then to the right, then landing on me for the length of a heartbeat. Her eyes flare like she wants to say something, and I throw myself at the wall where our bond should be. But it's gone. A breath later, so is she. All that's left is a gust of wind as her scales blend into the sky. A roar vibrates to my very bones, and my ears ring as the edges of my vision darken. My heart stutters and my lungs cease their struggle. There's no air and no reason to seek it. I was infinite yet moored, and now I'm hollow and adrift in waters too vast to comprehend. My knees buckle, then collide with the ground. "Violet!" someone shouts, and racing boot steps register a second before she crouches in front of me, her brown eyes searching mine for answers I don't have. "Are you all right?" I'm nothing. The sky darkens, and the ground trembles. I look up into the black void, and my vision narrows in an ever-shrinking circle. Not the sky. A wing. Stern, demanding golden eyes appear. "You will breathe." His deep, gravelly voice fills my head, and unyielding strength barrels down the pathway that connects us. Tern. He exists. Therefore I must. Because we are bound. Never alone. Always connected. I gasp, and air rushes in. My heart pounds in an erratic, painful beat, but the edges of my vision clear. "She left us. She left us. She left us." It's all I can think. "We remain," Tern orders, as if I have a choice not to. "What happened?" Someone hits his knees beside me, and my gaze swings, meeting amber-flecked onyx. Not someone. Xaden. "Violet!" Worry and fear slide down the bond that tethers us, and the connection anchors my heartbeat. I exist for Tern, but I live for Xaden. "I don't know," Rhiannon answers, and I find her watching me with heart-rending worry that I instantly want to soothe. Rhee's still here. So are Mira and Brennan and Riddick and Sawyer and Dane and Jacinia and Imogen and Arik. Everyone is here but her. "How could she do this?" Sigale snaps, fury sharpening the words to daggers. "She's gone," I whisper to Rhee, then crumple under the weight of the unbearable truth. Xaden catches me, tugging my shoulder against his chest, and his brow furrows as our gazes collide. Andarna's gone. An excerpt from Colonel Kaori's Field Guide to Dragonkind. No rider has ever survived the loss of their dragon. I can't imagine wanting to. Chapter 54. Andarna is gone. I don't leave our room for the next 3 days. I barely leave our bed. Andarna is gone. But I'm never alone. Brennan reads in a chair by my bedside in the mornings while I drift in and out of sleep. My squadmates take over in the afternoon, but their voices barely cut through the fog of exhaustion. There is an endless stream of company that doesn't know what to say, which is fine by me since I don't have it in me to answer. Xaden holds me at night, wrapping his arms and his mind around me. Andarna is gone. Taryn leaves our bond wide open, giving me unfettered access to him in a way I've never had. He's always been with me, but now I'm with him too. I hear his side of the conversation when he tells the elders about Endarna's departure. I hear him bickering with Sigale over what he calls her excessive hovering. And I'm privy to the lecture he gives Xaden about making sure I eat. That's not all I hear. For the first 2 days, every time the door opens, there's an air of celebration, sounds of happy voices and laughter that fade the second someone walks in. Of course they're happy. Auratia's safe. The very thing we were desperate for a few months ago has been accomplished. I don't blame them for celebrating. I just can't join them. That would require feeling something. Anything. I sleep, but I don't dream. Endarna is gone. The atmosphere shifts on the third day, but I don't ask about the tension in my squad mate's silence. Not because I don't care, but because it takes all my energy to perform what should be the natural act of breathing. She'll come back, right? She has to. She isn't dead. Leothan will ensure she makes it across the sea. And if she returns to find me like this, huddled in on myself, I won't be worthy of her relic. If this is an emotional gauntlet, I'm failing. But there's no rope to grab to prevent my fall this time. On the fourth morning, I wake when the mattress dips behind me. I did not fly through the night to watch you sleep. Wake up. Her voice jars me like nothing else can. I roll over and find Mira staring at me from Xaden's side of the bed, her legs stretched out on top of the blankets, her stockinged feet crossed at the ankles. Dark circles linger under her eyes as she studies mine. But I don't spot any new wounds, thankfully. I don't want to. Lack of use makes my voice scratchy. Yeah, she studies my eyes with a creased brow and smooths my hair back from my forehead. But you have to. You can cry or scream or even break shit if you want, but you cannot live in this bed. I was whole, and now I'm not. My eyes sting, but I don't cry. That stopped days ago. She's really gone. I'm so sorry. Sympathy fills Mira's expression. But not sorry enough to lose you to your grief. You just have to start by getting up. She wrinkles her nose. Then you can graduate to bathing. Someone knocks and my focus jumps to the closed bedroom door. How did you get in here anyway? Ryerson let me in. Her hand slides from my head as the door opens. Of course he did. She's awake, Mira calls over her shoulder. Xaden looks in, worry etching lines across his forehead until he spots me. Look who's up. A corner of his mouth rises. Unwillingly, I admit. His eyes flare, and I realize it's the first time I've spoken to him in days, too. Shit, I need to pull myself together. How did you replace the power you lost? Mira asks quickly. I wrench my gaze back to hers. I didn't. What are you talking about? If she's awake, then let me in, Brennan argues from the hallway behind Xaden. They're my sisters. I can kill him if you prefer, Xaden offers, raising his scarred brow. And give him another opportunity to fake his own death? Mira scoffs. He can come in. Pushing with both hands, I force myself to sit up. I've been in Xaden's sparring shirt and a rolled-up pair of his sleeping pants for so long they're practically embedded in my skin. Xaden pulls Brennan through the doorway and my brother immediately frowns at Mira. What are you doing? Brennan questions as he shuts the door behind him. Xaden leans back against the bookshelves and stares at me like I might flee at any second or worse, disappear back under the covers. Hi. Hi. I don't have it in me to smile, but I drink in the sight of him. Mira's eyes narrow at Brennan in warning. You sent me a missive saying our sister was a breath away from catatonic, so now I'm here. What does it look like I'm doing? I wanted you to get her out of bed, Brennan gestures at me, not crawl into it with her. I've been here less than half an hour and she's already speaking. So I think my methodology is pretty sound. She levels him with a look that reminds me of Mom. What exactly have you been doing? Mom would definitely be horrified by my inability to function. Sitting in that chair, he points beside the bed, figuring out how to house and feed the thousands of people currently climbing the Madaro Pass, while overseeing a massive increase in forge output, in addition to spending my evenings mending every wounded rider capable of flying here from the front. You don't have to tell me about the front. Mira taps her chest. Raising the wards must have pissed them off because they are kicking our ass out there, and all we can do is fall back. I can see Drathis from the line. You really opened the border. My eyes widen on Xaden as my siblings continue to argue in the background. He nods once. It's what my father would have wanted. But Fen didn't actually do it. Xaden did. And I've been too lost in my misery to even know, let alone support him in an act of blatant treason. My face falls. Whatever you're thinking, stop, Xaden says, tilting his head. I've left you to deal with it alone. Llewellyn would be heinously disappointed in me. I'm heinously disappointed in myself. You've been breathing, and that's enough for me. The relief in his eyes is palpable, and that somehow makes me feel worse. I'm supposed to be stronger than this. What else have I missed? She lost a dragon, Mira shouts. Not a boyfriend, it's not a breakup. Her gaze swings to Xaden. No offense. The emptiness threatens to overwhelm me again, but Tern inundates the bond with a deluge of defiance and indignation. Focus on now. On him, if you have to. I still have both of them, Tern and Xaden. None taken. Xaden folds his arms but doesn't look away. We're past the breakup stage. Point is, Mira lectures Brennan, the deficit of power has to be staggering, let alone the emotional impact of severing a bond. Stop talking about me like I'm not here, I whisper. I didn't imply she has to bounce back like a toy, Brennan retorts. Stop! My shout brings the room to a standstill. I have to get out of this bed, if only to escape from their arguing. Brennan's entire body sags. Thank the gods you speak. I told you she speaks, Mira throws up her hands. No wonder Dad spent so much time in the archives, I mutter, then peel back the covers. Step 1, get out of bed. Step 2, bathe off 4 days of misery. And now you're telling jokes? Brennan's mouth drops. She likes me more than you. Mira brushes a piece of grass off her uniform. Nothing about this is funny. My feet hit the floor. You two have got to stop fighting. Work it out. Because other than Niara, we're all that's left. I slowly stand. Xaden moves to push off the bookshelves and I shake my head at him. I need a moment. I make my way to the bathing chamber, reminding myself to breathe. The argument dims as I shut the door, then disappears when I start the bath after relieving myself. Moment over. Xaden walks through the door in a matter of seconds and quickly shuts it behind him, cutting off Brennan's and Mira's raised voices. Are they still arguing? I sit on the edge of the tub and reach in to test the water. They're your siblings, he answers, rolling up his uniform sleeves as he comes my way. Let me do that. He dips his hand in the bath, then adjusts the lever that brings water in from the aqueduct system. Can I help you? I nod. He strips me out of my clothes and I get into the tub. Warm water rushes over me as I lean back and I start pulling apart the strands of my braid. Kneeling beside me, he lathers soap on a small cloth and begins to wash me, starting at my feet. You have other things you should be doing, I say softly, watching his eyes as his hands move with a gentleness that would shock everyone but me. Everything else will wait. He moves to my knee. But it can't. Not if he's opened the border against the decree of the Cenarium, though I love him all the more for saying so. It doesn't matter how impossible everything feels. The world is still spinning beyond these doors, and I have to catch up to it. I'm a master of pain, and Andarna's loss is the deepest I've ever had to mask in order to survive. But I don't have to pretend with Xaden. I've missed 3 days of rune instruction, I whisper when I'm nearly clean. Best to start small when it comes to what's lacking in my life. Plus, it's one of the only areas in my life where I've never allowed him to assist. Hate to break it to you, love, but 3 days was never going to help you in that subject. His lips twitch, and he moves the cloth down my arm. Will you help me? The words are easier than I thought they'd be. His gaze snaps to mine. Ask me nicely. The corners of my mouth quirk as I remember the last time he made the same demand and ended up kissing me against the foundation wall. Will you please help me? Always, he finishes with my hand. May I wash your hair? Please. I duck my head under the water as Xaden moves behind me. Then I rise and search for the right words. The simple pleasure of his hands working soap through my hair gives me a flicker of hope that I might just be able to feel something positive again. I think I know why riders die when their dragons do. His fingers pause before he continues. Why? It's not just the deficit of power, I muse, cupping the bath water with my hand and letting it flow out between my fingers. In that moment, I didn't know who I was, where I belonged, or why I should bother breathing. If Taryn hadn't grounded me, I think I would have willingly floated away. I still can't comprehend the enormity of her absence. I don't know if I ever will. I can't see past it. You don't have to yet. He moves to my side and sits on the edge of the tub. Yes, I do. I'm pretty sure I just heard my siblings say the Western Line is crumbling, and you have thousands of people fleeing into your province. I tilt my head. Is there more? Yes, he answers without hesitation. But no rider has survived what you just did, except Jack Barlow, I interrupt. Glad to see your sense of humor is intact. He lifts his scarred brow. No one expects you to be anywhere close to fully functional. I do. Keeping busy will prevent me from falling back into that bed. I lean into Taryn and try to ignore the gaping void where Andarna should be. Then, here's the question. He grips the side of the tub and searches my eyes. Do you need me to take care of you or kick your ass? I'm fully capable of and willing to do both. I know it. My lips press into a tight line. I want him to take care of me, but I need him to kick my ass. And need beats want every time. I sink under the water and work the soap from my hair, lingering in the absolute silence a moment longer than necessary to rinse. When I emerge, Xaden is leaning forward like he was 1 second shy of coming in after me. My body remembers to breathe on its own. Can you grab me a uniform from the armoire? I need to get dressed. He nods, then presses a kiss to my wet forehead. Be right back. By the time he returns, I'm drying my hair and body while the water drains. Reluctance mars his face as he hands over my things. I'm going back out there to make sure they don't kill each other. Who is Niara? My eyebrows shoot up. My grandmother. She's apparently a sore subject. He grimaces and heads into the bedroom. I get dressed quickly, leaving my hair wet and unbound as I burst through the bathing chamber door into our bedroom. Mira and Brennan look 1 step away from drawing weapons and are utterly oblivious to my arrival. Shadows curl at Xaden's feet as he leans on the edge of our desk, arms folded, eyes narrowed on my siblings. She hated our mother. Brennan shakes his head. I can't believe you would go there. Violet has Dad's books. You have Eratia, Mira hisses. I went to the only other living member of our family because all I have are a few of Mom's journals, and there are months missing, Brennan. He recognized the bracelet as belonging to your grandmother, and it went downhill from there. Xaden fills me in. So Mom didn't journal for a couple of months. So what? he shrugs. Did you ask Violet if she has— The months are missing in the middle of the book, she counters. And they're from the summer Mom and Dad left us with Grandma Nyara. Mom purposely didn't write anything. Wait, I've read that journal too. That doesn't mean, Brennan starts. I was 8, Mira interrupts. And it was just you and me, remember? Violet was too little to stay. When they returned, Grandma stopped speaking to them. Want me to figure out? Xaden lifts a brow and glances in my direction. No. I shoot him a warning look. That doesn't mean they hauled her to Dune's temple and dedicated her. Brennan shakes his head with disgust. That's been illegal since the 200s. Dedicated. Gravity pitches and my balance shifts, like the stone beneath my feet has suddenly become sand. It is good we did not complete your dedication. The Unbrish High Priestess's words ring through my head, as does the memory of her silver hair, just like Theophanie's, just like mine. Violet? A band of shadow wraps around my hips, steadying me for the heartbeat it takes Xaden to reach me and replace it with his arm. Then they went to Poromil to do it, Mira shouts. You will believe me, Brennan, because it happened. It's why she refused to speak to either of them. The priestess started the process, then told Mom and Dad that they only accepted children whose futures are certain, and Violet still had paths to choose from. Since when do you believe in drug-induced hallucinations spit out by oracles? Brennan throws up his hands, revealing the rune-shaped scar on his palm. Or the ranting of our grandmother. Tell me, did you choose this path yourself? That's what the priestess asked me. And one of those paths, Mira runs him right over, shaking her head. They refused to take her, and I've been requesting temple records for months. But of course none of them would list a child, let alone a Sorengale. My mind races, putting together pieces of a picture that I have no desire to see but am somehow a part of. Brennan glances my way and blanches. Mira, the priestess spoke all cryptically, but basically said if Violet chose her future poorly, she could still earn their mentorship, but she'd turn... Mira continues. Mira! Brennan gestures toward me. Her startled gaze whips in my direction and she flinches. Violet, she whispers, shaking her head. I didn't mean for you to... I'm sorry. Turn what? I demand. There's only one turn that comes to mind. She looks at Xaden. Do you want to give us a second? Stay. I lean into him as my thoughts spin. No, he answers Mira. Turn Venin? I guess. Mira presses her lips into a tight line. You wouldn't find any records at our temples, I say slowly, heaviness settling in my chest. Because they never tried to dedicate you, Brennan assures me, glaring at our sister. They did, I nod sluggishly. It just wasn't here. They must have taken me to Umbriel. It explains why you think my hair grew in like this, and the wild things that priestess said to me before she sliced my arm open. No, Brennan puts his hands on his hips. Dad thought you were perfect, and he said that parents used to dedicate their infants to a particular deity's service when they thought the touch of a god would help that child. He quickly shuts his mouth. My stomach hollows. They tried to fix me by giving me to Dune? No chance. Mom was never temple-minded, Brennan argues. And you've never needed fixing. I'm not sure I'll ever forgive him for what he's done to her. Oh, gods. They'd never seen dragons until our squad arrived. Mom didn't take me. My eyes sting at the unexpected betrayal. Dad did. A horrified laugh bubbles up through my throat. It's why he told you that little piece of history, Brennan. In case you needed to put it together, it's why he sent me there with those books. I look to Mira. I don't think any of us actually knew our parents. I blink. Is that why you've been so distant lately? Why you constantly look at me like I'm going to grow a set of horns? Because you think I'm going to turn at any second? No. Yes, maybe, I don't know. She moves toward me, but Brennan blocks her path. What did she say? Brennan asks Mira. What were the priestess's exact words? Mira twists the bracelet, then looks at me straight in the eyes. She said, the heart that beat for you, or within you, would do the wrong thing for the right reason, reach for unspeakable power and turn dark. My lips part. Within her or for her? Brennan asks. Isn't it the same thing? Mira challenges. Violet's at risk of turning. And with power like hers. Stop, Xaden says, and my head snaps in his direction. It's not Violet. It's me. No! I shout down the bond, fear grasping me so tight my head lightens. My heart beats for her, he tells Mira without so much as flinching. I reached for unspeakable power. I turned. I'm the dark wielder she warned your father about, not Violet. Stop treating her like she's a liability. I'm already the problem. Oh, fuck. Mira's eyes sharpen on him, then me. He's not serious. He is, I confess, my voice barely a whisper. He's the reason we survived Besgaeth. Since December? Her eyes bulge as she unsheathes the alloy-hilted dagger at her thigh. No! I move in front of Xaden. He's stable! He's venin! Mira lifts her blade. I don't take kindly to blades being lifted toward Violet. Xaden sweeps me to his side. Like I'm the dangerous one? She flips the dagger in readiness to throw, and power rushes into me. Brennan, are you? Don't, my brother says softly. Mira pauses and turns at the tone of his voice, understanding creeping over her face. You knew? Mira's gaze jumps from Brennan to Xaden to me, hurt and shock mixing in a lethal combination. He'll kill you, she says to me finally. It's what they do. He won't. I pour every ounce of my certainty, my trust into the words. I won't, Xaden vows. And yes, I'm stable. But all we can do is slow the progression. Mira's breathing stills, and her eyes harden on mine. You kept this from me. You kept things from me, too. My fingernails bite into my palms. Things about myself that I deserved to know. She doesn't intend to tell anyone about me, Xaden says. He cut through her shields? You taught her well. She glares over at our brother and sheathes her blade as she walks away. Good luck keeping her alive. The door slams on her way out. An excerpt from On Tirish History, A Complete Accounting, 3rd edition, by Captain Fitzgibbons. As our largest province, Tyrrendor provides the most conscripts for our forces. However, the strength of Navarre isn't only found in Tirish soldiers, but also in the province's most valuable resource, Teladium. Losing it would doom Navarre. Chapter 55. 2 days pass without Mira telling anyone, and I start to believe that Xaden was right and she won't, even if she isn't speaking to me. Navarre is 1 step away from declaring war on Tyrrendor for defying the Cenarium. Halden has troops stationed along the Chaldeer border, just waiting for his father to give his order, which prompted Xaden to cut off shipments of Teladium until King Tari confirms their alliance stands without the provincial commitment, and the Eurasian riot is safe at Besgaeth, all but stalling the War College's forge. The only positive is that I find myself back with my squad during the day and in Xaden's bed at night. Turns out Panchek doesn't actually care where anyone sleeps. Quinn spends every night with her girlfriend, too, since Jax happens to be stationed here. The best part of Professor Trissa's all-day runes class is being outdoors in the valley. The gaping hole in my chest feels a little smaller when I'm closer to Tairn. The shitty part? I'm worse than ever at runes. There are more than a dozen discarded practice discs on the ground in front of me as I sit cross-legged in the circle our squad has formed, And those are only my mistakes since lunch. A few months ago, I'd barely gotten by using the more delicate threads of magic from Andarna's power. But Tairn's is unruly and hard to separate. No wonder my signet is pretty much all or nothing. Tairn doesn't do anything in half measures, and neither does his power. Was that Tiny I saw launching before the break? Ree asks, setting a messy yet no doubt effective unlocking rune in front of her as Professor Trissa walks the opposite side of the circle, inspecting Nev's and Bragan's work. I nod and press my lopsided trapezoid, with its 4 unequally spaced knots and overlying oval, which I've managed to make look like an egg, into the practice disc, tempering the rune. The wood hisses, and the shape appears, burned into the disc. They only gave Mira 72 hours of leave, which, from the sound of it, is more than they could afford. My forehead puckers as I study the rune. Every day the line retreats closer to Drathis, and the atmosphere around here feels like the air before a thunderstorm, charged with inevitable violence. I'm sorry you two didn't have more time. Ree offers me what I'm starting to call the careful smile. It's half sympathy, half encouragement, and 100% please don't go catatonic again. It's become the trademark expression of our squad since I showed up for class the day before yesterday. At least you got to see your sister, Kat says from the east end of our circle beside Marin, shaping a yet-to-be-seen rune in the air with both hands. I haven't been with Serena in months. She doesn't bother with the careful smile, and I weirdly appreciate it. I'm sorry. I genuinely mean it. Cordon is all but blockaded. The only way in without crossing Venin territory is by sea. I'd say it's all right, but we both know it isn't. She sets a perfectly shaped unlocking rune down in front of her. And neither is whatever you just attempted, because that isn't going to unlock anything. Be nice. Marin throws a sideways glance at Kat. Good thing I excel in other areas. I flash a fuck-off smile. Riddick snorts to Ree's left, and before I can tell him I didn't mean it that way, Sawyer jabs him in the ribs. Professor Trissa moves down the line to the first years, and I prepare myself for the inevitable sigh of disappointment she'll give once she gets to me. She's been in a foul mood since spending most of yesterday afternoon with Mira, going over which runes did and didn't work on our failed quest. So far, the only consensus is that certain materials can carry magic beyond the continent and others can't. It's better than the last one. Ree nods at my rune and brightens the careful smile. It's not. My heart leaps as an outline of wings casts a shadow on the south side of the valley, then plummets when an orange clubtail lands to the west, near where Tairn lies, sunning his scales. At some point, I'll stop looking for her, right? Perhaps, Tairn answers. So comforting. Here, let me help you. Quinn scoots over at my right. I've tried. She doesn't want help, Imogen remarks, finishing another perfect rune. Maybe she doesn't want help from you, Quinn says, her tone overly sweet. True. Odd, considering I'm one of the best out here, Imogen replies with just as much sugar. She, Kat, Quinn, and Sloane are our strongest, with Baylor and Marin coming in a close second. Bodhi's right up there with Kat, but he's missed afternoons the last 2 days. Not that I'm one to judge. And I have to admit, it's fun to see an area where Dane doesn't head the class either. Which might be the issue? Quinn swings her gaze to mine. It's hard to take advice from someone who's been doing them so long that they come as second nature. It is, I agree. Marked ones have been studying for years. By the time they reach the quadrant, they already know the patterns. They just need the magic. I'd love your thoughts. Quinn tucks her blonde curls behind her ears, then reaches for my disc. I don't remember you struggling this badly before. What's different? I've always used Andarna's power, I admit softly, Terns is too strong to break pliable threads from. Sounds right. It's not like Melgren is running around tempering runes with Coda's power. She sets the disc down. Maybe you need to manhandle it. Really snap the angles instead of bending. Don't coax it into the shape you want. Try a more assertive approach, aggressive even. Get rough when you break the edges. Pull hard when tying the knots. She mimics the motions. Harder. Rougher. I can do that. I nod, then reach into my archives and yank a strand of Terns power loose. I'm sure you can, considering who you're sleeping with, Riddick teases. I roll my eyes and do as Quinn suggested, forcing the power into shape and tying the knots with a pull that's almost brutal. When I temper the rune into the disc, it's not perfect, but it's not the worst either. Thank you. No problem, she grins, then slides back toward Imogen. They're going to be hopelessly lost when we leave them in July. Going to be? Imogen scoffs. When Professor Trissa makes her way to our side of the circle, she gives Imogen a nod of approval, then Quinn, and then pauses over my disc. It will do in a pinch. It's the highest praise she's given me this trip. An hour later, Felix walks up from across the field, his flight jacket draped over his arm. My stomach sinks. Using strands of Terns power is one thing, but wielding feels like another. Let's go, he says to me, motioning down the field. Trissa, I'll have her for the rest of the afternoon. Oh, joy. I rise to my feet and brush the grass off the backs of my legs. Felix, do you think now is the time to push her? Trissa asks, addressing the very question everyone is thinking but no one has dared to ask. I think now is better than a battlefield, he counters, already walking away. Come on, Sorengale, he adds. You may have lost your little Irid, but you still have Tern. I'll hold on to your discs, reassures me. Thank you. I grab my flight jacket and pack, then catch up with Felix. I didn't lose her. She left. Not sure why, but the wording makes a difference. All the more reason to practice. He strides toward his red sword tail. If the Irids aren't coming to save us, then you'd better be ready. All it takes is another Jack Barlow, and they won't just be approaching Drathus. We'll have Venin at our front door. Right. The words protect us, but they're not infallible. And I have to stop looking for miracles. Leothin fired the wardstone. All I can control now is me. I'm not going to coddle you, like others, when war knocks at our doorstep. None of this training matters if you can't follow orders, he lectures. Your inability to do so during the attack nearly cost civilians their lives when those wyvern bodies came crashing through the walls. His brow furrows in disappointment. Your squad leader has already been spoken to. You were correct to engage farther from the battlements, but should have immediately returned to your post and intercepted those wyvern instead of gambling your lives at the temple. There were civilians at risk. My spine stiffens. He pauses. Did you ever consider that they wouldn't have been were you not there? I blink as my throat constricts. Because she's hunting me. He nods, then continues toward our dragons, leaving me scurrying after him. Your squad needs to learn some boundaries. You are not just any cadet. And they have to realize they cannot go chasing after you when you make mistakes, be that here or through the Isles. Between you taking unnecessary risks and Ryerson leaving his post for you, we would have lost had the Irid not fired the wardstone. Guilt twists in my stomach. I understand. Good. Anything new to report from your skirmish beyond the walls? Felix asks. I split a bolt into 2 branches. I lift my chin, and Tern stands ahead of us. The wound on his thigh has scabbed and is healing at a rate I envy. And not into a cloud from the sky. His silver brows rise. But did you hit your target? I nod. Both of them. Good. A satisfied smile curves his mouth. Now show me. By the time I make it back to Ryerson House that evening, my arms feel like dead weight. I've sweat through every piece of my uniform, and my right hand is covered in blisters. But I can wield. And I do so the next day, and the day after that. You go straight from bedbound to burnout, Brennan mutters, as he finishes mending my arm muscles for the third time in 3 days. Can't you pick a nice middle ground? His voice echoes in the empty assembly chamber. Almost every officer from Eurasia has been stationed on the outposts, including the assembly members. If Brennan wasn't needed to run the place when Zayden isn't here, he'd be gone too. Apparently not. I lift my hand from the end of the long trestle table and flex my fingers. Thank you. I should let the healers tend to you and see how quickly you run out to do it again. He rubs the bridge of his nose and sits back in his chair. You could. I tug the sleeve of my uniform down. But I'd just be out there again tomorrow. I've already taken too much time off. Theophany isn't going to give up just because the Eurasian wards are in place. If I could stand to see you in pain, I'd give it some serious thought. He drops his hand. What are you going to do when you're back at Bezgaeth? I can't just fly 18 hours every time you overdo it. I have almost a week left to figure that out. My forehead scrunches. Do you think we'll go if Tari hasn't confirmed he won't burn the place down like he did 6 years ago? There's a growing part of me that wouldn't mind staying. I love sleeping next to Zayden at night and waking up to the feel of his mouth on my skin in the morning. I love how uncomplicated we are here, and really love that General Atos isn't lurking around every corner looking for a reason to make us miserable. But mostly, I love that Zayden seems more like himself in the last few days. He's still icy in moments, but he also carries an air of peace and purpose, and for the first time, I don't just dream about our future here. I can see it. Keeping a squad of Bezgaeth cadets would complicate, Brennan starts to answer. You're an asshole. Bodhi strides into the room, tearing at the buttons of his flight jacket. That's not new information, Zayden retorts at his heels, ripping the flight goggles off his head and pinning his cousin with a stare I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. His hair is windblown and his swords are strapped to his back, but I don't see any blood. Now that he's turned fully in my direction at the opposite side of the room. And the answer is no. Stop asking. Brennan lifts his brows at me, and I shrug. Fuck if I know what they're arguing about. You need every rider you can get, Bodhi argues. I could be manning an outpost. No. Zayden's jaw ticks. Or patrolling Drathis, which we both know is about to fall. Bodhi's hands curl into fists. Absolutely not. Shadows gather around Zayden's boots. You can't just take cure and leave school because you decide you're fully educated. You have to graduate. Wait, Bodhi wants to drop out? Says who? Bodhi challenges. Besides the Empyrean and every regulation recorded? The shadows spread. Me. Bodhi shakes his head. If it's that fucking important I finish, you wouldn't be pulling me out of class every day. Because I need you to know how to take over, Zayden snaps. Because I'm now first in line? There's more than a little sarcasm in Bodhi's response. Yes! The shadows flee, racing for the walls. Zayden? My stomach clenches. He glances my way, then takes a deep breath and relaxes his shoulders. The answer is no, Bodhi. I'm not your backup plan. Bodhi retreats 2 steps, then looks down the table at Brennan and me before glaring at Zayden. You are the Duke. I am the rider. That's how it was always meant to be, until our parents got themselves executed. I will stand by your side and be your right fucking hand for the rest of our lives. But if you want a member of our family to hold that seat, he points to the throne, you'd better hold your own shit together. He walks out of the room without another word. But he'd meant for me to hear every single one he said. An ache unfolds behind my ribs. That's why Xaden is so peaceful, so driven here. He's putting the pieces in place, training his replacement. He's accepted a different future than the one I envision as I walk these halls and continue following every possible path to a cure. Xaden strides the length of the table, and Brennan pushes back, his chair squeaking against the floor of the dais. "There's a stack of things requiring your signature on the desk in the study," Brennan says, intercepting Xaden. "And these came for you." He retrieves 2 missives from his front pocket and hands them over. "Oh, and I'd love to know why the king of Deverelli referred to my sister as your consort in his last offer." I'd say it's a long story, but it's really not. A corner of Xaden's mouth rises, and he takes the missives. Gods, I love that arrogant, wicked, sexy little smirk. How in this world does he think I'm supposed to live without seeing it every day? Right. Brennan shakes his head and leaves the hall. "How was your day, love?" Xaden asks, breaking the wax seals on both parchments. "Is that what you're doing?" I ask, leaning forward on the table. "Preparing for your own demise?" "Mine was interesting." He ignores my question and reads over the first letter, then frowns at the second. "Flew out to the cliffs to check on the evacuation, which is going slower than we estimated." His eyes meet mine as he shoves the letters into his pocket and walks up the steps. "And now Melgren warns me not to fly into battle or we'll lose. Just a few days late with that warning. But the High Priestess of Dune's temple has written to say that Dune holds you and Rhiannon in her regard, and that she is in my debt and owes me whatever favor I see fit." He pushes Brennan's chair aside, then leans on the edge of the table facing me. "So, how is your day?" He wants to exchange pleasantries? Fine. "I read a book on the emergence of venin, almost managed to split a bolt in 3, but my accuracy was questionable. 2 seems pretty solid, and I managed runes that both harden surfaces," I arch a brow, "and soften them. Are you preparing for your own demise?" "Yes." He slides his hands into his pockets. "But I'm not embracing the fall, if that's what you're thinking. I won't give up a single day I have with you, not without a fight." Days. Not weeks or months or even years. I'm hit with the sudden urge to never sleep again, to use every minute I have with him. "Do you want to go sit on the roof?" I had something else in mind. He glances toward the throne. "Yes, please." I flick my wrist and shut the door using lesser magic, then lock it. His smile instantly becomes a core memory. Official correspondence of His Majesty King Tari the Wise. To His Grace, Lieutenant Xaden Ryerson, 16th Duke of Tyrandor. If Tyrandor does not immediately restore the flow of Teladium, the consequences will be dire, not only for the province, but the continent. This is not a request. It is an order from your king. Chapter 56. I stand in the field in front of Drathis, surrounded by the peaks of snow-topped mountains, and even though I shouldn't, I take the first step toward the city. I'm too far. I'll never reach Tern, and he's my only chance at finding her. Battle erupts in the sky over its spiral tower, and the outlines of wings pop through the ominous clouds hovering over the canyons to the south before descending into darkness once more. The storm gives me the one thing I can never really afford: hope. The rain might make flying a pain in the ass, but it will give her the edge she needs. Fire erupts along the high walls, and flames of blue and green rise, climbing the guard towers like ivy. Shit, I have to get there now. I can put it out. Shadow beats flame every time. My footsteps falter and I pause. Shadow? I don't wield shadows. Xaden does. My body fights to lurch forward, to run toward the city, but I shouldn't continue across this field. It only ever ends one way, with the sage yanking me into the air. This is Xaden's dream. Awareness prickles the back of my neck. I'm in Xaden's dream. The realization does something that feels like a snap across the back of my skull. Suddenly, I'm no longer a part of him as he takes off, running ahead of me, dressed for battle. "Xaden!" I shout before he can make it a half-dozen steps. He stops, then slowly turns to face me in the grass-covered field. His eyes widen when he spots me, then narrow as he glances left, then right. "You shouldn't be here." That's an understatement. I take in our surroundings with a quick glance. The field is barren, but if this dream is anything like his others, it won't be for long. "You aren't safe." He shakes his head and stalks toward me. "I can't keep you safe. This isn't real." I take his ice-cold hand in mine, then startle. I can feel that. "Why can't you escape this place? What keeps you here?" "I do," the sage answers from behind Xaden. Xaden whips around, reaching over his shoulder for a blade that disappears, and I move to his side. The sage pulls back the hood of his maroon robe, revealing the freakishly young face that haunts Xaden's dreams, and smiles, cracking the skin of his chapped lips. The veins along his temples pulse crimson as he folds his gnarled hands like this has the possibility of being a civil encounter. "It's so nice of you to join us, lightning wielder." He tilts his head. "Or should I call you Dream Walker?" My lips part. Xaden's nightmares are eerily on point. "We should go," I whisper. "He can't." The sage's smile widens, and he lifts his bony hand. Xaden rises and claws at his throat. "Wake up!" I shout at Xaden. "I told you, he can't. And here I'd hope you'd be a quick learner." How disappointing. The sage lectures, then slits his eyes like a snake toward Xaden. "You lost something I wanted, but you will bring her," he demands. "Never," Xaden forces through his throat, and his feet kick for the ground. "Don't worry," the sage says with a twisted smile. "I'll be a more merciful teacher than Theophany." Fear races down my spine, and I reach for power. Stop. This is a dream. It isn't real. He isn't losing air. He's breathing just fine in our bed. I have to wake up. But that only ever happens once the sage strikes. His sword coming down on me. Pain. I need pain. I reach for my thigh, but only find a smooth layer of leather. "I am done waiting," the sage snarls. "Done playing this little game. You may have raised your wards, but they won't save you. We have the advantage, and if you will not deliver her, then she will come herself." He closes his fist, and Xaden wheezes. "It's simple, Dream Walker. You come, or she dies." She who? This is a dream, I remind myself, and if it were mine, I'd be armed. I slide my hand down my hip and find the hilt of a dagger. Before I can second-guess my plan, I wrench it free. The sage's eyes widen on the polished wooden handle, but I'm already swinging it toward my arm. The blade sinks into my skin. I jolt upright in bed and gasp for breath, blinking furiously to clear the haze of the nightmare as dawn breaks outside our bedroom window. Xaden. His spine is arched beside me, his head thrown back in pain as he strains for the very air he's breathing. "Wake up!" I put both my hands on his chest and shove with my body and mind. "Xaden, wake up!" His eyes flash open, and he falls flat against the mattress as his heart pounds beneath my fingers. It was just a dream. I shift my weight to kneel beside him, then push his hair off his clammy forehead. "We're in Aracia, in your room. It's just you and me." He blinks at me a few times, then blows out a small breath. That sounds like a much better dream. His hand splays over my hip and his heart rate slows as he looks up at me. "You were there." "Yeah," I nod, tracing the scar above his heart. "I saw you pull the dagger. I knew you were there. That's never happened before." He sits up, bringing our faces closer. How do I explain it? You know, it's not the first time I've recognized it as a dream, but it is the first time I knew it was your dream. That it wasn't mine. The second I realized it, I became myself, separate from you. My brow knits. I just don't know how. It sounds like you figured it out pretty quickly. He searches my face. I shouldn't have been able to do it. My voice fades to a whisper. Endarna's gone. His thumb strokes the top of my hip. Maybe the power's gone, but the ability still remains. Tern? I reach down the bond. I have encountered this as many times as you have. His reply is gruff with sleep. Not helpful. Before I can sink any deeper into my thoughts, someone pounds on our door. It's too early for anything positive. That can't be good. Agreed. Xaden throws back the blankets and heads for the door in nothing but his sleeping pants, and I scramble for the armoire. Garrick, you look like shit. What could Garrick possibly be doing here at this hour? I grab my robe, then tug it over my cotton nightdress before hurrying to Xaden's side. He wasn't kidding. Garrick looks like shit. Blood drips from his hairline, and his left eye is rapidly swelling shut from what appears to be a fresh hit. Instead of his swords, he carries a massive shield on his back, the size and weight of which would absolutely crush me. We were on patrol when she found us. Garrick's gaze flickers my way, and the instant pity that fills his open eyes sours my stomach. I wasn't strong enough, or quick enough. She ripped us straight out of the sky like a pair of pigeons in a windstorm. Who? Xaden asks, steadying his friend's arms when he wavers. Their lightning wielder, Garrick answers. She let me go to deliver a message. Theophany. To me? Xaden asks, his brow furrowing. For both of you. Garrick retreats a step, then swings off his shield. They've reached the walls of Drathis. She said, if that isn't threat enough, you have 5 hours to bring Bodhi and Violet, or she dies. He glances at me. You come or she dies. Isn't that what the sage said? But why Bodhi? And who could she possibly... No. I shake my head and my stomach lurches. There's no possible way the Irids would let her put her hands on Endarna. If Endarna is even still on the continent. Who? Xaden starts, then falls silent and stares at Garrick's shield. Fuck. I drop my gaze to the shield too, and my heart drops out of my chest. It isn't a shield. It's a green scale that matches the exact shade of my armor. Not Endarna. Tiny. Theophany has Mira. Page 71, the Book of Brennan. But even harder than taking a life is doing nothing while one is extinguished beside you. Keep your eyes forward, Mira. Chapter 57. We fly for Drathis. They'll attack as soon as they get what they want. And leave Sorengale to die? Who says she's even still alive? The voices of arguing armed riders blur as I stand between Xaden and Brennan near the center of the dais, staring at the updated map of the assembly chamber wall. There are thousands coming up the pass out of the city. If Drathis falls, they're all dead. We have a 6-dragon riot stationed there. 10 now that the line has fallen back. Don't forget the Nightwing drift. Against hundreds of wyvern. And at least a dozen dark wielders. Whoever goes isn't coming back from that. Then you send us. We're not sending cadets into combat. It was our dragons who woke us. End of debate. We're going. I barely hear any of it. Only one thought matters. Theophany is done waiting for me, and she has Mira. She has my sister. And our last words were in anger. Fear threatens to worm its way past the rage boiling in my blood, and I fight to deny it entry. Mira doesn't have time for my fear. It's a 4-hour flight to Drathis, and if we don't leave in the next half hour, we'll be too late, not just for Mira, but for the thousands of civilians as well. How did this happen? A harsh red line on the map spans from what had been the Eastern Front directly to Dreythus. They've surged in the last 24 hours, ignoring everything else along their path, concentrating on this one target when easier comparable cities remain untouched. Not all signets are equal. I know she's a maven, but is she more powerful than you? Brennan folds his arms at my right as the others continue to argue. Yes, I answer. There's no point lying. We'll be walking into a trap. His gaze locks on the flag representing Dreythus. Flying. And who said you were coming? I counter. The space between the flag and the cliffs of Draylor seems impossibly small for so many people to flee, and the climb is hellacious. They won't all make it. She's my sister too, Brennan states. He has a point. Xaden stands silently in front of the throne, his arms crossed as he studies the field to the north of Dreythus, where Theophany has demanded we meet. We don't have enough riders to retrieve Mira, defend Dreythus, and protect the pass. No, Brennan sighs and examines the map more closely. We'll have to prioritize an objective. Maybe two. Xaden nods. We can't just leave people to die, I protest. The arguments between cadets and officers grow louder, and the pit in my stomach deepens. I should be with my squad, but I'll be damned if I stand patiently and wait for others to decide my sister's fate. What would you do if they were your citizens on the other side of the border? Kat yells across the room from where our squad stands in loose formation. Or are you thinking like true Navarians now that you're tucked in safe behind your wards? A smart-ass captain snaps something back at Kat that I can't hear over the din, and Sloane charges. I nearly jump over the table, but Dane gets there first, hooking his arm around her waist and hauling her back as she swings. The second he sets her on her feet, those fists are aimed in his direction, and I wince as he lets two make contact before trapping her wrists and leaning in low. Whatever he says must register, because she gives a curt nod, then retorts with a glare and walks back into formation, where Ree is waiting with what looks like a scathing lecture. Dane lifts his brows at me and I grimace an apology before he moves to Bodhi's side. How long are you going to let them fight? Brennan asks, glancing at Xaden. Until my tactician gives me a plan that doesn't make me choose between objectives, Xaden answers. The volume of their delivery doesn't make their points any less valid. I can't guarantee 2, let alone 3, Brennan's mouth purses. Live up to your reputation and try, Xaden orders. Brennan curses, then looks over the room. I need Tavis and Kaori, he shouts. Both men quickly separate from the crowd and make their way up Brennan's side of the dais. Have you been to Dreythus? He asks Kaori. Once, the professor nods. Can you give me a roughly scaled projection of the territory? Kaori lifts his hands, and a 3-dimensional projection of Dreythus and its surrounding areas appears over the table. The room falls quiet as Brennan leans forward, bracing his palms on the table to study the image as Garrick points out where our current defenses stand. The gash on his head and black eye are both gone thanks to Brennan. The city sits at the southwestern edge of an intermontane plateau that spans a couple dozen miles. It's surrounded by peaks on every side and accessible only through a winding series of valleys, the western river that flows south to the Arctile Ocean, or air, which Theophany commands due to her signet. And if Garrick's reports are accurate, the eastern field is theirs too. Whatever calculations you make, just know that I'll be going with Violet, Xaden says. I figured, Brennan answers. My chest tightens with enough pressure to crush a dragon. You'll be risking your life. It's risked the second you cross the wards, and we both know you're going after Mira. I'd rather be at your side than hunting you down after you sneak out. His jaw flexes. Theophany doesn't want to kill me, or she already would have. I memorized the topography of the field, feeding the information to Tairn. Between the jagged peaks, lines of forest, and the rows of vertical rock formations along the western edge, it's basically nature's own fighting pit. That's exactly what I'm afraid of, Zane replies as Felix and Professor Trissa walk in. There are worse things than dying. Is now a good time to point out that Tyrandor can't afford to lose her duke on what amounts to a death wish? Felix asks, heading to the front of the dais with Professor Trissa. I have no intention of dying, Zayden replies. Panchek has already launched to request reinforcements. Which we know Melgrin won't send. Apparently that late warning was actually an early warning for this, Trissa counters, keeping her voice level and glancing at me then Brennan. I'm sorry for the loss of your sister, but Melgrin has already proclaimed this battle a defeat, and he's never been wrong. A lump the size of my conduit forms in my throat. I'm not giving up on Mira or any of them. Choice determines our future. Melgrin's only seen the outcome of one path. I glance at Zayden, which couldn't have had 3 rebellion relics. Cadets belong in formation, not battle planning, Trissa snaps at me. My spine stiffens, and my hands grip the edge of the table. She stands at my side. Zayden's voice drops into that lethally calm wing-leader tone, and he places his warm hand over mine. Remember that. The compliment and the pressure of it aren't lost on me. Starting to understand the consort missive, Brennan mutters under his breath, then looks at the model from a different angle. We lose if we only take the officers. Absolutely no cadets, Felix shakes his head. Not after what happened last time. We're still repairing the walls from when those 2 went rogue. He looks my way. Zayden glances toward my squad, his gaze lingering on Imogen, then Sloane, then Bodhi. Make a different choice. Get a different outcome, Garrick suggests. They'll have to live with themselves, so let them make their choice too. Gods know we did. Only volunteers. First years stay behind the wards, Zayden orders. Put us where you need us, Bodhi calls out, then glances at Dane. With the permission of our wing leader, of course. Given, Dane agrees. Ree takes count of every hand in the air, which is all of them. Second squad stands ready. This cannot be happening, Trissa argues. It is. Zayden's tone doesn't invite interpretation. The assembly wanted me in that chair, and now you'll deal with my decisions while in it. You're not ready, Felix shoots the insult my way. Even if Drathis and fleeing civilians weren't under direct threat. She's my sister. I'm going to do everything I can to rescue her. I lift my chin. Our sister, Brennan corrects, studying me with a tilted head. Which means that dark wielder knows way more about us than we do her. Zayden looks toward the back of my squad's formation where Bodhi stands with Dane. Garrick, tell me exactly what her demand was. Why does she want Bodhi? I don't know. Garrick scratches the stubble along his chin. She said to bring Violet and your brother, and they'll let Drathis stand. Stand or live? Anka was standing when they left it, too. Zayden tenses. She said brother? Garrick nods. Everyone knows you were raised together. It's certainly the fastest way to wipe out Tyrandor's ruling line, Trissa notes. Right. 2 furrows appear between Zayden's brows and his mouth tenses. What are you thinking? I ask. Venin don't care about succession. You have another who calls you by the name, Sigale chimes in, her words sharper than her teeth. Another, I frown. The only other person who would have qualified for that title was Liam. Wait. The very first time I met her, she didn't kill me. But she didn't achieve her rescue objective either. My stomach hollows. She wants Jack. That's my guess. His gaze darts to Kaori, who's solely focused on his projection, then jumps to Garrick. You up for a little walk? He asks quietly. Garrick glances at Kaori, then nods.
Use me, I whisper to Brennan so Xaden won't hear. Once I rescue Mira, I'll station myself between the pass and Drathus. I can wield in both directions if Wyvern get past me.
That's it. Brennan's eyes slide shut. Everyone but the 7 of us out, now, he orders, his voice booming through the room. Stay in the hallway for quick recall. We don't have time for this, Felix argues as the crowd moves into the hallway. You're the variable I'm missing, and worse, you make Ryerson one too. Brennan swings his gaze to mine as the assembly chamber empties. I draw back. I'm sorry? Tread carefully, Xaden warns. That right there for starters. Brennan stares at me while pointing at Xaden, and I don't think he's just talking about this discussion. He gestures to the model. Violet, pick one objective to win. People will die if we only choose one. My heart starts to pound. Yes, he nods. Welcome to leadership. Why me? I stare at the model. Mira has to come first, but the thought of leaving civilians to be desiccated, our own riders and flyers to die with their bonded ones? It's too much to fathom. Losing Liam was battle. Mom was her own sacrifice. Traeger was luck. Being responsible for the deaths of thousands? Because I don't think you can. Brennan answers gently. Theophany knows you'll try to save everyone like you did in Ressin, or at Dune's temple, or Basgaeth before Mom. He swallows. That's why we'll fail. Because you will choose everyone over yourself. And he will choose you over everyone. My stomach hollows. You're not playing fair. Xaden replies, his voice sliding lower. In all the years we've known each other, fair isn't a term I've ever heard you argue. Brennan holds up a single finger. Prove me wrong so we can go get our sister, Violet. The only way we're walking out of the trap this Dark Wielder designed for you is if you don't fall for it. One objective, one path. He lifts his brows, and the words hit me square in the stomach. Taryn would select one in a heartbeat, and Darna would choose them all. But she's gone. What's the objective with the biggest impact? Setting Xaden aside, Drathus will only hold as long as we can defend it. The same goes for the pass. And if I rescue Mira, there's every chance Theophany will... This isn't about Mira. She's hunting me. Theophany. I take a steadying breath. I guess I would kill Theophany. I'm impressed. That was not on my list. The table creaks as Brennan sits on its edge. And if Cadet Sorengale is abducted while securing her objective. Shadows spread at Xaden's feet. Bodhi will make an excellent duke. At least one of you can be taught. Brennan rubs the scar on his palm. Do you trust your squad leader to hold a position this time? He asks me. With my life, I answer instantly. All right, Brennan nods. I have one idea. He looks at us all in turn. I'll unlock the armory. Trissa, we need you to open that little cache you keep of runes and Mayor-site arrowheads. Xaden, we need you to trust Violet not to get herself killed. He doesn't wait for Xaden's response before staring me down. And above all else, we need you to understand that you cannot save everyone, and you cannot stray from your orders. I'll do whatever it takes to save Mira. Fine. An excerpt from Colonel Daxton's Guide to Excelling in the Scribe Quadrant. Most cadets believe their ability to recite historical fact will usher them onto the adept path. But it is actually the ability to observe and recount it that separates the librarians from the scribes. Chapter 58. Taryn can fly to the nearest edge of the cliffs of Draelor in 2 hours. But it does us no good to leave Sigale, Cure, and Marb behind. So by the time we reach the 10,000-foot drop, we're cutting it close to Theophany's deadline. Gods, if we miss it, if we're too late and she kills Mira. My throat threatens to close. We'll make it, Tern promises as we descend the cliffs in a steep dive between the falls and the crowded Madaro Pass. It had been a treacherous, deadly climb in autumn, and we were cadets. I can't begin to imagine how civilians, how children are making the ascent. Do you agree that it's a trap? The words spill out before I can stop them. Of course, he replies, but you already know that. Otherwise, we would have discussed it over the last 3.5 hours. Guilt wedges itself between my ribs as we plunge into a thick layer of fluffy white clouds. Do not dishonor me with such emotions, he lectures. And how does Sigale feel about me endangering Xaden? I scan the clouds as best I can for the outline of Wyvern, but the cover is thick, and we're moving too fast to be thorough. Had she not agreed, she would still be in Eratia, and your Dark One would be walking. Excellent point. Theophany took Mira because of me. I'm the reason she's going through this. You are our lightning wielder, and while your life may not matter more than other riders, your signet does. You are the weapon, and will have to learn to accept the sacrifice of others in your name if you want to win this war. Nausea churns in my stomach. And you think I should have accepted Mira's death as a sacrifice? We burst through the clouds, and the field comes into startling view. If I did, I would still be in Eratia, and you would be walking. My heart sinks as I survey the landscape. The eastern fields approaching Drathis are covered in hordes of gray wyvern, setting siege against a line of dragons and griffins perched between the guard stands along the city walls. They outnumber us in a ratio I don't even want to calculate. For the first time, I'm relieved that Andarna chose to go. Brennan is brilliant, but this feels unwinnable. Our estimates were off. It appears so. But none of them launch to attack as we descend, nor do they impede the thick line of evacuees streaming from the city's western gate. Mulvik has been spotted along the cliffs, Tern warns as he flares his wings, slowing our momentum. Fucking Arik. If he gets himself killed, he was seen flying south, away from the conflict. He spits every word in disgust. What in Amari's name could he be doing? It's not like Arik to run away, nor Mulvik. Tern levels out as we approach the northern field, where at last I spot a horde of 12 wyvern waiting in a circle around Tiny. In. Out. I force myself to breathe. It's unnatural to hold a dragon captive. The wyvern are perched on heavy chains that loop around Tiny's tail, bind his legs and his snout, and pin his wings to his thrashing body. Each line of metal is coated in his blood, and several of his scales litter the ground. Theophany stands in front of them, silver hair shining, holding one blade to Mira's throat and another against her ribs. My grip tightens on the pommels, and I can't tell if it's Tern's rage or my own stampeding through my veins, but it tramples every last ounce of my fear, my doubt, and my guilt until I am nothing but wrath. How fucking dare she? She dies for this, Tern demands, his impact rustling the green meadow grass as we land 20 feet in front of Theophany, who welcomes us with a smile. She hasn't drained the field. Yet. But she has beaten the shit out of my sister. The right side of Mira's face is purple and swollen. Her throat carries a necklace of bruises, and blood drips from her left hand. But her leathers hide its origin. Theophany's scarlet long-sleeved tunic and pants aren't helping with contrast either. Agreed. Can you carry Tiny if he can't fly? I unbuckle from my saddle as the others land on either side of Tern. Not without sinking my claws into him, he growls low in his throat. Spend no more time on the ground than necessary. I'll stick to the plan. leaving my bag strapped behind Tern. I adjust the leather-capped quiver and holstered crossbow at my back, check to make sure my conduit is tucked safely in my pocket, then dismount. All Theophany has to do is set her hand to the ground and we're all dead. I'm here, just like you wanted. I hold out my arms and power rises within me, heating my flight-chilled skin. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Brennan approach from the left, while Xaden and Bodhi walk in at my right. So you are. The wind whips Theophany's long silver braid as her smile cracks her chapped lips, and my gaze catches on the pulsing veins at her temples and faded remnants of the tattoo on her forehead. And yet, you seem to have lost your Irid. How inconvenient. No! Mira garbles, and Theophany tightens her gnarled grip on the blade, pressing it harder against Mira's throat. Another ounce of pressure, and her skin will split. Shh. Speak again, and I'll spill your dragon's blood all over this field, Theophany says into Mira's ear as the others reach me. My sister stills as the men reach my sides. Let them go! I will slaughter the Dark Wielder where she stands. Energy hums in my veins, ready for the first opportunity to strike. Stay calm, Xaden says, shadows curling over the toes of his boots and drifting south as we start to walk closer. Stay in control. He glances toward the doomed city. Keeping the promise I made to Brennan means not looking, so I don't. That's usually my line. I keep my eyes off Mira, focusing solely on the Dark Wielder. Not yet. And 4-on-1 hardly seems fair. Theophany glances at Brennan, then Bodhi. I didn't ask for either of you to attend. I thought you requested brothers. Next time be more specific about who's invited, I suggest. And yet you didn't bring the brother he wanted, Theophany sighs. Berwin will be disappointed. A thin line of blood appears along the edge of her knife. He's on the way, I say quickly. Berwin. Xaden tenses, and his focus swings south toward the city again. That's where he needs to be, in position to save as many people as possible, but he's made it clear he doesn't want to leave me. Yes, hence the term brother. Theophany glances my way. I won't make the mistakes with you that Berwin made with Jack. He spills his sage's secrets too easily. I'm not turning. My hands curl into fists. You are, she states like it's certain. In just a few minutes, in fact. I'm intrigued to see what the actual catalyst will be. Her eyes light up. Saving your sister, defending your lover. The trite yet always popular revenge? I'm betting on a combination of all three. Her head tilts, and she rests her cheek against the top of Mira's head. Speaking of which, time is up. My heart lurches, and a gust of wind blows from the north. He's here! Garrick shouts. I glance left and find Crod standing where there had only been empty space moments before, his foreclaw clutching a familiar ruined armoire. They made it, but the knife still at Mira's throat makes it hard to feel any sort of relief. Show him to me, Theophany orders. Xaden rolls his neck, and the shadows around his feet drift past Bodhi's. Garrick dismounts, then walks to the Ribestad chest with slower steps than usual, and pulls the key from his pocket. It only takes a few seconds for him to open the chest's doors. There he is, Theophany smiles, but I don't risk taking my eyes off her to examine how Jack is doing, especially not when Mira looks like she might pass out at any second. Just one little matter of business to attend to, and then we'll begin. He is emaciated and wan, Tern tells me, suspended in air as the chest intends, and he appears sedated. I can show you through my eyes if you prefer. Description is perfect, thank you. I lift my chin. Both Jack and I are here. Our end of the deal is fulfilled, so let Mira and Tiny go. Brennan's hands flex at his sides. That wasn't the deal, Theophany tisks. I said we'd let Drathis stand. Not that your sister would live. Her mouth curves in a sadistic smile. First thing to learn about us is that we're careful with our words. And the second, we also lie. She draws the blade across Mira's neck and slits her throat. An excerpt from The Sacrifice of Dragonkind by Major Deandra Naveen. It was not without risk that the first dragons bonded humans. For though they clearly hold the power, their bonded riders made them the one thing they could not tolerate: vulnerable. Many dragons suffered the loss of their bonded riders in the name of self-preservation. Chapter 59. Mira! I scream louder than a dragon's roar as crimson blood streams from the laceration in my sister's throat. Everything seems to happen at once, like a group of musicians cued for a performance. Time to play, Violet. Theophany hurls the dagger at Jack. A sea of gray wings rises in the south, and my boots pound across the field. Xaden projects a stream of shadow toward Theophany, but the bands fly southward. What the fuck? No time to think. I'm already running at the dark wielder, alloy-hilted dagger drawn, when the closest wyvern launches and plucks Theophany from the ground as it flies overhead. Mira collapses to her knees in the grass, grabbing for the fatal cut with both hands, and suddenly, nothing else matters. Not revenge, not Drathis. My sister only has seconds. Malik, please, no. It's all right. My voice breaks, and I discard my dagger and hit the ground, catching her as she falls. Blood streams through my fingers as I press my hand against the pulsing wound at her throat. Pressure. She needs pressure. Not Mira! I yell at whatever deity will listen and press harder, like I can force the blood back into her body. My breath comes in stuttered gasps, terror cutting off the flow of oxygen. Mira stares up at me, her brown eyes wide with shock, and I force a smile so she doesn't meet Malik in fear. You're going to be all right, I nod, my head jerking as my eyes blur. Move! Brennan hits his knees, and I barely have time to yank my hand away before his is there. You will live. Do you hear me? He slams his eyes shut, and sweat immediately beads on his forehead as he leans over Mira. Is it even possible? Brennan's powerful, but I can't think of a single rider who's been saved on the battlefield with an injury this extensive. She goes limp, and my heart seizes, but she's still breathing despite the blood coursing down the sides of her neck. Shapes blur and snarls sound from every direction. I look up, and the dragons leap over us, claws filling the sky before they land on the circle of wyvern. 4 of the gray creatures launch at the onslaught, shrieking their way into the sky. The daggers of Segale's tail swing just a few feet above us, and I throw my body over Mira and Brennan as the navy blue blades cut so close I can feel air rush against my skin. Xaden casts a wall of shadow blocking us from the fray, and to the right, I see Garrick pull the Venon's dagger from the door of the Ribestad chest as Bodhi forces the other one shut. Screeches fill the air, and my muscles lock as I look back over my shoulder at the impenetrable darkness. Tern! I can't see him. They die, he says, fury saturating the bond. I take that as the only good sign on this field and sit back on my heels, giving Brennan room to breathe. Come on, Brennan mutters, his brow furrowed in concentration just like Dad's used to, but he's swaying slightly and losing color in his face. It has to work. It just has to. Blood trickles down the column of Mira's neck, crossing her scar as her eyes flutter shut. You can't have her, I whisper up to Malik, and I swear the clouds darken slightly in acknowledgement, or maybe mocking, as 2 reds approach from the south at tremendous speed. Wait, why are they flying away from the city? I strain to identify the dragons. Thort? The tear pattern in her right wing is unmistakable, but that would mean... Oh, gods, Sloane is here. Liam, I'm so sorry. My throat tries to close as I throw my head back and search the sky for gray. But there's only Thort and... I blink. That's Kath on her tail. Sweat drips down Brennan's neck at the same alarmingly fast pace as blood from Mira's wound, and his breathing becomes labored. "There's too much damage," he whispers. "There isn't," I argue, glancing between Mira's slackened face and the strain on my brother's. "Brennan, you can mend anything, remember?" Marb roars. "Your brother nears the limit of his power," Tern warns. "And I can't give him mine." My heart races. "Get the chest out of here," Xaden shouts to Garrick. "If she wanted him dead, he obviously knows things they don't want us to." "Crod!" Garrick yells, and the brown scorpion tail bounds over the shadows to Garrick's side. A second later, they disappear, along with the trunk. I feel a rush of air as they go, and glance toward the sky as the two reds approach. "How much are we trusting Atos these days?" Bodhi says as he runs toward us. "Not enough for what he just saw," Xaden answers, his shadows blocking what looks to be the tip of a wyvern's tail from hitting me. Wind from wing beats blows back Brennan's hair, and the reds land so close, their heads hover over us as they skid to a halt, their talons dragging up clumps of grass. "Violet, I'm sorry," Brennan whispers. "Don't say that." I shake my head. "The blood flow is slowing, it's working," though it hasn't stopped. "What the fuck are you doing here?" Xaden calls up at Dane as he dismounts, but my focus firmly locks over Brennan's shoulder. "Following her ass," Dane replies, then winces at the crunch of bone coming from behind the wall of shadows Xaden holds in place with both hands. "She's under my command, and Kath alerted me the second they crossed the wards against orders." He aims that last part in Sloane's direction. Sloane. A shard of hope pierces the terror wrapped around my heart. She races our way, reaching into her flight jacket and retrieving a cylindrical parcel the length of her hand. "Arik told me you'd need this," she stumbles as she catches sight of Mira. I don't give a shit why she's here, only that she is. My eyes prickle. "Please." Sloane's fearful gaze snaps to mine. "Mira?" Dane runs, then drops to a knee beside me. "Oh, shit. Please." I blatantly, shamelessly beg Sloane. "Brennan needs more power, and we're going to lose her." She takes one tentative step, then another as Brennan trembles, his hands on Mira's neck. "I don't know how. When you're She stops herself. "Transferring is different than imbuing, I know that much." "Whatever you're going to do, you'd better do it fast," Bodhi warns, drawing a sword and standing guard, his eyes on the sky. "Try," Dane urges, shoving the sleeve of his uniform up his forearm. "It's dangerous to use your own power if you haven't trained, so take mine. I'm the only one here who doesn't have to wield today. Just try." A wyvern snarls behind me, and a distinctive snap follows. Sloane lowers herself between Dane and Brennan as Mira's blood soaks into my leathers. "One hand on my wrist," Dane says gently, like he's talking to a skittish horse. She stares at the gray handprint that scars his forearm. "I don't want to do that. Become that." "You won't." He lifts his brows. "You can hate me later, but trust me now or she dies." Sloane wraps her fingers around Dane's wrist. Her eyes flare, and she swallows. "Someone like you shouldn't have this much power." "Good thing for Mira, I do. Put the other hand anywhere his skin is exposed," he orders. Sloane drops her little package and lifts her hand to the back of Brennan's neck. I brush Mira's hair off her forehead, leaving a bloody smear behind. She's so damned pale. I should have told her about Xaden. She should have told me about my dedication. We've wasted so much time keeping things from each other, when Dad warned me to only trust her. If I had, would this still have happened? "Do not blame yourself for wounds you do not inflict," Tern lectures. "Eyes here," Dane says, and Sloane looks his way. "Pull from the excess you feel in me, and push to the deficit in him. You're not a weapon of destruction. You're not venom. You're the artery power chooses to flow through. Your life." Her brow knits, and Dane flinches. "I'm going to hurt you." "Gods, don't I know it," he nods. "But you're not going to kill me, no matter how badly you want to. Now do it." Her mouth tightens, and Dane grits his teeth. Precious, long seconds pass before Brennan breathes deeply and color flushes his cheeks. I glance back to Mira, expecting the worst, but her chest still rises and falls. Blood ceases to drip, color returning to her cheeks. "Brennan?" I whisper, too scared to even hope. "It's messy, but she's alive." My brother sits back, his frame drooping as he drags the back of his arm over his sweaty brow. "Thank you, Mari." She lets go of both men, then lifts her gaze to mine. "She'll be all right?" "Thanks to you," I say to Sloane. She blows out a swift sigh of relief as Brennan reaches for the water skin clipped at his hip. He quickly uncorks the top, then pours the water over Mira's neck. A thick, angry pink scar straddles her throat. I push her hair off her forehead again and give myself exactly 3 seconds to feel everything. My chest threatens to explode. 1, she's alive. 2, I won't have to navigate a world where she doesn't exist. 3, Brennan is a fucking miracle worker. "We have to get Mira out of here," I say to my brother as the snarls and sounds of tearing flesh diminish behind me. A shape comes flying overhead but is yanked back by a rope of shadow. Pretty sure it was a talon. Agreed. Brennan looks toward Drathis, where an outright battle has begun. Dragons and griffins hover above the city walls as enormous crossbolts fire into the cloud of approaching wyvern. "You all right, Atos?" Dane twists his hand around his wrist. "I'm good." My stomach clenches. The hardest part of this will be trusting everyone to do their jobs, and the city isn't mine to hold. I glance at Xaden, then Dane. "You both have to go. They'll be out of crossbolts soon." Dane rises to stand and offers his hand to Sloane. "Fuck off, Atos." She rocks forward and up to her feet. He pauses like he's counting to 3. "Get back across the wards, Mari, and stay there." She turns on her heel and stalks toward Thort, lifting a middle finger. Bodhi snorts. "Fucking first years," Dane mutters as she mounts. "Ryerson, I'll meet you down there." He heads toward Kath's foreleg. "Dane!" I shout, and he looks back over his shoulder. "Thank you!" "Don't thank me. Just tell me later how the fuck Garrick and Crod disappeared into thin air." He takes off at a run, and within a matter of seconds, both Thort and Kath fly in separate directions. Bodhi helps Brennan to his feet. "I don't want to leave you." Xaden drops the wall of shadow. I glance over my shoulder and find dead wyverns scattered in the field, and Sigale, Tern, and Marb examining the chains strapped around Tiny. "I know, but you have to." "I'll carry her." Brennan bends and scoops Mira's unconscious body off my lap. "You're all right?" I locate my alloy-hilted dagger in the grass and put it back in place as I rise, then grab the package Sloane left behind too. It's addressed to Arik and bears the unbroken seal of Dune. Why in all that's holy would he send Sloane into a war zone to give me his own mail? I'm going to throttle him as soon as I figure out what the fuck he's currently doing. Mari gave me a little more than she needed to. I'm fine. He adjusts Mira in his arms. "I know you were supposed to stay, but take Mira," Bodhi says. "We'll figure out how to free Tiny so she can follow." Agreed. Brennan's mouth tenses, and he looks at me. "I have more than a dozen runes I can leave. Thanks, but I'll pass," I interrupt. "Better I stick to what I'm good at." He nods. "Stick to the plan, Violet. No matter what goes wrong, we're counting on you." His gaze jumps to Xaden. "That applies to you too." He doesn't waste time waiting for a reply, just heads toward Marb. I slip Arik's package into my flight jacket pocket and watch as Brennan walks away. Weird. There's no mark at the back of his neck like he carries on his palm. There hadn't been one on Dane's wrist, either. "You'd better go," Bodhi urges Xaden. "We've got Wyvern trying to round the north side of the city, and the pass is just beyond. Whole battle just a few miles away, remember?" "I'm going." Xaden grabs Brennan's discarded water skin, then pours its remaining contents over my right hand, washing away the majority of Mira's blood. The water runs off my fingers, slowly fading from crimson to pale pink before he drops the skin. Concentrate. He cradles my cheek and our eyes lock. Use only Tairn's power. Do not turn. Do not die. Accomplish your mission, and I will find you after. He kisses me breathless, and for just that second, time doesn't matter. My heart races, and I wrap my arms around his neck, pouring everything I feel for him into my response. It's chaotic and desperate and over far too soon. Come back to me, I demand as he moves away. Only ever you. He holds my gaze for another few steps, then turns to Bodhi. Stay with her, but remember your promise. Bodhi nods. I don't want your fucking promise. Noted. Xaden clasps Bodhi's shoulder, then breaks into a run for Sigale. Her golden eyes swivel toward mine. Get off the ground and stay with him, she orders, and we both know she doesn't mean Bodhi. Same goes to you, I lift my chin. They're airborne within seconds, flying south toward the city. I look away before fear has a chance to grab hold. He's the most powerful rider on the field, and she's merciless. Their survival isn't a question. Bodhi and I will give them enough time to save the city. Now that the Duke of Angst is gone, Bodhi says, his voice rising, we have a problem. Of course we do. An excerpt from Colonel Kaori's Field Guide to Dragonkind. The only thing more stubborn than a dragon is its rider. Chapter 60. What's the issue? I walk back to the carnage surrounding our dragons. He does not wake, Tairn announces, and Cure lowers his green snout to Tiny's. Oh shit, fear comes racing back. We have to get him off this field before Theophany returns. Bodhi studies the clouds. Can Garrett get Tiny up the cliffs? I ask. Under normal circumstances, yes. Bodhi winces. But he's already exhausted from walking all over the continent in the last few hours. There's no chance. The plan is going to shit fast, and we're miles away from everyone except the lethal dark wielder who wants to kill us. But there's another option. My head swings to Tairn. You're the only one strong enough to get him out of here. You can carry him if you use the chains. I will not leave you on this field, he growls. If I leave, everything falls apart. Dragonkind protects its own, even above a bonded rider, I remind him. His eyes narrow, and steam billows from his nostrils. Do not lecture me on the laws of my kind, or you will learn how comfortable I am breaking them. Cure quickly removes himself. Please, I beg Tairn. If not for Tiny's own sake, then for Mira's. I've already lost Andarna. I can't lose my sister, too. Do not ask me to find that strength, or I will fail you. I will fail us both. A snarl rips from his throat, and metal clangs as he positions himself over Tiny, gripping the 4 ends of chains wrapped around his torso in his claws. You will not move from this field, he orders. Thank you. Wind gusts across the side of my face as his wings beat harder than I've ever seen, and Tiny's limp body slowly rises from the field. His shadow engulfs me as he flies overhead, carrying Tiny toward the safety of the cliffs. Bold strategy, Bodhi notes, watching them depart. Sending our biggest dragon away is definitely not going to bite us in the ass. He'll be back. I look up to the sky and slowly rotate to better survey the space. But there's no sign of Theophany or the wyvern she prefers. My heart starts to pound. I'm not fond of being the prey. Breathing out slowly, I deny the impulse to check the city skyline for Xaden. This doesn't work if I can't focus here, now. I force myself to cut off all thoughts of the others and step into the headspace where I am no longer a sister, a friend, or a lover. I exist only as a rider, a weapon. You want to wait to start hunting our silver-haired friend? Bodhi says, as Cure stalks toward us, wyvern blood dripping from the tip of his sword tail. We don't have to hunt. I strap my conduit to my wrist, then reach over my shoulder and flip the cap open on my quiver. As long as I'm here, she'll come. And I'll get the chance to kill her before she attacks anyone else I love. Waiting feels anticlimactic. He puts his back to mine. Always does. Simultaneously torturous, too, like the moment in flight when Tarn's muscles shift beneath me and I know I'm about to lose my stomach in a dive, or those long minutes on the ridgeline above Basgayath waiting for the horde to arrive. You think this will work? Has to. Magic requires balance, right? It's the oldest rule there is. Theophany walks out from behind the carcass of a wyvern. But once a century or so, we get a chance to skew the scales in our favor. And I will prove myself to him this time. We whip toward her, shoulder to shoulder, and I reach for Tarn's power, but barely a trickle answers the call. Shit, Tarn's out of range. It's not going to be a quick jaunt to haul Tiny the many miles to the wards and up 10,000 feet, either. But Mira's safe, and that's what matters. Bodhi and I can keep ourselves alive. Where the fuck did she come from? Bodhi whispers, drawing his sword. She's fast, I replied just as softly, remembering how she disappeared from the brig at Basgayath. There are only a few of us who are faster, Theophany replies, walking along the carcass of the wyvern, grazing the ridges at its back as she saunters toward us. Older, too. My lips part. She heard us from 20 feet away. Pity you had to kill them. She clucks her tongue. They take forever to generate. Are you ready to tip the balance, Violet? Having two lightning wielders on any side wouldn't just tip a balance. It would destroy it. The same as shadows. Cure lowers his head and growls at Bodhi's right. I'm ready to kill you. I reach for a dagger out of reflex and throw so hard my shoulder pops, but thankfully doesn't subluxate. Theophany waves her gnarled fingers, and the blade falls aside before it reaches the halfway mark. Disappointing. Have you learned nothing since the last time you tried that? No need to be embarrassed, though. We'll work on it. I'll be happy to mentor you. My eyes flare. Was this the path the priestess foresaw for me? Not their mentorship, but Theophany's? Fuck, Bodhi mutters. That's another problem. Probably makes the arrows at my back useless, too. Awesome. I'll have to get up close and personal to kill her. Odd choice of companion, seeing that you reek of his kin. The veins beside her eyes pulse, and she appraises Bodhi, her pace completely unhurried as she strolls toward the head of the dead wyvern. Tell me, do you not grow tired of being a less powerful version of your cousin? I'm not the one out here trying to prove myself, Bodhi counters, his head tilting in the same way Zayden's does when he's sizing up an opponent. No sword, no staff. She's unarmed with the exception of a row of blades at her hip. I search her stride for weakness and find none. She's faster, too, which means I'll get one shot. Witty. Her smile cracks another line in her lips. You're almost done waiting. He'll be gone soon. The crown will be yours. Come on, get closer. We don't have a crown. Bodhi switches his sword to his left hand, freeing his right. You don't know me well enough to try and fuck with my head. I'm doing exactly what I've always wanted. Protecting my cousin, my province. And her. She pauses just in front of the wyvern's bloody snout and cuts her gaze to mine. A weapon like you will only submit to someone stronger. So come, let's get this farce over with so you can begin your real journey. He's waiting. Glee lights her smile. Berwyn? I guess. As if I would answer to that fool, I think not. She glances skyward. Pity you sent your dragon away, but don't worry. There's plenty of power beneath your feet. Now show me what my patience has bought. She lifts her arms as the breeze picks up, sweeping off the cliffs at our back. No more stalling then. Here we go. As long as Bodhi counters her signet, we can end her before Tern even gets back. Bodhi raises his right hand and turns it as though clasping a doorknob none of us can see. The sky darkens and wind gusts. And though no lightning strikes, the temperature and humidity rise in a way I've only ever felt around one other person. Theophanie's smile sharpens. Gravity shifts, and my perception of everything changes. It's working. A smile tugs at Bodhi's mouth. It's not, I whisper, all the hope leaving my body like water out of a bathtub drain. You can't counter her. You have to go. Now. I palm the next blade. Maybe I can't throw it, but I'm not going down defenseless either. I can hold out until Tern returns. There's no lightning, Bodhi argues, his knuckles whitening on the pommel of his sword. I was wrong. She's not a lightning wielder. It had struck in both battles, and I'd conflated its presence with hers when it was simply a byproduct of her true signet. She hadn't controlled the lightning during their assault on Suniva. She'd controlled the very thing causing it. Of course I'm not. Theophany flicks a finger, and the clouds above us begin to rotate. There is only one exception to the rule, Violet Sorengale. Imagine my surprise when it turned out to be you. If it was going to be one of her daughters, I'd have bet on your sister. Amari, help us. Bodhi's hand slowly lowers, and his gaze jumps skyward. She isn't the Dark Wielder version of you. No. I shake my head as the next gust of wind nearly pitches me forward. I've prepared for the wrong fight. I know the feel of lightning charging, recognize the crackle in the air just before it strikes. I understand the limits, the boundaries of wielding it. Each strike requires its own burst of energy, and once it's over, it's done. But what Theophany's doing will take on a life of its own and carry forward long after she's given it her power. This is so much worse than battling myself. She's their answer to my mother. Saying it out loud snaps the shock from my system, and my mind begins to race. Only Imser's exhaustion or a physical illness weakened Mom. Not even the strongest wind wielder could diminish Mom's storms. She was the answer to me, Theophany hisses, and the clouds start to swirl. The tornado. My chest clenches. My mother had never accomplished that particular feat. No wonder I hadn't recognized Theophany for what she is. I'd never met a more powerful storm wielder than Mom. Until now. You have to get out of here, I shove at Bodhi's arm. Go, before Cure can't launch in the wind. My signet is always the balance, Bodhi argues, lifting his hand as the wind rises to a constant roar at our backs. I can stop her. You can't! I push again, and this time he stumbles sideways. Your signet must only work on our magic, not theirs. Now go, you promised Xaden. Come with me, he shouts. Somehow, Theophany knows you'll try to save everyone. Brennan's words fill my head. I can't. If I go, she'll follow, and we'll lose. If I stay, I can be the distraction the others need. Then I'll fight beside... Bodhi starts, but Cure wraps two talons around his midsection and launches before he can finish. His green wings beat in giant sweeps as he carries a loudly protesting Bodhi from the field, heading south. No doubt he'll clear the wind before ascending the cliffs. Tyrandor's succession is safe, but there's no time to feel even an ounce of relief. A howling gust of wind forces me forward, and I fall to my hands and knees in the grass, narrowly missing the conduit that dangles from my wrist. Something groans behind me, and I look over my shoulder just in time to watch a tree taller than Tern lean in my direction from the edge of the field, pausing at an obscene angle before it's completely uprooted. Oh, shit. I push to my feet and throw my body weight to the left, racing to get clear. The wind takes me down again in less than 10 steps, and my stomach lurches as the tree plummets toward me. My feet slip over a group of loose rocks, but my boots hold my ankles in place as I scramble for another few feet of distance. The tree crashes, hitting the ground with the force of a dragon. Heart pounding, I stare at the branch, lying less than an arm's reach away. "Channel, and we'll walk away together," she promises, her voice rising over the wind, even though the tree has hidden her from me. Come to think of it, the tree has also hidden me. At least until she shifts position. I need to work fast. The wind is too strong to make a straight shot possible. It will fly right past her without some weight to it. I grab a dagger, lift my flight jacket, and slice a strip of cloth from the bottom of my uniform. The wind fights to rip the fabric away, so I stick it between my teeth and bite down, then sheathe the blade. Faster. I need to move faster. Reaching over my shoulder, I grip the Mayor sight-tipped arrow's shaft as tightly as possible. Then pull it free from the stabilizing quiver and drag it in front of me. The wind dies slightly as I tie the arrow to a conduit-sized rock from the field. "Reach for the power and wield!" Theophany steps into view 20 feet ahead of me. I rise up on my knees and throw the rock as hard as I can with the wind. The gale carries it, but Theophany knocks it off course 3/4 of the way there. "Have you still learned nothing?" It lands a couple of feet to her right and explodes. Dirt, grass, and rock fly, and the impact flings Theophany half a wing length through the air. The wind dies before she smacks into the ground. Thank gods the storm isn't strong enough to hold without her yet. I surge to my feet and charge, drawing my last alloy-hilted dagger. I can't risk losing it in a throw. Grass clings to her braid as she shoves herself upright, and her eyes struggle to focus as I flip the dagger parallel with my wrist and hurl myself at her. My knees hit the ground a second before I swing. She catches my forearm and squeezes with a strength that threatens to crush the bone. "Enough!" A debilitating wave of pain crashes over me, but I hold onto the dagger like my friends' lives depend on it, then pull a black-handled knife from my left and stab down, embedding the blade in her thigh. Her lips crack as she screams, but instead of releasing my forearm or removing the knife from her thigh, she grasps my throat and drives me backward, slamming my spine against the ground. My eyes widen, and I wait for the explosives in my quiver to kill us both, but the cushion somehow sustains the impact. "Foolish woman!" She rams her knee into my stomach and forces the air right out of me. I struggle for the next breath, but it comes, and she pins my other hand to the ground with a speed I could never beat. "Your mother knew at your age that she was no match for me. That's why she hid behind those wards. Perhaps you should have followed her example." Theophany's jagged nails dig into my skin, and the veins beside her eyes bulge as she looks south. "A few seem to have gotten by. Whatever will you do?" I follow her line of sight, and every muscle in my body locks to keep from thrashing. A horde of wyvern has cut north, bypassing the city and flying straight into the valley that leads to the Madaro Pass. I should be there, but then I couldn't keep her here. Dune, be with them. I look away and find Theophany staring at me, her eerie red eyes so close she consumes my vision. "The horde is hungry. How many innocents climb the pass? 1,000? 2? You can still save them. Reach for it. Take the power at your fingertips." She flips my hand so my palm presses into the grass, and I consciously keep my senses closed. So stubborn. It must be killing you realizing you don't have every answer, aren't the solution to every problem. You're just another lightning wielder, mortally incapable of being everywhere at once. The metal eases from my throat. Go ahead. It will be entertaining to watch you try. I glance south, just long enough to witness the horde disappearing into the valley. You're right. I can't be everywhere. Theophany's eyes widen as I arch my neck against the blade. I don't have to be. When push comes to shove, I'm not the best of us. She is.
An excerpt from Leadership for Second Years by Major Pippa Donans. Command is built on respect, rules, and obedience. Squads are built on trust. Chapter 61. Rhiannon. Imogen, Quinn, Violet. My heart pounds. I don't know how to protect the pass when we're down 3 of our most powerful, battle-hardened squad mates. But failure isn't an option. Thanks Zanal, the infernal wind stopped. For a moment, I thought we'd all be blown to cordon. I inspect what I can of the Madaro Pass from its entrance and sigh with more than a little relief that none of the civilians fell in the squall. The cliff blocked the wind for them, as it did us. Fierg steps away from the safety of the base and pivots sharply to face the winding valley that leads to Drathis. Tell the others to form a line. If we can fly now, so can they. A horde of gray had just rounded the last curve of the valley when the windstorm hit, driving the Wyvern to land. According to Kath, every dragon was forced to hunker down in Drathis too. Done, Fierg responds, and rain splashes at the base of her neck. Great. Rain is the last thing anyone on this damn cliff needs. I remind myself of what Reagan always says. Zanal gives what he sees fit. No use thanking the god for one blessing and cursing him in the next breath. I'd like to see her say it under these circumstances, but she'd probably pull it off. She's always been the more graceful twin. Tara, on the other hand, would tell me to make my own luck. I check right, making sure the others weren't harmed in the freak windstorm. Marin and Kat fall into line, and neither they nor their griffins look worse for wear. Beyond them, Sleeg swings his tail, keeping his wings tucked for proximity, and Sawyer nods my way. Then I look left, and find Nev and Bragan both in position, with Atram shifting his weight impatiently. Riddick stares at the northern peak, not the path through the valley just south of it, like he could see straight through the thing if he tried hard enough. Part of me screams that we should be on the other side of that peak, but we have our orders. And half a squad. I clear my throat, and my feelings. This isn't the squad battle. I make a mistake here, and innocent people die. We lucked out when the wyvern that crashed through the holes I left in our defenses only took out the wall and not my parents' house. No matter how much Violet means to me, she's one life. We're guarding thousands who are fleeing as my family had, and we owe them the same protection. Gamlin, I shout across the griffins. I need your focus here. He looks like he might give me the finger for a second, but nods. Acknowledging your fear for the lightning wielder does not compromise you. Fierg calls me out just like always. Ignoring it does. Accept the emotion and move on. My grip tightens on the raised ridges of green scales that form the pommel. Of course, I'm worried about Violet. She's out there in the one condition I never want any of us. Alone. Tarn flew into the cloud cover moments before the windstorm hit, carrying Tiny in chains and escorted by Marb, and the last status report from Kath had both Ryerson and Duran spotted near the city walls. At least I haven't seen any lightning. But we have a job to... A dozen wyvern, maybe more, rise along the valley floor a few hundred yards out. My heart begins pounding. Ask Vert how many Baylor can see. Screams sound in a chorus from the evacuees, both those waiting to climb and the ones already on the cliff. Rain, wyvern, panicked civilians. The situation has real shit show potential. Gods. The first years better be pulling the civilians to safety at the top of the pass as instructed. Greycastle and Mari are already on my lecture list. Fuck knows what either of those two were thinking. Undisciplined. I need to rein everyone in with a quickness. Baylor C-17. Fierg responds a second later. 17? Against 3 dragons and 4 griffins? Shit. That's a little menacing, I admit to Fierg. Then let us be menaces, Fierg snarls, her head weaving in anticipation. Ready to relay your orders. My orders? No pressure. We need to intercept. Riot, launch in a thorn formation, I tell her. I learned my lesson in Oratia. We have to engage far from the cliff. Drift, Guard the evacuees under Bragan's command. Fjerg takes 3 steps, and I tighten my thighs to hold my seat as she launches into the cloud-soaked sky. Kiralair is disgruntled with the decision. What else is new? I debate the choice for all the time it takes to blink. Tell Kira they have better maneuverability against the cliff than we do, and a full arsenal of runes. We can't stop 17 Wyvern with 3 dragons. They need to be ready. Just once, I'd like to give an order that Cat doesn't feel the need to fight. I settle my flight goggles over my eyes as we fly headfirst toward the Wyvern. Fjerg, Atrum, and Sleeg forming 3 points of a triangle. We need to engage as far from the cliff as possible. Plenty of room to move forward, not a lot of room to retreat against sheer rock. The enemy are roughly arranged in 3 columns, 2 deep. Continue, Thorn. Wait. No, vertical. Switch to vertical formation. It will give us the best shot at taking down as many as possible. Second-guessing your choices makes me do the same regarding threshing. Fjerg lectures, climbing in altitude as we approach the steep walls of the valley. Very funny. I wish I could see directly beneath us. They're in position. Fjerg answers my unspoken question. But I have a feeling Atrum is going to deviate as soon as he gets the chance. Check in with Sleeg. We've got less than 30 seconds, and this will only be his second encounter after nearly losing Sawyer at Basgayath. He's insulted, you asked. Fjerg responds. Naturally. I lock the toes of my boots between her scales and make ready for impact once I can see the shape of their teeth. Top center first. I thought we'd go bottom left. She replies with mock innocence. No time for your sarcasm. Our target screeches, then climbs out of formation. Fjerg breaks away to pursue, and my whole body clenches as a stream of blue fire erupts in our direction. Hold! Fjerg shouts, and I do exactly as she orders, locking my muscles as she rolls right. My body weight shifts, and I push with my right leg to balance out as she pulls a near-vertical climb. You're going to do the thing, aren't you? I hold on to the pommel like a lifeline as our momentum stalls at the zenith she's chosen. Maybe. She pitches back left, falling into a dive so steep my stomach tries to dig its way out through my feet. You have to warn me! I shift my grip and push at the pommel, readying myself for what inevitably comes next as we barrel toward the Wyvern from above. Why? You were prepared. She soft snaps her wings, slowing our descent a second before we make impact just enough that I won't go hurtling over her head. The collision shakes my grip, and the rain isn't helping. Fjerg digs her claws into the Wyvern's back and clamps her jaw at the base of its skull, where the neck is thinner, weaker. Its scream rattles my eardrums. Then we fall, despite the frantic beat of Fjerg's wings. Fear rears its ugly head, and I try to swallow it. She has the advantage of being clear of the Wyvern's claws and teeth, but agility has always been her biggest asset, not strength. Her claws shred through the leathery gray wings. Then she breaks their bones as the mountain rises to my right. Getting close to the ground, I warn her. Your situational awareness never fails to leave me awestruck. She heaves her weight forward, then wrenches the Wyvern's head back, snapping its neck as a blur of gray flickers through my line of sight. In that case, would you like to know about the one above us? I ask. She releases the Wyvern into the mountainside below, and both our heads snap upward. Atrum flies by in pursuit, and a curl of green fire rushes up his tail. I cease breathing until the brown outruns the flame, saving Riddick from a painful death. And then I face the source. Hold, Fjerg warns, a second before we collide with the green fire Wyvern. She snaps for its neck, taking a bloody chunk away as it dives, spraying blood over the mountainside. She sinks her claws into another and dissects its throat. Where is the rest of the squad? I search with a quick swing of my head and find Atrum flying vertically alongside the other Wyvern above us. My mouth drops as he rolls, putting his spine and Riddick against the creature. What in Malik's name is he doing? I shout as Riddick claps the pommel with one hand and extends the other toward gray scales. Is he trying to get himself crushed? He can't be seriously. He is. The Wyvern shrieks, and a paler shade of gray spreads along its scales, emanating from Riddick's hand. The beast tenses, then ceases to beat its wings, and falls directly toward us. Fjerg surges forward, banking left to avoid the ridgeline, and I turn in the seat to watch the wyvern impact the rocky terrain. Holy shit! I think it cracked in half. Did you see that? I ask as we round the corner of the mountain, finding Sawyer finishing a kill hundreds of feet below us. We need to regroup. If it's this hectic back here, how outnumbered are they beyond the valley in Dreyfus? I glance up at the sky and, in a moment of weakness, scan for any sign of Tairn. How long can Vi be out there by herself? Focus. Fjerg's head swivels toward the pass, and I put my head where it belongs. Shit. 7 of the wyvern got through. Cat has one by the throat, Kira's talons tearing into the spaces between scales as it lies immobilized beneath her, while Marin takes aim at another with her crossbow. A second later, its wing is on fire. Impressive rune. Bragan and Nev each chase their own up the cliffside, leaving 4 to pick off screaming civilians one by one. Regroup, I order, determined to save as many as possible. Shield formation. Are you sure? Fjerg asks in that sweetly mocking way of hers. We're down 3, but the strength of the squad is in the whole, not the individual. We will hold this pass, even in this godforsaken rain. Positive. Let's go.
An excerpt from Major Rorley's Guide to Appeasing the Gods, 2nd edition. There is no goddess more wrathful than Dune. Entering her temple will slice the soul from any attendant who has shunned her grace. Chapter 62. Violet. Rain splatters against my forehead as Theophanie's dagger scrapes the skin of my throat, but I hold fast and keep my eyes on her. My mind flips through every possible way to get out of this hold alive, and I settle on the simplest, but it's a risk. My friends will continue to fight long after I meet Malik, and I'll meet him with my soul intact. Do your worst. The red in her eyes pulses as surprise ripples across her face, and she lifts the blade just enough to give me the inches I need. This is going to hurt. I slam my forehead straight into her nose. Bone crunches as her head snaps back, her body rolling with it. The second her weight shifts, I yank my right knee to my chest and kick up as hard as I possibly can, catching her in the pit of her arm and breaking her grip on my wrists. Shit! She shrieks, then uses her speed to appear 25 feet to my left, clutching her nose. That's never going to straighten out! I rock to my feet. You think I won't do it? Take your life. She studies me with the malice she'd previously lacked and draws a green-tipped dagger from her belt. My stomach turns. Being inflicted with that particular poison once in my life was quite enough. I think you exposed your desperation with your once-a-century comment. I keep my eyes on her as I grab my ruined dagger from the rain-slick grass. You need me. Another will come along, she warns. You are not special. But I'm the only lightning wielder you have to prove yourself now. Pretty sure I've pressed her to the limits of her patience and shit is about to get real. Gripping the conduit out of habit, I reach for Tairn. The growing drip of power and parchment-thin bond tell me he's getting closer but still out of range. Which meant a lot more when you had your Irid. She crouches and runs her hand over the meadow grass. A single tap of her finger turns the spot gray. Oh shit. If I overplayed my hand, all she has to do is lower hers, and I'm dust. Panic winds its way around my heart and digs her nails in, but I shove the insidious bitch straight out before she can get a good grip. Violence, Xaden asks, exhaustion and urgency mixed with a little pain slide down the bond. He's in combat. I'm all right, focus on you. I chance taking my eyes off Theophany for a heartbeat and glance toward what I can see of the city through the thickening storm. Dragons, wyvern, and griffins fill the sky above the spiral tower, but I don't let my gaze linger long enough to search for blue in that sea of chaos. Xaden is the strongest of them. He'll be all right. I have to keep my focus, and Theophany, here to give them a shot at saving Dreyfus. They just need time. I turned my back on the city and faced Theophany as rain begins to fall in earnest, pelting the ground with heavy drops.
Ah, you worry for the Shadow Wielder,
Theophany says with a cruel smile and continues to skim her hand across the tips of the grass.
Do you not want to have forever with him?
I already do. I scan our surroundings for any advantage and find none.
Not in the way you want.
She tilts her head.
We're excellent actors, but our kind doesn't feel what you call love.
That gets all my attention. You're lying. I would know.
Ah, there it is.
A cruel smile tilts her mouth.
Battles are lost by our weakest warriors. And that's what he makes you. Weak. Now that I know where you're vulnerable, we can begin.
Fuck you. I've proved to Dune's favored isle that I'm anything but the weakest, while she no longer carries Dune's favor.
Lesson 1. To survive in our world, you must protect the magic that sustains you. Do you know how to keep from being drained by this method?
She splays her palm on the ground, and the earth slowly desiccates. Grass turns gray and crumbles. Ground shrivels and cracks, swallowing the rain. The infection oozes outward from her hand, slowly devouring inches, then feet. I retreat a single step, then realize how wrong that instinct is. She can turn up the speed at any second. She's just playing with me.
It's simple, actually. Occupying ground that has already had its magic repurposed creates a barrier.
She lifts her silver brows.
The easiest solution is to drain it yourself. If you do so before I get there, you'll live. You'll keep your love. At least, what it masquerades as. And your power. And even your dragon, if you wish.
And if I don't? The desiccation spreads and wing beats fill the air. But Tairn's still out of reach, so I'm guessing I'm about to meet more of her wyvern. You die. She leans onto her hand, and the ground withers at 4 times the speed, the magic draining in a circle of gray that approaches like a tidal wave. I can wait for another lightning wielder, but you're too dangerous to be left alive, so choose quickly.
Fuck, I have seconds. Already had its magic repurposed. I need a barrier.
I break right, then sprint like hell, dropping the conduit. It smacks my forearm with every stride as I unsheath another dagger from my thigh, and my foot slips on the rain-slick grass, just enough to throw off my pace. My left knee screams, and I block out the pain, keeping one eye on the spreading circle of death that races toward my feet, and the other on the nearest wyvern carcass. 10 more feet. I can make it. I have to make it. I'm not dying on this field. My heart pounds and my lungs burn as I leap those last 3 feet, soaring toward a wall of gray. I slam into the fleshy area between the wyvern's talons and stab my right dagger deep, then immediately pull up and thrust the left as high as I can. My feet kick for purchase on its slick, leathery skin, but I manage to get a foothold and use the daggers to climb. I scramble to the top of its claw, then race up its scaly leg over its ankle and find the shredded meat of its thigh. The wave of desiccation ripples underneath me, then passes right by on the other side of the wyvern's carcass. And I lift my hand to my chest to feel the drum of my heartbeat. If I was dead, I'd know it, right? I definitely wouldn't still hear wing beats.
My, aren't you clever?
Theophany focuses on something behind me. No! The curve of talons appears in the corner of my eye, and I throw out my arms. A claw closes around me, then jerks my body into the sky. Tairn! Not quite. Rain bombards navy blue scales.
Sigale?
You are an inconvenience for which there is no adequate measurement. She snarls, flying west as the clouds churn above us, darkening with an abysmal quickness. But you have done an excellent job keeping the Maven occupied. West is the wrong direction when Xaden is south. You can't leave him, I shout. Which is why I'm leaving you. She swings her foreleg forward, then releases her grip. She's all yours. I careen into the storm with as much grace as a flailing drunkard held hostage by physics, and I lock my jaw, swallowing the scream that rises in my throat. Fear grips my lungs, and power rushes through my veins in response, coursing with 100 times the force of adrenaline. That's Tern. The fear that summoned my power evaporates into the storm, and I throw my arms outward. A gargantuan void of black cuts through the rain ahead of me as my trajectory shifts and gravity takes hold, pulling me back to the ground. A little help here? I begin to fall faster than the rain around me. I told you to stay on the field. 2 talons hook over my shoulders, and every bone in my body grates on the others as I'm jerked upward. But in this case, I'm relieved you did not listen. Sigale made that choice, but me too. I'd be dead if she hadn't. Tiny? Quickly recovering under Brennan's care at the top of the pass. Tern swings me up toward his snout, then tosses me onto his back. I land at the base of his neck and skid. My left knee buckles, but I hold my arms out for balance and rapidly navigate the spikes of his back against the will of the wind and rain. Mira? I settle into the saddle and breathe a little easier once I'm buckled in and my goggles are in place. This is how we're meant to face combat. Together. She lives, he replies as we descend. We're approaching the field. The clouds above us start to rotate counterclockwise. Fantastic. Watch the weather. Theophanie's a storm wielder. She'll try to force you out of the sky. I grasp the conduit in my left hand and throw open my archives door, changing the stream of power to a deluge as the field comes into view. She may try, he growls. The field bears the circle where she drained the magic from the earth, but she is nowhere in sight. She's gone. She recognized her loss of advantage. Look south, Tern announces, and my head swivels. I can't see that. My vision shifts just like it did after threshing, and the battlefield comes into startling clarity. But it's not Endarna's eyes I'm looking through. It's Tern's. Far. Whatever hordes had waited to launch have taken to the sky a mile from the city gates, leaving behind a line of 11 venom-carrying wyvern on the ground behind them. I can't make out the Dark Wielder's features, but it isn't hard to spot Theophanie's silver hair or the enormous wyvern she rides. My heart lurches. The one in the center looks bigger than Coda. Because it is, Tern relishes. It would be my finest kill to date. I blink, and my vision returns to my own. The last thing I want is to put Tern anywhere near that enormous wyvern. But there's no way the city can withstand the coming assault. If Kaori and the others fail their orders, none of us will survive without falling back and abandoning the civilians. Our orders are to occupy or kill Theophanie. I draw and hold more power, heating my skin to a noticeable burn. The fact that there are more than 100 wyvern between us and her that also happen to threaten the city? Agreed. Tern interrupts and banks right, soaring toward Drathus. Why would riders develop farsight if you can see that clearly anyway? I ask. The privilege of our sight is afforded to few, he comments. Go figure. Rain sizzles as it hits my face, and I spot Glaine and Kath high above a line of griffins on the northern wall, while Cure flies lower in formation, all picking off wyvern, trying to dart by the city on their way to the valley beyond. Ree and the rest of the squad will stop them before they get to the pass. Wait, Cure? Isn't Bodhi supposed to be... We all make our own decisions. Zayden's going to be pissed. I scan the horizon for him. The officers have a dozen dragons in the sky, but there's only one blue above the southern end of the city, and it's not Sigale. Where are they? She has withdrawn from me, he admits with a mental growl. A string of curse words flows through my head as we approach the city, and I gather more power, letting it scald and smolder deep within me. Probably doesn't want you worried, which has the opposite effect, he retorts as the horde passes a line of stacked wyvern carcasses to the east. They'll be at the gates in less than a minute, and there are too many to target. At least I don't have to aim. Pull the riot back to the airspace above the city. I drop the conduit, letting it fall against my forearm, and lift both hands to the rain as energy sears my lungs, building to a burn I can't contain for much longer. Done! He banks slightly left so our course is set for the horde and not the city, and the multitude of color in the sky shifts, concentrating above Drathus. I'd bet my life that not a single dragon in the sky questioned Tairn's immediate authority over the airspace. Kar's teachings might actually come in handy. I focus on the horde, then splay my hands wide and release the built-up energy. Power erupts with a white-hot snap, jolting my spine as I drag my hands downward, and I let go as lightning cleaves the sky in too many columns to count. 10 bolts, Tairn announces with a swell of pride as thunder reverberates through my body and wyvern fall. 7 struck. Determination expands my chest. Yeah, I can do this. I lift both hands, draw power voraciously, then wield again just like before. Columns of lightning crash, though not as powerful as the first strike, and I take out 5 wyvern, according to Tairn. 4, he announces after the next strike. Again and again, I draw energy recklessly, counting on volume, not accuracy. Everything in my body burns like I've been tied to a pyre, but I push onward. 6, 3, 8. Tairn keeps count with each wield. We have time for one more as we near the northeast edge of the walls, and I draw in Tairn's scorching power like breath, then wield. 6, he announces, and I fall forward, my head swimming as the ones I didn't kill fly at us in a swarm and breach the city airspace. Hold tight! We can't... I grasp the pommels, and Tairn pulls into a climb so steep the edges of my vision blur. The wind feels so fucking good against my face, but it doesn't touch the fire in my lungs. I fight for breath against the force crushing my chest, and only manage once Tairn clears the cloud of wyvern and levels out for a precious second. You cannot fight if you burn out. Water! Tairn orders, and I rip the water skin from its strap behind the saddle, pull the cork, and chug. It hits like butter on a frying pan, and my stomach instantly rebels. Keep it down. As if it's that easy. I breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth, quelling the urge to vomit. Then shove the water skin back into position as my body absorbs the offering. Heat burns behind my eyes, which means my temperature is still elevated, but the searing pain is gone. I'm getting better at this. Let's kill their makers. Let's, Tairn agrees, and we dive toward the line of venom sitting atop their wyvern. Wind roars in my ears, and they launch at the sight of us. 6 surge for the city, 2 fly our way, and 3 retreat into the mountains, including Theophany and her monstrosity. Fuck. We kill those in our way, and then pursue their storm wielder, Tairn decrees. I only have 1 alloy dagger left. I grasp the conduit in my hand as we race toward the dark wielders. Instead of gathering more, I draw on the power already thrumming through my veins with care, excising only what I need with precision. Then I suggest you not throw it. The venom on the left flicks his wrist, and a spear of ice hurtles our way. Tairn rolls right, and the projectile flies within feet of his wing, too close for comfort. That one needs to die first. Power snaps through me, and I draw it downward with the tip of my finger, searing my skin as I aim. It strikes the venom right through the fluttering hood of his purple robes, and he and his wyvern fall from the sky, instantly dead. I shift focus to the other dark wielder, only to hear Tairn's teeth snap in that direction as the pair flee in retreat. The roaring wind crescendos like a river that's burst its dam, and a gust catches Tairn's wing, propelling us sideways for a startling heartbeat before he levels us out and turns into the wind. Oh, fuck. A tornado spouts at the northern edge of the field where I'd faced Theophany, dropping from the clouds in a narrow cone. Earth churns as it spins slowly toward Drathus, its path too precise to be natural. It will rip the city apart. Ground the riot! Tairn shouts so loudly my vision shakes, and I get the feeling the message didn't go just down our pathway, but every pathway. Theophany. Our prey waits on the mountain beyond the field, Tairn says as we cut a route toward the northeast corner of the city. Wing beats sound behind us, and I pivot in the saddle. Hope surges at the sight of blue wings. What the hell is he doing? My brows rise as Molvik emerges from one of the southern valleys. The spare brings the advance party from Zelna. Tern's head swivels as he relays the information. 1,000 soldiers and their horses. They landed at the port of Sudra by accident instead of Cordon, and will be here in less than half an hour. The city has reinforcements if it can last that long, but Wyvern outnumber riders and flyers fleeing for cover. Our forces will have to drive the Wyvern to the ground for the infantry to kill in order to make a difference. My stomach pitches. Where are Zayden and Sigale? I reach through the bond only to be met with a wall of black ice. Kjerd disappears into the fray above the city, and my breath stutters. We have to, I start. One objective. Tern growls as we near the battle. Decide our fate. Glain launches toward Kjerd despite the order to shelter. I nod to myself, then rip my gaze away, focusing northward on the tornado and its creator. Time to do what Imogen suggested months ago and delegate. She'll rip the very sky apart before she and Glain accept defeat. One objective. Fly for Theophany.
An excerpt from the last words of Trisilla Cardulo, redacted. Fuck you. My daughter and I will meet Malik with clean consciences. Will you and your daughters be able to say the same when they come for you? Chapter 63. Imogen. If chaos were a place, it would be Drathus. Rain beats against the glass of my goggles as Glain climbs toward the three Wyvern, trying their best to rip Cure apart. The steep angle of her chosen approach makes it hard as hell to stay seated, but I'm not going to tell her to slow. Not that she'd listen anyway. Bodhi's in trouble. I grit my teeth. He doesn't get it. If we lose both him and Ryerson, Tyrandor falls to whomever the king appoints. I'd rather die than see a Navarian aristocrat on the burned throne Mom and Katrina died defending. The flame of perpetual rage that lives in my chest burns hotter. Fuck that horde. Fuck the Venin who ride them. Fuck that unholy vortex of a tornado at the end of the northern field. And fuck the orders to stay grounded in these winds. We're not losing Bodhi. There are still too many Wyvern, despite the inhuman amount Sorengale just dispatched. And where the fuck is Ryerson? He'd better be helping in the northeastern tower, because I haven't seen a trace of a shadow in the last 20 minutes. Kruth reports we did not bring a sufficient supply, Glain warns, relaying Quinn's message from the armory in the turret below. God damn it! We brought 2 cases! Enough to start a war within our own kingdom, considering Ryerson has been withholding our forge's weapons from King Tari. Newerlock says they've sent for more. She doesn't sound hopeful. From 4 hours away? How? Oh, shit. Felix knows about Garrick. Gods, he has to be nearing burnout at this point. Then we hold out and pray Sorengale can stop that fucking storm. Kruth also relays that you should be drinking more water, as we've been in combat longer than hoped for. I scoff. Tell Kruth to tell Quinn that I'm perfectly fine. It figures she's worried about me while she's the one doing all the work. Glain's head snaps upward. Cure suffers, she warns me in that gnawing tone that usually means she's about to do something impetuous. And sure enough, she angles her wings and climbs even higher, at a nearly 90-degree angle. Shit. I slip my boots back to the next scale ridge and adjust my hold. Lying along Glain's back, tucking my head beneath her pommel and pressing my cheek to her scales helps cut the wind resistance against my torso as we climb. It's a mistake to look down at the burning city, but I can't help but track 2 Wyvern crossing our airspace below. Kath launches, and I blink in surprise. Guess Atos is all about breaking rules now. Brace, Glain warns. It's more than I usually get. Her momentum shifts, slowing for a nauseating second, and I clamp every muscle and mold myself to her spine, changing our shape from rider and dragon to one being. She's pulled this maneuver too many times for me not to recognize how shitty this is about to be. She attacks from underneath, all teeth and claws, then tucks her wings to protect them and swings her tail upward. I concentrate on moving with her, fighting gravity as I'm hung upside down and her dagger tail slices into the next wyvern. Blood sprays, coloring the rain red. My grip loosens despite my rubber-coated gloves, and I grimace, forcing my fingers further between her scales. "Any time now!" "Fine," she sighs. Then we plummet. The force of the fall pushes me against her scales, effectively holding me in place as she drags the wyvern from the sky. Bone cracks, flesh rends, and she tosses the carcass like yesterday's trash. The gray mass falls like a stone to the right, and Glain rolls, putting me on top of her back instead of under it. 17, she counts. Pretty sure it was 16. I pull myself upward, using her scales like a ladder until my ass hits the seat, and I drag my arm across my goggles to clear the rain. There has to be a rune somewhere that will keep the fucking lenses clear. "The first one counted," she argues as we surge toward Cure and the remaining wyvern. "Kath took that first one." "Only after I wounded it," Glain snaps. "Still not a kill." My stomach tenses as I get my first good look at what we're up against. Cure swings his sword tail again and again, keeping the wyvern at his back at bay, but there's a deep, bleeding furrow cutting diagonally across his chest. No doubt gifted by the claws of the wyvern at his front. "I want them all." Glain's head swivels in both directions. "Go for the one at his back," I suggest, and hope she's in the mood to listen. Never know with her. "Excellent choice," she agrees, with a macabre tone of glee. Bodhi has his sword in hand, but there's no clear shot for him as the trio starts to spiral downward. At this angle, we'll intercept them head-on. I draw my own sword and clench Glain's pommel scales with one hand. My thighs are strong enough to hold on their own, but she's anything but predictable, and I'm not in the mood to die. Blue fire engulfs Cure from snout to horns, and Bodhi ducks his head as the remnants of the flame roll down Cure's neck, extinguishing to smoke before they reach him. I inhale swiftly to dispel the sudden tightness in my chest. That was way too damn close. Then I focus on the top wyvern, looking for areas of weak. Glain diverts, banking left to follow Cure's spiral, then lunges at the wyvern clawing at his belly. Changed my mind. Obviously. Glain hits the wyvern like a battering ram, and I hold tight, whipping forward, then back at the sudden shift in velocity. My pulse jumps as we push forward to the unmistakable sound of ripping scales. But there's only determination and rage pouring down the bond, not pain. An enormous head appears over Glain's shoulder, and for a split second, fetid, dripping teeth are all I can see snapping toward me. Fuck that nonsense. "Stay level," I tell Glain, standing on the seat beneath me. Then I run up the slippery scales of her neck, passing the snarling teeth that part long enough for a jet of blue fire to rush across Glain's back. Good thing I moved. Before it can go for her throat, I thrust my sword into its eye and shove with all my strength. The blade plunges through the softer flesh with a sickening squish. Its high-pitched scream rings in my head like a bell, and I debate my life choices when it wrenches its head back, nearly taking me with it. My fist catches on the steel ball at the top of the sword's hilt, and I lock my grip as the wyvern falls away. Glain dives after the plummeting heap of scales and wings, and I fall backward, my ass hitting every ridge of her neck before colliding with her pommel scales. Are you kidding me? I heave myself into the seat, then lock into a position my muscles are more familiar with, sword still in hand. Red flashes by on the right. Kath. "Did you fall off?" "No, I did not bond a whiner." She chases the wyvern down through the rain, then latches onto its neck and rips its throat out. I throw my weight left and narrowly miss being sprayed by blood. 18, she declares, flaring her wings to pull out of the dive and point us back to the northern wall. 17, if we're going by your measurement, since I wounded it first. Another lump of gray falls in a blur ahead of us, and I look up to see Kath and Cure descending toward us. There's a hole in Cure's right wing, and the laceration on his chest is going to leave a scar, but I can't tell at this angle if Bodhi is wounded. Glaine's head swivels as a blue fire wyvern circumvents the city to the south, sending a row of trees up in flames. That one. Not our airspace. Kaori and the other officers hold the eastern, southern, and western territory, which is swiftly becoming the epicenter of the battle due to the winds. But they're down their most powerful rider, Garrick, and there's no sign of Crod in sight. For someone so decisive, you have yet to act on that, Ghislaine starts to lecture. Stop right there, and I'll agree your kill count is 18. My ribs tighten as we descend toward the city. The Venin are done fucking around. They've come themselves. Blue flame swirls down the spiral tower, courtesy of 2 wyvern climbing its sides, and the fire whips outward as a dark wielder in gaudy scarlet robes sweeps her staff in a circle from the top of the landmark. Griffins launch with their flyers toward the threat. A sinking feeling pulls in my stomach. There are too many of them, and we're already exhausted. Beyond the 3 felled dragons, 4 more lie wounded along the walls to the west, beside innumerable griffins. Their bleeding riders do their best to tend to them, and I look away from what's likely a fatal wound on a severed tail on a large brown. Orders? I've always known I'll die in combat. I just don't want it to be today. The tower, Ghislaine shouts. Quinn. My head snaps toward the left and my heart somersaults. One dark wielder in purple robes strides down the eastern city walls like he owns them, and another in crimson fighting leathers approaches along the northern. Both are headed for the turret, where the only person I truly love on this battlefield is working. And she probably doesn't even know they're coming. Relay to Kruth! Already done. Glaine's wings beat as quickly as my heart as we move toward the walls. There's nothing we can do from the air. I'm going to have to dismount. Ghislaine growls. You know it's true, and I'm not leaving her to die. I sheath my sword and move to her shoulder, despite the roaring wind shoving at my back. Orders can come later. I have to go now. Infantry soldiers fight to intercept the dark wielders and are flung from the walls like inconsequential dolls. The guards plummet 50 feet to their deaths, clearing the path for the Venin. Terror saturates my lungs and my heart pounds. You are to defend the tower from the walls with the wing leader, Ghislaine relays with a disagreeing snarl, banking left for a parallel approach. Great! Get me on the wall now! The dark wielders are less than 30 feet from the door of the turret, and the 2 remaining guards in the crossbolt launch platform above look ready to flee. Damn it! They were supposed to be safe. No one was supposed to know, but the purposeful strides of those dark wielders prove they know what's happening in that tower. Your death would annoy me. Ghislaine slows just enough so I'll survive and extends her foreleg as she flies along the northern wall. Same. I race down the scales of her unwounded leg. There's no time for fear, no room for mistakes. Not when Quinn is being hunted. Reaching Glaine's talons, I leap into the rain without hesitation. My pounding heart fills my ears while I'm airborne, and the northern wall rushes up to meet me. I bend my knees to absorb the coming impact, then run the second my boots hit the stonework so the momentum doesn't kill me. I hurtle forward and narrowly avoid falling on my face on the wet expanse of cobblestone as I sprint toward the back of the Venin in crimson. There's 40 feet between us. 30. Commotion erupts from the base of the tower, but I focus on the dark wielder and the staff he carries in his right hand. They are evacuating the weapons by foot, Ghislaine says from somewhere above me. Good. My lungs burn, but I breathe a little easier. Quinn will be safe. Another set of footsteps joins mine, and a flash of metal sparks in the corner of my eye. Atos catches up on my right, half his face drenched in blood, bearing his own dagger and a shield half his size. Shit, that's not good. 20. I channel my rage, rejecting any notion of fear, and draw one of my alloy-hilted daggers from the sheath at my arm in preparation to strike. We're almost there. The Dark Wielder pivots, whipping to face us with an unnatural speed even I can't match, and swings his staff in our direction. Fire erupts, barreling toward us in a deadly stream. And I weigh our options for all of a millisecond as we skid to a halt. It hits, we die. Jump, we die. You will not burn, Glane demands. Fuck. I really didn't want to have to do this. But I mentally open the door to my childhood home and flood my body with her power. Get! Atos starts to yell. Get behind me! I shout, ripping the shield from his grip. His eyes flare wide and he lets go. We have seconds. So I flip the shield, then slam its flat top between the row of stones at our feet and drop behind it, keeping my hand on the leather strap. Atos jumps behind me as power rushes into my fingers so quickly I clench my teeth to keep from screaming. Heat surrounds us, and the leather hardens in my grip as the shield turns to stone. Fire roars, blazes, flows around us. We are the rock in the river, demanding the water part. The heat dissipates as the blast ends, and Atos dives to the left and throws. An alloy-hilted dagger sails from his hand, and I rise, clutching my own. The Dark Wielder's expression of shock remains permanent, as he desiccates a few feet away and falls off the wall. One down. But the guards are missing from the top of the turret, and I see a flash of purple disappear into the tower. Worse, another dressed in crimson strides along the eastern wall. Atos jumps to his feet and draws his remaining dagger. I'll take that one. You get the one in the tower. He glances at the stone shield, then breaks into a run, and I follow, sprinting as fast as I can. And we're going to talk about whatever the fuck that just was later, he shouts over his shoulder. But I've already passed him, using lesser magic to boost my speed. Kruth roars, sweeping from the sky to the city below. But Dreythus is just like other Paromish cities, designed to keep dragons from landing within its narrow streets. Two women carrying crying toddlers stumble out of the turret's doorway, horror etched on their faces. The taller one's gaze swings to mine as I reach them. You have to help her! We got lost and went into the wrong tower, and she... Go west! I shout, pointing in the direction I've just come from, as Atos runs past to intercept the other Dark Wielder. And run! They nod and do just that. I fling myself through the doorway into the tower and blink, struggling to adjust to the dimmer lighting as I descend the spiral staircase down and down and down, looking for whomever they left behind. Where are you? A raspy roar of frustration fills the tower, and my heart surges into my throat as I round the bend of the third story. Purple robes spin as the Venin turns on the landing, swiping a green-tipped dagger at Quinn, as she flashes in and out of space, appearing in front of him, only to disappear within seconds and pop up somewhere else. There are two of her. No, three circling the Dark Wielder. She isn't here. She's projecting. Relief nearly cuts me at the knees. I pause, just out of sight, and lean over the railing to scan the stairs below. But I don't see her. She's probably buildings away with Felix, setting up a new armory. I adjust my grip on the dagger, then creep down the steps to get within throwing distance. Wait. The Quinn, a handful of stairs beneath me, has her Labrys strapped to her back and is actually moving closer to the infuriated Dark Wielder, who thrashes wildly with his dagger, while other versions of Quinn dance around him, serving as the diversion. I flip my dagger and throw. At the same moment, Quinn lunges with her own, and the pale-haired Venin spins. His eyes light up, Then, glass over as he turns gray and shrivels, collapsing at Quinn's feet with 2 daggers in his chest. Got him! I lift my hands in victory and hop down the rest of the steps as Quinn turns toward me, her dark green eyes impossibly wide as she looks at her chest. No. The Venin's blade is lodged between her ribs in the vicinity of her heart. The world around me slows as she sways toward the wall, her horrified gaze finding mine. No! I shout, throwing myself at her so it's me she falls against, and my back scrapes stone as we slide to the floor of the step. I cradle her as carefully as I can, locking my right arm around her back so she doesn't fall. Quinn, no! Did they make it? Her voice breaks as she stares up at me, blood spreading into the layers of her uniform through her flight jacket along the blade. We can fix this, I promise, and suddenly it's so fucking hard to breathe. We just need to get you to a mender. Did they make it? She repeats, resting her head against the top of my arm. The women, the kids, they hadn't been telling me they'd left someone behind. They were telling me she'd saved them. Yeah, I nod as my eyes burn and my throat tightens. They made it. You got them out. Good. A soft smile pulls at her mouth. Hold on, all right? We need to get you some help. I look up and down the staircase, but we're alone. Someone has to be close by. Atos, maybe? Get us some help! I scream toward Glane. I'm sorry, she says, more gently than I've ever heard, ever wanted to hear. There's no helping me, Quinn whispers. That's not true. I shake my head and my vision blurs. Quinn will be fine. A world doesn't exist where she isn't fine, isn't laughing with Jax or hanging off my bed with her curls hitting the floor so she can get a head rush while she lectures me about feelings. A roar vibrates the stone at my back. Kruth. There are no menders here, and no runes for this, she says with that damned reassuring smile of hers. This is one thing you can't fix, Jen. Her face contorts with pain, and I swear I feel it in my own chest, rending muscle and stripping my veins before it passes and her breaths grow shallow. I need you to tell Jax that I love her. No. I wipe away the tear that slides from my eye before it can reach her hair. You tell her. You're going to graduate in a couple of months, and then you'll marry her in that pretty black dress you picked out, and you're going to be happy. Tell her she's been the best part of my life. Her mouth curves and she glances past me. You don't count, Kruth. You became my life. She brings her gaze back to mine and the color drains from her face. Please, Jen. She's with the officers in the south, and I won't. I nod. I'll tell her. This can't be real, can it? How can this be real? Thank you, she whispers and relaxes against me, her blink slowing. Tell my parents it was worth it. I'm glad it's you with me. Parapet to Malik's own doorstep. I'm so sorry. I have to go first this time. Her breathing garbles. And you should tell him, Jen. Tell him. And you find some happy. Quinn. My voice shatters. Don't go. Don't leave me, I beg, wiping another tear as my vision blurs and clears. You're my best friend, and I love you. Please stay. This is not how she ends. Not in some dark stairwell in Drathis. It can't be. I'm the one who's supposed to fall. She's supposed to live forever. You're mine, and I love you too. Her smile slips and another tear falls. I'm scared. I don't want to be scared. My face twists, but I mask it. Don't be scared. I shake my head and force a smile. My mom will take care of you. And Katrina, too. My mouth quivers. She's a little bossy, but she'll be thrilled to have another little sister. I talk about you all the time. They'll know who you are. Don't be scared. Her next breath is strained and watery. They'll know me. I nod. They'll know you and they'll love you. It's impossible not to love you. Imogen, she whispers, and her eyes flutter shut. I'm right here, I promise. But I can't force the words any louder as my throat closes. We made it a good one. She falls limp, and when I lift my shaking fingers to her throat, there's no pulse. She's gone. My hand slides to the side of her head and I hold her tight. The scream that forces its way through the tangled mess of my throat shreds my soul on the way out and reverberates off the stone, shaking the foundations of my world until it doesn't just slow, it stops. I stop. Hi, I'm Quinn Hollis. I've decided we should be friends. That's what she said to me as we climbed the turret on conscription day. You do realize we're about to cross the walkway of death. Well, then it might be a short friendship, but we'll make it a good one. I stare at the other side of the staircase, locked in the memory, watching as the stones begin to pale, then lose their color one by one, each loss higher than the last. My heart somehow continues to beat, marking what I used to think of as time, and color disappears from the stones in the bend beneath us so gradually that I can't help but wonder if Quinn simply took the color with her. Quinn! Someone bellows from above, and footsteps thunder. Where are you? We have to go! There's a deep intake of breath to my left. Imogen? Oh, fuck! My head turns slowly toward the voice, and Garrick crouches on the step above us, his hazel gaze locking on mine and filling with so much misery, so much sympathy, that it overflows my own eyes, and wetness streams down the sides of my cheeks. She's dead. Saying it doesn't make it feel any more real. His face falls. I'm so sorry. He glances down the staircase. But we have to go. There's half a dozen of them with their hands on the city walls, draining the life out of the stone. It's time to go. I hold her tighter, unable to fathom the concept of moving, like there's some minuscule chance she'll return if I just wait here long enough. I can't just leave. I am with you. You may not die, Glane growls. Garrick's square jaw flexes. You have to. We have to go, or they'll drain us too. I'm not leaving her. I'm not leaving you. He leans in and slides his hand behind my neck. I'm not leaving you, Imogen, he repeats, softer this time. We'll take Quinn, but we have to go now. Let me have her. I notice the circles beneath his beautiful eyes, the unusual pallor of his complexion. He's exhausted. And for the first time in my life, I don't care that he's seeing me at my weakest, because he's right there too. My chin tips in a nod. All right. He moves quickly to the step beneath us, kicking something out of the way and gathering both of us into his arms. I lock mine around Quinn so she doesn't slip as we're lifted off the floor, and the landing beneath us loses its color. Let's get you out of here. He takes a single step. Heat and light force my eyes shut as my stomach careens. When I open them, we're somewhere else. Rain falls through an open doorway and the scent of smoke and sulfur fills my lungs. Oh, gods! Professor Trissa gasps as Garrick sets Quinn and me down on a warm stone floor in a nondescript building. A store, maybe? Quinn's body slides and he helps lay her beside me, cushioning her head with his hand. Venin. Garrick explains her loss with a single word. Are you weaving? He asks Trissa. We're starting. Her gaze darts over me. They'll be weak until we can bolster with more power, but they're our best shot. It's still not enough. Garrick's head hangs as he stands. I can't. He sighs and strides through the door. I obey the simple instinct to follow, shoving myself to my feet and forcing my body to move. There's a battle. We're in a war. Malik might claim more lives. I follow him past the little room where Felix works, beside cases of alloy-hilted daggers, all imbued, all humming with power. Then I step outside into the rain and stare. Houses burn. Wyvern and griffin bodies lie in the middle of crumpled roof lines. Civilians scream. Kruth sails through the sky and takes a wyvern straight to the ground. Bodhi is on his hands and knees across the town square, retching. If dark wielders are draining the city walls, we're next. Where are you going? I shout at Garrick's back. I can't walk again. Even if I made it to Arisha, I'd never be strong enough to get back. He calls over his shoulder. So, I better find some fucking way to do something. I unsheath my last alloy-hilted dagger and stare up at the wyvern-filled sky. Then I make my way back inside, slip Quinn's last dagger from her thigh sheath, and reach for Glane. Tell every rider within the walls to get over here and disarm. It's the only way we're living through this. Outside, the sky darkens further. Sorengale better take their leader all the way the fuck out, or this will all have been for nothing.
Recovered correspondence of High Priestess Deserve to His Royal Highness Cadet Auric Greycastle, Prince Camlain of Navarre. A gift from one servant of Dune to another. I must warn you, only those touched by the gods should wield their wrath. I will pray to her that she need not use it to avoid reacquainting herself with the other who curries her favor. Her path is still not set. Chapter 64. Violet. I swear the tornado slows as Tern battles the wind at the eastern edge of the field, flying for the mountainside ahead of us. It is slowing, Tern agrees. She used it to get us here, Theophanie's holding it like a knocked arrow, waiting for our arrival. Trees are uprooted a mile to the left, turning into low-flying projectiles that hurl across the field like crossbolts. The tornado may have slowed its progress, but it's doing far more damage along the way. The wyvern launches ahead of us, moving our way, and for a split second, I can't help but wonder if I've just invited Malik to our doorstep. She's a maven, and I'm a cadet. She wields storms with expert precision, and I need a conduit for my lightning. She's already felled Tern once before. The smartest thing I could do is fly for the wards and save us both, all four of us, considering Xaden and Sigale. But I can't leave those people to die, even if it means we're desiccated alongside them. Riders don't run. We fight. Now, preferably, Tern remarks, if you're done accepting our deaths. Not accepting, just calculating. I draw power through my charred veins as the distance between us grows smaller and smaller, gripping the conduit in my left hand and raising my right. Energy rips through me as I release it, dragging the bolt downward and letting go before it can blister my fingers. Lightning strikes as Theophanie's wyvern rolls to the right. I missed. My stomach clenches. Again! Tern demands, banking right to follow her down as rain turns to ice. Hail hits and stones the size of peas, then cherries, hitting me with the force of 1,000 blunt arrows as wind tears at my face. But I lift my hand. The conduit shatters. Glass slices into my palm and I gasp in pain as blood wells. No, 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 I can't aim without it. You have to, Taryn orders as we spiral downward. Right, dying up here isn't an option I'm willing to entertain, and I'm not about to let her kill my friends, or Xaden either. I quickly undo the strap, holding the jagged remnants to my wrist, and let what's left of the orb and the fist-sized chunk of ice that destroyed it fall away. My hope plummets with it. I'll have to kill her just like I did those wyvern, with volume. I unsheath my last alloy-hilted dagger and grasp it with my bleeding hand so I'm ready for anything, lift my right hand, and wield again. I miss as she rolls in the opposite direction and begins to climb. We follow, and I draw power again and again, but it becomes harder with every strike. She avoids every single one as we fly along the mountain, hugging the terrain. Taryn surges with sweeping beats of his wings, gaining on her. Heat singes my lungs, then burns, then fries, until I feel nothing but fire and rage. Rock flies as I hit the ridgeline to the right, missing her by 10 feet as we fly into the sun. The sun! I jerk my head left. The tornado has stalled midway toward the city, and the sky above us is clear all the way to the east. She's killing the storm to make it harder for me to wield! That explains why I'm burning hotter than before. I jerk my focus back to our prey before it can wander toward the city I'm desperately fighting to save. Do not take more than you can channel, Taryn warns as he lunges forward. His teeth snap closed a few feet behind the wyvern's tail. They're too fucking fast. The wyvern dives, curving along the ridgeline to the right, and Taryn follows. A roar of unfettered agony fills my head, so loud it vibrates my bones and shrill enough to pop my ears. Sigale! Taryn bellows, his wings losing their rhythm, and my heart skips a series of beats. Oh, Malik, no. I hurl myself at the bond, but the wall of ice doesn't just stand firm. It repels me with brute force. Dread nails my stomach to the floor as we lose speed. I hear the snap a second before the shadow falls over us. No, not a shadow. A massive net with weights the size of desks attached along the edges. Taryn roars and banks left, but it's no use. Taryn! I scream as the net hits, smashing my torso downward onto the pommels and covering every scale I can see. He'd be able to bear the weight of it easily on his torso, but it smothers his wings and the weights. Oh, God, tuck your wings or they'll break! His roar of indignation shakes the rocks loose from the mountainside, but he snaps them closed, tangling in the net. And we fall. Prepare yourself, Taryn warns as the mountain flies by in a blur. And Darna, Xaden, Sigale, Mira, Brennan, my friends, they slip through my mind in a whirl of pictures I can't grasp onto, flickering too fast to fully feel. All I can do is ease off the pommels, lean right to spare the inevitable impact to my abdomen as the thick rope of the net digs into my back. You have been the gift of my life, I tell Taryn. It is not over, he shouts. We hit with a jarring impact, bone crunching against rock, and my left arm snaps, and the dagger falls. A scream forces its way through my lips as we slide down the mountain, just like the first time we encountered Theophany. The sound of claws scraping over stone consumes my existence as I fight to block out the pain, and Tarn swings his body weight so we skid head first through the trees in an endless, terrifying plunge. I keep my head down to avoid any low-hanging branches as something digs painfully into my ribs, and eventually our momentum slows. Holy shit. We just might survive the fall. Of course we'll survive, Tarn growls. Are you hurt? I ask Tarn as we come to a stop at what appears to be the edge of the forest. Nothing that won't heal after we free ourselves and separate her sinew from bone. The scent of sulfur fills the air as Tarn breathes fire through the net. Wood crackles and net thwangs. Then he surges forward and the net slips just enough for me to sit up through the opening that's clearly designed to hold dragons, not riders. We have to get to Sigale, which means getting him free. But it will take too long to cut through these ropes with the runed daggers I have. And even if I do, I'll still have to wield to kill her without my alloy-hilted one, and I'm already edging burnout. My arm throbs mercilessly, and every breath I take scalds my lungs. Sigale can handle herself. Tern grits out, but bowstring tight tension and worry radiate down the bond as fire streams again, and he fights to get us loose. And the Dark Wielder descends ahead. Sure enough, Theophany's wyvern glides down toward the field like they have all the time in the world. Like we're pinned exactly where she wants us. Gods, she's relentless. It doesn't matter that my arm throbs with excruciating intensity. We have to get out of here right fucking now. Time to use the runes I brought in case of an emergency and pray I tempered them correctly because this is definitely a crisis. We have to get out from under this thing. Cradling my left arm to my chest, I twist from my pack, but something pushes into my ribs as I dig into the bag one-handed. I discard the ones I don't need, then snag the one for softening surfaces and shove it up against the rope. Here's hoping it's right. Magic ripples, and the fibers stretch and give way. My eyebrows rise. It works. Rip what you can, I shout to Tern. Stay seated so we can fly, he orders, shredding the net on the edges of his spikes, and I take the opportunity to grab whatever's jabbing me in my pocket. Auric's package. I catch the hastily scrawled message on the edge of the package I'd missed when Sloane handed it to me. For when you lose yours, strike in the dark, Violet. What the fuck? The fall has broken the wax seal, and the parchment unrolls as I loosen my grip, dropping a carved piece of gray marble in my lap. A ceremonial-looking dagger with familiar flame-shaped etchings along the hilt. I glance at the accompanying note from the High Priestess of Dune's temple in Eratia, but the letters blur as the pain in my arm flares and Tern thrashes to free us. A gift from one servant of Dune to another. I must warn you, only those touched by the gods should wield their wrath. I will pray to her that she need not use it to avoid reacquainting herself with the other who curries her favor. Her path is still not set. My stomach pitches. How would Auric know I'd lose my dagger, let alone think that some piece of rock could replace... Ahead of us, Tern snaps, and I jerk my attention forward and sheathe the marble dagger out of instinct. Theophany stalks toward us from the tree line, her hair fraying from its braid, and there's nothing patient or amused on her face. I frantically scan what sky I can see. Theophany's wyvern waits in the field beyond the trees, and the only other wings I find are locked in battle over Drathis in the distance, which hopefully means she's alone. How much time do you need to free yourself? I ask Tern, wrenching the buckle of my saddle free and climbing through the hole in the net. Pain shoots up my left arm, but I pretend it belongs to someone else and keep going. Pain doesn't matter if you're dead. Moments, Tern shouts. I'm not going to let her kill you like a trussed pig, I retort, fear and wrath fueling me as I scramble for his shoulder, struggling to keep my arm stable until he stills. He must have thrown his claws out before the net hit, because his forelegs are already extended, bracketing his lower jaw. I draw a runed dagger, then slide down, dragging the edge of the blade along his leg as I go. The blade won't cut scale, but the net falls apart in its wake. Brought low by a net, Theophany mocks, striding toward us. How easy it was to catch the pair of them. The pair. The scream. They have Sigale too. Tern's rage washes over me like acid. I put myself in front of Tern and open the floodgates to his power, welcoming the scorch of heat and flame in my blistered veins. Silver One! Tern growls in warning to the accompaniment of the sound of shredding rope. If I burn out, so be it, but she won't touch you, I say aloud just so Theophany will know I'm not fucking around. Have you made your choice, then? Theophany asks, coming closer by the step. I have, I flick my right hand skyward and let the energy snap through me, yanking it down with the tip of my finger. Theophany races 10 yards to the right, moving faster than I've ever seen. You'll have to be... I wield again before she can finish and strike the very place she's standing, earning an immediate clap of thunder. But she's already 20 feet to my left. Faster, she finishes, and I strike again, only for the pattern to repeat. Again, and again, and again. My lungs scream as I breathe the very thing I've become, heat and power and rage, but she's still too fast for me to catch, and moving closer to Tairn with every failed strike. Almost there, he assures as ropes snap behind me. I need to throw her off her game now. I hold my next strike when she appears 20 feet ahead. Tell me, do you miss Unbriel? Her eyes flare, and she startles. Victory. I gather more and more power, spooling it like molten thread. Do you not yearn for temple? I use the words the high priestess had on me. Her face twists with an emotion that almost looks like longing, but it's quickly masked with anger. Do you, she counters, or are you immune, having only been touched, but not dedicated? She charges forward. Do you know the pain of never being allowed to return? Of knowing that it would sever the very thing that's kept me untouchable all these years? I let a fraction of my power release, striking the ground in front of her, and she skids to a halt. Touched. Shit. The priestess in Unbriel had said that, too. So had the note wrapped around Arik's gift. As a high priestess, you would have had immeasurable power on the Isle. How was it still not enough? Why serve a god when you can be one? Theophany snarls. Putrid fear consumes the bond, followed by another roar that nearly buckles my knees. Sikael. My head jerks upward, my heart lurching against the cage of my ribs as Tairn snarls, his talons furrowing in the forest floor. Don't! Terror clogs my throat as I shout for Xaden, but he can't hear me. Drathus is enveloped in darkness, and the shrieking cries of wyverns soon follow, racing across the field and echoing off the rock above. What? Theophany pivots toward the noise. Shadow spreads like a ripple on a lake, devouring the field in the fury of an onyx storm, and sweeping toward us at a speed that squeezes the hope from my chest, then outright shatters my heart. The pain hits like a physical blow to the center of my chest. He's terrifyingly powerful with Sikael, but not like this. This is the kind of force that ends worlds. And it's almost here. I love you, I whisper down the bond, and the ice cracks, but it's not enough to halt the approaching wave of darkness. Shadow throws Theophany to the ground a second before it rushes over me. Whisper soft against my cheeks, tossing us into pitch-black night. Strike! Tairn snaps, and I hear the net give way. Exhaustion grabs hold and refuses to be ignored. I'm too tired, too close to burning alive. What's the point if I can't catch her? Use the darkness, Tairn orders. My heart stutters. Use the very thing that's taking Xaden from me? I never dreamed that taking every possible path to cure him would lead to his choice. The fire devouring me from the inside out threatens to consume my very bones, and for a second, I debate letting it. I couldn't stop my mother, and I can't stop Xaden. I can't save him. Wait. Strike in the darkness. That's what Arik's note said. Like, he knew this would happen. I gasp as all the pieces click in one overwhelming heartbeat. The reinforcements, telling me to guard Dune's temple, yanking Lynx out of the way before the doors even open to the Great Hall. He knew. He's been manifesting this entire time. He's a fucking precog, I whisper in awe. A real one, not like Melgren, who can only foresee battles. If Arik wields true precognition, he saw this. And he gave me a weapon made of the fractured temple, a temple Theophany can't step inside. I don't believe in oracles, but I do believe in signets. I unsheathe the marble dagger with my right hand, then mix my pain into the searing power that scorches what's left of my beating heart, lift my broken arm, and release the agonizing burn of energy skyward, and hold it. The continuous strike lights up our surroundings and branches out through the shadow, revealing Theophanie's back. She stumbles to her feet and whirls toward me, her eyes flaring wide, and she dives left, smacking into an invisible wall and falling backward. A wall that snarls. Scales shimmer to the same silver blue as my strike, and a small dragon stalks toward Theophany, her head low, teeth bared. And just like that, my stammering heartbeat stabilizes. And Darna. Theophany reaches out her hand, wonder lighting her red eyes. I don't care what her intentions are. She's not getting her hands on Endarna. Pain wraps me in a broiling vice and fire sears my lungs. But I hold the bolt and sprint. Endarna leaving was one thing. Losing her to the touch of a dark wielder is incomprehensible. Hear it, Theophany whispers with reverence, straining toward Endarna. I lunge, driving the dagger straight into her heart. Fire breathes through me until I am char and cinder and agony. She staggers backward and starts to laugh. Then she sees the blood and stops. How? Her eyes flare and she topples to her knees. Stone doesn't kill venin. You were never just venin, I reply. Dune is a wrathful goddess to high priestesses who turn their backs on her. She opens her mouth to scream, then desiccates in an instant. I release the bolt, plunging us into darkness, and surrendering to the fire burning me alive. Violet, Endarna whispers. And then I hear nothing.
An excerpt from Journal of General Augustine Melgren. The only thing more unpredictable than the volatile province that is Tyrrendor is her duke. There is a reason reigning aristocracy should never wear black. Chapter 65. Xaden. It was one thing to beckon me, call me, summon me to this hidden, sun-soaked canyon south of Drathis against my will, to drag me from the walls of our defenses and force me to walk away from my friends and a city full of civilians. It is wholly another to have wounded and ensnared Sigale. Blood drips among her scales, coursing down her shoulder, and the sight of it soaking the forearm-thick ropes that bind her cuts me to the quick and floods me with power in a way nothing else could. I take it all, then draw more, but she's already depleted from holding off so many wyvern at the walls of Drathis. Wrath courses like a current under the ice I willingly skate onto, cutting my emotions free like the burdens they are so I can be the weapon she needs. She was the first to choose me, to elevate me above all others, the first to see every ugly side of me and accept it all, and every single person in this fucking canyon will die before they remove a single one of her scales. Violet will free Tern. That's the only outcome I allow to exist. The two venin standing guard ahead of me at the mouth of the canyon in their ridiculous robes aren't an issue. I'll have them desiccated within heartbeats as soon as Sigale can regain enough power. But the one who walks forward toward Panchik's cowering, traitorous ass, putting himself between Sigale and me, he's a problem. Not because he's more lethal, not even because he's supposed to be dead, but because I can't kill him. I could no more raise a blade to his throat than I could Violet. The bond between Violet and me is the kind of magic that has no explanation. The bond between Berwyn and me is the kind that should never exist. And now that my sage has another sibling he can use against me, I'm screwed. Watch carefully, my initiate, Berwyn says to me over his shoulder, bearing the scar down the middle of his face from when I threw him into the ravine at Bezgayath. I glance past Berwin, past Sigale and the venin, to my new brother and the unconscious dragon lying in the valley beyond the canyon, guarded by 7 wyvern. How could he do this? Choose this after watching me stumble and fall over the last 5 months? How could he willingly walk the path I've fought like hell to leave? He's the last person I ever would have expected to turn, and yet here we are. I can't let Sigale die. Can't leave him to stumble down the same path I did. Can't allow my friends to perish because I selfishly want to keep Violet by my side. A clamoring, consuming emotion pounds at the ice, but I can't let it in. She has her own path. No matter what I choose, it's wrong. But only one path leaves Sigale alive. "This is not what we agreed to," Panchik shouts, stumbling backward toward his own shrieking, netted dragon. I don't bother looking in their direction. Fucker deserves to suffer for selling us out. Whatever the sage, what Berwin does is of no consequence to me. How much information has he sold to the enemy? Certainly enough to lure us all to Drathis. How many times did he give them Violet's location? He dies. The decision is made without debate. "Do not lose yourself," Sigale warns, thrashing against the net that has her pinned to the rocky ground 20 feet in front of me. "You have not turned as a result of his ploys this afternoon. Do not give in to this one." But he hadn't had her, and now he does. "There's no other way," I reply, slowly unsheathing the 2 alloy-hilted daggers I keep in my thighs, and earning a glare from the dark wielder standing at the tip of Sigale's tail, his fingers splayed in obvious threat. "Did you not ask for power?" Berwin snarls, holding 2 alloy-hilted daggers of his own as he approaches Panchik. "Have I not provided?" "Put those away. We both know you're not going to hurt me." Panchik reaches for the net over his dragon. "I'm the only one who can give you access to your son." "I have another." Berwin stabs deep between the dragon's scales and it desiccates, green draining from its scales and shrinking in on itself to a husk. Terror bursts through the ice. Berwin just killed a dragon with a dagger. How the fuck is that possible? "Were you watching? Because that's exactly what's about to happen to yours." He turns to me and saunters towards Sigale as she thrashes futilely under the net. "You'll have to channel deep to replace the loss of her power." He lifts the blade. "And I don't just skate over the ice. I become it." "Stop!" Sigale roars, blowing back Berwin's robes. "Do not do this to save me." "Do this? It's already done. How fucking dare they pull my dragon from the sky, snare and hurt the one who anchors my existence?" I throw my blades into the air, fall to one knee, splay my hand over the canyon floor, and break. In my final act of resistance, I become the very thing I despise. Maybe it's good that I can't feel a single damned thing. I breathe in the power that pulses beneath my hand like a living, breathing creature and exhale darkness. Shadow streams through the canyon, thick as tar and black as ink, blacking out the afternoon sun and turning the space pitch black. Shadow plants my daggers in the chests of the 2 venin standing guard. Shadow drags Berwin from Sigale and knocks both him and my new brother unconscious. Shadow brings quiet. My soul departs like pieces of ash from a fire, flaking free and drifting away as power consumes the space it once inhabited. I am no longer on the ice, I am the ice. And still I feed, tunneling deep into the source of magic itself and surging outward simultaneously, finding the identical heartbeats that mark Wyvern and slicing through scale with shadow, ripping their runestones free. I start with the one who dared set its teeth in Sigale's shoulder, skim past the one who now thinks himself my brother, then destroy the 6 blocking the entrance to this canyon. Save them. The last remaining pieces of me beg, holding on with teeth and claw to keep from being torn away too. My shadows surge from the canyon over the city, ending every wyvern in the air and on the ground. I'm everywhere at once, shredding the net that ensnares Sigale, tearing the heart from the wyvern who has Dane and Kath backed into a corner, rushing over Imogen as she looks to the sky. I'm at the pass, plucking wyvern off one by one, listening with satisfaction as their bodies hit the ground in front of the people she loves. I stream up the cliffside, fall back at the magic that burns to the touch, and surge north. I love you, Violet's voice cracks the cold, and a silken thread of warmth wedges itself in the opening before it seals shut, locking it in place. No, wait! I grab for that thread with desperate hands, clawing to keep her as more of my pieces are blown away, lost to the void. She is warmth, and light, and air, and love. My shadows consume the valley she stands in, dagger-bared, defending Tairn from the same style of net that caught Sigale. I shove the maven to the ground, regardless of her rank, then slide over Violet with a gentleness that takes all my concentration. I love her. That is the emotion I cling to. The fire of pure power burning at the feeling's edges, and I know if I take it any further, it will be the next and final piece to float away. I bare my teeth and yank my hand from the ground, gasping for a full breath as my heart thunders. I've never felt so strong and so defeated at the same time. This was the only way. I rise to my feet and release the shadows, and the canyon comes into view. Sigale struggles to stand upright ahead of me, blood dripping from the bite marks in her shoulder. The net falls in tatters, and she expands her wings to their full width, taking nearly every foot in the canyon. She glances over the destruction, the bodies, and narrows her golden eyes in silent rebuke. "Will you forsake me now?" I ask, walking over Berwyn's unconscious body. I'd kill him if I could. Fuck, I thought I had. I wonder how many initiates feel the same about their sage. At least one that I know of. But beyond the physical impossibility of it, he has something I need, and I'm no longer an initiate. What is there left of you to forsake? Sigale lowers her head and steam gusts down the canyon, reminding me of the moment she found me in the forest at threshing. You tell me. I lower the ice and let her in. Her next breath is laced with sulfur, and her eyes widen. You cannot mean to. You saw what happened. It is the only way. She glances over her shoulder. And you think she'll help? She loves me. Tairn does not, and you haven't looked in a mirror yet. The red veins branching from your eyes look like her lightning. She'll help. It comes out with a hell of a lot more certainty than I feel. She promised. Even if she agrees, no one will. Someone owes me a favor. He'll never let you near her. Her tail flicks, especially while she lies in a vulnerable state. Is she hurt? The beating organ behind my ribs stumbles, and I reach down the bond that connects my mind to hers, but it's muddled with unconsciousness. Yes, Sigale says slowly, her head moving in a serpentine motion. But she will survive. She pauses. They have completed the wards, but they extend no farther than Drathis. That's good. Bad. Fuck, I don't know. What even am I? Hers. Persuade Tairn, I beg. Everything depends on it. We will ask, Sigale finally says, flexing her claws in the rocky soil. And her decision will determine our fate. Those are terms I can agree to. We're airborne in less than a minute.
Article 5, Section 7, the Dragon Rider's Codex. While cadets are strongly encouraged not to form romantic attachments while studying in the quadrant, lieutenants are permitted to marry whomever they choose upon graduation. Chapter 66. Violet. Violet! Brennan shouts, racing down the steps of Ryerson House and into the moonlit courtyard. Sounds of celebration stream through the open doors. I groggily rise to my feet beside Imogen, and a shape moves in the shadows to the right. I will not let them burn you, Endarna vows. What? My head whips her way. Why would my brother burn me? And why in Dune's name would I be sitting on gravel in the courtyard? My thoughts are slow. Something's off. Something's wrong. Are you all right? I ask Brennan as he reaches us. Am I all right? His eyes bulge, and he looks me over for injury. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Where have you been? His voice rises, and a group of riders I don't recognize comes through the gate at our left. Wilson? Brennan asks, and the taller one walks our way. Report. He glances over his shoulder, quietly. My mouth opens, then shuts. Where have I been? The officer's gaze darts over me. It's fine, Brennan assures him. Official numbers are 4 riders, their dragons, and 3 elders murdered in the valley in what we're estimating is the last few hours. Wilson says, and we still have 5 riders missing. 4 now, he adds, looking at me, his mouth tenses. But after that display, we all know Ryerson did this. I bet the other 3 are already dead. My stomach lurches, and Imogen tenses so hard she might as well be stone. Wait, is this a dream? I clench my right fist and prick my palm with my fingernails, just enough to feel pain. But I don't wake. The wards are holding in Drathus, as of the last report, but who knows how many of those desiccations during the battle were actually him. Wilson continues, and so far the tally is at 6 missing eggs from the hatching ground. But they're double-checking. Missing eggs? I reach for Taryn, but the bond feels foggy, like he's asleep. He needs a cycle of rest to recover, Endarna clarifies. Recover from what? He was fine when I last saw him, which was about 5 minutes ago in the woods at the edge of the field where I killed Theophany. Satan. The wall of shadows. My heart sinks. What the fuck is happening? How did I get here? Why is my head so hazy? Am I concussed? You're dismissed, Brennan tells the rider. Keep this classified until we have a full report. Just because she's your sister doesn't mean she's not the fastest way. Dismissed! Brennan snaps and the rider backs away. Do you know where he is? Brennan asks me softly once the other rider is fully out of earshot. Ryerson. You heard what Wilson said. We have dead dragons and riders and missing eggs. And if you've seen Ryerson, I need to know, Violet. Words fail me. Why can't I think? I don't know. I raise my hands to my mouth, and a piece of parchment in my front pocket catches on my arm, then falls. Brennan catches it. Cardulo? He lifts his eyes to Imogen. I haven't seen him since yesterday, she says, her voice low, almost monotone. Lieutenant Tavis? Among the missing. Brennan answers gently, then glances my way and does a double take. Holy shit, Violet. What? I lower my arms. Garrick is missing too? Who else makes up the 4 riders Wilson mentioned? Your finger, Imogen says, then stares at the ground. My finger? The snap, right. I think I broke my arm. I glance down and stare. My left arm is splinted, and a beautiful gold ring with an emerald the size of my thumbnail sits on my hand. Oh gods, I know that stone. It matches the others from the blade of Aracia upstairs on Zayden's nightstand. Is it the missing one? What is happening right now? I ask slowly. You don't know? Brennan lowers his voice. I shake my head. Brennan turns to the paper from my pocket. "This carries the seal of Dune," he says. "May I open it?" I nod, gawking at the ring. It's not just any ring on any finger. It's the finger. But how? I was in the field battling Theophany this afternoon, and then she desiccated, and I burned myself straight into unconsciousness. Now it's 3 a.m., and I'm in Eratia, and there are murdered dragons and riders and missing eggs. Xaden wouldn't do that. Would he? The storm of shadows. My blood chills. How far had he gone? I fling myself down the bond, but there's nothing there. It's gone. Or he's too far away to feel it, I remind myself to keep from panicking. When had he put this ring on my hand? It's an official blessing of your legal, binding marriage, Brennan whispers, stunned, then quickly rolls the parchment. By the head priestess of Dune's temple. To Xaden? Gravity bends, warping everything I thought I knew into whatever this reality is. Brennan nods. My eyes flare. We're married? 1,000 emotions try to force their way through my jumbled thoughts, but the immediate rush of awe trips right over the logic of how. There's no fucking way I'd forget something like that. Why isn't he here? Where did he go, and why? I think the note on the outside is meant for you. Brennan hands back the parchment. I flip the missive over to see 2 sentences written in Xaden's handwriting. Don't look for me. It's yours now. He's gone. I try to fumble my foggy brain through the overwhelming shock, but I can't think straight. It's like someone has fucked with my... No. My chest draws tight. How long have I been missing? 12 hours, Brennan answers. What did you do? My head snaps toward Imogen, and a deep sense of foreboding takes root in my chest. She slowly lifts her gaze to mine. What you asked me to. The end. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Onyx Storm by Rebecca Yarros, narrated by Rebecca Soler, with Justice Bolding, Teddy Hamilton, and Jasmine Walker. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to